Chapter 2040. After making up his mind, Duan Lingtian wished he could give himself a pair of wings and leave the Zoroastrianism to improve his innate spiritual root. As long as his innate spiritual root transformed into a violet innate spiritual root, he would be able to return in glory and shock the entire Zoroastrianism and the entire upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. He would become a rare peerless genius with a violet innate spiritual root in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. At that time, all he had to do was spread the word that if the Zoroastrianism dared to touch Kerr and their daughter, he would definitely erase the Zoroastrianism from the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. He believed the Zoroastrianism would not dare to touch Kerr and their daughter as long as they could not get rid of him because of his potential. Thank you for the reminder. After regaining his senses, Duan Lingtian thanked Gan Ruyen. At the same time, the remaining trace of hatred he had for Gan Ruyen disappeared. No matter what, the woman in front of her was still Kerr's biological sister. She was Kerr's family. If he continued to argue with her, Kerr would be the one who would be hurt. For this reason, Duan Lingtian decided to let go of the hatred he had for Gan Ruyen. Moreover, he was certain Gan Ruyen did not intend to harm Kerr at all. You don't have to thank me. Gan Ruyen shook her head. Then, she said solemnly, actually, you and I share the same reason. We both want Yu Yen and our daughter to be safe and sound. Don't forget, Yu Yen is my twin sister. She's also Gan Ruyen's only sister. I, Gan Ruyen, would rather sacrifice my life than let anything happen to Yu Yen. Gan Ruyen's tone was resolute and decisive when she spoke. Duan Lingtian nodded his head. Based on Gan Ruyen's tone, he could tell Gan Ruyen was speaking from the bottom of her heart. After a moment of silence, Duan Lingtian looked at Gan Ruyen and said, "There's something I find strange. Why was Kerr the only one chosen to be the saint girl of the Zoroastrianism? Why didn't the Zoroastrianism choose you to be the saint girl? Could it be that the rumor, Kerr's, it's true that she possesses a violet innate spiritual root?" Duan Lingtian's words answered the questions in his heart. Indeed, her innate spiritual root is a violet innate spiritual root. However, that's not the main reason she was chosen to be the saint girl of the Zoroastrianism. Gan Ruyen said solemnly when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. Not the main reason? Duan Lingtian was stunned. When he saw Gan Ruyen's expression turning solemn, his expression turned solemn as well. What's the main reason? The main reason is that I've only heard my master mention it by chance. I think he said Yu Yen is the reincarnation of a goddess. Gan Ruyen's expression turned even more solemn when she spoke. The reincarnation of a goddess. Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard Gan Ruyen's words. If it was in the past, he might have thought it was ridiculous when he heard this. However, he was also a person who had been reincarnated. However, he was the reincarnation of the Earth's soldier elite, not the reincarnation of a goddess or a god. Therefore, when he heard Gan Ruyen's words, he did not think it was impossible. Instead, he was shocked. Kerr is the reincarnation of a goddess? Duan Lingtian did not know what to say at this moment. However, he quickly looked at Gan Ruyen and asked, "Are you sure you didn't hear wrongly? Your master, the guardian of the Zoroastrianism, said Kerr is the reincarnation of a goddess?" That's what master said. However, I'm afraid only the sect leader knows the details. Gan Ruyen said, "It doesn't matter if Kerr is the reincarnation of a goddess or not, she's still my woman." A bright light flashed in Duan Lingtian's eyes, and his tone was resolute and decisive as he said, "I'll protect my woman. If the Zoroastrianism dares to lay a finger on her, I'll annihilate the Zoroastrianism in the future and make the Zoroastrianism history of the Dao Martial Saint Land forever." After he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian looked at Gan Ruyen and said, "I only have 15 minutes to see you. Now that the 15 minutes are almost up, it's time for me to leave. If the enforcement hall's elders come and ask you why I'm looking for you, you'll have to come up with an excuse." There's no need for me to answer. Gan Ruyen did not mind Duan Lingtian's words at all. She said there was no need for her to answer. Who is she? Apart from being a true disciple who was ranked 7th on the true ranking, the most outstanding female disciple among the younger generation of Zoroastrianism, and one of the 7 prodigies of Zoroastrianism. She was also the direct disciple of Qinghua, one of the 3 great guardians of Zoroastrianism. A mere silver flame elder from the enforcement hall's prison hall did not have the right to make her explain anything. Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard Gan Ruyan's domineering words. He smiled wryly and said, "I've forgotten that your master is Guardian Qinghua, one of the 3 great guardians. Take care of yourself. It's time for me to leave as well." After he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian turned around and left. Don't. After knocking on the stone door twice, the stone door was opened by the silver flame elder, Meng Qi, who was guarding outside. After Duan Lingtian left, Meng Qi closed the stone door and reactivated the formation that enveloped the stone room. "Let's go." After everything was done, Meng Qi called out to Duan Lingtian and brought Duan Lingtian out of the prison hall again. After leaving the prison hall, Duan Lingtian met up with Lu Yu, who was waiting outside. After Lu Yu greeted Meng Qi and the other silver flame elders from the prison hall, he brought Duan Lingtian out of the prison hall and headed to the main palace of the enforcement hall. "Thank you, Elder Lu Yu." Duan Lingtian did not forget to thank Lu Yu along the way. "If you want to thank someone, you should thank little Yun. However, I hope you won't forget the promise you made to me earlier." Lu Yu said indifferently at first, but after that he changed the topic and his tone became somewhat serious. "Don't worry, Elder Lu Yu. I, Duan Lingtian, will never go back on my words," Duan Lingtian said confidently. Naturally, he knew what the promise Lu Yu mentioned was. It was nothing more than a reminder for him to sever all ties with Lu Yun in front of others so that he would not implicate Lu Yun and the Lu clan behind Lu Yun because of his matter. He had already promised Lu Yu this, so he would not go back on his words. Moreover, he was being responsible to Lu Yun by doing this. Otherwise, if something happened to Lu Yun and the Lu clan because of him, he would never be able to forgive himself for the rest of his life. In order to take precautions, he decided that after persuading Lu Yun, he would fall out with Lu Yun and even cut ties with him. As long as the news of him severing ties with Lu Yun spread to the entire saint land of Zoroastrianism, those who targeted him would no longer target Lu Yun because of him. After Duan Lingtian left, Meng Qi returned to the prison hall. Then he opened the stone chamber where Gan Ruyan was imprisoned and entered it. As soon as he entered, Meng Qi forced a bright smile on his face. He looked at Gan Ruyan and asked, "Miss Ruyan, have you been comfortable here recently?" "Comfortable?" Upon hearing Meng Qi's words, Gan Ruyan smiled coldly. "Why don't we switch places and see if you're comfortable here?" Upon hearing this, Meng Qi could not help but smile awkwardly. "Miss Ruyan." Then, as though he recalled something, Meng Qi asked solemnly, "May I ask? What's the relationship between you and Duan Lingtian who came to look for you, Miss Ruyan?" He didn't hesitate to use his connections to enter the prison hall just to see you. Moreover, most importantly, he's a new disciple of Zoroastrianism. He only joined Zoroastrianism after you came to the prison hall, senior sister Ruyan. Meng Qi did not hesitate to ask about the relationship between Duan Lingtian and Gan Ruyan. He had a feeling that the two of them knew each other. Otherwise, Duan Lingtian would not have used his connections to enter the prison hall just to see Gan Ruyan. "Why do you care about my relationship with him?" Gan Ruyan could not help but smile coldly when she heard Meng Qi's question. She had no intention of answering Meng Qi's question. A hint of displeasure flashed in the depths of Meng Qi's eyes when he saw Gan Ruyan's rudeness. However, he did not dare to show it. He forced a smile and said, "Miss Ruyan, I'm just asking. I don't have any other intentions. It seems like he's your friend, Miss Ruyan." No wonder he would humiliate Wen Yen like that last time. So it turns out that it was because Wen Yen reported the matter of you, young Miss Ruyan. To think that we were bewildered earlier and wondered why a new disciple like him would humiliate Wen Yen for no reason and not others. Meng Qi could not help but sigh as he spoke. When Duan Lingtian mentioned that he was looking for Gan Ruyan, Meng Qi and the other 2 silver flame elders from the prison hall immediately thought of Wen Yen, who was humiliated by Duan Lingtian. In the past, they thought Duan Lingtian was humiliating Wen Yen without any reason. But now, they didn't think so. This was because Duan Lingtian knew Gan Ruyen. Moreover, he seemed to be very close to Gan Ruyen. Otherwise, he would not have gone to the trouble of coming to the enforcement hall just to see Gan Ruyen. Moreover, although the salary that the enforcement hall gives to the true disciples on duty is quite high, to a true disciple like him who possesses 1 million contribution points, it's like a drop in the ocean. Meng Qi continued to say, "It seems like the reason he came to the enforcement hall is to see you, Miss Ru Yen. 1 million contribution points?" Gan Ru Yen was stunned when she heard Meng Qi's words. "What 1 million contribution points? Did you just say he has 1 million contribution points?" Gan Ru Yen was shocked. Duan Lingtian had 1 million contribution points? After all, she had only accumulated about 200,000 contribution points after practicing Zoroastrianism for so many years. Chapter 2041. Please search for the most complete information. Meng Qi did not dare to slack off when he heard Gan Ruyan's question. He quickly nodded in response. He hasn't been in the Zoroastrianism for long, right? How did he get so many contribution points? Gan Ruyan asked in confusion. She was shocked. When Meng Qi heard Gan Ruyan's question, he replied again, "Although he has only been in the Zoroastrianism for less than a year, almost everything that has happened in the sect has something to do with him." Meng Qi paused for a moment before he continued. "As for the 1 million contribution points, he earned them in the Hall of Life and Death when he first came to the Saint Land from the 4 symbols sanctums. Everything that has happened in the sect has something to do with him?" Gan Ruyen was stunned when she heard the first part of Meng Qi's sentence. Gan Ruyen was puzzled when she heard the second part of Meng Qi's sentence. Hall of Life and Death? Since when can one earn so many contribution points in the Hall of Life and Death? Why haven't I heard of such a good thing before? This matter started when he first came to the Black Turtle Sanctum, one of the 4 symbols sanctums of the Zoroastrianism. Meng Qi told Gan Ruyen about how Duan Lingtian had killed Yang Wu, the second son of the Northern Plethora sect's 5th elder, as soon as he arrived at the Zoroastrianism. He also mentioned that the eldest son of the Northern Plethora sect's 5th elder was the Zoroastrianism's true disciple, Yang Wen. There were more than 170 true disciples in total. Gan Ruyen had some impression of Yang Wen. However, although Yang Wen was also a true disciple like her, his strength was not enough to be listed on the true ranking. Therefore, she did not pay much attention to Yang Wen. Naturally, she did not pay much attention to a true disciple like Yang Wen. That Yang Wen is actually the eldest son of the Northern Plethora sect's 5th elder? When Gan Ruyen found out that Yang Wen was the eldest son of Yang Chong, the 5th elder of the Northern Plethora sect, she was a little surprised as well. She did not expect Yang Wen to be so secretive. Nobody had ever mentioned that he had such an identity before. Of course, even if Yang Wen was the son of the Northern Plethora sect's 5th elder, Gan Ruyen did not take it to heart. In terms of strength, Yang Wen was far inferior to her. In terms of background, Yang Wen couldn't even compare to her. It's precisely because Duan Lingtian killed Yang Wu that Yang Wen went to look for trouble with him as soon as he arrived at the Saint Land. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, challenged Yang Wen to a death duel as soon as he opened his mouth. In the end, the two of them went to the Hall of Life and Death and signed the life and death contract. When Meng Qi said this, he couldn't help but sigh. From the beginning, Yang Wen and the other Saint Land's disciples thought Duan Lingtian was deliberately mystifying things. However, reality gave them a resounding slap in the face. Yang Wen was killed by Duan Lingtian. Gan Ruyen was not surprised to hear that Yang Wen was killed by Duan Lingtian. She had just witnessed Duan Lingtian's strength. Even she was far from being a match for him, let alone Yang Wen, who was even weaker than her. As Meng Qi continued to explain in detail, Gan Ruyen also learned how Duan Lingtian obtained the 1 million contribution points. As it turned out, he had won the contribution points by betting on her victory in the Hall of Life and Death. The bow he took out is also not an ordinary item. Otherwise, Elder Nie Zue wouldn't have given him 200,000 contribution points as collateral. Gan Ruyen thought to herself. Nie Zue was from the same lineage as her and her master, Qinghua and Nie Zhe. In terms of seniority, Nie Zue, the custodian of the Hall of Life and Death, could be considered as her senior brother. For this reason, she knew Niezue very well. She knew that Niezue was a person who would not do anything without benefits. After learning about the origin of the 1 million contribution points in Duan Lingtian's hands, Gan Ruyan looked at Meng Qi and continued to ask, "You said earlier that he had something to do with all the commotion in the sect in the past year? What commotion? Tell me about it." Gan Ruyan asked further. Gan Ruyan was also curious about the commotion caused by Duan Lingtian. In the face of Gan Ruyan's repeated questions, Meng Qi patiently answered her and told her everything related to Duan Lingtian. Gan Ruyan's expression was very interesting as she listened to Meng Qi's narration. She did not expect Duan Lingtian would cause so many commotion in Zoroastrianism in less than a year. As soon as he entered the Black Turtle Sanctum, one of the 4 symbol sanctums of Zoroastrianism, he offended the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder, Lian. Then, he killed someone in the Vermilion Bird Sanctum, another one of the 4 symbol sanctums. Due to his blue innate spiritual root, he was pardoned by the Enforcement Hall. Wait a minute. Blue innate spiritual root? Are you saying his innate spiritual root is a blue innate spiritual root? When Meng Qi mentioned the grade of Duan Lingtian's innate spiritual root, Gan Ruyan immediately interrupted him with a shocked expression on her face. "Are you sure you're not mistaken?" "No." Meng Qi shook his head. His innate spiritual root should be a blue spiritual root. But don't tell me you think his innate spiritual root is only a yellow innate spiritual root? Yellow innate spiritual root? Gan Ruyan completely ignored the second half of Meng Qi's words. How could a person who was only 1 or 2 years older than her possess an innate spiritual root that was much stronger than her and had improved so quickly in just a few years? How could such a person possess a yellow innate spiritual root? In fact, Gan Ruyan did not think Duan Lingtian possessed a blue innate spiritual root. Based on Duan Lingtian's cultivation speed, his innate spiritual root should be at least an indigo innate spiritual root. It might even be a violet innate spiritual root. After all, she knew Duan Lingtian's strength very well a few years ago. Are you saying his innate spiritual root should be a blue innate spiritual root? Why did you add the word should? Gan Ruyan asked. Currently, there's a rumor in the sect that he knows how to conceal his innate spiritual root. If he's concealing his blue innate spiritual root, then his innate spiritual root might be an indigo innate spiritual root or higher, Meng Qi said. Then he added, "Of course, that's not realistic." Unrealistic? Gan Ruyan did not comment on Meng Qi's words. She was certain Duan Lingtian possessed an indigo or violet innate spiritual root. Gan Ruyan only began to waver when Meng Qi explained the source of Duan Lingtian's strength. His cultivation base is only at the early quintessential saint stage. He's able to defeat a powerhouse at the second form of the saint celestial stage because he has mastered 4 high-grade divine abilities and a strange sword technique. Gan Ruyan was stunned when she heard Meng Qi's words. Duan Lingtian's cultivation base was only at the early quintessential saint stage? This was shocking news to Gan Ruyan. In fact, when Duan Lingtian's unpredictable sword slashed at her, she felt as though she had just brushed shoulders with the Grim Reaper. At that time, she thought Duan Lingtian's cultivation base was at the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage or higher. However, Meng Qi was telling her that Duan Lingtian's cultivation base was only at the early quintessential saint stage. An early quintessential saint stage martial cultivator possessed strength comparable to a powerhouse at the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage. Although Gan Ruyan was unwilling to believe it, she had no choice but to believe it when Meng Qi continued. Duan Lingtian's strength was comparable to a powerhouse at the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage even though his cultivation base was only at the early quintessential saint stage. If his cultivation base is only at the early quintessential saint stage, his innate spiritual root might be a blue innate spiritual root. Gan Ruyan thought to herself. Soon after, Gan Ruyan learned another shocking news. Duan Lingtian was a 9-clawed dragon warrior. Naturally, she knew what a 9-clawed dragon warrior meant. However, She did not expect Duan Lingtian to be a 9-clawed dragon warrior. Wen Yan? She didn't dare to accept his challenge to a death duel? She was beaten into a pig's head in public? Ganru Yen felt proud when she heard about the conflict between Duan Lingtian and Wen Yan. It was as though she was the one who had humiliated Wen Yan and not Duan Lingtian. Sister, you've really found yourself a good man. He went into the tiger's den for you and even risked defending a golden flame elder to avenge you. At this moment, Ganru Yan's impression of Duan Lingtian changed drastically. Ganru Yan knew her place. Duan Lingtian did not teach Wen Yan a lesson because of her. He must have taught her a lesson because of her twin sister and her niece. However, a hint of dread appeared in Ganru Yan's eyes when she learned Duan Lingtian had offended Dong Lin in order to join the enforcement hall. Dong Lin was the only son of one of the vice hall masters in the enforcement hall. Duan Lingtian had offended him and would have to stay in the enforcement hall for a month. His life would not be easy in the future. Perhaps, Dong Lin was not as strong as Duan Lingtian, but he did not need to personally make a move in the enforcement hall if he wanted to take revenge on Duan Lingtian. Elder Meng Qi, I have a favor to ask of you. Ganru Yan looked at Meng Qi and said seriously, Miss Ru Yan, feel free to speak your mind. Meng Qi said with a smile on his face. To him, the woman before him was like a grandaunt. If he neglected her and Guardian Qinghua found out about it, then even if he didn't die, he would still lose a layer of skin as an elder of the enforcement hall. Please pass this voice transmission jade slip to my master on my behalf. Ganru Yan took out a voice transmission jade slip and transmitted her voice into it before passing it to Meng Qi. All right. Meng Qi agreed immediately after receiving the voice transmission jade slip. The message that Ganru Yan left in the voice transmission jade slip was very simple. She asked her master to take care of Duan Lingtian. Of course, she didn't reveal Duan Lingtian's identity as her brother-in-law. She only said he was a friend she'd gotten to know when she was training outside, and the reason he'd wantonly humiliated Wen Yan was because he was standing up for her. She had mentioned Wen Yan because she wanted her master to resonate with her against a common enemy. After all, her master hated Wen Yan to the core for reporting her. Chapter 2042. However, although her master hated Wen Yan, it was not convenient for him to make a move on her. After all, her master was one of the 3 great guardians of Zoroastrianism. If he made a move on a disciple of Zoroastrianism, people would laugh their heads off. At that time, the people of Zoroastrianism might even become the laughingstock of the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Duan Lingyan, this is all I can do for you. After Meng Qi left with the voice transmission jade slip, Ganru Yan, who was all alone, muttered to herself. Just as he was about to leave the prison hall with the voice transmission jade token that Ganru Yan had given him and was about to leave the enforcement hall, Duan Lingtian returned to the main hall of the enforcement hall. The first thing he did when he returned was to look for Lu Yun. He would never forget the promise he made to Lu Yu. Junior brother Lingtian, did you see the saint girl and her daughter? Lu Yun could not help but ask when he saw Duan Lingtian had returned. Duan Lingtian shook his head with a wry smile on his face. They're not with Ganru Yan. I only saw Ganru Yan. What a pity! Lu Yun sighed when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. At the same time, he began to console Duan Lingtian. Junior brother Lingtian, I'll find some time to ask my great-grandfather if I can help you find a chance to meet the saint girl and her daughter. Thank you, senior brother Lu Yun. Although Duan Lingtian knew it was almost impossible for Lu Yun to do what he said, he still thanked him. No matter what, Lu Yun had good intentions. Senior brother Lu Yun. After a series of expressions flashed across his face, Duan Lingtian gritted his teeth as though he had made up his mind. He looked at Lu Yun. Seeing Duan Lingtian suddenly looking over with a serious expression, Lu Yun could not help but be stunned. He asked in confusion, Junior brother Lingtian, do you have something to say? Senior brother Lu Yun, we might not have known each other for long, but we've already exchanged our hearts. Duan Lingtian's serious expression caused Lu Yun to shake his head and smile. However, Duan Lingtian's next sentence completely froze the smile on Lu Yun's face. Senior brother Lu Yun, from today onwards, let's not interact with each other anymore. It was precisely these words that caused the smile on Lu Yun's face to completely disappear. Subsequently, he looked at Duan Lingtian with an expression of disbelief. Junior Lingtian, what do you mean by this? Could it be that you feel that I, Lu Yun, am climbing up your social ladder by interacting with you? As he spoke, Lu Yun's tone changed. Of course not. Duan Lingtian knew that Lu Yun had misunderstood. He could not help but smile bitterly. Senior brother Lu Yun, in my heart, you'll always be my senior brother and my friend. However, you're not alone. You have a family behind you. Moreover, even if you were alone, I would still make the same decision today. Although I haven't been in Zoroastrianism for long, I've offended many people. Especially Dong Lin, who I've offended recently. His father is the Vice Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall. Although I'm not afraid of him, I don't want to drag you and your family down with me. Duan Lingtian's words were from the bottom of his heart. Did great-grandfather ask you to do this? Lu Yun's expression was slightly ugly as he asked in a deep voice. He could vaguely guess some things. Senior brother Lu Yun, there are some things that if I don't want to do, no one can persuade me or force me to do them. This decision is also my decision. The friendship between you and me, as well as the friendship between me and senior brother Lu Mu, will never change. However, based on the current situation, it's best for us to keep a distance. Duan Lingtian said seriously, I promise you, I'll definitely get rid of all the hidden dangers in the future. At that time, we'll drink and chat happily. We won't have to worry about our relationship anymore. Lu Yun's expression changed drastically when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. At most, I'll just leave the family. In the end, Lu Yun gritted his teeth and made the decision to leave the Lu family. This way, he would not have to worry about dragging the Lu family down with him. Senior brother Lu Yun, you can't do this. Duan Lingtian was shocked. However, his heart was filled with warmth. He did not expect Lu Yun would leave the Lu family for his friend and his family. In the end, it was Duan Lingtian who pretended to fall out with him. Only then did Lu Yun reluctantly agree to follow Duan Lingtian's instructions. That day, a shocking piece of news spread out from the enforcement hall's main hall. Duan Lingtian had a conflict with his old friend, Lu Yun, and injured him. After that, an elder of Lu Yun's family, the enforcement hall's Silver Flame elder Lu Yu, taught Duan Lingtian a lesson. Duan Lingtian and Lu Yun broke off their relationship and became strangers from then on. The entire Zoroastrianism Saint Land was in an uproar. Senior brother Duan Lingtian and senior brother Lu Yun broke off their relationship? Why is that so? Haven't both of them always been on good terms? Why did they break off just like that? Many disciples of the Holy Lands were dumbfounded when they heard the news. They had no idea what was going on. Brother Yun and junior brother Lingtian broke off their relationship? The person with the biggest reaction was none other than Lu Mu. Compared to his cousin, Lu Yun, he knew Duan Lingtian much earlier. It could be said that Lu Yun knew Duan Lingtian through him. In his impression, junior brother Lingtian was not someone who would create trouble out of nothing. In that case, could it be that it was his cousin's fault? Lu Mu was extremely anxious. He could not wait to go to the enforcement hall and ask Duan Lingtian and Lu Yun what was going on. However, Zoroastrianism elders and disciples could not enter the enforcement hall because of personal matters. For this reason, he could not go to the enforcement hall to look for Duan Lingtian and Lu Yun even if he wanted to. He could only wait until Duan Lingtian and Lu Yun's term of duty ended a month later. He could only ask them when they returned. In the enforcement hall's main hall. The main hall was huge. Dong Lin, the enforcement hall's bronze flame elder, lived in it as well. Duan Lingtian broke off with Lu Yun? Dong Lin was stunned when he heard the news. Then he sneered and said, Duan Lingtian, you're really a loner. It's not easy for you to make a friend, but you've fallen out with him just like that. Unfortunately, that elder Lu Yu was too lenient and didn't do anything to you. However, even if elder Lu Yu didn't do anything to you, it doesn't mean I'll do the same to you. The moment Dong Lin thought of this, he left his residence and the enforcement hall's main hall. The eastern side of the enforcement hall was the forbidden area of the enforcement hall. The hall master and a few vice hall masters of the enforcement hall usually cultivated there. Naturally, this was a forbidden area for the ordinary enforcement hall's elders and disciples. They were not allowed to enter without reason. However, Dong Lin was an exception. This was because he was the only son of Dong Yuanjin, one of the 3 vice hall masters of the enforcement hall. Nobody would say anything even if he entered and left this place frequently. In a quiet valley, birds were chirping and flowers were fragrant. There was a waterfall in the north, and one could vaguely hear the sound of water splashing from the waterfall. In the open space in front of the waterfall, there was a mansion. The mansion was surrounded by mountains and water. It looked very comfortable. A gust of wind blew past, and Dong Lin appeared in front of the mansion. "Young master." As soon as Dong Lin appeared in front of the mansion, a figure gradually materialized in front of him. It was an old man dressed in plain clothes. The old man was skinny, and he looked inconspicuous as he stood there like a withered tree. Elder Yang. Even someone as arrogant as Dong Lin had to greet such an inconspicuous old man respectfully when he saw him. The old man in front of him was his father's servant. However, he knew very well in his heart. This old man's strength was not much weaker than his father's. In Zoroastrianism, he would definitely be a golden flame elder. "Young master, you're here to look for master?" the old man asked. His voice was slightly hoarse as though he was about to die. Dong Lin nodded. At the same time, a hint of hatred flashed in his eyes. Dong Yuanjin was one of the 3 vice hall masters of the enforcement hall. He was a middle-aged man with a sturdy body. He stood in the backyard of the mansion like an iron tower. "Father." Dong Lin, who was led to the backyard by Elder Yang, bowed respectfully when he saw Dong Yuanjin. Usually, Dong Yuanjin was very strict in front of Dong Lin. Although he doted on his son a lot, he would still put on a stern face to help his son grow. He was afraid his son would slack off in his cultivation because he was too fond of him. That was not something he wanted to see. In this world where the strong were respected, the strong were the ones who ruled. Before he broke through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, he would eventually die of old age. It was impossible for him to protect his son forever. "Father." Dong Lin opened his mouth but was interrupted by Dong Yuanjin before he could finish his words. "Are you here to ask me to send someone to teach that Duan Lingtian a lesson?" Dong Yuanjin interrupted Dong Lin and asked calmly. His wise eyes seemed to be able to see through everything. "Yes." Dong Lin gritted his teeth and nodded in the end. "As your father, logically speaking, I hope that you can use your own strength to solve this matter. However, I heard that kid called Duan Lingtian is very strange, and you're not a match for him." Based on Dong Yuanjin's words, it was obvious he had heard of Duan Lingtian. Naturally, he did not think much of Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's strength was comparable to a powerhouse at the 2nd form of the Saint Celestial stage and was comparable to a powerhouse at the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage. However, as one of the vice hall masters of the enforcement hall of Zoroastrianism, Dong Yuanjin was much stronger than most golden flame elders. He was close to breaking through to the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Chapter 2043. I'm useless. I've embarrassed you, father. Upon hearing Dong Yuanjin's words, Dong Lin lowered his head in shame. However, his eyes gleamed coldly. Naturally, the coldness in his eyes was not directed at his father. It was directed at Duan Lingtian. If it was not for Duan Lingtian, he would not have come to his father to avenge him. If he had not come to his father to avenge him, he would not have heard his father's words that were filled with disappointment. From the beginning until the end, Dong Lin resented Duan Lingtian. He did not expect it was all because he was useless. Moreover, he was not the one who provoked Duan Lingtian first. If he had a backbone, he could have relied on his own efforts to cultivate and seek revenge. Why would he come to his father for help? Your innate spiritual root is the same as his. Both of you have a blue innate spiritual root. I hope you'll be able to defeat him with your own strength one day instead of coming to me to teach him a lesson. Dong Yuanjin looked at Dong Lin solemnly and said, As for this time, I'll ask Elder Yang to speak to Tiandong. You can look for Tiandong tomorrow. Elder Tiandong. Upon hearing Dong Yuanjin's words, Dong Lin's eyes lit up immediately. An excited expression could be seen on his face. Tiandong was the first Silver Flame Elder of the Enforcement Hall. He had received his father's favor in the past and was considered one of his subordinates. How could Dong Lin not be excited when he heard his father was going to ask Tiandong to teach Duan Lingtian a lesson? When Dong Yuanjin saw that Dong Lin was so excited after hearing his words, a hint of disappointment appeared in his eyes. He shook his head, turned around, and left the backyard to return to his residence. Although he was disappointed, there was nothing he could do. After all, Dong Lin was his only son. He was everything to him. Regardless of whether his son was useful or not, Dong Lin was his lifeblood and everything to him. Naturally, he could not stand it when someone bullied his son. Although Duan Lingtian had bullied his son, he did not cross the line. Due to this reason, it was inconvenient for him to make a move. Farewell, father. At the same time, Dong Lin regained his senses and said respectfully as he watched Dong Yuanjin leave. Elder Yang, I'll go back first. I'll look for Elder Tiandong tomorrow. You must remember to look for Elder Tiandong today. Before leaving, Dong Lin looked at Elder Yang and reminded him. I'll go now. It wasn't until he saw Old Man Yang rising into the air that Dong Lin left in satisfaction. Looking at Dong Lin's back, Elder Yang let out a long sigh and muttered, It's no wonder that master is disappointed with the young master. Duan Lingtian was naturally unaware that Dong Lin had gone to look for his father, the vice hall master of the enforcement hall, Dong Yuanjin, to stand up for him. Right now, Duan Lingtian was seriously cultivating on the 4th floor of the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda. His next goal was to break through to the intermediate exemplary saint stage. In that case, he would be able to defeat ordinary powerhouses at the 2nd form of the Saint Celestial stage even without using the Jasper Celestial Sword. Naturally, he would only be able to defeat ordinary powerhouses at the 2nd form of the Saint Celestial stage. Even if he had broken through to the intermediate exemplary saint stage, he would still be no match for powerhouses at the 2nd form of the Saint Celestial stage like Wen Yen if he did not use the Jasper Celestial Sword. He would not be able to defeat powerhouses at the same level as Ganru Yen. In terms of strength, powerhouses at the 2nd form of the Saint Celestial stage were divided. For example, Ganru Yen could barely be ranked on the Supreme Saint ranking in the Dao Martial Saint Land. On the other hand, powerhouses like Wen Yen and Lu Yun were not even qualified to be ranked on the Supreme Saint ranking. If I break through to the intermediate exemplary saint stage, I should be able to defeat senior brother Lu Yun without using the Jasper Celestial Sword. If I break through to the mastery exemplary saint stage, I should be able to defeat Wen Yen without using the Jasper Celestial Sword. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. As for Ker's sister, Ganru Yen, who's a powerhouse at the 2nd form of the Saint Celestial stage, I'm afraid I'll have to break through to the peak of the exemplary saint stage to defeat her without using the Jasper Celestial Sword. Duan Lingtian had not wasted his time in the saint land of Zoroastrianism. He now had a clear understanding of the strength levels of powerhouses at the 2nd form of the Saint Celestial stage. Ganru Yen isn't even at the peak of the 2nd form of the Saint Celestial stage. I'll have to break through to the intermediate quintessential saint stage if I want to defeat a powerhouse at the peak of the 2nd form of the Saint Celestial stage without using the Jasper Celestial Sword. Duan Lingtian was well aware of this as well. Although the 2nd form of the Saint Celestial stage was just a cultivation base, there was a huge difference between those at the peak of the 2nd form of the Saint Celestial stage and those who had just broken through to the 2nd form of the Saint Celestial stage. The gap between each of the 9 forms of the Saint Celestial stage was huge. It was comparable to the gap between the exemplary saint stage and the quintessential saint stage and the divine saint stage and the exemplary saint stage. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian's cultivation speed was insane. He knew he had to raise his cultivation base as soon as possible if he wanted to rescue Ker and their daughter. He wanted to be strong enough to rescue Kerr and their daughter before the sect leader of Zoroastrianism came out of closed-door cultivation. Otherwise, who knew what would happen after the sect leader of Zoroastrianism came out of closed-door cultivation? Duan Lingtian did not want any unforeseen circumstances to happen. The night passed by quickly. To Duan Lingtian, one night in the outside world was equivalent to 5 days in the 4th level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Due to this reason, he also cultivated properly. His cultivation base was getting closer and closer to the intermediate exemplary saint stage. Just as Duan Lingtian was about to leave his residence in the main hall of the enforcement hall and head to the patrol post on the west side of the enforcement hall, a voice rang out. In a mysterious, eerie, and strange place, Zhu Luqi cut a sorry figure. That was right. Zhu Luqi was the former palace master of Heaven Palace in the Debussyi's subterranean quasi-third-rate force, the mystical Sky Mansion. Due to the fact that he had cultivated the devouring dark devil technique, he was no longer tolerated by the people in the Debussyi subterranean. However, he had followed Duan Lingtian to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land and joined one of the 3 great sects, Zoroastrianism. He had even joined the White Tiger Sanctum, one of the 4 symbols sanctums of Zoroastrianism. Before Duan Lingtian entered the Zoroastrianism Saint Land, he had asked the Black Turtle Sanctum's enforcement elder, Guxiong, to help him send Zhu Luqi to the interprovince transportation formation in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land so that he could send Zhu Luqi back to the Debussyi subterranean. Duan Lingtian had asked Zhu Luqi to return to the Debussyi subterranean because he wanted Zhu Luqi to inform the Azure Cloud Mansion. After all, he had offended Lian in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land because of Zoroastrianism. Moreover, he had formed a feud with Yang Chong, the 5th elder of the Northern Plethora sect, a first-rate force in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Now that he had exposed his identity as a 9-clawed dragon warrior, Li In and Yang Chong would most likely guess that he was from the lower province. If Li In or Yang Chong sent someone to the lower province to investigate, they would be able to find out about his background in just a short time. This was because although not everyone in the lower province knew about his name, Duan Lingtian, in the Debussyi subterranean, there were many people who knew about it. Whether it was Li En or Yang Chong, as long as they sent someone to the lower province, they would definitely find out he was from the quasi-third-rate force, the Azure Cloud Mansion. At that time, the Azure Cloud Mansion would definitely be annihilated. Under such circumstances, Duan Lingtian chose to send Zhu Luqi back to the Azure Cloud Mansion in the Debussyi subterranean first to report the matter. Duan Lingtian believed that as long as his father, Duan Ruffing, received the news in advance, he would definitely be able to arrange everything in a short time and successfully avoid the annihilation. However, Duan Lingtian did not expect this at all. After Zhu Luqi entered the interprovince transportation formation, something unexpected happened. He was not sent to the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Instead, he was sent to a mysterious, eerie, and strange place. This place was filled with a grayish haze. The sky here was dark. There was no distinction between day and night. Recently, Zhu Luqi had already gotten used to this. What's this place? It doesn't seem like the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land nor the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Zhu Luqi raised his head to look at the sky. A blood-red moon hung in the sky as though it was dyed in blood. It was extremely eerie and strange. It was the moon that lit up the dark sky. The heaven and earth spirit energy here is even worse than the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Moreover, I feel like I've been walking around here for a few months, but I haven't seen a single living person at all. Let alone a human, I haven't even seen a single beast. Walking in the barren forest in a daze, Zhu Luqi felt extremely depressed as he walked past the withered trees. He felt like he was going crazy. Since there was no distinction between day and night here, he did not know how long he had been here. However, it felt like a long time had passed. It felt like a few months. Naturally, the truth was that Zhu Luqi had not been here for that long. It was just that the atmosphere here was too eerie and strange. Moreover, he could not see any living things. As time passed, he began to feel extremely frustrated. He felt like he had been here for a long time. Zhu Luqi felt disgusted by this place from the bottom of his heart. However, he did not know how to get back. What's going on with the inter-province transportation formation? Why did I end up in such a godforsaken place? What's this place? Zhu Luqi was extremely frustrated. He was on the verge of breaking down. However, when he was on the verge of breaking down, he calmed down a little and carefully observed his surroundings. In the end, he realized he seemed to be walking in the same spot all the way. The scenery he experienced kept repeating. It was as though he was trapped in a dead end. Illusory formation? At this moment, Zhu Luqi's heart jolted. At the same time, he came to a halt and did not continue to move forward. This was because he realized it would be useless even if he continued to move forward. In the end, he was still walking in the same spot. This fellow seems to have noticed me. Chapter 2044. As soon as the voice rang in the air, two monsters with the heads of cows and the bodies of humans shrouded in black mist appeared in front of Zhu Luqi. Zhu Luqi also discovered that he was in a different place. Apart from the dark sky and the blood-red moon, the withered trees and the barren forest had disappeared. He was now in a barren valley. The two monsters standing in the air in front of him were staring at him with their blood-red eyes that were as big as gongs. "Who are you?" Zhu Luqi felt his scalp tingle as he looked at the two monsters in front of him. Both of them were extremely dangerous. Moreover, the devil chi they emitted was even purer and more exaggerated than a devil cultivator like him. Human. Upon hearing Zhu Luqi's words, the two monsters looked at each other and saw shock in each other's eyes. He said, "Human?" One of the monsters asked excitedly. "Yes." The other monster was excited as well. When I used the seduction technique earlier, I noticed the devil chi in his body was not pure. As it turns out, he's a human. Why would a human appear in the exiled realm? Could it be that he's from the Saint Province realm? According to the ancient legends, apart from the Devata realms and the mundane realms, only the Saint Province realm, which is adjacent to the exiled realm, has humans in the mundane realm. However, isn't there a spatial barrier between the exiled realm and the Saint Province realm? Haven't we, the powerhouses of the exiled plane, dreamt of breaking that barrier for hundreds of thousands of years, but we've never succeeded? Could it be that this human discovered the spatial barrier and came here from the Saint Province realm? The two monsters with the heads of cows and the bodies of humans discussed as though there was no one else around. When their words entered Zhu Luqi's ears, he was confused. He had heard of the Devata realms and the mundane realms. However, he had never heard of the exiled realm or the Saint Province realm. Of course, he also vaguely realized the Saint Province realm mentioned by the two cow-headed men was the Dao Martial Saint land where he was originally from. However, he had never heard of the exiled realm when he was in the Dao Martial Saint land. "You're not human? Then what exactly are you?" Taking a deep breath, Zhu Luqi mustered up his courage and asked. He was too curious about the identity of the two monsters in front of him. Judging by their tone, they were not humans at all. Besides, Zhu Luqi did not think they were saint beasts. Generally speaking, saint beasts would either be in their beast form or human form. They would never appear in such a strange form. This was the first time he had seen such a monster with the head of a cow and the body of a human. Not only was this the first time he had seen one, he had never even heard of such a monster that was neither human nor beast. "Guess what we are?" The two monsters began to talk again. "Has he never heard of devils?" "I think he hasn't. Otherwise, he would have recognized us as devils. He can't even recognize us as devils. Does this mean he won't be able to recognize us as members of the Ox Devil clan? That's for sure." The conversation between the two monsters with the head of a cow and the body of a human entered Zhu Luqi's ears. Horror dawned on Zhu Luqi immediately. "Devils? You're devils?" When Zhu Luqi looked at the two monsters again, it was as though he had just seen a ghost. He exclaimed, "If both of you are devils, don't tell me this is the land of exile, the homeland of the legendary devils in our Dao Martial Saint land?" Zhu Luqi had learned about the land of exile when he was in the White Tiger Sanctum of Zoroastrianism. Other than cultivating, he also liked to flip through all kinds of ancient books and records. When he was in the White Tiger Sanctum, he had read a very ancient book that introduced the land of exile. According to legend, a long time ago, there was a great human-devil war in the Dao Martial Saint Land. It was said that during that era, a group of devils came from a place that the people of the Dao Martial Saint Land had never heard of before and invaded the Dao Martial Saint Land. That era was also known as the Human Devil Era. And the place where those demons came from was also known as the Land of Exile. During the Human Devil Era, the Great Human Devil War had almost turned the world upside down. Although the humans managed to defeat the devils in the end, it also caused a great reshuffle in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Many powerful forces disappeared and ceased to exist. It was also at that time that the three great sects were born. Devil cultivators began to appear at that time as well. Devil cultivators were human martial and Dao cultivators who had mastered some of the devil clan's cultivation techniques. As time went by, the devils returned to the land of exile and no longer showed themselves. The peaceful days caused the people of the Dao Martial Saint Land to gradually forget about the devils who had invaded their homeland. In the end, the Dao Martial Saint Land was divided into two, the Upper Province and the Upper Province. At that time, everything about the land of exile and the devils was gradually forgotten by the people of the Dao Martial Saint Land. It was only recorded in words that existed in the three great sections. Legend has it that the reason the devils were able to invade the Dao Martial Saint Land from the land of exile was because they had spent 1,000,000 years to set up an earth-shattering devil formation that broke the space barrier between the land of exile and the Dao Martial Saint Land. Zhu Luqi recalled the words he had read in the book. In the end, the Great Human Devil War broke out. The devils were defeated and were chased back to the land of exile. At that time, the powerful figures among the humans had set up a grand sealing formation to forcefully seal the gap in the space barrier. If the devils wanted to make a comeback, they would have to spend at least a few 100,000 years or even a few million years before they could break the space barrier again. However, it has only been a few 100,000 years since the Human Devil Era. Does this mean that I was sent to the land of exile by a faulty interdomain teleportation formation? Zhu Luqi's expression turned grave when he thought about this. Not even in his wildest dreams did he think he would be so unlucky one day. The land of exile was not a good place for him. Dao Martial Saint Land? The two Minotaurs heard Zhu Luqi's exclamation and turned to look at Zhu Luqi. Legend has it that the Dao Martial Saint Land is the main continent of the Saint Province realm. It seems like he's really from the Saint Province realm. Let's bring him back to our clan. Perhaps we'll be able to find a passage to the Saint Province realm through him. Legend has it that the Saint Province realm is very rich. Not only is the cultivation environment 100 or 1,000 times better than the land of exile, but it's also filled with countless saint stones and mineral resources. At this point, the two monsters' eyes lit up as they looked at Zhu Luqi. As soon as the two Minotaurs finished speaking, Zhu Luqi made his move, intending to escape. However, before he could take more than a few steps, one of the Minotaurs caught up to him and grabbed him like an eagle catching a chick. Their strength was not on the same level at all. Both of the Minotaurs were 3 meters tall. One of the Minotaurs carried Zhu Luqi as though he was carrying a very light item. "Let's go. Bring him back to the clan." Then, the two Minotaurs carried Zhu Luqi away. Based on their conversation, it was clear they were members of the Ox Devil clan in the Devil clans. They were two Ox Devils. "Duan Lingnan, I'm afraid I won't be able to help you inform your clan anymore." When Zhu Luqi was captured by the two Ox Devils, he was already prepared to die. He felt helpless when he thought about Duan Lingtian's request. At this moment, he could only hope that Duan Lingtian would go to the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land to warn his clan. Naturally, he knew it was impossible. As the saying went, there are always exceptions. While Zhu Luqi was being brought back to the Ox Devil clan by the two Ox Devils, Lian, the first Silver Flame Elder of the Black Turtle Sanctum, one of the 4 symbols sanctums of Zoroastrianism, had arrived at the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land with the people Yang Chong, the 5th Elder of the Northern Plethora sect, had arranged for him. "Greetings, lords." The watchers from the Dao Martial Saint Land quickly bowed respectfully when they saw Lian and the others who were charging at them menacingly. He was only an early quintessential Saint stage martial cultivator. However, even the weakest person in this group of people was at the Saint Celestial stage or above. As someone who came from a first-rate force in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land and had seen much of the world, he could sense this. Have you seen this person before? Lian raised his hand and opened a portrait. It was a handsome young man in the portrait. The portrait showed Duan Ling Tian's appearance after he had disguised himself. It was also his appearance when he was in the fire worship sect. It's very likely that he's from the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. If he's from the lower province, you must have seen him before. Do you find him familiar? Lian asked in a deep voice. His aura surged out and pressed down on the watcher of the WCI subterranean. The watcher's face turned pale. However, he shook his head in the end. I've never seen him before. And what he said was indeed the truth. He's called Duan Ling Tian. Are you sure you've never seen him before? Lian asked again. Duan Ling Tian? Chapter 2045. What? You know about the Duan Ling Tian? Although the surprise in the WCI subterranean watcher's eyes only flashed for a moment, it was still noticed by Lian, who was observant. When he spoke again, a powerful aura surged out of Lian's body again and pressed down on the watcher. The moment the watcher's face turned pale, Lian's spiritual energy had already extended out and entered the watcher's mind domineeringly. He cast the soul-searching secret tactic. The moment the soul-searching secret tactic was cast, it directly controlled the watcher's mind. You know the Duan Ling Tian? Lian asked in a deep voice after he controlled the watcher. Yes. The watcher, whose eyes were blank and had a blank expression on his face, nodded immediately when he heard Lian's question. His expression was dull as though he had lost his soul. When Lian heard the watcher's words, his eyes lit up immediately. However, his expression turned grave at the same time. Then why did you say you've never seen the person in the portrait when I asked you if you've seen him before? I've never seen the person in the portrait before. The watcher replied. The Duan Ling Tian you know doesn't look like that? When Lian heard the watcher's words, he could not help but frown. Could it be that the Duan Ling Tian the watcher knew was not the same person as the Duan Ling Tian who practiced Zoroastrianism? Lian was certain that the Duan Ling Tian who practiced Zoroastrianism did not have any signs of disguise on his face. He was also certain that the watcher before him had already cast the soul-searching secret tactic on him. It was impossible for him to lie to him. He doesn't look like that. When the watcher heard Lian's question, he continued to reply dully. He said bluntly that the Duan Ling Tian he knew was not the person in the portrait in Lian's hand. Tell me about the Duan Ling Tian you know. Tell me everything you know. Don't hide anything from me. Lian asked further. Although Lian was almost certain that the Duan Ling Tian he was looking for was not the same person as the Duan Ling Tian mentioned by the watcher, he could not help but want to confirm it further. Logically speaking, a name like Duan Ling Tian was not common. Most importantly, since the watcher knew the Duan Ling Tian, it meant that the Duan Ling Tian he mentioned was not an ordinary person in the WCI subterranean. And the Duan Ling Tian of Zoroastrianism was no ordinary person. Lian subconsciously felt that it couldn't be so coincidental. They're both called Duan Ling Tian, and they're both so extraordinary. It was because of this that he continued to question the person in front of him. Currently, the watcher in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land was affected by Lian's soul-searching secret tactic. Naturally, he would tell Lian everything he knew. Following that, he began to recount everything about Duan Ling Tian in his memory in full detail. From the Guardian, Lian learned that the Duan Ling Tian of the WCI subterranean was a peerless genius. Naturally, the peerless genius referred to the peerless genius of the WCI subterranean. In the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, only those with violet innate spiritual roots were qualified to be called peerless geniuses. Not long ago, he went from the lower province to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land through the inter-province transportation formation. Lian's eyes lit up when he heard that the Duan Ling Tian of the WCI subterranean had gone to the upper province not long ago. He knows a mysterious disguising secret tactic. Ordinary people won't be able to see through his disguise even if they use their divine consciousness or spiritual energy. When Lian learned about this from the Watcher, he was certain of it. The Duan Lingtian the Watcher mentioned was none other than the Duan Lingtian who had offended him during the Zoroastrianism. However, the Duan Lingtian of the Zoroastrianism had used the disguising secret tactic to disguise himself. Due to the unique disguising secret tactic that Duan Lingtian had mastered, even he could not see through the Duan Lingtian's disguise. Duan Lingtian is the young mansion master of the Azure Cloud Mansion, a quasi-third-rate force in the Debussy subterranean? Li An's eyes gleamed coldly when he confirmed the two Duan Lingtian were the same person. Does this mean his family is in the Azure Cloud Mansion? Where's the Azure Cloud Mansion? Lian asked in a slightly anxious tone as he looked at the Watcher. After Lian obtained the answer from the Watcher, he immediately soared into the sky and flew toward the Azure Cloud Mansion at lightning speed. The group of Saints celestial stage powerhouses sent by Yang Chong, the fifth elder of the Northern Plethora sect, to follow Li and also soared into the sky and followed him. The group of people made their way to the Azure Cloud Mansion in a mighty manner. At this moment, the Azure Cloud Mansion was quiet. The people inside were completely unaware that a bloody storm was about to befall them. A huge crisis was about to engulf the Azure Cloud Mansion, a third-rate force in the Debussy subterranean. Duan Lingtian, who was in the Zoroastrianism in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, was completely unaware of this. He thought his father, Duan Ruffing, would immediately bring his family and friends away from the Azure Cloud Mansion and hide since Zhu Luqi had informed him. However, it did not cross his mind that Duan Lingtian would be teleported to the Azure Cloud Mansion. When Zhu Luqi was using the inter-province transportation formation, he was accidentally sent to the Land of Exile where the devils were gathered. The Land of Exile was a realm that was adjacent to the Dao Martial Saint Land and the three great mortal realms. Both realms belonged to the same mundane realm. Naturally, the Dao Martial Saint Land referred to the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. As for the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, it was a pseudo-realm that included the Dao Martial Saint Land and the three great mortal realms. Due to the fact that Zhu Luqi was sent to the Land of Exile, Duan Ruffing and the others who were in the Azure Cloud Mansion did not receive any news at all. They were completely unaware that a huge crisis was about to befall them. It's really boring to patrol the enforcement hall. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was on patrol duty in the enforcement hall. For the next month, he would be patrolling the enforcement hall's area. All of a sudden, Duan Lingtian, who was patrolling, seemed to have noticed something as he looked in the direction of the enforcement hall's main palace. Almost as soon as Duan Lingtian looked over, two figures shot over and appeared near him in just a blink of an eye. Dong Lin. When the two figures came to a halt, Duan Lingtian immediately recognized one of them. It was Dong Lin, who had made things difficult for him in the Fire Remuneration Palace. He was also the only son of Dong Yuanjin, the Vice Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall. Apart from Dong Lin, Duan Lingtian did not recognize the other person. He was a middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance and a medium build. He was the type of person who would not stand out in a crowd. Currently, he was looking at Duan Lingtian calmly when he appeared in front of Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian could not tell what his purpose was. It's Elder Dong Lin. My goodness! It's Elder Tian Dong. Why is he here? Almost as soon as Dong Lin and the middle-aged man appeared near Duan Lingtian, the few bronze flame elders who were patrolling the area began to approach as well. As they spoke, their tone was filled with astonishment. Elder Tian Dong? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow when he heard the bronze flame elder's words. He was familiar with the name Tian Dong. Yesterday, before he cut ties with Lu Yun, he had also heard Lu Yun mention this name. Tian Dong was one of the best among the Zoroastrianism's silver flame elders. In terms of strength, he could be ranked in the top 3 among the silver flame elders. In the Zoroastrianism's enforcement hall, Tian Dong was undoubtedly the first silver flame elder. The first silver flame elder of the enforcement hall. For this reason, Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised when he found out the middle-aged man standing next to Dong Lin was Tian Dong. He did not expect Dong Lin to be able to find this enforcement hall's elder to help him. To be more precise, he did not expect Dong Lin's father to be so influential to be able to get an enforcement hall's elder to help Dong Lin. Before Duan Lingtian found out about Tian Dong's identity, he had already guessed that the middle-aged man who came with Dong Lin was Dong Lin's helper to deal with him. Everything was going according to his plan. After he arrived at the enforcement hall, Dong Lin would definitely find someone to cause trouble for him. Although he might not be able to kill him or even cripple him, he would definitely torture him. Duan Lingtian, we meet again. Dong Lin looked at Duan Lingtian with a smug smile on his face. His eyes were burning with fire as though they could burn everything. At this moment, Dong Lin no longer had the servile attitude he had when he apologized to Duan Lingtian earlier. It was as though he was a villain intoxicated by success. The reason he dared to behave in this manner in front of Duan Lingtian was, naturally, because he had Tian Dong by his side to help him. With Tian Dong around, he could only stand up straight. Otherwise, he would not have dared to be so arrogant in front of Duan Lingnan. Yes, we meet again. Facing the smug Dong Lin, Duan Lingtian remained calm. He did not show any signs of fear because Dong Lin had Tian Dong as his helper. Duan Lingnan, do you know why I'm here today? When Dong Lin saw how calm Duan Lingtian was, he felt a wave of displeasure. However, he forced a smile on his face and asked, "What's the matter?" "You must have found a helper to teach me a lesson." Duan Lingtian replied nonchalantly. "You know?" Dong Lin was stunned when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Then he asked, "Since you know, aren't you afraid? Don't you know who this person next to me is?" "I know who he is." As soon as Dong Lin finished speaking, Duan Lingtian looked at the middle-aged man next to Dong Lin and said nonchalantly, "Duan Lingtian, the first silver flame elder of the enforcement hall." Duan Lingtian's words stunned Dong Lin and the few bronze flame elders who were watching from afar. Chapter 2046. Although Duan Lingtian was not as stunned as Dong Lin and the few bronze flame elders, there was a slight change in the way he looked at Duan Lingtian. The name, Duan Lingtian, was not unfamiliar to him. He had also heard about the things Duan Lingtian had done after he came to Zoroastrianism. Just like most of the silver flame elders of Zoroastrianism, he had the thought of taking Duan Lingtian as his direct disciple. However, he later learned that Duan Lingtian already had a rogue cultivator as his master, and he had declared that he would not take another person as his master until he received his master's permission. Therefore, he gave up on the idea. This news had been circulating among the higher-ups of Zoroastrianism for a long time, and he was well aware of it. "Duan Ling, how dare you?" At this moment, Dong Lin, who had come to his senses, looked at Duan Lingtian and suddenly shouted, "You know Elder Tian Dong's honorable status, yet you still dare to call him by his name. Do you know that you are being disrespectful to Elder Tian Dong?" Following Dong Lin's shout, Tian Dong looked at Duan Lingtian with a cold gaze. The temperature of the air around them seemed to have dropped by a few degrees. Of course, the reason why Tian Dong had such a huge change in an instant was not because of the great disrespect that Dong Lin had mentioned. He only had one purpose for coming here today: teach Duan Lingtian a lesson and vent Dong Lin's anger. When the bronze flame elders saw this, they could not help but feel a chill down their spines. They had long heard of the conflict between Duan Lingtian and Dong Lin. Today, when they saw Dong Lin and Duan Lingtian together, they knew Dong Lin was here to take revenge on Duan Lingtian. His confidence came from Elder Tian Dong, the first silver flame elder of the enforcement hall. Apart from being the first elder of the enforcement hall, Tian Dong was also ranked in the top 3 among the silver flame elders of Zoroastrianism. He was also very famous on the Supreme Saint ranking. He was ranked at the 109th place. Most importantly, as elders of the enforcement hall, they had long heard about this. Elder Tian Dong was actually a mad dog under the command of Dong Yuanjin, the vice hall master of the enforcement hall. He would bite whoever Dong Yuanjin ordered him to bite. It was appropriate to describe him as quiet as a virgin, but when he moved, he was like a mad dog. "Duan Lingtian, As soon as Dong Lin's words left his mouth, Tian Dong snorted coldly and took a step forward. A powerful aura surged out of his body and shrouded Duan Lingtian as though he was going to crush him. Unfortunately, Duan Lingtian's aura at the fourth form of the Saint's celestial stage did not affect Duan Lingtian at all. Duan Lingtian did not even need to mobilize the Sun Saint origin in his body. He only needed to release the sword force from the Sovereign Heart Sword to break Tian Dong's aura apart. Tian Dong's aura was no longer a threat to Duan Lingtian. A hint of surprise could be seen in the depth of Tian Dong's eyes when he saw this. Duan Lingtian does have some tricks up his sleeve. However, since he has offended Lord Vice Hallmaster, he'll suffer a fate worse than death today. Dong Lin's eyes gleamed coldly as he thought to himself. The order he received was, find all excuses to teach Duan Lingtian a lesson and make Duan Lingtian suffer a fate worse than death. Ever since I, Tian Dong, became the Silver Flame Elder of Zoroastrianism, this is my first time hearing a Zoroastrianism disciple address me by my name. How dare you? Since you don't know your place, I'll have to teach you a lesson on behalf of your wandering cultivator master. As Tian Dong spoke, he stepped toward Duan Lingtian. In the eyes of the Bronze Flame Elders, every step he took was as heavy as 1,000,000 pounds. It was as if a giant hammer was pounding on their chests, causing their hearts to be in their throats. In their opinion, Duan Lingtian, I'm afraid you're out of luck today. It was obvious that Tian Dong was here to stand up for Dong Lin. Now that he had found an excuse, he would definitely take advantage of it until he achieved his goal. Rogue Cultivator Master? Upon hearing Tian Dong's words, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be taken aback. Of course, he was only stunned for a moment. The next moment, he realized, the Black Turtle Sanctum's enforcement elder, Guxiong, must have spread the news that he had a rogue cultivator master. Otherwise, it was impossible for Tian Dong to know that his master was a rogue cultivator. In the entire Zoroastrianism, Duan Lingtian had only told Guxiong that his master was a rogue cultivator. He had also told Guxiong that he would not acknowledge anyone else as his master before he obtained his master's permission. He had told Guxiong this because Guxiong wanted to recommend him to the sanctum leader of the Black Turtle Sanctum so that he could become the direct disciple of the sanctum leader of the Black Turtle Sanctum. Unfortunately, Duan Lingtian already had a master. He was the Sword Saint Feng Qingyang. Although Duan Lingtian had not met his master yet, he was very grateful to him. It was all because of the Supreme Sword Dao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword, that he was able to reach where he was today in such a short time. It was precisely because of this that it was impossible for him to acknowledge another person as his master before obtaining the permission of that master. This is good as well. Since Elder Guxiong has spread the news, I don't think anyone else would want to be my master, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. At this moment, Duan Lingtian did not feel disgusted by the Black Turtle Sanctum's enforcement elder Guxiong for spreading the news. Instead, he felt grateful. Humph. When Duan Lingtian regained his senses, he looked at Tian Dong who was walking toward him. His eyes turned cold immediately as he said coldly, if you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext. You, Tian Dong, know better than anyone else why you and Dong Lin have come here together. Since you're here to stand up for Dong Lin, why should I be courteous to you? Perhaps, in the eyes of others, you're the high and mighty first Silver Flame Elder of the Enforcement Hall. However, in the eyes of me, Duan Lingtian, you're just a lackey. Duan Lingtian's words were loud and clear. Gasp, gasp, gasp. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the few Enforcement Hall's Bronze Flame Elders who were watching could not help but gasp in unison. In the next instant, they looked at Duan Lingtian as though they had seen a ghost. Although most people in the Enforcement Hall did not know that Tian Dong was Vice Hall Master Dong Yuanjin's lackey, no one dared to reveal this in front of Tian Dong. In this regard, Duan Lingtian was definitely the first person to do so. Duan Lingtian is crazy. Is he seeking death? Perhaps he thinks Elder Tian Dong won't show him any mercy today. That's why he's going all out. The few Bronze Flame Elders thought to themselves. There was a hint of pity in their eyes when they looked at Duan Lingtian. When Dong Lin heard what Duan Lingtian said to Duan Lingtian, he was stunned. It was apparent he did not expect Duan Lingtian would be so crazy as to speak to Elder Tian Dong in such a manner. Moreover, he even called Elder Tian Dong a lackey. Duan Lingtian, you can't blame anyone else for seeking death. A hint of gloating could be seen in Dong Lin's eyes when he looked at Duan Lingtian. What did you call me? As the person involved, Tian Dong could not help but freeze when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He only regained his senses after a while. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, there was a terrifying gleam in his eyes. Upon hearing Tian Dong's question, the few enforcement hall's bronze flame elders shifted their attention to Duan Lingtian again. They were curious. Did Duan Lingtian have the guts to repeat what he said earlier? In the next moment, they received the answer that they wanted. In my eyes, Duan Lingtian, you Tian Dong, are just a lackey. Do you hear me clearly now? Do I need to repeat myself? Duan Lingtian said coldly. His tone was unbridled. The few enforcement hall's elders who were watching felt their scalps go numb when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. In their opinion, Duan Lingtian was mad. Duan Lingtian was crazy. You're digging your own grave. The gloating expression in Dong Lin's eyes intensified. You're digging your own grave. Tian Dong, who had made up his mind, suddenly shouted. In the next moment, he moved and charged toward Duan Lingtian like a violent storm. Tian Dong, there's no room for regret now that you've made your move. As soon as Tian Dong moved, Duan Lingtian's voice resonated again. His tone was so cold that it sent chills down one's spine. Tian Dong stopped a few meters away from Duan Lingtian. Regret? Although Tian Dong was furious, he still looked at Duan Lingtian warily. He suppressed the anger in his heart and asked coldly, "What do you mean by that? Don't tell me this Duan Lingtian has something to rely on?" At the same time, the few enforcement hall's bronze flame elders who were watching thought to themselves. Elder Tian Dong, don't believe him. He likes to be mysterious. Let's make our move. Teach him a good lesson. Dong Lin, who was standing nearby, said in a timely manner. Ha! As soon as Dong Lin's words left his mouth, Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed coldly. Just when he was about to make his move again, Duan Lingtian suddenly burst out laughing. His unbridled laughter spread out, and the sound waves spread out, shaking the surrounding air to the point that clear ripples appeared in the surrounding air. While everyone was still in a daze, Duan Lingtian suddenly stopped laughing. The laughter was like a shower. It came and went as quickly as it came. Tian Dong. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian looked at Tian Dong coldly. You better think this through. If you make your move on me, you'll torture me until I'm dead or crippled. You'll make my life a living hell. However, if you really dare to make a move on me, I, Duan Lingtian, swear that no matter how you treat me, I'll return everything to Dong Lin. Chapter 2047. Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed coldly when he looked at Dong Lin. Dong Lin shuddered involuntarily as though he had fallen into an ice cave. At the same time, horror dawned on Dong Lin's face. He did not expect Duan Lingtian would dare to threaten the first Silver Flame Elder of the Enforcement Hall, Tian Dong. Duan Lingtian was threatening Dong Lin with him. Dong Lin took a deep breath and looked into Duan Lingtian's eyes. He could see the unshakable determination in Duan Lingtian's eyes. He did not dare to question Duan Lingtian's words at all. At this moment, he could not help but feel a chill in his heart. At the same time, he felt a bit of regret. He regretted going to his father and asking him to find someone to stand up for him. Otherwise, he would not be in such a predicament. Sush. Tian Dong's expression changed drastically when he heard Duan Lingtian's threat. He did not expect Duan Lingtian would dare to threaten him. He did not expect Duan Lingtian would dare to threaten him and Dong Lin in such a manner in front of him. However, he could not ignore Duan Lingtian's threat. As an experienced person, Tian Dong could tell that Duan Lingtian was not afraid of Duan Lingtian's threat. Duan Lingtian was absolutely not joking when he said those threatening words earlier. He was serious. If you don't care about Dong Lin, I'll look for the people close to you. It doesn't matter if it's your children or your direct disciples. I'll treat them the same way you treat me today. Duan Lingtian's voice turned colder when he shifted his gaze to Tiandong. Unless you kill me today, I'll be the nightmare of the people close to you in the future. It doesn't matter if it's Dong Lin or the people close to you. You can't possibly stay by their side and protect them forever, right? Duan Lingtian continued to threaten Tiandong. Duan Lingtian's body emitted a cold, killing intent when he finished speaking. It was as though the temperature in the surroundings had dropped. A threat. It was a blatant threat. When Duan Lingtian's words fell into Duan Lingtian's ears, Tiandong's expression changed drastically. His eyes turned red, and his body emitted waves of chilling murderous intent. It was a murderous intent directed at Duan Lingtian. He did not expect Duan Lingtian to be so unpredictable. Tiandong not only had a son and a daughter, but he also had 2 personal disciples. To him, whether it was his children or his personal disciples, they were all very important. They were people that he needed to protect. Duan Lingtian's actions had hit him right in his weak spot. Duan Lingtian, how dare you threaten Elder Tiandong? Isn't this too valiant? As expected of someone who dares to offend the Black Turtle Sanctum's first silver flame elderly, and as soon as he arrived at the Zoroastrianism. I really admire this Duan Lingtian. Me too. The few Enforcement Hall's bronze flame elders were stunned when they saw this scene. When they regained their senses, they could not help but sigh. In their opinion, Duan Lingtian was an exception. How could an ordinary Zoroastrianism disciple dare to threaten Tiandong, the first silver flame elder of the Law Enforcement Hall? Naturally, they also felt Duan Lingtian was very smart. It seemed like he was going to throw away everything, but in truth he was attacking Duan Lingtian's heart. Based on the changes in Tiandong's expression and the fact that he did not make a move, they could see that their first silver flame elder was intimidated by Duan Lingtian and did not dare to make a move on Duan Lingtian. If they were in Duan Lingtian's shoes, they would not dare to make a move on Duan Lingtian as well. Duan Lingtian had a pair of children and 2 personal disciples. Although they were quite strong, they could not be compared to Duan Lingtian at all. What do you think? Duan Lingtian looked at Tiandong and smirked. Are you going to make a move on me? Or are you going to stand aside and be a statue? Anyway, I have nothing to lose. If you dare to make a move on me, I'll make a move on Dong Lin, your children, and your personal disciples. The barefooted are not afraid of those wearing shoes. When the few Enforcement Hall's bronze flame elders heard Duan Lingtian's description of himself, they felt that it was very appropriate. That was right. Currently, was Duan Lingtian not afraid of those who were barefooted? Unless Elder Duan Lingtian dared to kill Duan Lingtian or cripple him, he could definitely take revenge on Elder Duan Lingtian once he recovered. After all, Tiandong was not alone. He had a pair of children and 2 personal disciples. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, was all alone in Zoroastrianism. He had nothing to lose. They could see that this was where Duan Lingtian's confidence came from. Duan Lingtian, don't you think you've crossed the line? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Tiandong's expression darkened. He said coldly, as the saying goes, don't harm your family. Aren't you afraid that people will laugh at you for doing this? Laugh at me? Upon hearing Tiandong's words, Duan Lingtian was stunned for a moment. However, he laughed out loud as though he had just heard the funniest joke in the world. After a while, he stopped laughing. Tiandong, do you think you have the right to say such words in front of me? Duan Lingtian's eyes turned cold as he smirked. I, Duan Lingtian, have never seen you before today, and you want to attack me as soon as you appear. Aren't you afraid that people will laugh at you for bullying a true disciple as a silver flame elder of the Enforcement Hall? Why should I be afraid? That's all I have to say today. Duan Lingtian's tone changed as he said with certainty, today, unless you kill me or cripple me, even if you only touch a strand of my hair, I'll still look for your children and look for your direct disciples so that we can have a good martial Dao spar. A threat? It was another blatant threat. However, no matter how angry Tiandong was when he was threatened by Duan Lingtian, he was so embarrassed that his face turned red. The killing intent on his body soared to the maximum, but he did not dare to say a word in the end. Be a good statue. When Duan Lingtian saw that Dong Lin was still standing at the same spot, he took a step forward and walked toward him in the air. Bam! Bam! It was unknown if Duan Lingtian did it intentionally, but every time he took a step forward, the air would ripple and explode with a muffled sound. When Dong Lin heard the muffled sounds of air exploding, his expression changed drastically. Every step Duan Lingtian took felt as though he was stepping on his chest, making it difficult for him to breathe. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian was only a few meters away from Dong Lin. Elder Tian Dong. When Dong Lin sensed the hostility from Duan Lingtian and saw the coldness in Duan Lingtian's eyes, his heart skipped a beat. He immediately cried for help from Duan Lingtian. Just as Dong Lin finished speaking, Tian Dong had already appeared in front of Dong Lin like a ghost, shielding Dong Lin behind him. Dong Lin could not help but heave a sigh of relief when he saw Tian Dong. It was as though he had found an indestructible shield. If this had happened in the past, he would have hysterically asked Tian Dong to attack Duan Lingtian to vent his anger. However, when he recalled Duan Lingtian's threat earlier, he swallowed the words that were about to leave his mouth. Now, Tian Dong could torture Duan Lingtian and make him wish he was dead. However, after that, Duan Lingtian would blame Tian Dong for everything that Tian Dong had done to him. When Tian Dong thought of this, he was terrified and cowardly. Although he was gnashing his teeth in hatred, he did not urge Tian Dong to attack Duan Lingtian. Duan Ling, enough is enough. After Tian Dong stood in front of Dong Lin, he looked coldly at Duan Lingtian and spoke to him in a low voice. Tian Dong. When he saw that Tian Dong was blocking his way, Duan Lingtian's face darkened again. Didn't you hear what I said just now? I asked you to stand aside obediently and be a statue. A statue, do you understand? Duan Lingtian, do you really think that I don't dare to attack you? Tian Dong's expression was extremely gloomy. He could not bear to watch Dong Lin being tortured by Duan Lingtian. Moreover, if Dong Lin was tortured by Duan Lingtian right under his nose, he would not be able to answer to Dong Lin's father, Deputy Hall Leader Dong. Therefore, he finally stood up at this time. Initially, he had come to help Dong Lin bully Duan Lingtian. However, who would have thought that Duan Lingtian would be so shameless? He had actually used Dong Lin, his children, and his direct disciples to threaten him so that he would not dare to attack him. I knew that you wouldn't dare to attack me. Upon hearing Tian Dong's words, Duan Lingtian smirked disdainfully before he continued to say, Tian Dong, if you don't want me to look for your two daughters and your direct disciples to spar, it's best for you to step aside. After all, there's no enmity between us. I don't want to have an enemy like you for no reason. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the few enforcement hall's bronze flame elders who were watching were speechless. Was this Duan Lingtian not too shameless? He had used Elder Tian Dong's children and direct disciples to threaten Elder Tian Dong. He had already formed an irreconcilable enmity with Elder Tian Dong. Now, he actually said that there was no enmity between him and Elder Tian Dong, and he did not want to have an enemy like Elder Tian Dong for no reason? Duan Lingtian, don't cross the line. Faced with Duan Lingtian's threat again, Tian Dong was enraged no matter how good he was at suppressing it. His eyes were filled with killing intent as though he was about to devour someone. Elder Tian Dong, please don't step aside. Otherwise, I'll definitely complain to my father that you're helping Duan Lingtian to attack me. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's threat and sensing Tian Dong's exasperation, Dong Lin continued to threaten Tian Dong. At this moment, Dong Lin was truly afraid. He was afraid that Tian Dong would abandon him just to protect his children and direct disciples and allow Duan Lingtian to attack him. Chapter 2048. With the threat from Duan Lingtian and the threat from Dong Lin, Tian Dong felt like he was going crazy. What sin had he committed in his previous life? How could he have met these two malefactors in his current life? However, Tian Dong made up his mind in the end. He looked at Duan Lingtian immediately. Duan Lingtian, you don't want an enemy like me, and I don't want an enemy like you as well. Tian Dong said in a deep voice. Based on his words, It was obvious he had no intention of making a move on Duan Ling Tian. Upon hearing Tiandong's words, Dong Lin frowned slightly. However, he quickly relaxed. Perhaps this was the best ending for him. Naturally, he still felt aggrieved in his heart. Tiandong, is there something wrong with your ears? Duan Lingtian's expression darkened as he said coldly, I asked you to leave. Don't tell me you're willing to disregard your children and direct disciples for Dong Lin? Duan Lingtian threatened Tiandong again. I wonder what your children and direct disciples will think if they know you've made such a decision. Elder Tiandong, you should be able to imagine. If my father knows you've joined forces with Duan Lingtian to deal with me, he'll definitely not let you go. Even if it's your children and direct disciples, he won't let you go. While Duan Lingtian was threatening Tiandong, Dong Lin did not forget to threaten Tiandong as well. He was afraid Tiandong would be intimidated by Duan Lingtian and leave him to deal with Duan Lingtian alone. Compared to Duan Lingtian, Tiandong was more afraid of Dong Lin's father, Dong Yuanjin, the vice hall master of the enforcement hall. Therefore, he quickly made up his mind. He looked at Duan Lingtian coldly. Duan Ling and I won't touch you today. However, I'll protect Dong Lin as well. Under such circumstances, if you still dare to touch my children and my personal disciple, I, Tiandong, will cripple you even if I have to risk violating the sect's rules and be punished. Tiandong's voice was extremely cold and resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. Really? Duan Lingtian smiled coldly. If I remember correctly, there seems to be a rule in Zoroastrianism that states that if the higher-ups of the law enforcement hall violate the rules, they will receive double the punishment. Even if you didn't kill me and only crippled me, I'm afraid you would still die, right? Just because of the momentary pain of your children and personal disciples, you are willing to give up your life? Do you think I'll believe you? As he spoke, the smile on Duan Lingtian's face deepened. He looked at Tiandong with a gaze full of sarcasm. Tiandong, you better not do anything that you will regret. Duan Lingtian spoke again when Tiandong's expression changed drastically. At the same time, he flew out and headed straight for Tiandong. To be more precise, he was heading straight for Dong Lin. Tiandong was merely an obstacle in his path. When Tiandong saw Duan Lingtian flying toward him, he recalled what Duan Lingtian had said earlier. His expression changed drastically. Nobody knew what was on his mind. However, when Duan Lingtian was about to approach him, he still moved to the side. In the end, he chose to compromise. In his opinion, although Duan Lingtian was not as terrifying as Vice Hall Master Dong, Vice Hall Master Dong would consider his status and might not touch his children and personal disciples. At most, Vice Hall Master Dong would give him a hard time. After all, Dong Lin was only taught a lesson. He was not crippled or killed. This did not cross Vice Hall Master Dong's bottom line. Duan Lingtian was different from Vice Hall Master Dong. Although he was not as terrifying as Vice Hall Master Dong, he had nothing to lose. He had nothing to lose. Even if it was him, he could only avoid facing such a madman. Otherwise, his children, as well as his personal disciples, would definitely be in deep trouble. Hence, at the most critical moment, Tiandong finally changed his choice. Elder Tiandong. When Dong Lin saw that Tiandong had dodged at the most critical moment and exposed himself to Duan Lingtian, his face turned green. He did not expect Tiandong to make such a choice at the most critical moment. However, the moment Dong Lin's expression changed, a clear and loud slap resounded in the air. Duan Lingtian had appeared in front of Dong Lin and raised his hand to slap him, leaving a clear palm print on his face. The slap had caused half of Dong Lin's face to swell up. How dare you hit me? Dong Lin was stunned for a moment before he looked at Duan Lingtian in disbelief. It was as though he had seen a ghost. That's right, I'm hitting you. Duan Lingtian smirked coldly as he raised his hand and slapped Dong Lin's face with both hands. Every time Dong Lin made a sound, he would increase his strength. In the end, Dong Lin no longer dared to make a sound. His eyes were red as he endured the slap silently. Slap, 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 slap. Clear and loud slaps resounded in the air. The few bronze flame elders from the enforcement hall who were watching felt their scalps go numb. However, none of them dared to step forward to stop it. What a joke! Even the first silver flame elder from the enforcement hall, Tiandong, did not even dare to make a sound. Put aside the fact that they were not as strong as Duan Lingtian, even if they were stronger than Duan Lingtian, they would not dare to step forward. Some of them had children or direct disciples in Zoroastrianism. Who knew if Duan Lingtian would find trouble with their children or direct disciples after they interfered with Duan Lingtian's matter? Duan Lingtian was not a person who would play by the rules. It was best not to provoke such a person. Crazy! Crazy! Tiandong, who was standing at the side, felt his scalp go numb when he saw Duan Lingtian turning Dong Lin's face into a pig's head in just a blink of an eye. He thought Duan Lingtian was crazy. Who was Dong Lin? He was the only son of Dong Yuanjin, the Vice Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall. Vice Hall Master Dong treated his son as his life. If he knew his son was being humiliated, how could he not be angry? Stop! At this moment, even if Tiandong was afraid Duan Lingtian would make a move on his children and direct disciples, he did not dare to stand at the side and watch the show. He quickly stepped forward to stop Duan Lingtian. At this moment, he was already regretting his actions. Initially, he thought Duan Lingtian would just casually teach Dong Lin a lesson after he stepped aside. He did not expect Duan Lingtian would give Dong Lin a series of slaps as soon as he made his move, turning him into a pig's head. It was one thing to be beaten into a pig's head. The most important thing was the way he was beaten into a pig's head. It was one slap after another. If news of this spread out, how would Dong Lin be able to hold his head high in the enforcement hall in the future? No ordinary person would be able to accept such humiliation. Dong Lin, I've almost forgotten about what happened last time, and I don't intend to make a fuss about it. Today, you took the initiative to ask for a beating, so don't blame me. Faced with Tiandong's stop, Duan Lingtian, who was almost done venting his anger, looked at Dong Lin coldly before he turned around and left in a suave manner. Elder Tiandong, thank you for your cooperation. Tiandong, who was originally relieved when he saw Duan Lingtian leaving, was so infuriated that he almost vomited blood when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. This Duan Lingtian did not forget to set him up even when he was leaving. Duan Lingtian, if you don't die, I, Dong Lin, swear that I'm not human. I swear that I'm not human. Dong Lin's eyes were bloodshot, and his body was trembling with anger. Although his expression could not be seen clearly from his swollen face, it was obvious that he was furious. He was extremely furious. Dong Lin only retracted his gaze when Duan Lingtian's silhouette disappeared from his sight. At the same time, he looked at Tiandong with a cold gaze and spoke incoherently with his swollen mouth. This matter. Father. Just you wait. After he finished speaking incoherently, Dong Lin flew away, leaving Tiandong with a cold and indifferent expression. It's over. Tiandong's face darkened when he heard Dong Lin's words. He realized that he had made a mistake in his judgment. He did not expect Duan Lingtian to humiliate Dong Lin in such a manner. If he had known earlier, he would not have stepped aside. If news of what happened today were to spread, it would definitely make Dong Lin suffer more than killing him. It was conceivable that once this matter was blown up, based on how much Vice Hall Master Dong doted on Dong Lin, he would not let Duan Lingtian go. He would not let him go as well. The few of you better remember this. If any of you dare to spread what happened earlier, let alone me, even Lord Vice Hall Master will not let any of you go. After taking a deep breath, Tiandong looked at the few law enforcement hall's bronze flame elders and reminded them coldly. Elder Tiandong, don't worry. I will definitely not spread what happened earlier. Elder Tiandong, don't worry. I didn't see anything earlier. What happened earlier? I was just passing by. Really, I was just passing by. Upon hearing Tiandong's words, the few enforcement hall bronze flame elders hurriedly expressed their opinions. It was as though they were afraid that they would be beaten up if they expressed their opinions any later. At the same time, chills ran down their spines. That Duan Lingtian really doesn't want to live anymore. I've seen people who aren't afraid of death, but I've never seen such a fearless person. That's Dong Lin, not Wen Yen. He's dead meat. He's dead meat. Based on how much Vice Hall Master Dong dotes on Dong Lin, it's impossible for him to let this matter rest. These were the thoughts of the few Enforcement Hall Bronze Flame Elders. All of them felt that Duan Lingtian was seeking death for humiliating Dong Lin. On the other hand, after Duan Lingtian left, he was elated. He did not feel guilty about what happened today. Just like what he had said earlier. If Dong Lin did not come looking for him, he would have long forgotten about the conflict between him and Dong Lin. However, since Dong Lin had come looking for him, he, Duan Lingnan, was not someone to be trifled with. This is strange. Why do I feel a little anxious? Chapter 2049. Palace Master Zhu. Logically speaking, there should be no problem. But why do I feel flustered? I feel like something's going to happen. This was not the first time Duan Lingtian had such a feeling of panic. In the past, he had felt this way as well. Moreover, something would happen every time. Duan Lingtian did not expect Zhu Luqi, who was supposed to head to the Debussy subterranean Azure Cloud Mansion to inform them, would be sent to the land of exile by the Interprovince Transportation Formation. Due to the fact that Zhu Luqi did not inform the Azure Cloud Mansion in time, the Azure Cloud Mansion did not receive any warning. Currently, Lian was bringing people to the Azure Cloud Mansion. They were getting closer and closer to the Azure Cloud Mansion. However, the people from the Azure Cloud Mansion were unaware of this. Almost at the same time, in the northern region of the Dao Martial Saint Land, a figure covered in a black robe stood in front of an interprovince transportation formation. There were 3 children who appeared to be 6 or 7 years old lying next to his feet. There were 2 little girls and a little boy. One of the 2 little girls was dressed in a golden robe while the other was dressed in a white robe. Both of them had baby fat on their cheeks, making them look very cute. As for the little boy, he was dressed in a black robe. Compared to the black robe that covered the entire body of the person standing there, the black robe that the little boy wore did not cover his face. His small head was exposed and his small face looked cool and cute. If Duan Lingtian was here, he would definitely be able to recognize them with just a glance. At this moment, the 2 little girls and 1 little boy that were lying on the ground and had obviously fainted were none other than the people that the little gold mouse and the 2 little pythons had transformed into in the form of the former little gold mouse. Little gold, little white, and little black. I don't know what the prophet is thinking. He actually asked me to steal these 3 little fellows and throw them back to the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land when that girl, Han Xuanai, is not paying attention. The black-robed man who was dressed in a black robe said. Suddenly, the person shrouded in black robe spoke. When he opened his mouth, it was a very feminine voice. It was neither male nor female, and it was hard to tell whether it was a male or a female. If that girl finds out about this, I'll definitely be in trouble. When the feminine voice reached the end of his sentence, he sounded a little dissatisfied. This black-robed man was none other than the current successor of the Dark Shadow progeny, the 4th absolute of the 7 absolute sect. Yu Wuing. The 3 little fellows who originally followed Han Xuanai to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land were secretly stolen by him after he knocked them out. The reason he did this was because the Oracle Man, the 2nd absolute of the 7 absolutes sect, the Prophet progeny, had instructed him to do so. He wanted him to find an opportunity where Han Xuanai would not be able to find out and steal the 3 little fellows before throwing them back to the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. According to the Elder of Heavenly Secrets, he could vaguely see through the mysteries of heaven. He could see that there would be a good fortune for the 3 little fellows in the Debussy subterranean. As for what kind of good fortune it was, he could not tell. Since he was worried that Han Xuanai would stop him, he also asked Yu Wuing to secretly steal the 3 little fellows and throw them back to the Debussy subterranean. Moreover, he could not send them back to the Greenwave Han Mansion or the Azure Cloud Mansion. Yesterday, Yu Wuing finally found an opportunity and successfully stole the 3 little fellows. The 3 of you, don't blame me. If you want to blame someone, blame that old man. He's the one who asked me to steal the three of you and throw you back to the Wuxia subterranean to fend for yourselves. Yu Wuing shook his head and lifted the three little fellows up with a raise of his hand. In the next instant, he flew into the inter-province transportation formation. The moment the inter-province transportation formation flashed, Yu Wuing and the three little fellows disappeared. About half an hour later, in the eastern province of the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, Yu Wuing, who had just returned from the Wuxia subterranean, appeared. After confirming the direction, he returned to the northern province. When Yu Wuing left the upper province, he brought the three little fellows with him. However, when he returned, he was all alone again. The land of exile was also known as the Exiled Realm by the Devil clans. The Ox Devil clan was a big clan in the Exiled Realm. There were many powerhouses in the clan. For many years, they had been trying their best to invade the Saint Province realm, but they could not find an opportunity to do so. The Saint Province realm was the realm that encompassed the Wuxia subterranean, the upper province, and the three mortals. The Ox Devil clan's estate was vast. There was a spacious square in the center of the estate. Today, however, the square was filled with people. It should be said that it was full of demons, bull demons. The members of the Ox Devil clan had distinctive features. They had a human body and the head of an ox. Apart from their bodies, they were no different from ordinary humans in the Saint Province realm. At this moment, a group of Ox Devils surrounded the square and stared at a human who was tied up. That was right, a human. A human who was rarely seen in the exiled realm. Is this a human? Think so? This human looks similar to us. He has 2 hands and 2 legs. Similar? How is he similar? We Ox Devils aren't so short. Moreover, he's so fair. He's so ugly. Look at our dark and healthy skin. This is the skin a warrior should have. That's right. Look at how fair he is. He's a pushover. It's no wonder he was captured by the warriors of the Ox Devil clan. Humans are too weak. It was the first time the members of the Ox Devil clan had seen a human. They pointed at the human who was tied up in the center of the square and discussed among themselves. If it was in the past, Zhu Luqi would never have dreamed that he would one day become an exhibit. Zhu Luqi felt his scalp tingle again when he saw the group of tall monsters with human bodies and cow heads in front of him. Because he already knew the identity of these monsters. They were one of the devil clans in the land of exile, the Ox Devil clan. He had read about the Ox Devil clan in the White Tiger Sanctum, one of the fire worship sect's 4 symbols sanctums, the White Tiger Sanctum. The Ox Devil clan was born to be warriors. They were tall and strong, and they were good at close combat. During the Human Devil era, the Ox Devil clan was one of the vanguards in the Great War between the humans and devils. They had killed countless humans in that realm. It could be said that they were the mortal enemies of the human race. Zhu Luqi did not expect he would meet the Ox Devil clan in the Devil clans in such a manner one day. Moreover, he had become a captive of the Ox Devil clan. All of a sudden, Zhu Lu discovered that the group of Ox Devils who were surrounding him from the east had opened up a path for him when they heard a low growl from outside. Then, Zhu Luqi saw the 2 Ox Devils who had captured him. However, the 2 Ox Devils were escorting another Ox Devil the size of a small hill as they walked toward him. Boom, boom, boom. The Ox Devil was 7 or 8 meters tall. It was 2 or 3 times taller than the average Ox Devil. Every step it took caused the ground to shake. It walked slowly toward Zhu Luqi. The closer it was to Zhu Luqi, the more Zhu Luqi felt the tremors. When the Ox Devil appeared, the group of Ox Devils in the square fell silent. They looked at the Ox Devil that was much taller than them respectfully. As expected, it's a human. The Ox Devil that was the size of a small hill walked up to Zhu Luqi and looked down at him. Its voice was like a clap of thunder, causing Zhu Luqi's eardrums to hurt. How powerful! At this moment, Zhu Luqi could feel the pressure from the Ox Devil that was standing before him. It was so oppressive that he could barely breathe. Moreover, the Ox Devil did not deliberately exert pressure on him. Based on this, one could tell how powerful and terrifying the Ox Devil was. 10th Elder, he's the human we found outside. At the same time, The other two ox devils behind the ox devil spoke in a timely manner. Their voices were filled with humility. 10th Elder. Zhu Luqi's eyes widened in shock. As far as he knew, the strongest person in the Ox Devil clan was the Patriarch. Below the Patriarch were the 10 Great Elders. In the past, many human powerhouses had died in the hands of the 11 powerhouses from the Ox Devil clan in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Naturally, he knew the 11 powerhouses from the Ox Devil clan were not the current Patriarch and 10 Great Elders of the Ox Devil clan. As time passed, the Devil clans would die one day as well. Powerful devils who had obtained immortality would ascend to the Devata realms after they had reached a certain level of strength. In this regard, the exiled realm was similar to the Saint Province realm. That's right. All of you have done a great deed. I'll look for Lord Patriarch and ask for a reward for all of you. The Ox Devil who was addressed as the 10th Elder spoke again. His voice was as loud as thunder. Zhu Luqi, who was prepared for this, immediately mobilized his saint energy to protect his ears. His eardrums no longer hurt as much as before. While the 10th Elder of the Ox Devil clan was sizing Zhu Luqi up with interest, Zhu Luqi's expression changed drastically. Meanwhile, in the Saint Province realm, the quasi-third-rate force in the Debussy subterranean, the Azure Cloud Mansion, another group of uninvited guests had arrived. This group of uninvited guests had entered the Azure Cloud Mansion and killed all the black armored guards who tried to stop them. Whether it was the ordinary black armored guards, the Decurions, or the Centurions, none of them were a match for this group of uninvited guests. It was not just one person, but a group of people led by an old man. Moreover, the uninvited guests were not the old man, but the people behind him. Since the people behind him were so terrifying, one could only imagine how terrifying the old man was. All of you, for you. The group of black armored guards shuddered in fear when they saw the group of uninvited guests. They kept retreating until they were close to the main mansion of the Azure Cloud Mansion. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. At this moment, the menacing group of people came to a halt one after another as the old man came to a halt. Chapter 2050. My name is Lien. The old man's words also revealed his identity. He was none other than the Silver Flame Elder of Zoroastrianism, one of the 3 great sects in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. He was also the first Silver Flame Elder of the Black Turtle Sanctum, one of the 4 symbols sanctums of Zoroastrianism. The reason he came to the Azure Cloud Mansion was to deal with the true disciple of Zoroastrianism, Duan Lingtian. He wanted to use Duan Lingtian's family to force Duan Lingtian to leave Zoroastrianism. Originally, Lien should have come to the Debussy Subterranean and the Azure Cloud Mansion a long time ago. However, when he left the Northern Plethora sect with the people Yang Chong, the 5th Elder of the Northern Plethora sect, had sent to him, he received a shocking piece of news. Due to this reason, he was delayed. The shocking news was related to the Azura Saber, one of the 10 great saint weapons on the 10 great saint weapons ranking. The Azura Saber had appeared. In the past, some of the 10 great saint weapons on the 10 great saint weapons ranking were in the hands of the high-ranking officials of the 3 great sections. The Azura Saber was one of them. Although Lien could not wait to go to the Debussy Subterranean to investigate Duan Lingtian's background, he was not in a hurry to investigate Duan Lingtian's background compared to the Azura Saber on the 10 Great Saint Weapons ranking. For this reason, he asked the group of Saint Celestial Stage powerhouses Yang Chong had sent to him to look for the lucky person who obtained the Azura Saber. Lien did not stay idle as well. One had to admit that Lien was quite lucky. In the end, he managed to find the lucky person who obtained the Azura Saber. After killing the lucky person, he obtained the Azura Saber as well. Of course, he was the only one who knew that he had obtained the Azura Saber. The group of Saint Celestial Stage powerhouses from the Northern Plethora sect who followed him were unaware of this. Perhaps, these Saint Celestial Stage powerhouses from the Northern Plethora sect did not possess the strength to snatch the Azura Saber from Lien, but they could spread the news. Once the news spread, Lien would not be able to keep the Azura Saber. After all, Lien was not like Xiezong who had seized the Devil Seal tablet from Duan Lingtian. Although Xiezong was only an ordinary elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism, his father was one of the four great kings of Zhuangzi Buddhism. The four great kings' position in the Zhuangzi Buddhism was equivalent to the three great guardians of Zoroastrianism. They were all top powerhouses in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Xiezong had Zhuangzi Buddhism's Dharmaraja as his backer. Even if he possessed the Devil Seal tombstone, not many people would dare to fight for it openly. Moreover, it was not certain if the Devil Seal tablet was still in Xiezong's hands. Perhaps, after Xiezong returned to the Zhuangzi Buddhism, he might have passed the Devil Seal tablet to his father, the Golden Lion King, one of the four great kings of Zhuangzi Buddhism. The Azura saber was a famous great saint weapon on the 10 great saint weapons ranking. It was an offensive 10,000 inscriptions saint weapon. It was so powerful that it could easily crush 1,000 inscriptions saint weapon. Who would not want such a saint weapon? As a silver flame elder of Zoroastrianism who did not have a backer, what right did Lian have to keep this great saint weapon? Perhaps, someone might say that his backer was Zoroastrianism? If news of him obtaining the Azura saber spread, even the high-ranking officials of Zoroastrianism who were golden flame elders and above would be tempted. Even if Zoroastrianism did not exist, he would not be able to keep the Azura saber. For this reason, Lian made up his mind the moment he obtained the Azura saber. Before he possessed the strength to keep the Azura saber, he would not use the Azura saber unless he was faced with a life-or-death situation. After all, the temptation of the Azura saber was just too great. Although obtaining the Azura saber was a pleasant surprise to Lian, he did not forget about his other purpose. He wanted to go to the Wuxia subterranean to investigate Duan Lingtian's background. After obtaining the Azura saber, one of the 10 great saint weapons on the 10 great saint weapons ranking, he gathered the people that Yang Chong, the 5th elder of the Northern Plethora sect, had given him and traveled to the Wuxia subterranean through the interprovince transportation formation. After that, everything went very smoothly. As soon as he arrived at the lower province, he learned about Duan Lingtian's background from the Watcher in the lower province. After he learned about Duan Lingtian's background, he immediately brought his people to the Azure Cloud Mansion. Due to this reason, the current situation had unfolded. Lian. Hearing Li An's words, the group of black armored guards were at a loss, because they had never heard of this name before. Due to this reason, their hearts were filled with fear. Based on the strength of the people following behind this old man who called himself Lian, they were at least top-notch powerhouses in the Wuxia subterranean. Since these powerhouses were willing to follow him, he must be even stronger and more terrifying. However, they had never heard of Li An's name before. This was enough to prove that he was either a powerhouse or a powerhouse. He was either a reclusive powerhouse from the Wuxia subterranean or a powerhouse from the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Sir, may I know the purpose of your visit to the Azure Cloud Mansion? Finally, one of the black armored guards mustered up his courage and asked Lian with difficulty. Nothing much. Faced with the black armored guard's question, Lian said indifferently, I'm here to bring the family of the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Young mansion master? The upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land? Upon hearing Li An's words, the group of black armored guards could not help but gasp. Although Li An's words were polite, they were certain he was not here just to bring someone to the upper province as a guest. If he was here just to bring someone to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, would there be a need for him to kill his way here? He's really a powerhouse from the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. He even mentioned the young mansion master? It seems like he has enmity with the young mansion master. My goodness! How did the young mansion master offend such a powerhouse? Moreover, the other party wants to bring Lord Mansion Master and the others to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Is he planning to use Lord Mansion Master and the others to threaten the young Mansion Master? Isn't it obvious? I can't believe the young Mansion Master has only gone to the upper province for a short while, but he's already so fearful that he wants to capture his family to threaten him. As expected of the young Mansion Master, he's indeed a peerless genius in the Wuxia subterranean. Based on the current situation, the young mansion master has also made a name for himself in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Otherwise, his opponent wouldn't want to use his family to threaten him. When the group of black armored guards mentioned Duan Lingtian, not only did they not blame Duan Lingtian for bringing disaster to the Azure Cloud Mansion, but they even had a proud expression on their faces. The black armored guards were the elites of the Azure Cloud Mansion. They were strictly selected. Every black armored guard was prepared to sacrifice themselves for the Azure Cloud Mansion. Good job, young mansion master. Among the black armored guards, a centurion suddenly shouted. His tone was filled with excitement. If Duan Lingtian was here, he would definitely be able to recognize this centurion as Tong Zhong. He was also known as the strongest person below the exemplary saint stage in the WCI subterranean. Apart from that, he was also the direct disciple of Kumi, one of the right-hand men of the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. Previously, when Kumi was killed by Elder Xiezong of the Zhuangzi Buddhism, Tong Zhong was filled with grief. However, he worked hard and quickly broke through to the exemplary saint stage and became the strongest person below the commander of the Black Armored Army. He was also appointed as the successor to the position of the commander of the Black Armored Army. Currently, the group of black armored guards present on the scene treated him as their leader. When they heard his words, all of them cried out excitedly. "Young Mansion Master! Young Mansion Master! Young Mansion Master!" As the group of black armored guards cried out excitedly, the way they looked at Lien and the others changed completely. In the beginning, their fear and helplessness had turned into disdain and disdain. Do all of you really think your young mansion master is so strong that I'm afraid of him? That's why I'm here to capture his family? Lien had, naturally, heard the conversation between the group of black armored guards earlier. When he saw the group of black armored guards looking at him with disdain, he was instantly enraged. The raging fire in his heart seemed as though it could incinerate everything. Is that not the case? Upon hearing Lien's words, Tong Zhong sneered. Is that not the case? The group of black armored guards chimed in and sneered. Their eyes were filled with disdain as they looked at Lien. Humph! If it wasn't for your young mansion master hiding like a tortoise, I would have torn him into 1,000 pieces. The reason I came to the lower province and the Azure Cloud Mansion to capture his family is to lure him out and kill him. In my eyes, he's nothing but an ant. Lien snorted disdainfully. Ha! As soon as Lien finished speaking, Tong Zhong suddenly burst out laughing. Old man, since the young mansion master isn't here, you can say whatever you want. Old man, you're not young anymore, but you're not even comparable to the young mansion master of our Azure Cloud Mansion. If I were you, I would have dug a hole in the ground and hid in it. How dare you come to the lower province to capture our young mansion master's family? You're really ridiculous. How pathetic. Tong Zhong did not hold back when he spoke. There was no need for him to hold back. At this moment, he was already prepared to die. You're seeking death. Tong Zhong's words finally enraged Lien. As he shouted, the Saint Qi in his body surged as he was about to attack Tong Zhong. At this moment, swoosh, 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 3 swift figures were flying toward them at an exaggerated speed. Quintessential Saint Stage? Although the speed of the 3 figures was considered fast in Lian's eyes, it still managed to divert his attention. This was because he discovered the speed of the 3 figures was actually at the quintessential saint stage. As far as he knew, quintessential saint stage powerhouses were as rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns in the WCI subterranean. Chapter 2051. However, when the 3 figures got closer, Lien discovered that the 3 figures were carrying 2 people. The owners of 2 of the figures were brought along by the owner of the last figure. The owner of the last figure was the only person whose cultivation base had entered the quintessential saint stage. Moreover, this person's cultivation base was not only at the early quintessential saint stage, but it was at the intermediate quintessential saint stage. Lien instantly shifted his gaze to this person. He discovered that this person's appearance was 60 to 70% similar to Duan Lingtian's before he disguised himself. The reason he knew about Duan Lingtian's appearance before he disguised himself was because he had obtained a portrait from the Watcher when he was questioning him. The person in the portrait was none other than Duan Lingtian before he disguised himself. The Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion, Duan Ruffing. Lian instantly figured out the person's identity. The Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion was Duan Lingtian's father, Duan Ruffing. After a short moment, Duan Rufeng had already appeared in front of the group of black armored guards with an aged old man and a robust middle-aged man in black armor, and they protected the group of black armored guards behind them. Lord Mansion Master. Lord Mansion Master. Upon seeing Duan Ruffing, the group of black armored guards, led by Centurion Tong Zhong, bowed at Duan Ruffing respectfully. On the other hand, those black armored guards that hadn't seen Duan Rufeng before now had excited expressions on their faces. They would die without any regrets now that they were able to see the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion in their lifetime. In each of the black armored guards' hearts, Duan Ruffing, the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion, was a supreme existence. He was their faith. In the depths of their hearts, it was even more important than their own lives. When they saw Duan Ruffing, it was as though they had found their backbone. All of them straightened their backs and emitted a majestic aura that soared into the sky. This scene caused Lian and the group of people behind Lian to involuntarily inhale a breath of cold air. Although these black armored guards were weak, their combined aura was not inferior to the aura of a quintessential Saint Stage powerhouse. Elder Rong. Elder Rong. Lord Commander. Lord Commander. After greeting the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion, Duan Rufeng, respectfully, the group of black armored guards looked at the old man and the sturdy middle-aged man standing next to Duan Rufeng and greeted them respectfully. The old man next to Duan Ruffing was none other than Rong Yuan. As for the sturdy middle-aged man in black armor, he was the current commander of the Azure Cloud Mansion's black armored guards. He was also a powerhouse at the exemplary Saint Stage. Naturally, an exemplary Saint Stage powerhouse was considered a powerhouse in the WCI subterranean. However, he was nothing compared to Lian and the group of people. Put aside Lian, even the weakest person in the group of people behind him was at least at the first form of the Saint Celestial Stage. Such a powerhouse only needed a finger to kill a powerhouse at the peak of the exemplary Saint Stage, let alone an ordinary exemplary Saint Stage martial cultivator. Who are all of you? Why did you kill the people from the Azure Cloud Mansion? Duan Rufeng asked in a deep voice as his robe fluttered in the wind. A furious expression appeared on his determined and handsome face as he glared coldly at Lian, who was the leader of the group of people before him. Since he had just arrived, he did not know where Lian and the others came from. However, at this moment, Duan Ruffing was truly enraged. Ever since he had become the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion, nobody in the WCI subterranean dared to act recklessly in the Azure Cloud Mansion. However, today, someone had actually barged into the Azure Cloud Mansion and killed hundreds of black armored guards. This was no different from slapping him, the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion, in the face. You're Duan Ruffing? The Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion? Lian did not answer Duan Lingtian's question. Instead, he asked nonchalantly. His tone was condescending, as though he was a superior speaking to a subordinate. How dare you? Almost as soon as Lian's words left his mouth, the commander of the black armored army next to Duan Ruffing, the sturdy middle-aged man, suddenly took 2 steps forward and glared at Lian as he said coldly, "How dare an old man like you call the name of our Azure Cloud Mansion's Mansion Master so directly?" Duan Ruffing was not only the faith of the black armored guards, but he was also the faith of the black armored army's commander. If it was not for Duan Ruffing, he would have died long ago. For the sake of Duan Ruffing, he was not afraid at all, even if he had to lay down his life and shed his blood. How could he tolerate this when he saw someone treating the Lord Mansion Master he respected the most in such a manner? Lord Commander! Almost as soon as the commander of the black armored army took 2 steps forward and shouted coldly at Lian, Tong Zhong, who was standing behind, seemed to have recalled something. Horror dawned on him as he cried out in panic. In just a blink of an eye, almost as soon as Tong Zhong opened his mouth, buzz. All that could be heard was a short-lived saber cry. In the next moment, under everyone's watchful eyes, the commander of the black armored army's head was separated from his body. Blood gushed out from his severed neck like a fountain. It was dazzling and eye-catching as it splattered across the sky like red roses. Humph! How can an ant at the exemplary saint stage like you act so presumptuously in front of elder Lian? At the same time, an old man standing behind Lian snorted coldly and said in a disdainful tone. Just a moment ago, he was the one who had made a move and beheaded the commander of the Azure Cloud Mansion's black armored army. Old Wang. Duan Ruffing was the first to regain his senses. Horror dawned on his face immediately. When he saw the commander of the black armored army's body that had been severed into two, his eyes turned red. Waves of majestic devil chi began to rise from his body. A crisp sound resonated in the air as the headband on Duan Rufeng's head shattered. His long black hair fluttered even though there was no wind. It was as though a python was slithering. It looked extremely strange. At this moment, Duan Ruffing was completely shrouded by the majestic devil chi. The aura on his body continued to rise as well. Intermediate quintessential saint stage. Mastery quintessential saint stage. Peak of the quintessential saint stage. Lian could not help but frown when he sensed the change in Duan Rufeng's aura. This was because he had discovered that Duan Rufeng's cultivation base was only at the intermediate quintessential saint stage. However, at this moment, Duan Rufeng's cultivation base had risen from the mastery quintessential saint stage to the peak of the quintessential saint stage before it finally came to a stop. Although it did not rise to the saint celestial stage, it still shocked Lian. Duan Rufeng's son, Duan Lingtian, knows how to conceal his cultivation base. Lian suddenly thought of this. And was no longer surprised. He thought Duan Rufeng had concealed his cultivation base from the beginning and had only revealed his true cultivation base now. He did not expect this at all. Duan Rufeng's cultivation base had just risen. Just a moment ago, Duan Rufeng's cultivation base was indeed at the intermediate quintessential saint stage. Commander Wang. After Duan Rufeng, Rong Yuan regained his senses as well. When he saw the black armored army's commander's body that was severed into two, his eyes turned red immediately. Lord Commander! Lord Commander! At the same time, the group of black armored army guards, including Tong Zhong, cried out in grief. Their eyes shifted away from the black armored army's commander's body that was severed into two and landed on Li En and the others. Flames of hatred burned in their eyes. If the flames of anger in their eyes could kill, Li En and the others would have died many times over. Are all of you from the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land? At the same time, Duan Ruffing, whose body was shrouded in devil chi, looked at Lian coldly. His voice was so cold that it sounded as though it came from hell. It sent chills down the spines of those who heard it. Rong Yuan, who was standing next to Duan Ruffing, could not help but shudder. At this moment, he could clearly feel the rage of the Lord Mansion Master next to him. That's right. Faced with Duan Rufeng's cold gaze, Lian was not afraid at all. He smiled coldly. Duan Ruffeng, I don't mind telling you. My name is Lian, and I'm a Silver Flame Elder from the Zoroastrianism, one of the three great sects in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Zoroastrianism. Silver Flame Elder. Upon hearing Lian's words, Duan Ruffeng could not help but narrow his eyes. A cold gleam flashed in his eyes. The Zoroastrianism was the sect that had imprisoned his daughter-in-law and granddaughter. Which sect was this person before him from? Sush. At the side, Rong Yuan's expression changed drastically. He did not expect this. The leader of this group of people was actually an elder from the Zoroastrianism, one of the three great sects in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Unlike Duan Ruffing and Lian, most of the black armored guards had never heard of the Zoroastrianism before, so they were rather calm. Naturally, there were also a few black armored guards who had heard of the Zoroastrianism before. Most of these black armored guards were decurions. There were also a few centurions, including Tong Zhong. When they heard Li En's words, their eyes narrowed immediately. A hint of dread could be seen on their faces. This old man who called himself Li En was actually an elder from the Zoroastrianism? However, after learning of Li An's identity, although they were afraid of him, they did not have any intention of retreating. Instead, they straightened their backs, ready to sacrifice everything for their Lord Mansion Master and the Azure Cloud Mansion. This included the most precious thing, their lives. As for the purpose of my visit, it's to bring Duan Lingtian's father and Duan Lingtian's family and friends to the upper province. I want to use all of you to lure Duan Lingtian out of the Zoroastrianism. At the same time, Li An's voice resonated again. For this reason, if you want to blame someone, blame your good son. He's the one who brought disaster to your Azure Cloud Mansion. He's the one who destroyed the Azure Cloud Mansion and all of you. Chapter 2052. Tung? Has he joined Zoroastrianism? Duan Rufeng could not help but be stunned when he heard Li An's cold words. Worry rose in his heart involuntarily. However, when he heard Li An said he wanted to use him to lure his son, Duan Lingtian, out of Zoroastrianism, he realized his son was safe and sound. At the very least, his son was doing quite well in Zoroastrianism. Even this Zoroastrianism elder could not do anything to him. Otherwise, this Zoroastrianism elder would not have wanted to use him to lure his son away from Zoroastrianism. For a moment, Duan Rufeng did not blame his son for bringing disaster to the Azure Cloud Mansion. Instead, he felt proud of his son. No matter where he went, his son, Duan Rufeng, would always be an outstanding person. As a father, he was proud of his son. Haha. At this moment, a burst of unbridled laughter resonated in the air. It was none other than Centurion Tong Zhong, who was among the black armored guards. After he stopped laughing, he looked at Li An disdainfully and said mockingly, "A dignified Zoroastrianism elder actually has to resort to such despicable means to deal with the young mansion master of our Azure Cloud Mansion. How pathetic! As for what you said about the young mansion master bringing calamity to our Azure Cloud Mansion, he destroyed our brothers. Tell him, do all of you resent the young mansion master? Are all of you afraid of death?" Tong Zhong suddenly changed the topic and asked the black armored guards in a loud voice. When he reached the end of his question, his high-spirited voice was even more infectious. It affected all the black armored guards present on the scene, causing the blood in their bodies to boil. We don't resent him. We don't resent him. We don't fear death. We don't fear death. The moment Tong Zhong's words left his mouth, the group of black armored guards present on the scene roared one after another. The roars converged together and turned into a thunderous sound wave, causing ripples to appear in the surrounding void. Even the clouds in the sky were scattered by the sound wave. The group of black armored guards' auras were extremely imposing. Although they knew they might not be a match for the powerhouses from the upper province, even if they joined forces, they were not afraid at all. For the Azure Cloud Mansion, for Lord Mansion Master, and the young Mansion Master, they would die without regrets. The scene before him was clearly not what Li An wanted to see. Li wanted to see the people from the Azure Cloud Mansion were terrified and in despair as they blamed Duan Lingtian. As they said, they wanted to leave the Azure Cloud Mansion and cut all ties with it. However, he did not expect this outcome. When the group of people from the Azure Cloud Mansion faced the group of powerhouses from the upper province, not only did they not show any signs of fear or despair, but they also did not blame Duan Lingtian at all. Instead, they even said they wanted to leave the Azure Cloud Mansion and cut ties with the Azure Cloud Mansion. Li An was so furious that his face turned pale. This was completely different from what he had imagined. You don't fear death? After taking a deep breath, Li An's eyes flashed coldly with killing intent. He smiled coldly and said, "Since all of you are not afraid of death, I'll fulfill your wishes." As soon as Li An finished speaking, he raised his right hand and made a hand gesture. When the group of Saints Celestial Stage powerhouses from the Northern Plethora sect saw Li An's hand gesture, they stared at the group of black armored guards behind Duan Rufeng and Rong Yuan coldly. As soon as Li An gave the order, they would make their move at lightning speed and kill all of the black armored guards in front of them. How boastful! When Li An was about to give the order for the group of Saints Celestial Stage powerhouses behind him to make their move, A cold voice resonated in the air and diverted Li An's attention. Li An's gaze shifted to Duan Ruffing, the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. The person who had spoken earlier was none other than Duan Ruffing. You'll find out soon enough if I'm boastful or not. You should be glad you're Duan Lingtian's father. Otherwise, you'll definitely die today. Lian looked at Duan Ruffing and sneered. However, even if you don't die today, you'll still die after I use you to lure Duan Lingtian out and kill Duan Lingtian. Li An's words were filled with a thick murderous intent. There's no need to wait anymore. When Lian suddenly lowered his right hand and was about to give the order for the group of Saints' celestial stage powerhouses behind him to make their move, Duan Ruffing's voice resonated in the air again. It was as intimidating as the morning bell. Duan Ruffing's cold voice caused the group of Saints' celestial stage powerhouses behind Li and who were about to make their move to be stunned. In the next moment, their eyes shifted to Duan Ruffing again. Kill. Li An's expression turned grave. Just as he was about to give the order again, he stopped speaking as soon as he opened his mouth. This was because his attention was completely focused on Duan Ruffing. Duan Ruffing, who was completely shrouded in devil chi, stood in the distance. His robe fluttered in the wind, and his long hair that was no longer tied up by the headband was wriggling like a python. It was a strange sight. At the same time, Duan Ruffing's hands that seemed to be burning with black flames opened and closed widely as he formed a set of hand seals that seemed very profound. Boom, 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 boom. Complicated hand seals were formed again and again as his hands slapped the void, causing the air to ripple and emit a series of muffled explosions. As a powerhouse at the fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage, Li An's aura was not something ordinary people could compare to. Lian could clearly sense it. As Duan Ruffing made one mysterious hand seal after another, the void seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. Moreover, it gave Duan Ruffing an ominous premonition as he sensed a dangerous aura. What's he doing? Regarding this, Lian could not understand no matter how hard he thought about it. However, he felt that his heart was inexplicably flustered at this moment, as if something big was about to happen. Lian took a deep breath as his eyes turned cold. His saint origin surged out of his body to stop Duan Ruffing. It's too late. As soon as Li An's saint origin surged out of his body, Duan Ruffing's voice resonated in the air. His tone was cold and decisive. Boom. As Duan Ruffing's last hand seal that was filled with monstrous devil chi descended, the void suddenly shook before it began to distort and form a whirlpool at an extremely fast speed under the watchful eyes of the others. As soon as the whirlpool appeared, one could see a deep darkness in the center of the whirlpool. This darkness was enough to make one's hair stand on end with just a glance. Apart from that, the suction force from the whirlpool was not directed at Duan Ruffing and the others. Instead, it was directed at the other side of the air. Upon seeing this, Lian and the group of Saint Celestial stage powerhouses behind him were not the only ones who were shocked. Even Rong Yuan and the group of black armored guards, including Tong Zhong, were shocked as well. Lord Mansion Master, what kind of technique is this? Rong Yuan's eyes widened in shock. This was his first time seeing his mansion using such a technique. Come out. While everyone's attention was still on Duan Ruffing's reverse whirlpool, Duan Ruffing's emotionless voice resonated in the air again. It was so cold that it caused the atmosphere to become even more oppressive. As soon as Duan Ruffing finished speaking, the others were shocked to see something. Inside the reverse vortex, in the deep darkness, a behemoth appeared. The gigantic object that was the size of a small mountain emitted vast and pure devil chi as it walked out of the darkness at a leisurely pace. It attracted everyone's attention when it appeared in front of them. The gigantic object was more than 10 meters tall. It was a stone golem that was formed from huge rocks that were as black as ink. It did not have any facial features, and it only had a humanoid body. It was awe-inspiring as it stood there. Imperceptibly, it also brought about a strong sense of oppression. What's this? Lian was stunned when he saw the stone golem that was filled with devil chi. This was his first time seeing such a monster. He could clearly sense an unparalleled power from the stone golem in front of him. Even if it was compared to his current strength, It would only be stronger. However, he could not sense any signs of life from the stone golem. It was as though it was a lifeless stone golem. Combine! While everyone's attention was on the stone golem, Duan Rufeng's voice resonated in the air again. Everyone turned to look at him in unison. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Duan Rufeng moved and shot toward the stone golem. When his body came into contact with the stone golem, a shocking scene unfolded before their eyes. When Duan Rufeng's body came into contact with the stone golem, a monstrous devil chi surged out of the stone golem and shrouded Duan Rufeng. In the next instant, the devil chi was sucked into the stone golem's body, whereas Duan Rufeng had completely vanished without a trace. As soon as Duan Rufeng disappeared, Saint Devil Puppet, one of the Saint's celestial stage powerhouses behind Li Yan, seemed to have thought of something. His expression changed drastically, and his eyes were filled with terror. At the same time, he lost his composure and cried out in alarm. Saint Devil Puppet? When the whirlpool in the opposite direction gradually disappeared, everyone, including Li Yan, was stunned. Saint Devil Puppet? They had never heard of it before. However, they had heard of human puppet, earth puppet, and sky puppet in the past. These three types of puppets were all puppets controlled by demonic cultivators. Chapter 2053. However, even the strongest heavenly devil puppet was only comparable to a martial cultivator at the peak of the quintessential saint stage at most. The heavenly devil puppet was nothing in front of a saint's celestial stage powerhouse. For this reason, in a battle between saint's celestial stage powerhouses, even if one of them was a devil cultivator who was skilled in controlling devil puppets, they would not control their devil puppets to fight. After all, the devil puppets would only be a burden to them. In fact, Li Yan had noticed earlier. The stone golem in front of him was emitting a majestic and pure devil chi. Its strength was not inferior to his at all. However, when he discovered the stone golem did not seem to be alive or sentient, he heaved a sigh of relief. When he saw Duan Rufeng had disappeared and the stone golem seemed to have gained sentience, he realized Duan Rufeng must have temporarily merged with the stone golem. Saint Devil Puppet? What's a Saint Devil Puppet? Li Yan turned to look at the Saint's celestial stage powerhouse from the Northern Plethora sect who had exclaimed in surprise earlier. The Saint's celestial stage powerhouse from the Northern Plethora sect did not dare to be negligent when faced with Li Yan's question. He quickly explained. It said that the last time the Saint Devil Puppet appeared was in an era a long time ago. That era was called the Human Devil Era. Human Devil Era? Li Yan narrowed his eyes when he heard the words of the Saint's celestial stage powerhouse from the Northern Plethora sect. Perhaps he had not heard of the Saint Devil Puppet before. However, he was no stranger to the Human Devil Era. He knew that it was an extremely chaotic era. During that era, a group of devil clans had emerged from the land of exile and caused rivers of blood to flow in the Dao Martial Saint Land. In the end, all the human powerhouses in the Dao Martial Saint Land had joined forces and defeated the group of devils, forcing them to return to the land of exile. The Saint's celestial stage powerhouse from the Northern Plethora sect nodded when he heard Li Yan's question. He said, I've read about it in an ancient book. During the Human Devil Era, some devils and devil cultivators who cultivated devil cultivation methods knew how to summon Saint Devil Puppets. Saint Devil Puppets are different from Human Devil Puppets, Earth Devil Puppets, and Sky Devil Puppets. The latter are created by devil cultivators using humans as the foundation. The former came from the land of exile. It is said that only the Saint Devil altar in the land of exile can give birth to Saint Devil Puppets. The expression of the Saint's celestial stage powerhouse from the Northern Plethora sect turned solemn when he spoke. The weakest Saint Devil Puppet is comparable to a powerhouse at the first form of the Saint's celestial stage, while the strongest one is comparable to a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint's celestial stage. The Saint's celestial stage powerhouse from the Northern Plethora sect took a deep breath before he looked at the stone golem, the Saint Devil Puppet, in the distance. He continued to say, this Saint Devil Puppet was summoned by Duan Rufeng, the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, from the land of exile using a secret technique. I can't believe there's still someone who knows how to summon a Saint Devil puppet even after such a long time has passed since the Human Devil era. Although the Saint Devil puppet itself possesses unparalleled power, it has no life or intelligence. Only when the summoner merges with it can he bestow it with life and intelligence, and control it as if it were his own arm. The expression of the Saint's celestial stage powerhouse from the Northern Plethora sect turned solemn when he finished speaking. He continued to say, "Once the summoner and the Saint Devil puppet become one, the summoner will be able to fully unleash the power of the Saint Devil puppet." Sush. As soon as the Saint's celestial stage powerhouse from the Northern Plethora sect finished speaking, horror dawned on Li An's face. The strength of the Saint Devil puppet in front of him was not any weaker than his. It was fine if the Saint Devil puppet did not have any life or intelligence. No matter how powerful it would not pose a threat to him. However, the Saint Devil puppet had been given life and intelligence by Duan Rufeng. Therefore, Duan Rufeng could control its strength as though it was his own arm. To him, this was not good news at all. Saint Devil puppet? The people from the Azure Cloud Mansion, including Rong Yuan and Tong Zhong, had also heard the words of the Saint's celestial stage powerhouse from the Northern Plethora sect. They instantly learned what the Saint Devil puppet was. Li An's expression seems to have changed. It seems like the Saint Devil puppet controlled by Lord Mansion Master is powerful enough to pose a threat to him. Otherwise, his expression wouldn't have changed. You're right. The group of black armored guards, including Rong Yuan and Tong Zhong, had also discovered this. All of them were so excited that their faces flushed red. Although they had already made up their minds to die. If there was a chance for them to live, they would still be very happy and would not want to miss it. Everyone was afraid of death. They were no exception. However, in their hearts, there were some things that were more important than their lives. They were worth risking their lives to protect. "Lian, do you dare to fight with me?" At this moment, Duan Rufeng's voice resonated in the air again. His voice was like a clap of thunder, causing everyone's eardrums to hurt. Everyone's attention was instantly attracted by Duan Rufeng's voice. What entered everyone's eyes was a stone golem the size of a small mountain. It was none other than the Saint Devil puppet controlled by Duan Rufeng. Its body was shrouded in dense and pure devil qi. Such pure devil qi was not something a devil cultivator in the Dao Martial Saint Land would possess. Only the real devil clans in the Land of Exile would possess such pure devil qi. The Saint Devil puppet came from the Saint Devil altar in the Land of Exile. Naturally, the devil qi in its body was extremely pure. It was comparable to the orthodox devil clans. Currently, Duan Rufeng was controlling the Saint Devil puppet that was comparable to the orthodox devil clans to challenge Lian. When Duan Rufeng issued a challenge to Lian, it was not only the people from the Azure Cloud Mansion, but even the group of Saint Celestial stage powerhouses from the Northern Plethora sect standing behind Lian turned to look at him in unison. All of them were curious. Would Lian accept the challenge? Faced with Duan Lingtian's challenge, Lian did not back down. He snorted coldly before he said disdainfully, "Duan Rufeng, the gap between our strength is like a chasm. Even if you've summoned this Saint Devil puppet from the Land of Exile, you're still trash in my eyes. You're destined to not be a match for me. You're asking me if I dare to accept your challenge? Why would I, Lian, not dare to accept your challenge?" Apart from calling Duan Lingtian a piece of trash, Lian accepted the challenge. When Lian accepted the challenge, the atmosphere turned solemn again. After a while, an uproar broke out. Naturally, the crowd was also staring at the Saint Devil puppet that Duan Rufeng was controlling and Lian. At this moment, they were the main characters. At this moment, Lian made his move without any warning. He seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning as he charged toward the Saint Devil puppet controlled by Duan Rufeng. Lian made his move. His speed was so fast that it was as though he was rushing to be reborn. At the same time, the strength of a powerhouse at the fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage was fully displayed. Faced with Li An's ferocious attack, The Saint Devil puppet that Duan Ru Feng controlled easily dodged Lian's probing attack even though it looked heavy and clumsy. Following that, under the watchful eyes of the others, Lian and the Saint Devil puppet controlled by Duan Ruffing finally began their battle. Boom, 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 boom. Thunderous explosions reverberated in the air as the Saint Devil puppet controlled by Duan Ru Feng clashed with Lian. Both of them were fighting each other head-on. In the beginning, both of them were evenly matched. It was difficult to determine the victor. However, as time passed, Lian's momentum seemed to have weakened. Naturally, Lian did not become weaker. It was just that after Duan Ru Feng familiarized himself with the Saint Devil puppet for a while, his control over his strength had improved. In comparison, Lian was naturally weaker. Bang! A loud sound resonated in the air as the Saint Devil puppet controlled by Duan Ru Feng found a perfect opportunity to punch Lian's weak point and landed a punch on Lian's chest. A loud explosion rang in the air as Lian was sent flying back like an arrow. When he returned to the side of the Saint's celestial stage powerhouses from the Northern Plethora sect, he cut a sorry figure. Zoroastrianism's Silver Flame Elder is just SOSO. Duan Ruffing, who was controlling the Saint Devil puppet, said disdainfully. Lian could no longer hold back his anger when he heard Duan Rufeng's disdainful words. He spat out a mouthful of blood that stained the ground. Naturally, the blood was not caused by Duan Rufeng's words. It was caused by the punch from the Saint Devil puppet controlled by Duan Ruffing. Initially, Lian wanted to swallow the blood. However, it seemed like he no longer had the chance to do so. Duan Ruffing, don't be so smug. If the Saint Devil puppet you control is only this weak, today, I will not only destroy the Saint Devil puppet, I will also kill you. In any case, even if you're not here, I'm not worried I won't be able to lure Duan Lingtian out. Lian's eyes narrowed into a line as he tried his best to calm down. However, his gradually calming tone contained waves of killing intent. At some point in time, a saber had appeared in Lian's hand. The saber was completely red as though it was dyed in blood. The divine dragon carving on the hilt gave off a domineering feeling. Azura saber. Chapter 2054. There were a total of 10 Great Saint weapons in the 10 Great Saint weapons ranking. Among them, there were a few Great Saint weapons that were mainly offensive and offensive. They were so powerful that they could completely suppress the 1,000 inscriptions Saint weapons in the Dao Martial Saint land. The Azura saber was one of them. The Shura saber did not have the special ability to suppress devil cultivators like the Devil Seal tablet, which was also a 10 Great Grade Saint weapon. It only had the powerful offensive power of a 10,000 inscriptions Saint weapon. At this moment, the Azura saber appeared in Lian's hand. As soon as the saber appeared in his hand, Lian's aura underwent an earth-shattering change in just a blink of an eye. Above the vast Saint Qi that permeated the surface of Lian's body, strands of lightning-like blood-red astral Qi appeared, causing the vast aura radiating from Lian's body to take on an austere aura. In just a blink of an eye, Lian's aura underwent an earth-shattering change. If one were to say, previously, Lian was like a ferocious beast. However, the current Lian was not only ferocious, but he was also bloodthirsty. He gave off an extremely dangerous aura. All of this was due to the Great Saint weapon, the Azura saber, that appeared out of thin air in his hand. Before the Azura saber appeared, he was completely normal. However, after it appeared, he had completely changed. When Rong Yuan, Tong Zhong, and the black armored guards on the Azure Cloud Mansion's side sensed the change in Lian's aura, horror dawned on their faces immediately. At this moment, they realized this was not the case. This was Lian's true strength. This is, at the same time, the group of Northern Plethora sects Saints celestial stage powerhouses behind Lian regained their senses one after another. All of them stared at the blood saber in Lian's hand in disbelief. Xiao. At this moment, the group of Northern Plethora sects Saints celestial stage powerhouses also recognized the blood saber in Lian's hand. One of them could not help but exclaim in shock. However, as soon as he spat out the word Xiao, he didn't continue. This was because he no longer had a chance. It was accompanied by a short-lived, ear-piercing sound of a saber. It was earth-shattering. In the next moment, it was not just the Northern Plethora sects Saint's celestial stage powerhouse who had cried out in alarm. Even the remaining Northern Plethora sects Saint's celestial stage powerhouses behind Li and were severed at the waist by the short-lived blood-red saber ray. Pillars of blood spurted out and splattered all over the sky. The people from the Azure Cloud Mansion were stunned. Many of the Black Armored Army's disciples turned pale in an instant. A group of Saint's celestial stage powerhouses had been killed in the blink of an eye. Not only that, as soon as the bodies of the Northern Plethora sects Saint's celestial stage powerhouses behind Li and were severed into two, the blood-red saber ray shot out several streaks of blood-red energy that entered their minds and destroyed their souls. At this moment, the group of Northern Plethora sects Saint's celestial stage powerhouses behind Li An were all dead. He died in Li An's own hands. The reason why Li An killed them was very simple. He didn't wish for the news of him possessing the renowned saint weapon on the 10 great saint weapons rankings, the Azura saber, to be exposed. For this reason, he had no choice but to kill the group of Northern Plethora sects Saint's celestial stage powerhouses behind him. When he took out the Azura saber, he had already guessed the group of Northern Plethora sects Saint's celestial stage powerhouses behind him would recognize the Azura saber. For this reason, he was cautious. Before these people could reveal the Shura saber's background, he would kill them first. In order to protect the Azura saber, Li An was willing to make an enemy out of everyone in the world. Because to a certain extent, the Azura saber could even change Li An's fate. For this reason, he would not allow anyone to lay a finger on the Azura saber. Gasp, 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 gasp. When the group of Black Armored Army's guards, led by Rong Yuan and Tong Zhong, saw Li An killing the group of Upper Province's powerhouses behind him, they could not help but gasp. When they looked at Li An again, there was only dread in their eyes. Li An even dared to kill his own people. Was there anything he did not dare to do? Li An is really ruthless. He's too ruthless. Those people were his own people. However, they died in his hands. Even their souls were destroyed. They won't be able to come back to life. I wonder why this Li An wants to kill his own people. After the Black Armored Army's guards recovered from their shock, they began to whisper among themselves. In the end, they were all curious about the same thing. Why did Li An kill his own people? There must be a motive to kill, right? It seems like Li An only killed the group of Upper Province's powerhouses behind him after he took out the Crimson Saber in his hand. Could it be that there's something strange about the Crimson Saber in his hand? The Crimson Saber in his hand seems to be made of fresh blood. Could it be that the Crimson Saber needs to be stained with the blood of many people to unleash its true strength? That's possible. At the same time, the group of Black Armored Army's guards began to speculate about the reason Li An killed his own people. Azura saber. At this moment, a surprised voice resonated in the air. It was none other than Duan Ruffing who was controlling the Saint Devil puppet. Duan Ruffing's exclamation caused the group of Black Armored Army's guards to regain their senses. Azura saber. These 3 words were not unfamiliar to them. The Azura saber was one of the legendary 10 Great Saint weapons on the 10 Great Saint weapons ranking. It was extremely powerful and was one of the top saint weapons in the Dao martial saint land. Rumor had it that, if an ordinary martial cultivator at the peak of the exemplary saint stage obtained the Azura saber, he would be able to instantly kill an early quintessential saint stage powerhouse. He would even be able to fight an intermediate quintessential saint stage powerhouse. Based on this, one could see how powerful and terrifying the Azura saber was. However, the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion had just said that the Azura saber was the Azura saber. The Crimson Saber in Li An's hand was the famous 10 Great Saint weapons on the 10 Great Saint weapons ranking, the Azura saber? How could they not be shocked? The Azura saber? I can't believe this elder from the Zoroastrianism actually obtained the Azura saber. Before using the Azura saber, is there a need to sacrifice blood to the saber? Why haven't I heard of it before? It's a famous 10 Great Saint Weapons on the 10 Great Saint Weapons ranking after all. Before using the Azura saber, there might be a need to sacrifice blood to the saber. You're right. After learning the Crimson Saber in Li An's hand was the famous 10 Great Saint Weapons on the 10 Great Saint Weapons ranking, the group of black armored armies guards sighed emotionally. Naturally, many of the black armored armies guards had a grave expression on their faces as well. Earlier, although their Lord Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion had gained the upper hand in the battle with Lian, it was not that obvious. However, now that Lian had taken out the Azura Saber, one of the famous 10 Great Saint Weapons on the 10 Great Saint Weapons ranking, his strength had increased tremendously. Under such circumstances, would the Mansion Master of the Azure Cloud Mansion still be able to suppress Lian like before? They were not certain about this. Due to this reason, they were slightly worried. You recognize the Azura Saber? Lian narrowed his eyes and his heart sank when he heard Duan Rufeng's words revealing the secret behind the blood saber in his hand. He did not expect Duan Rufeng would be able to defeat him. He did not expect Duan Rufeng would be able to recognize the Azura saber in his hand. He had killed the group of Northern Plethora sects, Saints celestial stage powerhouses at lightning speed because he was worried they would expose the Azura saber in his hand. He did not want Duan Rufeng and the others to know he possessed the Azura saber. However, Duan Rufeng had recognized the Azura saber in his hand. Lian, if I'm not mistaken, you killed them because you were worried they would spread the news of you possessing the Azura saber, right? As far as I know, there's no need to sacrifice blood to the Azura saber. Duan Rufeng, who was controlling the Saint Devil puppet, said indifferently when he heard the surprise in Li An's voice. Naturally, he did not recognize the Azura saber. However, when the Devil Cultivator Black Nether subsoul that had occupied his body disappeared, he had left behind some memories. There was a record of the Azura saber in that memory. Black Nether had also obtained the Azura saber in the past. For this reason, the Azura saber had left a deep impression in his memory. For this reason, Duan Rufeng immediately recognized the Azura saber in Li An's hand. It was one of the 10 Great Saint Weapons on the 10 Great Saint Weapons ranking. Duan Rufeng. Lian stared at Duan Rufeng coldly as he said in a deep voice, I have to admit that you're very knowledgeable. However, sometimes, being knowledgeable isn't necessarily a good thing. For example, I didn't plan to kill you so quickly. However, it seems like I have no choice but to kill you as soon as possible to prevent you from spreading rumors. As for luring Duan Lingtian out, as long as Duan Lingtian's friends and family are around, I'm not worried that he won't take the bait even if you're not around. When Lian reached the end of his sentence, the Azura saber in his hand glowed with a crimson light. His voice was extremely cold as he said, Therefore, you and the Saint Devil puppet that you've summoned can die now. As soon as Lian finished speaking, he made his move. Li An's body moved and set off a gust of cold wind as he charged toward the Saint Devil puppet that was controlled by Duan Rufeng in a fierce manner. Buzz, 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 buzz. At the same time, the sound of saber humming rang in the air. Around the body of the Saint Devil puppet, streaks of blood-red blade light suddenly appeared out of nowhere. They gathered around the Saint Devil puppet, as though they wanted to tear it to shreds. How powerful! Chapter 2055. At the same time, Duan Rufeng also discovered that Li Lan's strength was not weak at all. It seemed like the Saint Devil puppet he had summoned was not strong enough to deal with Lian. After Lian took out the Azura saber, his strength had risen to a whole new level. His strength was comparable to an ordinary powerhouse at the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage. The Saint Devil puppet he had summoned was only comparable to a powerhouse at the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage. At most, it was comparable to a powerhouse at the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage. It was still a long way from reaching the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Although Duan Rufeng could control the Saint Devil puppet as though it was his own arm, he was still weaker than Lian, who wielded the Azura saber. It seems like I have no choice but to use that technique. Faced with Li An's threat, Duan Rufeng recalled the taboo secret tactic He Ming had left behind. It was similar to an assist-type divine ability. However, the side effect of the taboo secret tactic was the side effect of using an assist-type divine ability. It was similar to the side effect of consuming a forbidden pill. If it was not because he was facing a life-and-death crisis, Duan Rufeng would not have thought of using the forbidden secret tactic because the price he had to pay for using it was too high. However, based on the current situation, he was on the brink of death. Presently his life was already hanging by a thread, and if he still hesitated, then he would most likely become a ghost under Li An's blade. I thought I'd be able to kill Li An by summoning the Saint Devil puppet. I didn't expect him to obtain the Azura Saber, one of the 10 Great Saint weapons on the 10 Great Saint weapons ranking. At this moment, Duan Rufeng was also irritated. If he had a choice, he was unwilling to use the forbidden secret tactic. Rumble. Just as Duan Rufeng was about to use the taboo secret tactic, a deafening explosion sounded from the sky. In the next moment, a gigantic black shadow appeared. It seemed to be able to blot out the sun as it descended on the Saint Devil puppet controlled by Duan Rufeng. It was as though Mount Tai was pressing down on it. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. At the same time, the blood-red saber gleams shot out from Li An's Azura Saber, the Saint-grade artifact, also shot out toward the Saint Devil puppet's head. Duan Rufeng was hiding in the head of the Holy Devil puppet. This point, Li An's divine sense could still detect. Boom, 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 boom. However, before the blood-red saber lights could reach the Saint Devil puppet's head, the black shadow that fell from the sky crashed into the Saint Devil puppet's head, setting off a series of thunderous explosions. The blood-colored blade glows were shattered one by one. That enormous black figure, which was like Mount Tai, swiftly shrunk. Finally, it turned into the size of an adult's fist. Taking a closer look, it was actually a seal. The bottom of the seal was flat, while the top was carved with mountains of different shapes. At first glance, there were over 10,000 mountains. 10,000 mountains seal? Duan Rufeng was shocked when he saw the seal. At the same time, he temporarily dismissed the idea of using the taboo secret tactic. The 10,000 mountains seal was recorded in the memories that He Ming had left for him. The 10,000 mountains seal was one of the 10 Great Saint weapons on the 10 Great Saint weapons ranking. In fact, it was ranked in the top 3 among the 10 Great Saint weapons. Not only did it possess the offensive strength of a 10,000 inscription saint weapon, but it could also change its size. Just like just now, it was as if it had transformed into a towering mountain that descended from the sky and blocked out the sun. Duan Rufeng did not expect this. Today, not only did he see the Azura Saber, the Saint-grade artifact on the 10 Great Saint weapons ranking, but he also saw the 10,000 mountains seal on the 10 Great Saint weapons ranking. Moreover, the latter's ranking on the 10 Great Saint weapons ranking was much higher than the Azura Saber. The 10,000 mountains seal. When Duan Rufeng recognized the 10,000 mountains seal, Li An, the silver flame elder of the Zoroastrianism, naturally recognized the 10,000 mountains seal as well. His eyes narrowed when he recognized it. However, a moment later, his lifeless gaze changed again, and it became bright again. The 10,000 mountains seal was a saint-grade artifact that was even more powerful than the Azura Saber. Moreover, its ranking on the 10 Great Saint weapons rankings had even steadily entered the top 3. Without any hesitation, Li An moved and shot out like a bolt of lightning. He wanted to snatch the 10,000 mountains seal that was hovering in the air nearby. However, he ended up pouncing on empty air. Before he could even touch the 10,000 mountains seal, the 10,000 mountains seal disappeared from its spot at an even faster speed. When it reappeared again, it was in the hands of a black-clad young man who seemed to have appeared out of thin air. The black-clad young man who was holding the 10,000 mountains seal did not pay any attention to Li An. Instead, he looked at Duan Rufeng. To be more precise, he was looking at the Saint Devil puppet that Duan Rufeng controlled. Duan Rufeng, do you know what you're doing? The black-clad young man's cold and evil expression darkened as he questioned Duan Rufeng coldly as he looked at the myriad devil puppet. Dugu, it's you. Duan Rufeng was surprised when he saw the black-clad young man. Based on his tone, he did not expect the owner of the 10,000 mountains seal to be this person. It's the leader of the Mountain Shade Black Market, Dugu. At the same time, Rong Yuan was stunned when he saw the black-clad young man. When he regained his senses, he could not help but have an expression of disbelief on his face. The black-clad young man was no stranger to him. He was none other than the leader of the Mountain Shade Black Market, the only quasi-third-rate force in the Debussy subterranean that could challenge the Azure Cloud Mansion. However, it did not cross his mind that he would see Dugu here. Moreover, based on the strength that Dugu had displayed earlier, it seemed like he was not any weaker than his mansion master who had summoned the Saint Devil puppet. Duan Ruffing, I'm asking you a question. Do you know what you're doing? Dugu Ruffing asked coldly. It was as though he did not want to say anything else to Duan Ruffing before he obtained the answer to his question. I know what I'm doing. Duan Ruffing, who was in the Saint Devil puppet, finally replied to Dugu. I know what I'm doing will further destroy the space barrier between our realm and the land of exile. However, I have no other choice. If I don't summon the Saint Devil puppet from the land of exile, I won't be able to deal with this Zoroastrianism elder at all. After all, the Devil clan's legacy I obtained is different from yours. You don't have to rely on the Saint Devil puppet, but I do. Duan Rufeng's words were filled with certainty. There was no hint of regret in his words. Based on his words, one could tell that Duan Ruffing was not lying. Whether it was him or Dugu, the leader of the Mountain Shade Black Market, both of them had obtained the Devil clan's legacy. Although the Devil clan's legacy and the Devil cultivator's legacy only differed by one word, the difference was like heaven and earth. The Devil clan referred to the orthodox Devil clans from the land of exile. All of them were powerful beings with extraordinary innate talents that ordinary humans could not compare to. Devil cultivators referred to humans who had obtained the Devil clan's legacy. Generally speaking, only Devil cultivators during the Human Devil era could obtain the Devil clan's legacy easily. With the passage of time and the change of eras, the Devil cultivators of the later generations could only obtain the inheritances left behind by other Devil cultivators. The orthodox inheritance of the Devil clan was gradually lost. This was the current situation of Devil cultivators. Naturally, there were still Devil cultivators who were as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns who obtained the legacy left behind by the Devil clans during the Human Devil era. For example, Black Nether, the Devil cultivator who occupied Duan Rufeng's body, had obtained the orthodox Devil clan's legacy. Later on, Duan Ruffing had obtained Black Nether's memory. This was equivalent to Duan Ruffing obtaining the orthodox Devil clan's legacy. Dugu, the leader of the Mountain Shade Black Market, had also obtained the orthodox Devil clan's legacy. When these two people who had obtained the orthodox Devil clan's legacy met for the first time, they noticed the similarities between them. Due to this reason, they regarded each other as their nemesis and had been fighting ever since. Although both of them had obtained the orthodox Devil clan's legacy, the legacies they obtained were completely different. For example, Duan Ruffing obtained the Devil clan's legacy that was related to the Saint Devil puppet. On the other hand, the Devil clan's legacy that was passed down to Black Nether was able to summon a Saint Devil puppet whose strength was comparable to a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint's celestial stage from the Saint Devil altar in the land of exile during the Human Devil era. Based on this, one could see how rare and precious the Devil clan's legacy that Duan Ruffing obtained was. Of course, the process of summoning the Saint Devil puppet would also affect the stability of the two planes. It would destroy the spatial barrier between the two planes to a certain extent. Once the space barrier was destroyed, the Devil clans in the land of exile would invade the Dao Martial Saint land just like they did during the Human Devil era. For this reason, Dugu questioned Duan Ruffing. After all, if Duan Ruffing did this, he would become an accomplice of the Devil clans in the land of exile. The Devil clan's legacy? Li An's eyes widened in shock when he heard Duan Rufeng's words. Naturally, he knew very well what the Devil clan's legacy meant. As it turns out, he has obtained the Devil clan's legacy. No wonder he knows how to summon the Saint Devil puppet from the Saint Devil altar in the land of exile. At this moment, Li An finally understood many things. Just as the shock on Li An's face gradually faded, Li An's expression changed. All of a sudden, his expression changed as though he had sensed something. This was because he noticed the black-clad young man holding the 10,000 Mountains seal had shifted his attention to him without him noticing. Moreover, the black-clad young man was glaring at him like a tiger eyeing its prey. A hint of killing intent could be seen in the black-clad young man's eyes. "Dugu, thank you." Chapter 2056. At this moment, the black-clad young man was glaring at him fiercely. Why else would Duan Ruffing thank the black-clad young man? He knew the black-clad young man was going to join forces with Duan Ruffing to deal with him. As expected. In the next moment, he realized something. As the black-clad young man glared at Duan Rufeng, the Saint Devil puppet under Duan Rufeng's control began to move faster and faster toward Duan Rufeng. In the end, the sound of wind and thunder could be heard. "You're called Dugu, right? As long as you don't interfere in today's matter, I'm willing to recommend you to join Zoroastrianism and become a bronze flame elder of Zoroastrianism." Lian took a deep breath and tightened his grip on the Azura saber. Then he looked at Dugu and said in a voice that he thought was filled with temptation, "With your potential, it's only a matter of time before you become a silver flame elder like me." Of course, he was just saying that. As long as Dugu did not interfere, he would definitely kill Dugu after he killed Duan Ruffing. It was all because of the saint-grade weapon, the 10,000 Mountain seal, in Dugu's hand. That was a saint-grade weapon that was even more powerful than the Azura saber in his hand. It was a saint-grade weapon that could be ranked in the top 3 on the 10 Great Saint Weapons ranking. Although Dugu had relied on the 10,000 Mountain seal to destroy his attack, that was because his attack was not targeted at Dugu. It was targeted at Duan Ruffing. Otherwise, Dugu would not have been able to destroy his attack so easily. If it was a one-on-one battle, he was not afraid of Duan Ruffing or Dugu. However, if both of them attacked at the same time, he knew he was no match for them. "Join Zoroastrianism and become a piece of trash like you? Do you think I care about that?" Dugu smirked when he heard Li An's words. His words were not polite at all. He did not give Lian any face at all. "You're seeking death." Dugu's words immediately enraged Lian. He was so angry that he wanted nothing more than to kill Dugu. However, when he saw the Saint Devil puppet controlled by Duan Ruffing charging at him, the killing intent that had just risen in his heart weakened a little. He immediately turned around and tried to flee. He already had a plan in mind. Now, a wise man knew better than to fight when the odds were against him. He left first. When the day came that Duan Ruffing, or was alone, he would kill them one by one. Unfortunately, imagination was beautiful, but reality was cruel. Now, could Lian leave just because he wanted to? Rumble! Just as Li An's figure moved and was about to shoot into the distance to escape, an earth-shattering sound came from the distant sky. In the next moment, the 10,000 Mountain seal that had transformed into a towering mountain that had appeared in the distant sky at an unknown time also descended at the same time. While it covered the sky and the sun, it seemed as though it could suppress everything in the world. Boom! Although Lian had hastily used the Shura saber in his hand, he was still injured by the 10,000 Mountain seal. He spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. He cut a sorry figure. Boom! 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 At the same time, Duan Ruffing controlled the Saint Devil puppet to charge at Lian at an extremely fast speed. It was as though it had the help of the gods. On the other hand, Duan Ruffing's Saint Devil puppet moved at an extremely fast speed. Every step it took shook the void and set off a series of explosions. At the same time, it seemed as though it was stepping on Li An's chest, causing Li An's expression to change. Above him was the 10,000 Mountain seal. Behind him was the Saint Devil puppet controlled by Duan Ruffing, and in front of him was Dugu, who possessed extraordinary strength. At this moment, Lian realized it would be difficult for him to escape. "Let's fight." Taking a deep breath, Li An's eyes glowed with a chilling light. He was not a kind person to begin with. Now that he was forced into a corner, it was only natural that he would not resign himself to death. "As long as I kill one of them, the other one is nothing to worry about." The moment Lian thought of this, he turned around and faced the Saint Devil puppet controlled by Duan Ruffing. It was obvious he thought Duan Ruffing was a pushover. He wanted to kill Duan Ruffing first before dealing with Dugu. However, the development of the situation that followed was something that he had never dreamed of. Duan Ruffing and Dugu seemed to be at loggerheads with each other. However, when they joined forces, they seemed to have a tacit understanding with each other. Every time they cooperated, it was as though they had the help of the gods. Even twins might not have such a tacit understanding with each other. It did not take long before Lian, who was under great pressure, was injured again and again. In the beginning, it was only a few minor injuries. However, after a while, he was heavily injured again and again, causing his aura to weaken. After a few moments, Lian's murderous aura was gone, and he looked like a frosted eggplant. Dugu, if you join forces with me to kill Duan Ruffing, I'll give you the Azura Saber. Lian knew he would die if this continued. He began to think of ways to save himself. The first thing he thought of was to use the Azura Saber, a saint-grade weapon, to tempt Dugu to change sides. Unfortunately, he was destined to be disappointed. Azura Saber? Do you think I'll be interested in a saint-grade weapon that's not even comparable to my 10,000 mountain seal? Dugu was disdainful when faced with Lian's temptation. At the same time, he controlled the 10,000 mountain seal to smash the defensive light shield formed by Saint Origin on the surface of Lian's body, shattering it. Barf! Once again, Lian's defense was shattered. Naturally, he suffered a backlash and threw up another mouthful of blood. His injuries worsened. After a few moments, Lian finally died in the hands of Duan Ruffing and Dugu. A silver flame elder from the fire worship sect, the first silver flame elder of the Black Turtle Sanctum, one of the 4 symbol sanctums, had died in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land just like that. If news of this spread out, the entire upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land would be shocked. After all, apart from being a silver flame elder of the Zoroastrianism, Lian was also a powerhouse at the 4th form of the Saint's celestial stage. He was ranked 139th on the Supreme Saint ranking. He was one of the top powerhouses in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. However, such a powerhouse had died in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land that was looked down upon by the powerhouses in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. You can have his lousy saber. I'll take his spatial ring. Dugu said indifferently after he killed Lian. He took the spatial ring from Lian's body before he turned around and left. From the beginning until the end, he did not even look at the Azura Saber. No one knew if he really did not care about the Azura Saber or if there was another reason. Thank you. Duan Ruffing thanked Dugu as he looked at Dugu's departing figure. After he thanked Dugu, his attention was completely attracted by the Azura Saber. So, Duan Ruffing immediately left the Saint Devil puppet and held the Azura Saber in his hand. Congratulations, Lord Mansion Master. Congratulations, Lord Mansion Master. When Duan Ruffing held the Azura Saber in his hand, the people from the Azure Cloud Mansion, including Rong Yuan and Tong Zhong, immediately turned to Duan Ruffing to congratulate him. Azura Saber. Duan Ruffing's heart trembled slightly when he saw the Azura Saber in his hand. His eyes shone brightly. This saber was not an ordinary saber. It was a grade saint weapon, the Azura Saber. It was one of the 10 grade saint weapons on the 10 great saint weapons ranking. Now that he had obtained it, his strength would definitely increase tremendously. To him, this was a joyous occasion. At the same time, while Duan Rufeng was still rejoicing over obtaining the Azura Saber, there was a commotion at the Interprovince Transportation Formation in the far north. Boom! Rumble! An earth-shattering sound rang in the air, causing the expression of the guard who was usually guarding the Interprovince Transportation Formation to change drastically. What's going on? What's going on? Oh no! In the next moment, the guard's expression changed drastically as though he had discovered something. In his line of sight, apart from the ice and snow on the surface of the towering snow mountain that was used to construct the Interprovince Transportation Formation, the ground and the mountain began to shake again. Crack, 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 crack. As a series of cracking sounds rang in the air, The guard could clearly see the cracks on the mountain. On the towering mountain where the base of the inter-province transportation formation was located, terrifying cracks began to appear one after another. As time passed, more and more cracks began to appear. Soon after, the guards saw the towering mountain had collapsed. The foundation of the inter-province transportation formation had been destroyed as well. All of a sudden, the guard seemed to have thought of something. Horror dawned on his face as his eyes turned red. At this moment, he finally regained his senses. Since the foundation of the inter-province transportation formation had been destroyed, it meant that the inter-province transportation formation in the Wuxia subterranean had disappeared. This meant that he could no longer return to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. How could he not be anxious? Boom, 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 boom. While the guard was panicking, another series of loud noises rang in the air, attracting his attention. In the next moment, the guard was shocked when he discovered that the towering mountain had collapsed. At the place where the towering mountain had collapsed, the void began to tremble. In the end, vortexes began to appear one after another. The speed of the vortexes gradually increased as well. These vortexes were reverse vortexes. What they gave him was a force of impact instead of a suction force. These vortexes seemed to be devouring the things on the other side of the void. They were trying to devour the things on the other side and transfer them to their side. When the guard narrowed his eyes, he saw another thing. In the center of one of the vortexes, two bull horns suddenly appeared in the darkness. That was right, bull horns. Behind the two horns, a ferocious and terrifying bull head appeared before his eyes. In just a blink of an eye, a huge monster appeared before his eyes. The reason he thought it was a monster was because it had a human body and a bull's head. Moreover, it was so huge that it did not look like a human at all. So many! At the same time, the guard saw another thing. Many monsters with a human body and a bull's head walked out of the other vortexes as well. Chapter 2057. Boom, 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 boom. Another series of deafening noises reverberated in the air, causing the watcher to feel numb. Then, under his watchful eyes, a series of whirlpools began to appear. Every time a loud noise reverberated in the air, a whirlpool would appear in the air. Moreover, it was a whirlpool in the opposite direction. The moment these whirlpools appeared, they were like blooming fireworks, dazzling and eye-catching. In just a blink of an eye, more than 100 whirlpools had appeared in the air. A monster with the head of a cow and the body of a human walked out of each whirlpool. Every time a vortex appeared, a monster would walk out of it and disappear. It was as if it had completed its mission. When more than 100 whirlpools had disappeared, more than 100 monsters with the head of a cow and the body of a human appeared in the watcher's line of sight. Ha! All of a sudden, one of the monsters with the head of a cow that was 7 to 8 meters tall and was the largest among the hundreds of monsters laughed loudly. His laughter was unbridled, and it seemed to contain endless sound waves that shook the nearby space to the point of trembling. As the monster laughed, the watcher in the distance had his eardrums ruptured due to the sound waves. Blood flowed out of his 7 orifices as he lost his composure. How powerful! The watcher's face turned as pale as a sheet of paper. When he looked at the monster who was laughing again, a hint of fear could be seen in his eyes. Even in the first-rate forces in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land where he was from, only the leader would be so powerful. Just the sound waves from his laughter were enough to cause a quintessential saint-stage martial cultivator like him to bleed out of his 7 orifices. This wasn't something that just anyone could do. I didn't expect the warriors from the Ox Devil clan would be the first to arrive in the rich land after more than 100,000 years. Soon after, the monster with the head of a cow that was 7 to 8 meters tall stopped laughing and sighed. 100,000 years? The Ox Devil clan? The watcher's eyes widened when he heard the monster's sigh. He seemed to have recalled something as his body began to tremble. Could it be, they are the legendary demon race from the land of exile? He had read some records about the human devil era from hundreds of thousands of years ago in some ancient books. That era was also a chaotic era. During that era, let alone a quintessential saint stage martial cultivator like him, even saint celestial stage powerhouses and above would die in the hands of the devil clans from the land of exile. During the human devil era, almost everyone's expression changed when they heard the word devil. In that great war between humans and demons, countless humans had died before the demons were chased back to the land of exile. What the hell is going on? It had only been a few 100,000 years. Had the demons returned from the land of exile? Could it be that our plane is going to enter the human devil era again? Thinking of this, the Watcher's expression changed again, and there was a heartfelt fear in the depths of her eyes. The human devil era was definitely a great disaster for the human race. 10th Elder, there's a human there. All of a sudden, the Watcher heard a loud voice. It shocked him so much that he regained his senses. When he looked in the direction of the voice, he discovered he was being stared at by a monster. Moreover, the monster was talking to the biggest monster in the group and addressed him as the 10th Elder. In an instant, the monster known as the 10th Elder also looked at him. Just a casual glance from the 10th Elder was enough to scare him out of his wits. When the Watcher saw the 10th Elder flying toward him, he felt as though his legs were made of lead. He could not move at all. He did not even have the strength to escape. He was completely terrified. Human, tell me about the current situation in the Saint Province realm. The 10th Elder of the Ox Devil clan said in a hoarse voice. The 10th Elder of the Ox Devil clan arrived in front of the Overseer in just a few moments. He stared at the Overseer with his huge eyes as he asked in a deep voice that was as loud as thunder. The Watcher felt suffocated when he heard the 10th Elder of the Ox Devil clan. However, when he felt threatened by the 10th Elder, he obediently explained the situation in the Saint realm to the 10th Elder. Although Duan Ling Tian had never heard of the Saint Province realm before, he could guess that the Saint Province realm Duan Ling Tian was talking about was the realm he was currently in. The Dao Martial Saint land is really divided into two? The strong ones have gone to the upper province while the weak ones stay in the lower province? The 10th Elder of the Ox Devil clan muttered to himself after he heard the Watcher's words. Based on his words, it was as though he already knew about this and was just confirming it. The 10th Elder of the Ox Devil clan was indeed aware of this. He had learned about this from Zhu Luqi, who had accidentally entered the land of exile. After learning about the situation in the Saint Province realm from Zhu Luqi, he used the soul-searching tactic to learn the reason why Zhu Luqi was here. The Inter-Province Transportation Formation. Under Zhu Luqi's guidance, he found the weak point of the spatial barrier near the Inter-Province Transportation Formation in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint land. He gathered the elite warriors from the Ox Devil clan and broke the spatial barrier in one fell swoop. That was how the current situation came to be. After Zhu Luqi lost his value, he was killed by the 10th Elder of the Ox Devil clan. Apart from that, the only inter-province transportation formation from the lower province to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint land has just been destroyed. The Watcher had a bitter expression on his face as he spoke with difficulty. The inter-province transportation formation has been destroyed? Upon hearing the Overseer's words, the 10th Elder of the Ox Devil clan's face was filled with ecstasy. Doesn't this mean the Devil clans can recuperate in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint land and conquer the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint land in the future? The moment the 10th Elder of the Ox Devil clan thought about this, his breathing quickened. He was extremely excited. The reason the Devil clans were defeated in the past was due to their lack of preparation. This time, they could recuperate in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint land. When they were fully prepared, they could invade the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint land and conquer the Saint Province realm. Very good. You've given me a piece of good news. In that case, I'll grant you a quick and painless death. The 10th Elder of the Ox Devil clan said as he looked at the Watcher. As he spoke, he lifted his right hand and crushed the Watcher like a mountain. After killing the Watcher, the 10th Elder of the Ox Devil clan opened his mouth and sucked in the Watcher's vital essence and blood that had yet to dissipate. After a while, the Watcher's body that was still alive had turned into a dried corpse. Warriors, the strongest person in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land in the Saint Province realm is only at the quintessential saint stage. Even the weakest person among you can easily kill him. The 10th elder of the Ox Devil clan said loudly as he looked at the hundreds of Ox Devil clan members who had come to the Saint Province realm with him. From now on, all of you are free to move around and enjoy the feast. Before the other clans from the Devil clans come to the Saint Province realm, the Ox Devil clan will turn the Debussyi subterranean upside down and occupy the best resources. As soon as the 10th elder of the Ox Devil clan finished speaking, the hundreds of elite warriors from the Ox Devil clan cheered excitedly. Bush, 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 bush. After receiving the order, the hundreds of elite warriors from the Ox Devil clan quickly dispersed and headed in different directions in the Debussyi subterranean. The Human Devil era is coming again. This time, the Ox Devil clan will be the vanguard of the Devil clans. We'll invade the Saint Province realm and expand the territory of the Devil clans. The day of the Devil clans is coming. After the group of elite warriors from the Ox Devil clan left, the 10th elder of the Ox Devil clan muttered to himself as he left the area in a flash. With the arrival of the members of the Ox Devil clan, a great calamity had begun in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Naturally, Duan Lingtian, who was in the Zoroastrianism in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, was unaware of all this. Moreover, he did not know the inter-province transportation formation that connected the lower province to the upper province to receive people from the upper province had been completely destroyed. From this moment onward, it was no longer possible to travel between the upper province and the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Unless a powerhouse who was skilled in formations set up a new inter-province transportation formation in the Debussyi subterranean, only the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land had powerhouses who were capable of setting up inter-province transportation formations. Moreover, they were as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. Naturally, there were such powerhouses among the Devil clans in the Land of Exile as well. For this reason, the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land had to rely on the Devil clans to establish a connection between the upper province and the lower province. No matter how strong the people from the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land were, it was impossible for them to enter the lower province since there was no inter-province transportation formation in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. In other words, the upper province and the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land would be separated forever. From now on, the people from the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land would have to depend on the Devil clans when they could come to the lower province. After all, only the Devil clans were capable of setting up inter-province transportation formations in the lower province to the upper province. In the enforcement hall of the Zoroastrianism in the upper province. A few days had passed, but there was still no news from Dong Lin's side. This surprised Duan Lingtian. Could it be that Vice Hall Master Dong doesn't intend to pursue the matter of me humiliating his son? Chapter 2058. In the following 20 days, Duan Lingtian thought Dong Yuanjin, the Vice Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall, would come looking for trouble with him. However, he discovered that Dong Yuanjin's father was not around. Dong Yuanjin was not the only one who did not do anything. Even his son, Dong Lin, did not do anything as well. The news didn't spread. It seems like the Bronze Flame elders who were present that day were pressured by Tian Dong and Dong Yuanjin, so they didn't dare to spread the news. Duan Lingtian finally figured out the reason. If this had happened 20 days ago, perhaps Duan Lingtian would have spread the news that he had humiliated Dong Lin. After all, he was very dissatisfied with Dong Lin and had suppressed his anger. However, now that Duan Lingtian had calmed down, he no longer had the leisure to do so. Naturally, it was also because he would be leaving the enforcement hall the next day. He planned to leave Zoroastrianism after leaving the enforcement hall and look for a suitable place to improve his innate spiritual root so that he could improve his cultivation base as soon as possible. Kerr and their daughter might be in danger at any time. There was not much time left for him. To him, wasting even a little bit of time was equivalent to risking Kerr and their daughter's lives. I can finally leave. On the second day, Duan Lingtian's duty in the enforcement hall ended. He could finally leave the enforcement hall. He had been waiting for this day for a month. At the same time, the next batch of true disciples who had accepted their duty in the enforcement hall arrived at the main hall of the enforcement hall. Why, your senior brother Ling Tian? When Duan Ling Tian was talking to one of the true disciples, the true disciple recognized Duan Ling Tian. He could not help but feel excited. Currently, many disciples of Zoroastrianism viewed Duan Ling Tian as their idol. Duan Ling Tian had only joined Zoroastrianism for less than a year, but he had become a true disciple of Zoroastrianism and was ranked 4th on the Zoroastrianism True ranking. One should know the top 3 on the True ranking were at the 3rd form of the Saint's celestial stage. For Duan Ling Tian to be ranked 4th on the True ranking, this meant he was widely acknowledged as the strongest true disciple below the 3rd form of the Saint's celestial stage in the Zoroastrianism. Apart from that, there was another important point. Duan Ling Tian was currently ranked at the 537th place on the Supreme Saint ranking. He was ranked at the top among the Bronze Flame Elders and true disciples at the 2nd form of the Saint's celestial stage in the Zoroastrianism. For all these reasons, Duan Ling Tian had become the most popular prodigy in Zoroastrianism. Duan Ling Tian nodded and smiled when he saw the excited true disciple. From today onward, you'll be in charge of the position that I was previously in charge of. I'll definitely do my best. The true disciple said confidently when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. After the other true disciples who had joined Duan Ling Tian a month ago handed over their jobs, they left the main hall of the enforcement hall with Duan Ling Tian. Although they left together, Duan Ling Tian acted as though he did not know Lu Yun at all. It was as though they were strangers. After all, in the eyes of outsiders, both of them had severed ties with each other. Junior brother Ling Tian, I heard you gave Dong Lin a good beating and even beat him into a pig's head. Is that true? Lu Yun's voice suddenly resonated in Duan Ling Tian's ears. It was none other than Lu Yun's voice transmission. Although both of them pretended to sever ties with each other, Lu Yun could not help but communicate with Duan Ling Tian through voice transmission. As soon as he opened his mouth, he asked Duan Ling Tian about the incident where he beat up Dong Lin. Senior brother Lu Yun, where did you hear about this? Duan Ling Tian was stunned when he heard Lu Yun's question. He could not help but ask through voice transmission. As far as Duan Ling Tian knew, this news was kept a secret. He was rather surprised that Lu Yun knew about this. I heard it from my great-grandfather. It said that a bronze flame elder who was present at the scene revealed it to him, Lu Yun replied. Lu Yun replied in a timely manner. At the same time, he said, however, he also asked me not to spread this matter. Could it be true? Yes, it's true. Duan Ling Tian replied through voice transmission before he continued. That day, Dong Lin brought Tian Dong to look for me and wanted to teach me a lesson. However, Tian Dong did not dare to make a move on me due to my verbal threat. He allowed me to teach Dong Lin a lesson. Duan Ling Tian's words sounded nonchalant. However, to Lu Yun, it was like a bell that rang loudly in his ears. He was stunned. Tian Dong? Naturally, he was familiar with this name. Tian Dong was the first Silver Flame Elder in the Enforcement Hall. He was ranked 107th on the Supreme Saint ranking. Such a person did not dare to make a move on junior brother Ling Tian because he was threatened by Ling Tian? Lu Yun was stunned. After a long while, Lu Yun regained his senses. He inhaled sharply before he continued to ask, Junior brother Ling Tian, as far as I know, Tian Dong is not only the first Silver Flame Elder in the Enforcement Hall, but he's also not a gentle person. How did you threaten him to not make a move on you? Actually, it's nothing much. Duan Ling Tian said nonchalantly, I saw that he wanted to help Dong Lin teach me a lesson. I said that if he dared to touch me as long as I didn't die, I'd look for his children and direct disciples to spar with him. That's nothing much. Lu Yun was speechless when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. He had used Dong Lin's children and direct disciples to threaten him. How could that be nothing? Although Duan Ling Tian's family should not be implicated, Lu Yun did not think Duan Ling Tian was in the wrong. After all, Tian Dong was the one who had gone too far. If Tiandong did not want to help Dong Lin teach his junior brother Ling Tian a lesson, would his junior brother Ling Tian have threatened him? What happened after that? Did Vice Hall Master Dong look for trouble with you? Lu Yun's tone turned solemn when he mentioned Dong Yuanjin, the Vice Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall. Dong Yuanjin was ruthless. Otherwise, Lu Yun would not have acted in such a manner. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Perhaps he felt his son was in the wrong. Moreover, news of this matter hasn't spread, so he didn't look for trouble with me. He felt his son was in the wrong. Lu Yun could not help but laugh when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. At the same time, he continued to speak through voice transmission. Junior brother Ling Tian, Vice Hall Master Dong treats Dong Lin as his life. He might not have made a move on you for now, but I'm sure he'll make a move on you sooner or later. Perhaps he's looking for a good opportunity to deal a fatal blow to you. You must not leave the Zoroastrianism for now so that Dong Yuanjin won't have an opportunity to take advantage of you. Lu Yun warned Duan Lingtian again and again when he reached the end of his sentence. His tone was as solemn as it could be. All right. Although Duan Lingtian agreed readily, he was inwardly noncommittal since he had already made up his mind to leave the fire worship sect. If he did not leave the Zoroastrianism, he would not be able to improve his innate spiritual root at all. Currently, his innate spiritual root was already a blue innate spiritual root, so it was much more difficult for him to improve his innate spiritual root. It was not realistic for him to improve his innate spiritual root under the Zoroastrianism. I've got it. At this moment, a thought appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind as he thought of a way to leave the Zoroastrianism. Once he used this method, he was certain Dong Yuanjin, the Vice Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall, and Lian, the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder, would not know he had left the Zoroastrianism. However, he would need someone to help him with this method. Soon after, a figure appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind. If he's willing to help, let alone Lian, even Dong Yuanjin won't suspect him. Duan Lingtian sighed in relief when he thought of a way to leave the Zoroastrianism. After leaving the enforcement hall, they approached the central square of the Saint Island. The 8 true disciples who came with Duan Lingtian and Lu Yun dispersed one after another. Some of them went to the central square while the rest went to other places. Only one true disciple continued to walk with Duan Lingtian and Lu Yun out of the Saint Island. It was obvious he was going to return to his residence. Junior brother Lingtian, I'll go look for brother Mu. I'm sure he must have heard about the severing of ties between us. I'll explain it to him so he won't misunderstand. After Lu Yun bade farewell to Duan Lingtian, he turned around and made his way to the residence of the Saint Lan disciples before disappearing in just a blink of an eye. At this moment, only one true disciple was left with Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian. When Duan Lingtian was about to leave the Saint Island and return to his residence, a thunderous voice sounded from the central square again. Duan Lingtian instinctively came to a halt and frowned. He was certain this was his first time hearing this person's voice. This was enough to prove he had never heard this person speak before. And it was this kind of person who, when calling out his name, was extremely impolite, aggressive, and full of hostility. Who's that? Duan Lingtian was still wondering who the owner of the voice was when he saw 2 figures flying toward the central square. In the direction of the central square, 2 figures stepped into the air and flew towards him with long tails behind them. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian recognized one of the 2 figures. Wen Yan. Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. He did not expect one of the 2 figures to be Wen Yan. However, Duan Lingtian merely glanced at Wen Yan indifferently before his eyes shifted to the young man next to her. Was that his voice earlier? Duan Lingtian studied the young man from top to bottom. He was certain this was his first time seeing this person. Senior brother Bu Hong. At this moment, the true disciple who was standing near Duan Lingtian from the enforcement hall also recognized the young man next to Wen Yan. After he exclaimed in surprise, he quickly moved to the side to keep a distance from Duan Lingtian. Chapter 2059. Bu Hong? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes when he heard the true disciple's words. Although he had never met this person before, he had heard of this person more than once. Bu Hong was a true disciple who was ranked second on the true ranking. He had broken through to the third form of the Saint Celestial stage a few years ago. He was one of the pillars among the true disciples of the Zoroastrianism. Apart from that, he was also ranked second among the 8 great young prodigies of the Zoroastrianism. Apart from that, he was also the direct disciple of the sanctum leader of the Azure Dragon Sanctum, one of the 4 symbols sanctums of the Zoroastrianism. He was also the senior brother of Wen Yen, who was ranked 9th on the true ranking in the past. The reason it was mentioned in the past was because after Duan Lingtian had entered the 4th place on the true ranking, he had caused the people ranked 4th to 9th on the true ranking to drop by a rank. As for the person who was ranked 10th on the true ranking, he was directly disqualified from the true ranking. Currently, Wen Yen was ranked 10th on the true ranking. She was the gatekeeper of the true ranking. She could be replaced at any time. The second on the true ranking? The third form of the Saint Celestial stage? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes when he found out the young man next to Wen Yen was Bu Hong. He could tell the young man had come with ill intentions. It was obvious the young man was here to avenge Wen Yen. Duan Lingtian was mentally prepared for this. I didn't expect Bu Hong to return while I was on duty in the enforcement hall. Duan Lingtian realized Bu Hong must have returned to the Zoroastrianism not long ago. Otherwise, he would not have waited until now to look for trouble with him. Senior brother, he's Duan Lingen. From afar, Wen Yen could not help but point at Duan Lingtian as she said to Bu Hong, who was standing next to her, "That day, he was the one who gave me a few slaps in public and made me lose all my face. It doesn't matter if I'm humiliated, but the way he treated me not only humiliated me, but also humiliated senior brother and master." Those who don't know might think that senior martial brother can't protect junior martial sister, and that master can't protect his own personal disciple. As Wen Yen spoke, she cried and complained to Bu Hong, who was beside her, in an attempt to infuriate him even more. "Don't worry, junior sister. With senior brother here today, I'll definitely get justice for you." Hearing Wen Yan's tearful complaint, Bu Hong looked at her dotingly. When he shifted his gaze from Wen Yen to Duan Lingtian, who was standing in the distance, a cold, killing intent flashed in his eyes as though he was about to devour someone. Reality proved that Wen Yan's crying was useful. She had successfully provoked Bu Hong's wrath. In the entire Zoroastrianism, the 2 most important people to Bu Hong were his junior martial sister, Wen Yen, and his master. At this moment, the true disciple named Duan Lingtian standing in the distance had not only humiliated his junior martial sister in public, but he had also indirectly slapped his master's face. How could he not be angry? The group of Saint Lan disciples following behind Bu Hong and Wen Yen naturally came to watch the show out of boredom. Earlier, Bu Hong's earth-shattering shout had, naturally, alerted them. When they recalled Duan Lingtian had left the enforcement hall today, they knew there would be a good show to watch. Senior brother Bu Hong seems to be very angry. How can he not be angry? Senior martial sister Wen Yen is his only junior martial sister. It's no wonder he's angry after being humiliated by Duan Lingtian. That's right. If it wasn't for the fact that senior brother Bu Hong wasn't in Zoroastrianism, he would have gone to look for senior brother Duan Lingtian. With senior brother Duan Lingtian's current strength, I'm afraid he's not strong enough to deal with senior brother Bu Hong. Of course. Senior brother Bu Hong is ranked second on the true ranking in Zoroastrianism. His cultivation base has already broken through to the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage a few years ago. How can Duan Lingtian, who's ranked 4th on the true ranking, be compared to him? It seems like Duan Lingtian is going to be unlucky today. Perhaps his innate talent is not bad, but I'm afraid his current strength is far from being a match for senior brother Bu Hong. The group of Saint Lan disciples who followed Bu Hong and Wen Yen to watch the show did not think Duan Lingtian would win. Naturally, there were a few people who disagreed. If I'm not mistaken, in the past, whether it was senior brother Duan Lingtian facing Yang Wen or Wen Yen, all of you seemed to think Duan Lingtian was inferior to them. What happened in the end? That's right. All of you were humiliated by senior brother Duan Lingtan every time. I admit that I used to look down on senior brother Duan Lingtian. However, every time something happened, I would feel embarrassed. It was as though someone had humiliated me. Senior brother Duan Lingtian isn't someone who can be judged with common sense. No matter who you think highly of this time, I'm certain senior brother Duan Lingtian will win. So what if he's a powerhouse at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage? He'll still be defeated. Although these few voices were supporting Duan Lingtian, due to the small number of people, their voices were drowned out by the voices of the other people. It was as if they did not exist at all. Even more people felt that Duan Lingtian was destined to be unlucky to encounter Bu Hong. At the same time, Bu Hong and Wen Yan stood side by side near Duan Lingtian. They stood in the air as they faced Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, do you still remember how you humiliated me that day? Wen Yan, who was staring coldly at Duan Lingtian, took the initiative to ask in a deep voice. Humiliated? What humiliated? Duan Lingtian asked calmly in the face of Wen Yan's overbearing words. As he spoke, it was as if he was talking about something unimportant. Wen Yan was so angry that her expression changed immediately. She said coldly, Duan Lingtian, you're a man. Don't tell me you don't dare to admit what you've done? Admit what? Duan Lingtian continued to say calmly, don't tell me you want to say that I humiliated you? Don't tell me you didn't? Wen Yan's gaze turned cold. Her tone was so cold that it made people feel as though they had fallen into an ice cave. Don't tell me you've forgotten how you slapped me a few times in public that day? Don't tell me you don't think that's considered a humiliation? Wen Yan's expression turned ugly when she took the initiative to bring up the past. In the end, it even became twisted and ferocious. It was obvious how angry Wen Yan was now. Oh, so you're talking about that. I almost forgot about it if you didn't mention it. After hearing Wen Yan's words, Duan Lingtian suddenly realized something. He said calmly, when I slapped you a few times in public that day, I didn't have any intention of humiliating you. Duan Lingtian paused for a while before he said, you're not worthy of being humiliated by me, Wen Yan. I only slapped you a few times because I don't like you. That's all. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Wen Yan was so angry that her face turned red. She was at a loss for words for a long time. The group of Saint Lan disciples who came to watch the show broke out in an uproar as well. All of them had a shocked expression on their faces. Isn't Duan Lingtian a little too insolent? He actually said Wen Yan isn't worthy of being humiliated by him? Doesn't he know the person standing next to Wen Yan is senior brother Bu Hong? Look, senior brother Bu Hong's expression has darkened. Senior brother Bu Hong must not have expected Duan Lingtian to be so arrogant in front of him. However, this is enough to prove that Duan Lingtian really doesn't recognize senior brother Bu Hong. I'm afraid Duan Lingtian still doesn't know he's kicked an iron plate. As the disciples of the Saint Lans began to cause a ruckus, Bu Hong's expression became even more unsightly. It was so dark that it seemed as though water could drip from his face. You're Duan Lingtian, right? Bu Hong's eyes flashed with killing intent as he stared at Duan Lingtian. He was like a venomous snake that would pounce at any moment. However, Duan Lingtian ignored Bu Hong's question. Instead, he looked at Wen Yan and said indifferently, Wen Yan, do you think you don't have to be afraid of me anymore now that you have a helper? So what if I do? Wen Yan did not expect Duan Lingtian would dare to ignore her senior brother. Although she was excited, she replied coldly to Duan Lingtian. The reason why she was excited was because she discovered that her senior brother Bu Hong's anger had risen even further. All of this was Duan Lingtian's fault. Duan Lingtian actually dared to disregard her senior brother. He was simply seeking death. Duan Lingtian laughed when he received Wen Yan's confirmation. However, Duan Lingtian only laughed for a while before he retracted his smile. His gaze suddenly turned cold as his figure flashed out. Under Wen Yan's unguarded state, he swiftly charged towards her in a menacing manner. Let me tell you something. Even if your senior brother is by your side, I, Duan Lingtian, can slap you if I want to. When Duan Ling Tian charged toward Wen Yen at lightning speed, his voice resonated in the air, shocking everyone present on the scene. "You're seeking death." Bu Hong was stunned for a moment before he regained his senses. His expression changed drastically as he charged toward Duan Ling Tian. It was obvious he wanted to stop Duan Ling Tian from making a move on Wen Yen. Slap. However, the crisp sound of a slap rang in the air. Half of Wen Yan's face was swollen again. Bu Hong did not make it in time to save her. The Saint Lan disciples present on the scene were dumbfounded. They did not expect Duan Ling Tian would be so arrogant. Duan Ling Tian actually dared to act so boldly in front of Bu Hong, who was ranked second on the true ranking. He slapped Wen Yen so hard that half of her face was swollen in front of Bu Hong. Gasp, 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 gasp. Most of the Saint Lan disciples present on the scene could not help but gasp. Many Saint Lan disciples looked at Duan Ling Tian with a hint of pity in their eyes. A furious voice rang in the air as the group of Saint Lan disciples shifted their attention to Bu Hong, who was moving at lightning speed. Chapter 2060. When Bu Hong was only a foot away from Duan Ling Tian, a vast energy surged out like a giant beast with its mouth wide open in an attempt to devour Duan Ling Tian. Elementary devouring tactic. Black Turtle's barrier. In just an instant, the Sun Saint energy that had been accumulating in Duan Ling Tian's body surged out and formed a whirlpool that devoured the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings, causing his Sun Saint energy to skyrocket. Following that, the skyrocketing Sun Saint energy spread out and formed a gigantic black turtle's silhouette around Duan Ling Tian's body. Although it was only a silhouette, it was extremely sturdy. It was formed by Duan Ling Tian's Sun Saint energy. This technique was the #1 defensive divine ability of Zoroastrianism, the Black Turtle's barrier. Boom, 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 boom. The moment the Black Tortoise's shield appeared, the boundless power from Bu Hong landed heavily on the Black Tortoise's silhouette, causing a series of rumbles that sounded like endless thunder. When the thunderous booms resounded in the air, the space around the Black Turtle's silhouette began to tremble. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Water-like ripples gradually spread out, setting off waves of wild winds that blew the robes of the surrounding onlookers, causing them to flutter. Many Saint Lan disciples who were standing close to the scene even had their headbands and hairpins broken by the wind. Their hair that had lost its restraint was like a wild horse that had broken free of its reins as it charged toward Feng Qingyang. Under the watchful eyes of the others, the Black Turtle's silhouette around Duan Ling Tian's body shattered under Bu Hong's attack. Naturally, it still managed to hold on for quite some time. A powerhouse at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage is really extraordinary. Duan Ling Tian could not help but praise Bu Hong inwardly when his divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier, was destroyed. In fact, his current cultivation base was no longer at the early exemplary saint stage like before he joined the enforcement hall. In this 1 month, he had made 2 breakthroughs and raised his cultivation base to the mastery exemplary saint stage. After his cultivation base had been elevated to the mastery exemplary saint stage, his Sun Saint energy had also been elevated to the mastery quintessential saint stage. Coupled with the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, his Sun Saint energy was comparable to the saint origin of an ordinary powerhouse at the first form of the Saint Celestial stage. In addition, his divine ability, Black Tortoise's barrier, had also made a breakthrough in the past month. Compared to the past, the strength of the defense was incomparable. However, even so, he could not block Bu Hong's furious attack. Of course, Duan Ling Tian knew that this was not Bu Hong's true strength. Bu Hong had yet to use his saint weapon. 10,000 Swords territory. When Bu Hong destroyed his divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier, Duan Ling Tian instantly consolidated his 10,000 Swords territory. Swoosh! The 10,000 Swords territory shrouded Duan Ling Tian and Bu Hong. The dazzling golden territory blocked the sight of the Saint Lan disciples, including Wen Yen, who had retreated to the distance. They could not see what was going on inside at all. Territory. When Bu Hong was shrouded by Duan Ling Tian's territory, He could not help but smirk disdainfully. His saint origin vibrated before it transformed into an armor made of pure saint origin. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Tens of thousands of golden sword rays shot out from Duan Ling Tian's 10,000 swords territory. After destroying Bu Hong's attack, the golden sword rays continued to land on Bu Hong's body. However, they could not even penetrate Bu Hong's armor. A defensive divine ability? Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian could not help but narrow his eyes when he realized Bu Hong had cast a defensive divine ability. Moreover, this defensive divine ability was not simple. It should not be an intermediate-grade defensive divine ability. Duan Lingtian, although my defensive divine ability is not as good as your defensive divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier, it's still a high-grade defensive divine ability. Your territory isn't strong enough to break my defense. Bu Hong said coldly, I have to admit that you're quite strong. Unfortunately, you've met me, Bu Hong. Even if I can't kill or cripple you due to the sect's rules today, I'll still humiliate you in front of everyone and make you wish you were dead. Not only will I slap you 1,000 times, but I'll also make you crawl between my legs. A hint of coldness could be heard in Bu Hong's voice when he said this. I'd like to see how you, Duan Lingtian, will be able to hold your head up high in the Zoroastrianism when that time comes. This is the price you have to pay for humiliating my junior sister and attacking her in front of me. Bu Hong's words made it seem as though he was certain he would defeat Duan Lingtian. Give me 1,000 slaps? You'll make me crawl between your legs? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes when he heard Bu Hong's words. A cold light flashed in his eyes. At this moment, a wave of killing intent rose from Duan Lingtian's body. It was directed at Bu Hong. Then, I'd like to see if you, Bu Hong, have the ability to do that. Duan Lingtian's voice turned colder at this moment, causing the temperature in the surroundings to drop by a few degrees. I'll let you see it right away. Bu Hong sneered when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Then, Saint Origin surged out of his body. Blood chi could be vaguely seen emanating from his body as he prepared to cast the divine ability of the Azure Dragon Sanctum, one of the 4 symbols sanctums of Zoroastrianism. The divine ability of the Azure Dragon Sanctum was similar to the inherited divine ability of the dragons, the true body berserk transformation. After the berserk transformation, regardless of whether it was one's strength or speed, it would be greatly enhanced. Naturally, the aftereffects were not small. You don't have a chance anymore. Duan Lingtian said coldly when Bu Hong was preparing to cast the divine ability of the Azure Dragon Sanctum. His tone was firm as though he was the judge of this battle. In the next moment, Bu Hong cast the divine ability of the Azure Dragon Sanctum. Blood chi emanated from his body as the effect of the divine ability was about to be cast on him. All of a sudden, at this critical moment, swoosh, the sound of a sword whistling in the air rang in Bu Hong's ears like a ghost. It caused him to feel a chill in his heart, causing him to be distracted. For this reason, the effect of the divine ability of the Azure Dragon Sanctum did not appear on him in time. Slash. At the same time, Bu Hong felt excruciating pain in his arms and legs as though something had pierced through them. The third form of the Saint Celestial stage was also known as the Spiritual Eyes form. Once one broke through to the third form of the Saint Celestial stage, not only would one's saint origin improve, but one's eyes would also transform into the spiritual eyes. The spiritual eyes granted a powerhouse at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage the ability to see through everything. Bu Hong calmed down when he felt the excruciating pain in several places on his body. He narrowed his eyes and saw a ridiculously fast sword shadow returning to Duan Lingtian's side and disappearing into the air. From the beginning until the end, Bu Hong could only see the afterimage of the sword shadow. He could not see what kind of sword it was at all. Although Bu Hong could not see the sword clearly, he could vaguely sense it was extraordinary. *T. When Bu Hong's attention shifted to the sword, a flash suddenly appeared before his eyes. It was Duan Lingtian with a pair of golden flaming wings on his back. He appeared in front of him at an extremely fast speed. He instinctively wanted to make a move, but he felt excruciating pain in his arms and legs, causing his movements to slow down. At this moment, he realized he was injured. Moreover, his injuries were quite serious. Soul attack? As soon as Duan Lingtian appeared in front of Bu Hong saw a ray of light in the shape of a divine dragon shooting out of Duan Lingtian's left eye. In just a blink of an eye, the ray of light pierced Bu Hong's glabella and headed for his soul. Although Bu Hong's soul was strong and could easily withstand Duan Lingtian's soul attack, he was still shocked by Duan Lingtian's attack. At the same time, the armor on Bu Hong's body that was formed by a high-grade defensive divine ability dimmed a little. Boom! At this moment, Duan Lingtian's eyes turned cold as he swung his palm out. The sound of wind and thunder could be heard in the air as it landed on Bu Hong's armor. Bu Hong's armor shattered instantly. Following that, Duan Lingtian's palm landed on Bu Hong's head, knocking him out. Walao, is there anyone with a cultivation base at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage outside my territory? Duan Lingtian immediately contacted Hua Lao, who was in the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, and asked anxiously. A hint of anxiety could be seen in Duan Lingtian's eyes when he asked Hua Lao. No. Hua Lao replied after a while. Duan Lingtian sighed in relief when he heard Hua Lao's reply. Then, he looked at Bu Hong, who had fainted and was still in his hand. Hua Lao, help me devour his innate spiritual root. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up as he spoke. Apart from being a true disciple who was ranked second on the true ranking for Zoroastrianism, Bu Hong was also ranked at the 421st place on the Supreme Saint ranking. Since he was a true disciple, he could be considered as one of the younger generation of Zoroastrianism since he was still young. As the number 2 prodigy of Zoroastrianism, Bu Hong's innate talent in the martial Tao was extraordinary. Moreover, he possessed an indigo innate spiritual root. Duan Lingtian had heard about this before. Chapter 2061. If I can devour Bu Hong's innate spiritual root. Even if my innate spiritual root doesn't become indigo, it'll still be able to transform into a dark blue innate spiritual root. Duan Lingtian's eyes shone brightly as he looked at Bu Hong in his hand. At that time, my innate spiritual root will only be a step away from becoming an indigo innate spiritual root. The moment he thought of this, Duan Lingtian felt a surge of excitement in his heart. With Hua Lao's help, Duan Lingtian cast the elementary devouring tactic and devoured Bu Hong's innate spiritual root to strengthen his own innate spiritual root. Earlier, he had asked Hua Lao to check if there was anyone at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage spying on them. This was because people at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage could see through his 10,000 swords territory with their spiritual eyes. If someone could see through his 10,000 swords territory, it would be inconvenient for him to devour Bu Hong's innate spiritual root. Since there was no one at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage spying on them, there was nothing for him to worry about. Soon after, Duan Lingtian devoured the unconscious Bu Hong's innate spiritual root. As expected, Bu Hong's innate spiritual root had transformed into a dark blue innate spiritual root. He was only a step away from becoming an indigo innate spiritual root. I didn't expect to gain so much before leaving Zoroastrianism. I feel like I only need to devour 1 or 2 green innate spiritual roots to transform my innate spiritual root into an indigo innate spiritual root after I leave Zoroastrianism. Duan Lingtian's heart raced when he thought of this. It took a long time for him to calm down. Bu Hong, you can only blame yourself for being blind. I hope you won't go crazy when you realize you've become a cripple. Duan Lingtian said indifferently as he glanced at Bu Hong, who was in his hand. Duan Lingtian did not feel guilty about devouring Bu Hong's innate spiritual root. Bu Hong wanted him to crawl between his legs, right? Then he would cripple his martial talent. In the Tao martial saint land, a person without an innate spiritual root was equivalent to being a piece of trash. It would be difficult for him to improve his cultivation base. At the same time, Duan Lingtian withdrew his 10,000 swords domain. After Duan Lingtian withdrew his 10,000 swords territory, He reappeared in front of the Saint Lan's disciples, including Wen Yan. The latter's eyes widened in shock when they saw him. This was because the scene before them was simply too shocking. Duan Lingtian was not only safe and sound, but he was also carrying Bu Hong. Bu Hong seemed to have fainted. Moreover, Bu Hong's forelimbs were still bleeding. It was obvious that he had suffered serious injuries. In an instant, most of the Holy Ground's disciples were dumbfounded. Shock and disbelief filled their faces, and they couldn't recover from their shock for a long time. Senior brother. Wen Yan was the first to regain her senses. Horror dawned on her face when she regained her senses. Her voice trembled as she asked Duan Ling, what did you do to my senior brother? Don't worry. Duan Lingtian glanced at Wen Yan indifferently and said calmly, just your senior brother's life isn't enough for me to violate the sect's rules and exchange my life for his. He has merely fainted. However, if no one helps him stop the bleeding, he might die from excessive blood loss. When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, he raised his hand and tossed Bu Hong to Wen Yan as though he was throwing trash. Wen Yan, naturally, hurriedly reached out to catch him. After confirming Bu Hong was still alive, she hastily helped him stop the bleeding. It would be fine if Bu Hong was already dead. However, the problem was Bu Hong was still alive. If he died from blood loss in her hands, it would be her responsibility. She could not bear this responsibility. Second on the true ranking? Ranked 421st on the Supreme Saint ranking? At the same time, Duan Lingtian looked at Bu Hong, who was in Wen Yan's hands, with disdain as he said disdainfully, that's all there is to it. After saying that, Duan Lingtian left the area and returned to his residence without looking back. After Duan Lingtian left, the group of Saint Lan disciples who were present finally regained their senses. Oh my God! Senior brother Bu Hong was seriously injured by Duan Lingtian and even fainted? One of the Holy Land's elite disciples swallowed hard and said with some difficulty, I'm not dreaming, right? As soon as the Saint Land elite disciple finished speaking, his companion raised his hand and gave him a slap. Then, he looked at the Saint Land elite disciple who was glaring at him and asked innocently, does it hurt? He immediately raised his hand and slapped his companion's ear as he asked angrily, does it hurt? It hurts. His companion was on the verge of tears. He said with an aggrieved expression on his face, it seems like I'm just like you. I'm not dreaming. Many of the Saint Land elite disciples were amused by the conversation between the two of them. However, when the two Saint Land elite disciples did this, many of the Saint Land elite disciples who thought they were dreaming confirmed it. They were not dreaming. Everything that had happened earlier was real. I've already told you that senior brother Duan Lingtian will definitely be able to turn the tables. That's right. Senior brother Duan Lingtian has never been at a disadvantage in the Zoroastrianism. He hasn't been at a disadvantage in the past, and he won't be at a disadvantage now. If senior brother Duan Lingtian is at a disadvantage, it'll have to be a Silver Flame Elder. It seems like it'll have to be a Silver Flame Elder who's much stronger than Bu Hong. I think so too. The few Saint Lan disciples who had confidence in Duan Lingtian earlier were elated. Just now, no one believed their words. Now, who would dare to doubt their words? At the same time, Wen Yan brought the unconscious Bu Hong away with a gloomy expression on her face. When she left, she did not even need to turn around to feel the strange gazes on her. She was so angry that she felt as though her lungs were about to explode. Duan Ling, I won't let you go. I won't let you go. Wen Yan, who felt extremely humiliated, roared in her heart as she led Bu Hong away. All of a sudden, Wen Yan seemed to have thought of something as she looked at the unconscious Bu Hong. If I crippled senior brother, wouldn't that Duan Lingtian be severely punished by the enforcement hall? The moment Wen Yan thought of this, she wanted to cripple Bu Hong and push the blame to Duan Lingtian. Just as she was about to make her move, a thought flashed in her mind. She stopped moving as though she had thought of something. No. If that Duan Lingtian swears on the lightning penalty oath that he didn't cripple senior brother, won't the enforcement hall suspect me? Wen Yen had decided to hold back because she had thought of this. If the law enforcement hall were to suspect her and she did not dare to swear on the lightning penalty oath to prove her innocence, then she would really be shooting herself in the foot. Although Wen Yen did not make her move in the end, her thoughts were enough to show that she was someone who would do anything to achieve her goals. This was similar to when she reported Gan Ru Yen. Useless trash. At the same time, Wen Yen vented all her anger on Bu Hong as she looked at the unconscious Bu Hong and scolded him coldly. He wondered what Bu Hong's expression would be if he found out that his beloved junior sister had tried to cripple him and push the blame to Duan Ling Tian while he was unconscious. Moreover, she had even called him trash. Naturally, it was impossible for him to find out. After Duan Ling Tian returned to his residence, news of him defeating Bu Hong, who was ranked second on the true ranking, spread like wildfire in the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism. The entire Saint Land was in an uproar. Duan Ling Tian defeated senior brother Bu Hong? Is this for real? As it turns out, Duan Ling Tian is ranked 4th on the true ranking and 537th on the Supreme Saint ranking. I doubted he had the ability to defeat senior brother Bu Hong. I didn't expect him to be able to defeat senior brother Bu Hong today. What kind of monster is Duan Ling Tian? He has just joined the Zoroastrianism for less than a year, but he's already so freakish. Senior brother Bu Hong is ranked 2nd on the true ranking and 421st on the Supreme Saint ranking. Today, he was defeated by senior brother Duan Ling Tian. His ranking on the true ranking and Supreme Saint ranking will be replaced by senior brother Duan Ling Tian. That's right. Senior brother Bu Hong's ranking on the true ranking will drop by 1 place, and his ranking on the Supreme Saint ranking will change with senior brother Duan Ling Tian. It's all thanks to senior brother Duan Ling Tian that he entered the Supreme Saint ranking. Otherwise, his name would be removed from the Supreme Saint ranking. Discussions broke out everywhere in the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism. The topic of discussion revolved around the true ranking and the Supreme Saint ranking. The true ranking was a ranking in Zoroastrianism. Nobody in Zoroastrianism thought Bu Hong was faking it when he was defeated by Duan Ling Tian. However, the Supreme Saint ranking was a ranking that targeted the entire Dao Martial Saint Land. Outsiders might think Bu Hong and Duan Ling Tian were faking it. For this reason, Bu Hong's ranking on the Supreme Saint ranking would not drop by 1 place after he was defeated. Instead, he would change places with Duan Ling Tian. However, if Duan Ling Tian did not have a ranking on the Supreme Saint ranking and defeated Bu Hong's name would become famous after he took Bu Hong's place on the Supreme Saint ranking. This was the rule of the Supreme Saint ranking. There were almost no loopholes. That evening, on the independent island where Duan Ling Tian stayed outside the Saint Island, a green-clad old man appeared out of thin air like a ghost. This was an old man with a ruddy complexion. He had a kind expression on his face, and he had a sage-like bearing. This little fellow is really formidable. Not only did he not suffer any losses in the enforcement hall, he even defeated the 2nd ranked on the true ranking, Bu Hong, after leaving the enforcement hall. To think that Ru Yen asked someone to send a message to me and ask me to take care of this little fellow. Chapter 2062. The green-clad old man muttered to himself. He was none other than Gan Ru Yan's master, one of the 3 guardians of Zoroastrianism. Qinghua. About a month ago, Qinghua had received a voice transmission jade token from his direct disciple, Gan Ru Yan, through someone. Rainin? Gan Ru Yan had asked him to protect a person. The person was Duan Ling Tian, and he was currently on duty in the enforcement hall. Qinghua had heard of Duan Ling Tian before this, but he did not know much about him. When he received the voice transmission jade token from his direct disciple, he deliberately went to find out more about Duan Ling Tian. He could not help but click his tongue when he learned about Duan Ling Tian. A new disciple who had only joined Zoroastrianism for less than a year had actually caused so much trouble in Zoroastrianism. Moreover, he had offended many high-ranking officials in Zoroastrianism. Most importantly, he had offended Dong Yuanjin, the vice hall master of the enforcement hall. Dong Yuanjin was one of the strongest golden flame elders in Zoroastrianism. Since then, Qinghua had been paying attention to the enforcement hall. However, he discovered that Dong Yuanjin, the vice hall master of the enforcement hall, had not made any moves. However, as one of the three guardians of Zoroastrianism, Qinghua soon learned that Dong Yuanjin had not made any moves. It was not that Dong Yuanjin had not made any moves. Instead, it was because the first Silver Flame elder, Tiandong, whom Dong Yuanjin had found for his son, Dong Lin, had been intimidated by Duan Lingtian. Not only was he intimidated by Duan Lingtian, but he had even witnessed Dong Lin being beaten up by Duan Lingtian. After learning about this, Qinghua had become interested in Duan Lingtian, whom he had never met before. However, he had never thought of accepting Duan Lingtian as his disciple. Today, Duan Lingtian had defeated Duan Lingtian, Bu Hong, who was ranked second on the true ranking. This had aroused Qinghua's interest in accepting Duan Lingtian as his direct disciple. It was because of this that he had appeared here. Duan Lingtian. Qinghua was a straightforward person. Since he wanted to accept Duan Lingtian as his personal disciple, he didn't beat around the bush and directly called out to Duan Lingtian. His voice, which contained Saint Qi, directly entered the mansion on the independent island where Duan Lingtian lived. Duan Lingtian, who was cultivating on the 4th level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, naturally heard this voice and could not help but reveal a puzzled expression. Who's calling me? This person's strength is at least at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. While Duan Lingtian was puzzled, Hualao appeared on the 4th floor of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and reminded Duan Lingtian with a serious expression. 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage? Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed when he heard Hualao's words. Naturally, he did not doubt Hualao's words. However, a cultivation base at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage was too terrifying for him. The 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage was also known as the heaven-defying form. Once one broke through to this stage, one would be able to break free from the shackles of life and live forever. Naturally, this was only true under normal circumstances. If one was killed, one's body would still be destroyed. There are only 4 people at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage or above in the Zoroastrianism. They're Tang Xian, the sect leader of the Zoroastrianism sect, and the wind, fire, and cloud guardians of the Zoroastrianism sect. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself, "It seems like this person is one of the 3 guardians of the Zoroastrianism sect. I wonder who it is and why is he looking for me?" Duan Lingtian left the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and his room after he figured out the person's identity. He rose into the air and left the island. After a while, Duan Lingtian raised his head and saw the green-clad old man standing in the distance. Ever since Duan Lingtian had arrived at the Zoroastrianism sect, all the high-ranking officials and disciples of Zoroastrianism wore white robes embroidered with flames. This was his first time seeing someone who did not wear a white robe in the Zoroastrianism sect. Based on this, Duan Lingtian could tell this person had a high status in the Zoroastrianism sect. The green-clad old man was one of the 3 guardians of the Zoroastrianism sect. Soon after, Duan Lingtian arrived near the green-clad old man. The green-clad old man stood there without emitting any aura. It was as though he was just an ordinary old man. However, Duan Lingtian knew someone who could restrain their aura to such an extent must have reached a certain cultivation base. It could be said that they had returned to their original state. "Greetings, guardian." When Duan Lingtian arrived in front of the green-clad old man, he immediately cupped his fists and greeted him. "How do you know I'm a guardian of the Zoroastrianism sect?" Qinghua asked curiously. He was slightly taken aback when Duan Lingtian revealed his identity with just a few words. "In the Zoroastrianism sect, I'm afraid only the sect leader and the 3 guardians have the same bearing as you. Therefore, it's not difficult to guess who you are." Duan Lingtian's face wasn't red, nor was he panting as he spoke without thinking. At the same time, he was certain the green-clad old man was one of the 3 guardians of the Zoroastrianism sect. Naturally, it was not because of the green-clad old man's bearing. It was because Hua Lao had told him the green-clad old man's cultivation base was at the 7th form of the saint's celestial stage or above. In the Zoroastrianism sect, there were only 4 people with such a cultivation base. Tang Xian, the sect leader of the Zoroastrianism sect, was in closed-door cultivation. Therefore, only the 3 guardians of the Zoroastrianism sect were left. However, Duan Lingdun did not know which of the 3 guardians of the Zoroastrianism sect the green-clad old man in front of him was. "You little brat, you actually know how to flatter? Sir, I thought you only know how to cause trouble." Qing Hua was stunned when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He shook his head and smiled. "Guardian, you must be joking. I've never caused trouble." Upon hearing the green-clad old man's words, Duan Lingtian realized the green-clad old man knew about his actions after he joined the Zoroastrianism sect. He believed that there was a reason for everything that he had done. He had never caused trouble. "You've never caused trouble?" Qing Hua shook his head. Then he looked at Duan Lingtian mockingly and said, "Perhaps you didn't start the conflict between you and the others. However, as far as I know, Wen Yan has never provoked you. Why did you humiliate her the first time you saw her? Don't tell me you don't think you're the one who started the conflict with Wen Yan?" Qing Hua asked mockingly when he reached the end of his sentence. "Of course not." Duan Lingnan shook his head decisively and said righteously, "It's true that Wen Yan didn't provoke me. However, I'm a person who won't tolerate any disrespect. In my opinion, Wen Yan is the scum of Zoroastrianism. It's not too much to beat someone like her who would do anything to achieve her goals." Duan Lingtian spoke as though he was a righteous person. It was as though he was enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens by abusing Wen Yan. "I didn't expect you to have such self-awareness. Tell me, what's your relationship with Gan Ru Yen?" Qing Hua had a skeptical expression on his face when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He did not hesitate to ask about Duan Lingtian's relationship with Gan Ru Yen. It was as though he had seen through Duan Lingtian's words. It was as though Duan Lingtian was abusing Wen Yan for Gan Ru Yan's sake. "Guardian Qing Hua, why don't you just ask your disciple about my relationship with me? Why are you asking me?" Duan Lingtian said with a wry smile on his face when he heard Qing Hua's question. The righteous expression on his face collapsed immediately. "How do you know I'm Qing Hua?" Qing Hua was surprised when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. "Among the 3 guardians of Zoroastrianism, I'm afraid only you, Guardian Qing Hua, would be affected when Wen Yan is mentioned. After all, she's the one who ordered your disciple to be imprisoned by the enforcement hall." Duan Lingtian said matter-of-factly. Earlier, when Qing Hua mentioned Wen Yan, Duan Lingtian could vaguely sense the change in Qing Hua's emotions. Ordinary people would not be able to detect the change in Qing Hua's emotions. However, as a weapons specialist in his past life, Duan Lingtian's observation ability was extraordinary. Due to this reason, he was able to detect the subtle fluctuation in Qing Hua's emotions. That was how he confirmed Qing Hua's identity. Among the 3 guardians of Zoroastrianism, Qing Hua was the only one who was prejudiced against Wen Yan. After all, Wen Yan was the one who had sent his disciple to the enforcement hall. "Ha!" Qing Hua was stunned when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. However, he soon laughed heartily. After a while, he finally stopped laughing. After that, Qing Hua looked at Duan Lingtian and asked with a burning gaze, "Duan Lingtian, are you interested in becoming my disciple? I've heard that you have a sectless cultivator as your master, but I don't care. Now that I've met you, I find you to my liking. As long as you become my disciple, I guarantee I'll spare no effort in nurturing you. Whatever Ru Yen has, you won't lack as well." Qing Hua made a promise after he finished speaking. As long as Duan Lingtian was willing to become his disciple, he would spare no effort in nurturing Duan Lingtian. He would not treat Duan Lingtian any worse than he treated Gan Ru Yen. Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard Qing Hua's words. He did not expect Qing Hua would come just to accept him as his disciple. While Qing Hua was looking for Duan Lingtian to accept Duan Lingtian as his disciple, in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, the quasi-third-rate force, the Azure Cloud Mansion, had another uninvited guest. However, The uninvited guest this time was different from the previous group of people. There was only one person. To be more precise, this was not a person. This was a monster that was 4 meters tall. The reason it was called a monster was because it had a human body and a bull's head. This was a monster with a bull's head and a human body. What kind of monster is this? Chapter 2063. The 4-meter-tall monster with the head of a cow and the body of a human was so strong that the black armored guards couldn't compare to it. Humans are too weak. The monster with the head of a cow and the body of a human was none other than the Ox Devil clan from the land of exile. He was one of the elite warriors from the Ox Devil clan who had come to the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land not long ago. Before this Ox Devil arrived at the Azure Cloud Mansion, he had killed countless people along the way. All the human martial, Dao, and devil cultivators he encountered were killed by him. Not only that, but he had also devoured their vital essence and blood to increase his strength. In the land of exile, the cultivation environment and resources were limited. The increase in the strength of the devil race was usually through the devil-eating devil method. The so-called demon-devouring demon referred to when a demon killed another demon, and the surviving demon devoured the essence and blood of the dead demon to increase his own strength. For this reason, in the land of exile, the stronger a devil was, the more devils would die in his hands. In the land of exile, almost all the major demon clans were at loggerheads with each other. This was because they could only rely on eating other devils to increase their strength. If he were to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to cultivate, he would need to spend an extremely long time in such a harsh cultivation environment. Naturally, no matter how the devil clans were at odds with each other in the land of exile, once they left the land of exile and entered other realms, they would put aside their grudges and join forces. This was because they had a common enemy and could devour their enemy's vital essence and blood to increase their strength. There was no need for them to kill each other. More than 100,000 years ago, during the human-devil era, the devil clans from the land of exile had come to the Saint Province realm where the Dao Martial Saint Land was located. They had joined forces and started a massacre against the humans. Countless humans were killed and their vital essence and blood were devoured. It was only after the devil clans were chased back to the land of exile that the space barrier between the land of exile and the Saint Province realm was sealed, that the Saint Province realm regained its peace. The terror of the demon race was like a nightmare to the surviving humans of that era. Humans? They called us humans? Is he a saint beast? Many of the black armored guards could not help but think to themselves when they heard the words spoken by the bull demon in human language. It's no weaker than the powerhouse from the upper province who followed the Zoroastrianism elder. Now, we can only wait for Lord Commander to summon Lord Mansion Master. A centurion of the black armored army said with a solemn expression, "Manor Lord." Hearing the words of this black armored army centurion, the eyes of many black armored army guards lit up. Their eyes were burning with excitement as if they had been injected with chicken blood. It was as if he had grabbed onto a life-saving straw. Nearly a month ago, the previous commander of the black armored army was killed. After this, Duan Ruffing, the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, appointed Tong Zhong, the centurion of the black armored army, as the new commander of the black armored army. No one in the black armored army objected to this. They even felt that it was natural. Tong Zhong was the only exemplary saint stage powerhouse in the black armored army other than the previous commander. He was also the only exemplary saint stage powerhouse left after the previous commander died. Therefore, Tong Zhong becoming the new commander of the black armored army was also expected by everyone. Meanwhile, in the Azure Cloud Mansion's main mansion, Tong Zhong, the new commander of the black armored army, finally met with Duan Ruffing, the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. A monster with a cow's head and a human's body? After listening to Tong Zhong's explanation, Duan Ruffing, who was originally sitting on the main seat in the main hall, rose to his feet immediately. Perhaps, Tong Zhong did not know what a monster with a cow's head and a human's body was. However, Duan Ruffing, as someone who had indirectly inherited the Devil clan's legacy, was very familiar with the monsters with a cow's head and a human's body. A monster with a cow's head and a human's body was the symbol of the Ox Devil clan in the land of exile. An Ox Devil has invaded the Azure Cloud Mansion? A hint of dread flashed in Duan Ruffing's eyes as his expression turned grave. Swoosh. Following that, Duan Ruffing waved his hand and brought Tong Zhong out of the Azure Cloud Mansion's main mansion. As they traveled, he asked, "How tall is the monster with a cow's head and a human's body?" "Almost 4.5 meters. Tong Zhong replied after a moment of thought. "Almost 4.5 meters? Duan Ruffing sighed in relief when he heard Tong Zhong's words. With his current cultivation base, the most he could summon was a Saint Devil puppet whose strength was at the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage from the Saint Devil altar in the land of exile. If it was an elite from the Ox Devil clan, he might not be a match for it even if he summoned the Saint Devil puppet and used the Super Saint weapon, the Azura Saber. Duan Ruffing sighed in relief when he heard Tong Zhong's description of the Ox Devil's height. A Ox Devil that was almost 4.5 meters tall and had a cultivation base at the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage was nothing to him. However, why would a member of the Ox Devil clan appear in the Dao Martial Saint land? Could it be that when Dugu Shuangshuang and I made a breakthrough to the quintessential saint stage, we absorbed the pure devil chi from the land of exile through the spatial barrier and affected the stability of the spatial barrier? Duan Ruffing's expression turned solemn when he thought of this. Previously, he and Dugu Shuangshuang had suppressed their cultivation base to the peak of the exemplary saint stage because they had to obtain the devil chi from the land of exile. They had to absorb the pure devil chi from the land of exile in order to break through to the quintessential saint stage. If they wanted to absorb the pure devil chi from the land of exile, they would have to pass through the space barrier. Although the process did not cause any damage to the space barrier, it would still affect the stability of the space barrier. Perhaps it's because I summoned the Saint Devil puppet from the Saint Devil altar in the land of exile a month ago? Duan Ruffing could not help but gasp when he thought of this. Now that an Ox Devil from the land of exile had passed through the space barrier and came to the Dao Martial Saint land, did this mean other devils could easily come to the Dao Martial Saint land as well? If that was the case, would he and Dugu not be sinners who brought disaster to the Dao Martial Saint land? Duan Ruffing's face instantly turned gloomy. Naturally, he did not regret it even if the devil clans from the land of exile came to the Dao Martial Saint land again because of him. If he did not absorb the pure devil chi from the land of exile and perfectly break through to the quintessential saint stage, he would not have mastered the technique to summon the Saint Devil puppet from the land of exile. If he did not master the technique to summon the Saint Devil puppet, the Azure Cloud Mansion would have ceased to exist a month ago. Not only would the Azure Cloud Mansion cease to exist, but he, his family, and his friends would have been used by the Zoroastrianism elder Lian. Moreover, they would have harmed his son, Duan Lingtian. For this reason, Duan Ruffing did not regret it even if he was the culprit who caused the devil clans to come to the Dao Martial Saint land. For the sake of his son, his wife, his daughter-in-law, and his grandson, he was willing to do anything. Even if he was plagued with sins, he was not afraid at all. In his heart, his family was the most important. Everything else, including his own life, was not that important. Lord Mansion Master. Lord Mansion Master. When Duan Ruffing brought Tong Zhong to the main mansion of the Azure Cloud Mansion, the group of black armored guards immediately broke into an uproar. All of them had an excited expression on their faces as though they had seen their savior. Faced with the group of excited black armored guards, Duan Ruffing's heart was heavy. He felt the responsibility he had shouldered was greater than the sky. Under the watchful eyes of the group of black armored guards, after Duan Ruffing put Tong Zhong down, he appeared in front of the group of black armored guards and shielded them behind him. When Duan Ruffing's silhouette entered the eyes of the group of black armored guards, they felt that he was incomparably tall and lofty. At the same time, they felt extremely safe at this moment. At this moment, their sense of belonging to the Azure Cloud Mansion grew even stronger in their hearts. "How did you come here from the land of exile?" Duan Ruffing asked in a deep voice as he looked at the bull devil who was 4 meters tall. "Human, you're too weak. You don't have the right to ask me questions, the bull devil said disdainfully when he heard Duan Rufeng's question. He had a disdainful expression on his face. Is that so? Duan Rufeng narrowed his eyes when he heard the bull devil's provocation. Then he cast the technique he inherited from the devil clans and summoned the Saint Devil puppet from the Saint Devil altar in the land of exile. When the Saint Devil puppet emerged from the whirlpool, the bull devil who was standing nearby no longer had a look of disdain on his face. It was replaced with a look of horror and disbelief. Saint Devil puppet? You're just a mere quintessential Saint stage human from the Saint Province realm. How did you summon the Saint Devil puppet from the land of exile? At this moment, not only did the bull devil recognize the stone golem that was emitting pure devil chi as the Saint Devil puppet, but it even sensed the energy hidden in the Saint Devil puppet was much stronger than it. For this reason, it began to panic. You don't have to worry about that. Duan Rufeng sneered as he flew into the Saint Devil puppet's body, preparing to control the Saint Devil puppet to deal with the bull devil. Facing the Saint Devil puppet that was clearly much stronger than him, Bull Demon only had the thought of running away in his mind. He immediately turned around, wanting to escape as fast as he could. Apart from that, it was also eager to inform the 10th elder of the Bull Devil clan about this. There was someone in the Wuxia subterranean who could threaten the elite warriors of the Bull Devil clan. Chapter 2064. The 4-meter-tall ox devil only had a cultivation base at the 3rd form of the Saint's celestial stage. With such a cultivation base, it was impossible for it to escape from the Saint Devil puppet controlled by Duan Rufeng. After all, the Saint Devil puppet controlled by Duan Rufeng was at the 4th form of the Saint's celestial stage. It was close to the 5th form of the Saint's celestial stage. The ox devil at the 3rd form of the Saint's celestial stage was nothing in front of the Saint Devil puppet. Soon after, the Saint Devil puppet controlled by Duan Rufeng caught up to the Ox Devil who was considered an elite warrior in the Ox Devil clan and killed it. Soon after, the Ox Devil's vital energy and blood were absorbed by Duan Rufeng. In the past, although Duan Rufeng knew how to absorb other people's vital energy and blood and had witnessed He Ming controlling his body to absorb the vital energy and blood of many powerhouses, he had never done it himself. This was because he could not get over it. He had always felt that it was against the heavens and earth. This was also the reason why his current cultivation was so much weaker than Dugu Yi's. After Dugu had broken through to the quintessential saint stage, he had absorbed the vital energy and blood of many powerhouses in the Wuxia subterranean. Due to this, his cultivation base had risen to the saint celestial stage in a short time. However, Duan Rufeng did not absorb the vital energy and blood of humans and saint beasts. It did not mean he did not absorb the vital energy and blood of devils. He did not feel guilty about absorbing the vital energy and blood of the ox devil from the land of exile. It's a pity my soul energy isn't strong enough to use the soul-searching secret tactic on it. Otherwise, I'd be able to obtain some useful information. After absorbing the vital energy and blood of the ox devil, Duan Rufeng's expression changed drastically. I wonder if this ox devil is the only one who managed to pass through the space barrier to the Dao Martial Saint Land, or if the entire ox devil clan has passed through the space barrier to the Dao Martial Saint Land. Perhaps, many devils have come to the Dao Martial Saint Land. A hint of dread could be seen in Duan Rufeng's eyes when he thought of this. Regardless of the situation, I have to go into seclusion to digest the blood essence of the demonic bull I just devoured to improve my cultivation. I should be able to break through to the Saint Celestial stage once I've completely digested the Ox Devil's vital energy and blood. Even though Duan Rufeng did not know the exact situation of the demon race in the exiled lands, he still did not know the exact situation. However, he still had an ominous feeling. He felt that the human devil era from hundreds of thousands of years ago was very likely to reappear. In order to survive the chaotic era of the human devil era, one had to be powerful enough. Otherwise, one would be killed and devoured by the demon race and become a part of the demon race's power. Regardless of whether it was for himself, his family, or the Azure Cloud Mansion. He had to make himself strong in a short period of time. Only then would he be able to protect everything he wanted to protect during the chaotic era of the Human Devil era. After bidding farewell to Tong Zhong and asking him to calm the black armored guards down, Duan Ruffing left in a hurry and returned to the main mansion to enter closed-door cultivation. The group of black armored guards stared at the direction where Duan Ruffing had left. They were still in a daze for a long time. In the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, the Azure Cloud Mansion was considered lucky. After all, they had a powerful mansion master who had successfully killed the elite warriors from the Ox Devil clan who had invaded the Azure Cloud Mansion and protected the Azure Cloud Mansion. Similarly, the Mountain Shade Black Market was also lucky. They had a powerful leader who had also killed the elite warriors from the Ox Devil clan who had invaded the Mountain Shade Black Market and protected the Mountain Shade Black Market. However, the other quasi-third-rate forces were not as lucky. For example, the quasi-third-rate force, the Mystical Sky Mansion, that Duan Lingtian had once stayed in, was destroyed by the elite warriors from the Ox Devil clan. Many high-ranking officials and disciples of the Mystical Sky Mansion were killed and devoured. Only a few lucky high-ranking officials and disciples managed to escape from the Mystical Sky Mansion in time. Among them was the female disciple of Mystical Sky Mansion, Wang Fei Xian. She had a good relationship with Duan Lingtian when he was in the Mystical Sky Mansion and was in love with Duan Lingtian. After Wang Fei Xian escaped from the Mystical Sky Mansion, she returned to her home, the fourth-rate force, the Tyrannic Saber Mansion. However, she discovered the Tyrannic Saber Mansion was in ruins. Blood flowed like a river in the Tyrannic Saber Mansion, and dried corpses were everywhere. Her grandfather had also been killed and devoured into a dried corpse. Grandfather! Wang Fei Xian knelt beside the corpse of her grandfather, the mansion master of Tyrannic Saber Mansion, and wept bitterly as tears streamed down her face. Her pitiful appearance made one's heart ache. After a long time, Wang Fei Xian finally stopped crying. After wiping away the tears on her face, her eyes shone coldly. The flames of hatred continued to burn in her heart as though it could incinerate everything. That cow-headed man called himself an elite warrior from the Ox Devil clan. What's the Ox Devil clan? Wang Fei Xian was at a loss as the flames of hatred burned fiercely in her heart. This was because she had never heard of the Ox Devil clan before this. It was as though the Ox Devil clan had appeared out of thin air. Moreover, the so-called elite warrior from the Ox Devil clan was terrifyingly strong. It was heaven-defying. Even someone as strong as the mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion was killed by it with just one strike. When Wang Fei Xian recalled the scene of the Ox Devil clan's elite warrior killing the mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion, she felt helpless again. Could she really have her revenge? Was there any hope of revenge? After leaving the Tyrannic Saber Mansion, Wang Fei Xian wandered around aimlessly. Along the way, she saw many dried corpses of people who had been killed or devoured. These dried corpses stung her eyes and stimulated her heart. She was on the verge of breaking down. In the end, even Wang Fei Xian did not know why she decided to wander in the direction of the quasi-third-rate force, the Azure Cloud Mansion. Perhaps it was because the man she loved was the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. Or perhaps it was because she felt the Azure Cloud Mansion was relatively safer since it was stronger than the Mystical Sky Mansion. To Wang Fei Xian, this was an instinctive decision. Duan Lingtian, who was in the Zoroastrianism in the upper province, was, naturally, unaware of the chaos in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. After rejecting Qinghua, the guardian of the Zoroastrianism's request to take him in as a disciple, he quietly appeared on the Saint Island and went to the residence of the Saint Land's elite disciples. He had stayed in the residence of the Saint Land's elite disciples for some time in the past. He only had one purpose in coming here today, and that was to look for someone. This person was none other than the Saint Land's elite disciple whom he had asked for directions when he had just arrived at the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism. Guanxiu. In the end, he had a death duel with the true disciple, Yang Wen, and Guanxiu had placed a huge bet on him without him reminding him. Due to this reason, although he did not have much interaction with Guanxiu, he could tell he was a good and reliable person. For this reason, he had left the Zoroastrianism to look for Guanxiu's help. Senior brother Ling Tian. Guanxiu was, naturally, excited when he saw Duan Ling Tian again. He greeted Duan Ling Tian warmly. One could say he had personally witnessed Duan Ling Tian's rise in the Saint Land. Guanxiu. Duan Ling Tian smiled and greeted him back. Senior brother Ling Tian, you still remember me? When Guanxiu heard Duan Ling Tian calling out his name, he felt a surge of excitement in his heart. It was as though he was injected with chicken blood. Of course, I remember you. Why would I look for you if I don't remember you? Duan Ling Tian said with a smile. Senior brother Ling Tian, what's the matter? Guanxiu asked curiously as he tried to suppress the excitement in his heart. I'm here to ask you for a favor. Duan Ling Tian did not beat around the bush. Please speak, senior brother Ling Tian. As long as it's within my power, I'll definitely do my best to help. Guanxiu said confidently when he learned the purpose of Duan Ling Tian's visit. In Guanxiu's opinion, put aside the fact that this senior brother Ling Tian had helped him earn a lot of contribution points in the Palace of Death, just based on the fact that this senior brother Ling Tian still remembered him, it was his duty to help senior brother Ling Tian. It's not a difficult matter. Following that, Duan Ling Tian began to talk to Guanxiu about a serious matter. He wanted Guanxiu to help him bring an item away from Zoroastrianism and place it in the barren mountains thousands of miles south of Zoroastrianism. The item he wanted Guanxiu to bring was a small box that could not be stored in a spatial ring. Most importantly, during the process of transporting this small box, it had to be absolutely stable. There could not be the slightest bit of shaking. That small box. You can go to that tree to retrieve it tomorrow morning. After instructing Guanxiu, Duan Ling Tian pointed at a tree near the Saint Land's elite disciples' residence. At that time, I'll place it on the leftmost branch. Also, as long as you bring the small box to the destination and place it on the ground steadily, you'll be able to leave that area. After Duan Ling Tian finished instructing Guanxiu, he bade farewell and left after Guanxiu nodded in agreement. What small box? It can't be stored in a spatial ring, and it can't be shaken at all. I don't care. Since senior brother Ling Tian requested this of me, he must have his reasons. I'll just do as he says. After Duan Ling Tian left, Guanxiu still had some doubts in the beginning. However, he no longer thought about it. However, Guanxiu did not expect this at all. Duan Ling Tian wanted him to help him transport him out. The small box was used to store the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. He would enter the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. As long as the small box was transported in a stable manner, the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda would not expel him. This was also the reason he requested Guanxiu to not let the small box shake at all. Based on this, it was obvious. Chapter 2065. Guanxiu was an inconspicuous elite disciple in the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism. Since he rarely interacted with Duan Ling Tian, he would not be targeted by the people whom Duan Ling Tian had offended. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian came to him for help. Whether it was today or the next day, Duan Ling Tian was very careful when he came to look for Guanxiu. With the protection of Elder Hua, who was hiding in the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, it was easy for him to avoid the surveillance of some people. He arrived near the residence of the Saint Land's elite disciples and successfully arrived at the tree that he had mentioned to Guanxiu yesterday. I hope everything goes well. After taking a deep breath, Duan Ling Tian placed the small box he had prepared on the tree branch. At the same time, he hid the shrunken 7 treasures exquisite pagoda in the box. Then, Duan Ling Tian entered the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda with just a thought. Next, he waited for Guanxiu to retrieve the small box. At the same time, the people who were hiding in the dark began to search for Duan Ling Tian when they could not find Duan Ling Tian. Apart from that, they also spread the news. For a time, many powerhouses rushed out of the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism and made their way to the 4 symbols sanctums of Zoroastrianism. They only had one goal in mind. They wanted to keep an eye on everyone who left Zoroastrianism to see if Duan Lingtian had left Zoroastrianism. As soon as Duan Lingtian left, some of them would immediately follow him while the rest would send the news back to the enforcement hall and the vice hall master of the enforcement hall, Dong Yuanjin. It was fortunate that Duan Lingtian did not plan to leave Zoroastrianism alone. Otherwise, even with Hua Lao's help, he might not be able to leave Zoroastrianism under the surveillance of these people. Naturally, Duan Lingtian could disguise himself. However, his back view and the invisible aura he exuded would not change because of his disguise. For this reason, he did not dare to take the risk. If there was someone familiar with him among the people who were watching him, they would recognize him even if he disguised himself. In the residence of the elite disciples in the saint land of Zoroastrianism. Unlike the four symbols sanctums of Zoroastrianism, this place was very peaceful. The subordinates of Dong Yuanjin, the vice hall master of the enforcement hall, were stationed at the edge of the four symbols sanctums of Zoroastrianism. At this moment, another person walked out of a stone house in one of the courtyards in the residence of the elite disciples, and Duan Lingtian. Since this person came from the fire worship sect's Saint Land's residence, he was, naturally, an elite disciple as well. Now, it's time for me to make an appointment with senior brother Lingtian. This Saint Land elite disciple was none other than Guanxiu, whom Duan Lingtian had come to look for yesterday. He was also the key to whether Duan Lingtian would be able to leave Zoroastrianism today. As long as Guanxiu did not make any mistakes, Duan Lingtian would be able to leave Zoroastrianism easily. Soon after, Guanxiu arrived at the tree that Duan Lingtian had pointed to yesterday. As expected, he saw an exquisite little box at the place where they had agreed to meet. Although Guanxiu was extremely curious about what was inside the box that made his junior brother Lingtian so careful to not even let the box shake, Guanxiu was extremely curious. However, in the end, he dismissed his curiosity and did not open the little box to take a look. Don't worry, senior brother Lingtian. I'll definitely complete the task that you've entrusted to me. Guanxiu took a deep breath and carefully picked up the little box. While ensuring that it would not shake, he flew out of the saint land of Zoroastrianism. After leaving the saint land of Zoroastrianism, he brought the little box with him and headed south. Soon after, he arrived near the Black Turtle Sanctum, one of the four symbols sanctums of Zoroastrianism. Although Zoroastrianism had a rule that Saint Land disciples were not allowed to enter any of the four symbols sanctums, Saint Land disciples could bypass the Black Turtle Sanctum in the south of the Zoroastrianism sanctum and leave Zoroastrianism. Along the way, other than holding the little box in his hand carefully, Guanxiu did not care about anything else. He did not even notice the few silver flame elders from the Saint Land who were spying on him in the dark. Naturally, he did not notice the silver flame elders from the Saint Land who were spying on him in the dark. The silver flame elders did not intend to make things difficult for him as well. They merely glanced at him and confirmed that he was not Duan Lingtian before allowing him to leave Zoroastrianism. I hope he's all right. During this process, Duan Lingtian, who was in the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, held his breath. He was slightly worried. He was not worried that Guanxiu would be targeted. After all, even if the few silver flame elders who were hiding in the dark had their eyes on Guanxiu, they would not do anything to him. After all, Guanxiu was not Duan Lingtian. However, the few silver flame elders who were hiding in the dark would not know that Duan Lingtian was hiding in the dark. He knew that Duan Lingtian would be hiding in the little box in Guanxiu's hand. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was holding his breath. He was worried that Guanxiu would not be able to hold the little box firmly and would cause the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda to shake and throw him out of the pagoda. If he was thrown out of the pagoda, he would definitely be discovered by the few silver flame elders who were hiding in the dark. At that time, his plan to leave Zoroastrianism would be ruined. Fortunately, Guanxiu was very reliable. The little box was very stable in his hand. It did not shake at all even when he was 100 miles away from the Zoroastrianism. This Guanxiu is pretty good. Duan Lingtian will remember this favor. Duan Lingtian sighed in relief when he was 100 miles away from the Zoroastrianism. At this moment, even if Guan Xiu did not hold the little box firmly and was thrown out by the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda, he no longer had to worry about being targeted by the few high-ranking officials in the Zoroastrianism. The high-ranking officials in the Zoroastrianism whom he had offended, including the Black Turtle Sanctum's first silver flame Elder Lian, could only be considered a small fry. Apart from that, he had also offended the Sanctum leader of the Azure Dragon Sanctum and the Vice Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall, Dong Yuanjin. If he left the Zoroastrianism, he would be targeted by these three people. Unless he returned to the Zoroastrianism in time, he would definitely die. With Guan Xiu's speed, it did not take him long to travel 1,000 miles. Is this the place that senior brother Ling Tian mentioned? Guan Xiu muttered to himself as he looked at the barren hills beneath his feet. Soon after, he descended from the sky and placed the little box on one of the barren hills. Then he left without looking back. After making sure Guan Xiu had left, Duan Lingtian also came out of the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda and put it away. As for the little box, he casually threw it into his spatial ring. I'm finally out. Duan Lingtian was in a good mood when he was in the barren hills. Since he had left the Zoroastrianism quietly, he no longer had to worry about being targeted by the three high-ranking officials in the Zoroastrianism whom he had offended. He could do whatever he wanted. The reason I left the Zoroastrianism is to improve my innate spiritual root. Duan Lingtian did not forget the reason he left the Zoroastrianism. If it was not for the fact that he wanted to improve his innate spiritual root, he would not have left the Zoroastrianism so easily. After all, Kerr and their daughter were still imprisoned in the Zoroastrianism Enforcement Hall. Their lives might be in danger at any time. Currently, he wanted to improve his strength as quickly as possible so he could rescue Kerr and their daughter from the Zoroastrianism Enforcement Hall. For this reason, he chose to leave the Zoroastrianism temporarily. In the Zoroastrianism, the rules were strict. He did not have many opportunities to improve his innate spiritual root. However, everything was different outside. Although I'm eager to improve my innate spiritual root, I can't just devour other people's innate spiritual roots. If I devour other people's innate spiritual roots, what's the difference between me and those inhumane devil cultivators? Duan Lingtian did not change his mind about this. He would not harm the innocent. Even if he wanted to improve his innate spiritual root in a short time, he would not devour other people's innate spiritual roots. In the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, is there any place suitable for me to improve my innate spiritual root in a short time? With this question in mind, Duan Lingtian made his way south. A few days later, he saw a city and decided to stay in it. He began to inquire about places in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land that were suitable for him to improve his innate spiritual root. The place suitable for me to improve my innate spiritual root must be a place where there are many villains. I don't have to worry about devouring their innate spiritual roots, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. At the same time, Duan Lingtian found the busiest restaurant in the city center and went in to take a seat by the window. After ordering his food and wine, he began to eavesdrop on the conversations around him. Restaurants had always been the best place to gather information. Duan Lingtian believed he would be able to find the information he wanted in this restaurant. As time passed, it was soon noon. The lively restaurant was completely packed. It became even livelier. In the restaurant, there were tables full of customers talking about everything under the sun. However, there was no news that Duan Lingtian wanted to know at this moment. However, Duan Lingtian was not in a hurry. He listened to the customers patiently. If there was no news for a day, he would come for 2 days. If there was no news for 2 days, he would come for 3 days. If there was no news for 3 days, he would ask someone. Naturally, Duan Lingtian could ask someone now, but he did not do so. Although he had been in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land for quite some time, he had spent most of his time in Zoroastrianism. Therefore, he knew nothing about the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. He wanted to take this opportunity to learn more about the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land from the customers in the restaurant. I heard that about 6 months ago, the Medicine King Sun Ying's herb garden was ransacked. Before that, he had imprisoned 3 people from the Wuxia subterranean as servants in his herb garden. Chapter 2066. Rumor has it that he has already declared that if he meets the 3 people from the Wuxia subterranean again, he'll definitely kill them. The voice continued to enter Duan Lingtian's ears. This confirmed Duan Lingtian's suspicions. The Medicine King, Sun Ying, was the owner of the herb garden that Duan Lingtian, Gu Li, and Zhu Luqi had accidentally barged into when they arrived at the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Sun Ying had imprisoned them and made them servants in the herb garden. Through Hua Lao's plan, with the help of Gu Li and Zhu Luqi, Duan Lingtian had managed to loot all the spirit medicines in Sun Ying's herb garden. At the same time, he had successfully lured Sun Ying away and escaped. However, at that time, Duan Lingtian was unaware of the identity of the owner of the herb garden. Sun Ying? Medicine King? A quasi-celestial grade saint refinement master who's skilled in medicine refinement Dao? A sectless cultivator ranked at the 275th place on the Supreme Saint ranking? Duan Lingtian shuddered when he learned about the identity of the owner of the herb garden. A sectless cultivator ranked at the 275th place on the Supreme Saint ranking was definitely at the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage. Although he was not the strongest among those at the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage, he was definitely one of the best. It's fortunate that we managed to escape. Otherwise, the 3 of us would have died. Duan Lingtian rejoiced inwardly when he learned about Sun Ying's strength. After all, he was only ranked at the 421st place on the Supreme Saint ranking after defeating Bu Hong, a true disciple of Zoroastrianism, with the Celestial Supreme Treasure, the Jasper Celestial Sword. Currently, he might not be a match for Sun Ying even if he used the Jasper Celestial Sword. Right now, Palace Master Zhu should have successfully returned to the lower province and reported to the Azure Cloud Mansion. I hope Father will be able to evacuate the Azure Cloud Mansion and find a place to hide before Yang Chong, the 5th elder of the Northern Plethora sect, sends his men to the lower province. When Duan Lingtian heard about the Medicine King, Sun Ying, he was reminded of Zhu Luqi, who was one of the 2 people who had gone through thick and thin together. Zhu Luqi had gone to the Azure Cloud Mansion in the Wuxia subterranean to report to the Azure Cloud Mansion. However, Duan Lingtian did not expect that Sun Ying's death. Zhu Luqi had died a month ago. Zhu Luqi did not return to the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Due to a malfunction in the inter-province transportation formation, he was sent to the land of exile and killed by the 10th elder of the Ox Devil clan. Senior brother Gu Li's senior brother? Duan Ling Chen's son. After a while, Duan Lingtian thought about Gu Li again. I wonder how he's doing now. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's thoughts drifted so far away that he did not notice that there were 2 people at his table. The 2 people who appeared at Duan Lingtian's table were a young man and a young woman. The young man was tall and handsome. Naturally, he was still lacking compared to Duan Lingtian. Whether it was the Duan Lingtian before he disguised himself or the Duan Lingtian after he disguised himself, Duan Lingtian was much more handsome than the young man. Due to this reason, the young man could not help but frown when he saw Duan Lingtian as he stood in front of Duan Lingtian's table. A sense of inferiority rose in his heart. It was precisely this feeling that made him extremely displeased, to the extent that some dissatisfaction faintly rose in his heart. As for the young woman next to the young man, she had a flawless and delicate face. She exuded a seductive charm. She seemed to overshadow everything around her as she stood there. One had to admit she was a beauty. She was only slightly inferior to Duan Lingtian's wives, Ke and Li Fei. She could be considered as a rare beauty in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Although the woman had an extremely beautiful face, she looked very approachable. She looked as pure and holy as a celestial when she was dressed in white. Hello, there are no more empty seats in the restaurant. Can we share a table with you? The white-clad girl looked at Duan Ling Tian, who was in a daze, and asked with a smile on her face. Her voice was light and melodious, and it made people feel extremely comfortable when they heard it. At the same time, it gave people a feeling as if they were bathing in the spring breeze. When Duan Ling Tian heard her voice, he immediately snapped out of his daze. Naturally, it was also because the two people who were near him did not reveal any hostility toward him. Otherwise, he would have long regained his senses. What did you say? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he saw the white-clad young woman before him. Ever since he came to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, he had never seen such a beautiful young woman. Naturally, Gan Ru Yen, who looked exactly like Kerr, was an exception. There are no more empty seats in the restaurant. Can we share a table with you? The white-clad young woman repeated patiently. At the same time, her cheeks flushed red. This was because she noticed this young man was different from other men when he looked at her. His gaze was pure and flawless. There was no hint of profanity in his eyes at all. She instantly had a deep impression of this pair of eyes. Not only that, but she also had a good impression of the owner of this pair of eyes. It was her first time having a good impression of a man other than her family since she was young. Due to this reason, her cheeks flushed red. Of course. Duan Ling Tian nodded his head. He also had a good impression of this white-clad young woman who was shy like a young girl. Due to this reason, he agreed to it immediately. From the beginning until the end, Duan Ling Tian did not even look at the young man standing next to the young woman at all. When the young man saw the woman talking to Duan Ling Tian, his face flushed red. Jealousy and anger could be seen in his eyes immediately. In his heart, he had long regarded this woman as his woman. However, this woman had never shown such a shy side to her in front of him. He was completely enraged at this moment. Thank you. After the white-clad young woman thanked Duan Ling Tian, she took the opportunity to sit next to Duan Ling Tian. After she sat down, the redness on her cheeks deepened even more. The tables and chairs in this restaurant had 2 benches for each table, and the benches were divided into 2 sides. She did not want to sit next to the young man who came with her, so she sat next to Duan Ling Tian, a stranger. At the very least, this stranger was different from the other men who came with her. He did not show any lewd thoughts from the beginning until the end. He gave her a very comfortable sense of security. Duan Lingtian did not expect the white-clad young woman to suddenly sit next to him. When he came to his senses, the unique fragrance of a virgin wafted into his nose, causing him to feel relaxed and happy. As for the young man who came with the white-clothed woman, he was already angry. Now, seeing that the woman was actually willing to sit with this strange man instead of him on the same bench, his heart was instantly filled with a wicked fire. Qing, how can you sit next to a stranger? Quick, come and sit next to me. After the young man sat down on the bench next to the table, he beckoned the woman to sit next to him. This was the reason why he was willing to let a stranger sit next to her. He thought the woman would sit next to him if he did that. Dongfang Zhu, I'm telling you one last time. You can't call me Qing. Our relationship hasn't reached that stage yet. You can call me Qiumu Qing. The woman who had been as gentle as water since the beginning turned cold when she heard the young man called her Dongfang Zhu. At the same time, she said to Dongfang Zhu angrily, Brother Dongfang Zhu, you're not allowed to do that. Qiumu Qing. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian also learned the white-clad young woman's name. He could not help but praise her inwardly. What a good name. Apart from that, Duan Lingtian also noticed Qiumu Qing did not seem to like Dongfang Zhu who came with her. Not only did she not like him, but she even seemed to hate him. This caused him to be slightly puzzled. Since she hates this Dongfang Zhu so much, why did she come to this restaurant to eat with him? A woman's heart was like a needle at the bottom of the ocean. Duan Lingtian finally understood. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's impression of Qiumu Qing had weakened slightly. Dongfang Zhu's eyes flashed coldly when he heard Qiumu Qing's words. However, he still maintained a smile on his face. It's a little rude to call you by your name. Since you don't want me to call you that, I'll call you Miss Mu Qing. What do you think? You can just call me Miss Qiu. Chiu Mu-ching said calmly. Her tone was indifferent. Alright, I'll do as you say. Since you asked me to call you Miss Chiu, I'll call you Miss Chiu. Dongfang Zhu said obediently. However, he was inwardly furious. Bitch, I'll ravage you until you're half dead after I marry you. I'll make you beg for mercy under my crotch. Miss Chiu, did you hear what I said earlier? Dongfang Zhu reminded Chiu Mu-ching again. He wanted her to leave the bench Duan Lingtian was sitting on and sit next to him. Naturally, he did not want to miss an opportunity to be close to a beauty. Moreover, the beauty was sitting next to a man who was more handsome and had a better bearing than him. He could not help but feel jealous. There's no need for that. I'm fine sitting here. Chiu Mu-ching interrupted Dongfang Zhu again. She did not mind sitting next to Duan Lingtian. Instantly, Dongfang Zhu's face darkened. Since Chiu Mu-ching had failed, he quickly shifted his attention to Duan Lingtian. Nice to meet you, I'm Dongfang Zhu. I'm the second young master of the Dongfang clan, one of the 3 great clans in Clarity City. My father is the clan leader of the Dongfang clan. Chapter 2067. Clarity City was the city Duan Lingtian was currently in. It was a small city at the southern border of the western region. Just now, from the words of some of the customers in the restaurant, he had a certain understanding of the distribution of forces in this city. Apart from the sectless Cultivators Alliance, the strongest forces in Clarity City were the 3 great clans. The 3 great clans were the Feng clan, the Chiu clan, and the Eastern Fang clan. They were third-rate forces in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. The Feng clan was the strongest among the 3 great clans. Is Chiu Mu-ching from the Chiu clan? Duan Lingtian could not help but speculate inwardly when he heard Dongfang Zhu's condescending words. Boy, didn't you hear what I said? Dongfang Zhu was enraged when he saw Duan Lingtian had ignored him. His eyes flashed coldly as though he was about to devour Duan Lingtian. He was the second young master of the Eastern Fang clan. When had he ever been ignored in Clarity City? However, Duan Lingtian continued to ignore him. He turned to look at Chiu Mu-ching and asked, If I'm not mistaken, you must be the only daughter of the clan leader of Chiu clan, the young miss of Chiu clan, right? Duan Lingtian had heard the customers in the restaurant mention the young miss of Chiu clan earlier. However, they did not mention her name. Moreover, the customers had also mentioned the situation in Clarity City. Although the 3 great clans in Clarity City were on par with each other, the Feng clan was the strongest among them. The other 2 clans had to band together to avoid being defeated by the Feng clan. The other 2 clans, the Chiu clan and the Eastern Fang clan, had been trying to get closer to each other as well. There was no doubt the marriage would strengthen the relationship between the 2 clans. Rumor had it that the clan leader of Chiu clan intended to betroth his only daughter to the young master of the Eastern Fang clan. However, rumor had it that the young miss of Chiu clan did not like the young master of the Eastern Fang clan. Due to this reason, the marriage had been delayed for a long time. At first, Duan Lingtian did not react. Now that he had regained his senses, he guessed that the white-clad woman next to him and the self-proclaimed second young master of the Dongfang family sitting opposite him were most likely the 2 parties involved. Duan Lingtian was very close to Chiu Mu-ching when he spoke to her. Chiu Mu-ching blushed when she felt Duan Lingtian's warm breath. She asked in surprise, You know me? I don't know him. Yes. Duan Lingtian shook his head. At the same time, he realized he had misunderstood Chiu Mu-ching. The first miss of the Chiu clan had no choice but to be together with the second young master of the Dongfang clan, Dongfang Zhu. It was likely that the Chiu clan behind her had forced her to interact with Dongfang Zhu so that they would develop feelings for each other. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to guess. In that case, it made sense why Chiu Mu-ching would eat with Dongfang Zhu even though she hated him. You guessed? Chiu Mu-ching was slightly surprised. However, she did not doubt Duan Lingtian's words. She had a good impression of this man who stood out from the crowd, and she could tell that he wasn't trying to attract her attention by saying those words. I heard you're being harassed by a toad from the Dongfang family. I guessed it when I heard the toad chirping in my ear earlier. Duan Lingtian replied in a timely manner. He did not hold back when he spoke. Qiu Muqing was stunned when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. She could not help but cover her mouth and laugh when she heard them. Her eyebrows were curved into crescents, and she looked even more charming at this moment. Duan Lingtian could not help but be dazed when he saw this. Qiu Muqing was even more beautiful when she laughed. At this moment, Qiu Muqing's beauty was comparable to Ke and Li Fei. Qiu Muqing's cheeks flushed when she saw Duan Lingtian looking at her in a daze. Even her neck was flushed red. She looked as shy as a young girl. Toad? Dong Fangzhu, who was sitting opposite Duan Lingtian and Qiu Muqing, was stunned when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He was not stupid. Naturally, he knew Duan Lingtian was referring to him as a toad. However, he did not expect Duan Lingtian would dare to offend him. He did not expect someone would dare to call him a toad in Clarity City. When Dong Fangzhu regained his senses, he saw Qiu Muqing acting shy in front of Duan Lingtian. He was so furious that he could not suppress his anger at all. Finally, after taking a few deep breaths, Dong Fangzhu lost his temper. "Brat, you're seeking death!" Dong Fangzhu shouted as he rose to his feet. Without saying a word, he clenched his right hand into a fist that was surrounded by Saint energy and charged toward Duan Lingtian. "Watch out!" Qiu Muqing, who was acting shy in front of Duan Lingtian, was horrified when she saw Dong Fangzhu attacking Duan Lingtian. She hastily stood up to stop Dong Fangzhu. However, since her strength was on par with Dong Fangzhu, she did not have time to save Duan Lingtian. While Qiu Muqing was panicking, a crisp sound rang in the air. Then, a powerful shockwave swept out from the source of the sound, creating a hurricane in the restaurant. At the same time, the commotion at Duan Lingtian's table had attracted the attention of all the customers in the restaurant. Isn't that Dong Fangzhu, the second young master of the Eastern Fang family? Isn't the white-clad woman standing opposite him Qiu Muqing, the eldest miss of the Qiu clan? So, he's Qiu Muqing? As expected of the most beautiful woman in Clarity City. She's so beautiful that even the moon and flowers would be put to shame. Although the second young master of the Eastern Fang family is good-looking, he's not a good match for the eldest Miss Qiu in terms of appearance and bearing. I think so too. On the contrary, the purple-clothed youth beside first young Miss Qiu, no matter if it is appearance or temperament, is far superior to the Dongfang family's second young master. When he and first young Miss Qiu stand together, they really are like a golden couple. I think the eldest Miss Qiu is a good match for the purple-clad young man next to her. What are they doing? Are they jealous of each other? The customers in the restaurant began to discuss among themselves very quickly. They did not care about Dong Fangzhu's background at all. They spoke of their thoughts without any hesitation. In Clarity City, apart from the three great clans, sectless cultivators like them had their own alliances as well. For this reason, they were not worried the Eastern Fang family would seek revenge on them over such a trivial matter. Qiu Muqing's cheeks flushed when she heard the customer's words. At the same time, she stole a glance at Duan Lingtian. She sighed in relief when she saw Duan Lingtian was not looking at her. He's so strong. Qiu Muqing's eyes shone brightly when she saw Duan Lingtian casually grabbing Dong Fangzhu's fist, causing Dong Fangzhu's face to turn red and his body to tremble. This purple-clad young man seems to be very strong. That's right. Dong Fangzhu is at the peak of the exemplary saint stage, but he's as weak as a 3-year-old child in front of this purple-clad young man. The second young master of the Eastern Fang family is only Ss. He wants to marry the most beautiful woman in Clarity City with such a weak strength? He must be dreaming. In my opinion, only a prodigy like this purple-clad young man is worthy of the most beautiful woman in Clarity City. I think so too. A commotion broke out among the customers in the restaurant when they saw Dong Fangzhu was powerless in front of Duan Lingtian. They were not stingy with their praise for Duan Lingtian. Moreover, they even said that only a prodigy like Duan Lingtian was worthy of the most beautiful woman in Clarity City, Qiu Muqing. Dong Fengzhu's face turned red when he heard the customer's words. However, the intense pain from his hand caused his face to turn red. His face was a mixture of red and green, making him look exceptionally interesting. I don't care who you are, you better let go of me now. Otherwise, this day next year will be the anniversary of your death. Dong Fengzhu roared angrily as he struggled. He did not hesitate to threaten Duan Lingtian. This day next year will be the anniversary of my death? Duan Lingtian's eyes turned cold when he heard Dong Fengzhu's words. A sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth as he called out to Hua Lao, who was in the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda. Hua Lao, help me devour his innate spiritual root. Devour his innate spiritual root in front of so many people? When Elder Hua saw the scene, he couldn't help but be stunned. Don't worry. With my current strength, I can easily suppress even the strongest person in this city, Duan Lingtian said domineeringly. Based on his words, it was obvious he was extremely confident. The most powerful clan in Clarity City, the Feng clan, was only a third-rate force. In the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, there were only a handful of people whose cultivation base was at the Saint's Celestial stage or above. Let alone those at the fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage or above, they might not even have a powerhouse at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage. If that was the case, what did he have to fear? Duan Lingtian was currently ranked at the 421st place on the Supreme Saint ranking. Although it was due to the Celestial Supreme Treasure, the Jasper Celestial Sword, it was still a part of his strength. Let's begin then. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Hua Lao no longer hesitated. He called out to Duan Lingtian and cooperated with Duan Lingtian to devour Dong Fengzhu's innate spiritual root. It's only a yellow innate spiritual root. Soon after, Hua Lao's voice rang in the air. It's fine. No matter how small a mosquito is, it's still meat. Let's slowly accumulate it. Duan Lingtian replied indifferently. Chapter 2068. Sush, sush, sush. In the eyes of the customers in the restaurant, a whirlpool suddenly appeared around Duan Lingtian's hand that was holding Dong Fengzhu's fist. The rapid vortex twisted in the void, causing the air to become turbulent. It was as if a stone had been smashed into a calm surface of water, causing circles of ripples to appear. Ah! The moment the vortex appeared, everyone heard a heart-wrenching scream. It was Dong Fengzhu's scream that sounded like a pig being slaughtered. Right now, Dong Fengzhu's face was extremely hideous. His facial features were completely twisted together, and his entire body was trembling violently. It was as if he was enduring some kind of extreme pain. The pain made Dong Fengzhu's eyes bulge. What's he doing? This purple-clad young man seems to have some tricks up his sleeve. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to cause the second young master of the Eastern Feng clan to be in such pain. Judging from the second young master of the Eastern Feng clan's expression and his cries, it's as though he's in inhuman pain. I wonder how the purple-clad young man is doing this. There seems to be a powerful divine consciousness fluctuation between them. Could it be that he's using a soul attack to torture the second young master of the Eastern Feng clan? That's possible. While Duan Lingtian was fearlessly devouring Dong Fengzhu's innate spiritual root, the customers in the restaurant were in an uproar. Many of them were shocked by Duan Lingtian's mysterious technique. Many of them sensed a powerful divine consciousness fluctuation. They guessed Duan Lingtian was using a soul attack to torture Dong Fengzhu. However, they did not expect Duan Lingtian to be so powerful. They did not expect Duan Lingtian would know how to devour other people's innate spiritual roots to strengthen his own innate spiritual root. They did not expect Duan Lingtian to be so powerful. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was using this technique to devour Dong Fengzhu's innate spiritual root. The white-clad woman standing next to Duan Lingtian, the young miss of Clarity City's Chiu clan, Chiu Muqing, was shocked by Duan Lingtian's strength. Now that she had seen Dong Fengzhu in so much pain at the hands of Duan Lingtian, she couldn't help but feel pity for him. Dong Fengzhu continued to scream in agony. A miserable cry that was like a pig being slaughtered entered into the ears of all the customers in the restaurant, and it caused their hair to stand on end as if they felt the same way. Right now, apart from Dongfang Zhu himself, no one else could understand his pain. The pain he felt now didn't come from his body, but from his soul. At this moment, Dongfang Zhu felt as if his soul was on fire. A terrifying force was pulling out a part of his soul, making him feel as if his soul was being refined. Fortunately, there was one thing. That terrifying power came quickly and left quickly as well. After a short while, his soul returned to normal. He heaved a long sigh of relief, but his robes were drenched in sweat. At the same time, he was panting heavily, feeling as if he had just taken a trip around the gates of hell. Bang! Dongfang Zhu was still panting when another loud sound rang in the air. Duan Lingtian had let go of Dongfang Zhu's fist and sent him flying with a palm strike. Dongfang Zhu was completely unprepared when he was sent flying through the window and landed on the street outside. A commotion broke out on the street immediately. Many people recognized Dongfang Zhu. Isn't that the second young master of the Dongfang clan? Why is he in such a wretched state? I think he flew out of the restaurant. From the looks of it, he seems to have suffered a great loss. In Clarity City, I'm afraid only the lineal disciples of the Feng clan would dare to do this to the second young master of the Dongfang clan. I wonder which young genius from the Feng clan did this. A group of people surrounded Dongfang Zhu and discussed among themselves. They were all shocked by Dongfang Zhu's encounter. It was rare to see the second young master of the Dongfang clan being tortured like this. Barf! After spitting out a large mouthful of blood, Dongfang Zhu viciously glanced back at the restaurant behind him and left in a sorry state as the onlookers pointed at him. No matter who you are, Dongfang Zhu, won't let you go today. You're going to die. Dongfang Zhu, who was on his way back to the Dongfang family's residence, secretly hardened his heart. He was prepared to return to the Dongfang family and complain to his father. He wanted his father to send experts from the family to help him get back his face. He wanted to kill the purple-clad young man to avenge the humiliation he had suffered earlier. Meanwhile, in the restaurant, Duan Lingtian, who had sent Dongfang Zhu flying with just a palm strike, sat down gracefully under the watchful eyes of the customers in the restaurant. Miss Chiu, please take a seat. At the same time, Duan Lingtian gestured for Chiu Muqing to take a seat. Chiu Muqing only regained her senses when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. When she looked at Duan Lingtian again, there was no longer a hint of joy in her eyes. Instead, there was a hint of worry in her eyes. You should leave Clarity City as soon as possible. Dongfang Zhu must have returned to the Dongfang clan to call for help. You won't be able to leave when the powerhouse from the Dongfang clan arrives. Chiu Muqing urged Duan Lingtian to leave as soon as she spoke. She had a good impression of this young man who was different from ordinary men. She did not want to see him suffer in the hands of the powerhouse from the Dongfang clan. Due to this reason, she urged him to leave immediately. The customers in the restaurant nodded when they heard Chiu Muqing's words. They also felt the purple-clad young man should leave. Now was the best time for him to leave. If he left any later, the powerhouse from the Dongfang clan would definitely arrive. Young Miss Chiu, thank you for your kindness. However, Duan Lingtian shook his head when he heard Chiu Muqing's reminder. I still have something to do in Clarity City. I won't leave for the time being. That was right. He had come to Clarity City to find out more about the villains in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Naturally, he would not leave until he found out more about them. The Dongfang clan? Duan Lingtian did not care about a mere third-rate force in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Waiter, give me another set of cutlery. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian called out to the restaurant's waiter and asked him to add another set of chopsticks and bowls. Duan Lingtian had his own cutlery, so he must have asked the waiter to get another set of cutlery for Chiu Muqing. Is he not afraid of death? This was the thought running through the minds of the customers and the waiter in the restaurant. Waiter, there's no need for that. Chiu Mu-ching stopped the waiter when he was hesitating if he should get another set of cutlery. At the same time, she raised her hand and placed a few saint stones on the table as payment for Duan Lingtian's dishes. "Come with me." Chiu Mu-ching grabbed Duan Lingtian's hand at lightning speed after she placed the saint stones on the table. She led Duan Lingtian out of the restaurant in a hurry. At this moment, she seemed to have forgotten that men and women should not touch each other. Duan Lingtian was in a daze when he was forcefully dragged out of the restaurant by Chiu Mu-ching. He even forgot to reject her. He was shocked by Chiu Mu-ching's actions. Just now, why didn't he see that this noble lady had such a valiant side? Chiu Mu-ching held Duan Lingtian's hand as they left the restaurant in a hurry. Naturally, they attracted the attention of many people on the street. Isn't that the young miss of the Chiu clan? The young miss of the Chiu clan? The most beautiful woman in Clarity City? It's really her. Heavens! What did I just see? The young miss of the Chiu clan is holding a man's hand? Didn't they say she's going to be engaged to Dongfang Zhu, the second young master of the Dongfang family? What's going on here? It seems like Dongfang Zhu was chased out of the restaurant earlier. Now, the young miss of the Chiu clan is holding a man's hand. Could it be that the person who chased Dongfang Zhu out of the restaurant wasn't from the Feng clan, but the man holding the young miss of the Chiu clan's hand? The passers-by discussed among themselves when they saw Chiu Mu-ching leaving with Duan Lingtian. Many men were pounding their chests and stamping their feet. They felt as though their hearts had been shattered. Chiu Mu-ching, the young miss of the Chiu clan, was the most beautiful woman in Clarity City. However, she had taken the initiative to hold a man's hand. No wonder the young miss of the Chiu clan was unwilling to marry Dongfang Zhu, the second young master of the Dongfang family. As it turns out, she already has someone in her heart. Many of the passers-by speculated. However, as the customers left the restaurant, the passers-by began to learn more about what had happened. That purple-clad young man didn't know the young miss of the Chiu clan at all? Are you sure? Does this mean the young miss of the Chiu clan fell in love with the purple-clad young man at first sight? She would rather sit next to a stranger than sit next to Dongfang Zhu, the second young master of the Dongfang family. Poor Dongfang Zhu. He was defeated by a stranger. If that's the case, Dongfang Zhu is really pitiful. However, why do I feel like this isn't the first day the young miss of the Chiu clan met the purple-clad young man? I think it's not the first day they met. Perhaps, they knew each other beforehand and pretended not to know each other in front of Dongfang Zhu. Otherwise, why would the young miss of the Chiu clan take the initiative to hold his hand? The passers-by found it hard to believe Chiu Mu-ching, the young miss of the Chiu clan, would take the initiative to hold a man's hand. Even Chiu Mu-ching did not expect she would take the initiative to hold a man's hand one day. Chiu Mu-ching held Duan Lingtian's hand and led him away from the restaurant. After they entered a secluded alley, Chiu Mu-ching finally relaxed. Chapter 2069. Chiu Mu-ching's beautiful face blushed when she let go of Duan Lingtian's hand. Even her neck seemed to be affected by the blush. She seemed to be even more embarrassed. Earlier, when she heard Duan Lingtian was unwilling to leave Clarity City, she did not know why, but she felt anxious. When Duan Lingtian asked the restaurant's waiter to refill her bowl and chopsticks, she could not suppress the anxiety in her heart. Not only did she immediately stop the waiter, but she also hurriedly pulled Duan Lingtian's hand and held his hand as they left after paying the bill for him. At that moment, her heart was burning with anxiety. She had completely thrown all the things like men and women should not touch each other and a woman's reserve to the back of her mind. Now that she thought about it, she was certain. Today was definitely the craziest day in her life. She actually took the initiative to hold a man's hand. Moreover, it was a man whose name she did not even know. If this was before, she would not have believed she would be so crazy. However, the truth was right in front of her eyes. She had no choice but to believe it. Could it be that I've fallen for him? At the same time, a thought appeared in Chiu Mu-ching's mind, but she quickly dismissed it. Impossible. This is my first time seeing him. How can I possibly fall for him? Even if he's different from other men, I only have a good impression of him. I don't think I like him. I don't think I like him at all. Qiu Muqing tried to justify her earlier actions. When Qiu Muqing let go of his hand, she was so embarrassed that she wanted to dig a hole in the ground and hide in it. Cough cough. Duan Ling Tian let out a few dry coughs to break the awkward atmosphere. Miss Qiu, where are you bringing me? You're no longer safe in Clarity City. You should leave Clarity City. Qiu Muqing regained her senses when she heard Duan Lingtian's voice. However, she did not dare to look at Duan Lingtian. Don't worry. I'll be fine. Duan Lingtian felt warmth in his heart when he sensed Qiu Muqing's concern for him. He smiled faintly and said, Moreover, I really have something to do in Clarity City, so I can't leave for now. If that's the case, then follow me back to the Qiu family. Qiu Muqing did not try to dissuade Duan Lingtian. She pondered for a moment before she said, Duan Lingtian's stubbornness. As soon as Qiu Muqing finished speaking, she seemed to have thought of something. The redness on her face returned to normal as she explained. Don't misunderstand. I just feel that. I feel that the conflict between you and Dongfang Zhu was entirely because of me, so I don't want anything to happen to you. Although Qiu Muqing tried to explain to Duan Lingtian, she felt that her explanation was useless. I don't think there's a need for that. Duan Lingtian knew Qiu Muqing meant well, but he rejected her tactfully. After all, he was not afraid of the Eastern Fang family at all. It would be fine if the Eastern Fang family did not come looking for trouble with him. Otherwise, he would not hesitate. No matter how many people came looking for him, he would kill them all. I'll feel uneasy if you don't follow me back. Come back with me. If you follow me back to the Qiu family, I'll inform my father that you're a guest of the Qiu family. Qiu Muqing became anxious when she saw Duan Lingtian had rejected her suggestion. If you're a guest of the Qiu family, even the clan leader of the Eastern Fang family won't dare to do anything to you. The Qiu family isn't afraid of the Eastern Fang family. All right, I'll follow you back. Duan Lingtian's heart softened when he saw Qiu Muqing was so anxious that she was about to cry. He agreed to Qiu Muqing's request without hesitation. Qiu Muqing's kindness touched Duan Lingtian's heart. She was a good girl after all. A bright smile appeared on Qiu Muqing's face when she heard Duan Lingtian's reply. She looked like a child who had just snatched a piece of candy. Qiu Muqing's charm increased when she smiled. Even Duan Lingtian, who was caught off guard, fell into a daze. Let's go. Qiu Muqing's face flushed when she saw Duan Lingtian's gaze. She called out to Duan Lingtian and brought Duan Lingtian back to the Qiu clan. Young Mississippi, a few Qiu clan's disciples who were guarding the entrance of the Qiu clan's estate bowed respectfully when they saw Qiu Muqing. All right. Qiu Muqing nodded at them before she called out to Duan Lingtian and entered the Qiu clan's estate. At this moment, the Qiu clan's disciples finally noticed Duan Lingtian. They were shocked. After a long while, they finally regained their senses. Naturally, they were shocked when they regained their senses. Heavens! Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Young Miss brought a man back? I'm not dreaming, am I? Is she really the young Miss of Qiu clan? Who's that man? The young Miss actually brought him back to the Qiu clan. It seems like their relationship is not ordinary. The Qiu clan's disciples looked at each other. Their voices were filled with shock and disbelief. After all, the young Miss of Qiu clan had only brought a man back. She had never been so intimate with a man before. Even if she had gone out with Dongfang Zhu, the second young master of the Dongfang clan, she had been forced to do so. As Qiu clan's disciples, they knew this very well. However, not only had the young Miss of Qiu clan been intimate with a man, but she had even brought him back to the Qiu clan. To them, this was definitely a very shocking and inconceivable thing. Let alone the Qiu clan's disciples who were guarding the entrance, even the Qiu clan's disciples, servants, and maids were shocked when they saw Qiu Muqing bringing Duan Lingtian into the Qiu clan's estate. The young miss brought a strange man back to the clan? For a time, this unbelievable news spread like wildfire in the Chiu family, causing quite a stir in the Chiu family. After Chiu Muqing brought Duan Lingtian back to the Chiu clan, she arranged for Duan Lingtian to stay in a room in her residence. As the young miss of Chiu clan, Chiu Muqing had her own independent residence in the Chiu clan's estate. There were many rooms in the residence. Apart from the maids' rooms, there were also rooms for guests. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was the first guest in Chiu Muqing's residence. Young Miss Chiu, is it appropriate for you to arrange for me to stay in your residence? This won't affect your reputation, right? Duan Lingtian asked with a wry smile on his face. Why don't you just arrange for me to stay outside? Duan Lingtian suggested after a wry smile on his face. Although he knew Chiu Muqing had good intentions, and he was not afraid of the Eastern Fang clan, he did not want to ruin this kind woman's reputation. The Tao Martial Saint Land was similar to Earth in his past life. A woman's reputation was extremely important. It's all right. Don't worry and stay here. I'll go look for my father and greet him. From now on, you're my friend and a guest of the Chiu clan. Chiu Muqing blushed when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. She bade farewell to Duan Lingtian and instructed a few maids to take care of Duan Lingtian before she left in a hurry. A warm feeling rose in Duan Lingtian's heart when he saw Chiu Muqing's departing figure. The maids looked at Duan Lingtian in shock and disbelief. This was their first time seeing their young miss bringing a man back to the Chiu clan. Moreover, she had arranged for him to stay in her residence. If news of this spread out, their young miss would not be able to get married. I'm Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian transmitted his voice to Chiu Muqing when she was about to disappear from his sight. Chiu Muqing had done so much for him. He could not possibly hide his name from her, right? Duan Lingtian. Chiu Muqing's eyes lit up when she heard the name, and the blush on her face deepened. Chiu Muqing went to look for her father, the clan leader of Chiu clan. At the center of Clarity City, outside the restaurant that Chiu Muqing and Duan Lingtian had just left, a tall and sturdy figure, escorted by 2 servants, arrived near the restaurant. I can't believe the most beautiful woman in Clarity City, Chiu Muqing, has been taken by someone just like that. At the same time, a voice rang in the ears of the tall and sturdy middle-aged man. His eyes lit up immediately. Qing, and Dongfang Zhu have made progress? That's great. In that case, our Chiu clan will be able to form a perfect alliance with the Eastern Fang clan. We won't have to be afraid of the Feng clan anymore. The tall and sturdy middle-aged man was none other than Chiu Gangyi, the second master of Chiu clan. He was the one who strongly advocated the marriage between the Chiu clan and the Eastern Fang clan. Even when Chiu Muqing was forced to go on a date with Dongfang Zhu, he was the one who instigated the clan leader of Chiu clan to do Chiu Muqing's work with him. Chiu Muqing was a filial daughter. When she saw her father in a difficult position, she decided to go along with it. However, she would rather die than marry Dongfang Zhu. She only went out with Dongfang Zhu because she did not want to put her father in a difficult position. Moreover, she also wanted to deal with the second master of Chiu clan, Chiu Gangyi. She, Chiu Muqing, was a person, not an item. Nobody could force her to do something she did not want to do. What? It's not Dongfang Zhu? It's the man who tortured Dongfang Zhu? Chapter 2070. Not too long ago, a stranger had beaten up Dongfang Zhu, the second young master of the Eastern Fang family, in front of Chiu Muqing and everyone else. Moreover, Chiu Muqing had even held the stranger's hand and left the restaurant in a swaggering manner. Chiu Gangyi, the second master of Chiu clan, almost fainted from anger when he learned about this. His face had turned green from anger. In the end, his face turned purple. Chiu Gangyi's eyes were wide open as he said in a deep voice, Chiu Muqing is getting more and more presumptuous. Could it be that she doesn't know her actions will push our Chiu clan to the opposite side of the Dongfang clan? Let's go. Let's return to the clan. Chiu Gangyi took a deep breath and called out to the servants behind him. Then, he looked in the direction of the Chiu clan's estate coldly. I'm going back to the clan to ask Chiu Muqing what kind of man he is for her to disregard her manners and hold his hand in front of so many people. Duan Ling Tian sighed inwardly as he thought to himself, I'm going to ask Chiu Muqing what kind of man he is. After this incident, the marriage between the Chiu clan and the Eastern Fang family will be ruined. There's no way the Eastern Fang family will accept a woman whose reputation has been tarnished. Qiu Gangyi's expression darkened when he thought about this. After all, a clan like the Eastern Fang family valued their reputation the most. Today, the young miss of the Chiu clan, Chiu Muqing, held a man's hand as they left the restaurant. Many people had seen this. This was enough to tarnish her reputation. For a powerful clan like the Eastern Fang family, there was no way they would accept such a woman. Chiu Muqing has been spoiled by the clan leader. It's one thing for her to cause trouble, but this time, she's done something so disgraceful. She's even destroyed the good relationship between the Chiu clan and the Dongfang clan that we've built over the years. Even if the clan leader wants to protect her, he won't be able to protect her. She must be severely punished. Qiu Gangyi's expression darkened as he made his way back to the Chiu clan's estate. At this moment, he was still unaware Chiu Muqing had brought the stranger back to the Chiu clan and allowed him to stay in her own independent residence. Second Master! Second Master! A few Chiu clan's disciples who were guarding the entrance of the Chiu clan's estate bowed respectfully when they saw Qiu Gangyi. You guys, have you seen Eldest Miss? Is she back? Qiu Gangyi asked a few clan's disciples. One's disciple nodded. Not only did she come back, Eldest Miss also brought back a guest. Another Chiu Gang's disciples. Guest? Qiu Gangyi narrowed his eyes when he heard what the Chiu clan disciple said. His breathing quickened as he asked coldly, the person the first miss brought back? Is he a young man in purple? Now, Qiu Gangyi's tone was even colder, making people feel as if they had fallen into an ice cave. Master, the Chiu clan's disciples hurriedly nodded when they heard Qiu Gangyi's strange tone. Did the second master know the young man the young miss brought back? Rebellion! Rebellion! Qiu Gangyi almost fainted from anger when he heard the Chiu clan's disciples' confirmation. He took a few deep breaths to calm himself down. In his opinion, Qiu Gangyi was furious. Earlier, Chiu Muqing had brought the stranger who had humiliated the second young master of the Eastern Fang clan, Dongfang Zhu, out of the restaurant. She had openly offended the Eastern Fang clan and pushed the Chiu clan to the opposite side of the Eastern Fang clan. However, Chiu Muqing had brought the stranger who had humiliated Dongfang Zhu back to the Chiu clan. Would the Chiu clan and the Eastern Fang clan still have room to maneuver? Qiu Gangyi's face turned green again. The Chiu clan's disciples who were guarding the entrance did not even dare to breathe loudly. Following that, Qiu Gangyi made a move and strode into the Chiu clan's mansion. His aura was fierce as though he was going to interrogate someone. When Qiu Gangyi returned to the Chiu clan, Dongfang Zhu, the second young master of the Eastern Fang clan, had arrived at the restaurant in the center of Clarity City. However, Dongfang Zhu did not come alone this time. Beside him were two old men in gray. They were the helpers that he had found in the Dongfang clan. They were also the elders of the Dongfang clan. They left. After entering the restaurant, Dongfang Zhu discovered the purple-clad young man who had humiliated him and the young miss of the Chiu clan, Chiu Muqing, had left. He had returned too late. Dongfang Zhu's expression darkened immediately. Why is that fellow so cowardly? He left just like that? However, he soon learned from the customers in the restaurant that Chiu Muqing had persuaded the purple-clad young man to leave. When the purple-clad young man did not intend to leave, Chiu Muqing had held his hand and left the restaurant in front of everyone. Chiu Muqing held that fellow's hand and left? Initially, Dongfang Zhu found it hard to believe. He was certain Chiu Muqing didn't know that man before today, unlike the others who thought she had known him for a long time. How could Chiu Muqing hold the hand of a man she did not know before today? The first thing that came to his mind when he heard this was impossible. However, when he heard the customer's confirmation, He recalled Qiu Muqing's shy expression in front of the purple-clad young man. Although he was unwilling to believe it, he had no choice but to believe it. Slut. Slut. Dong Fangzhu was so infuriated that he almost vomited blood as he cursed out loud. He did not expect Qiu Muqing would be so rude. He did not expect Qiu Muqing, who had always been pure and innocent, to be so slutty in front of a man she did not know. For a moment, Dong Fangzhu was so angry that he couldn't control his anger. Qiu Muqing is so shameless. She's not worthy of being a member of the Eastern Fang clan. The two elders of the Dongfang family who came with Dong Fangzhu were furious when they heard the words of the customers in the restaurant. They felt Qiu Muqing's actions were like a slap to the face of the Eastern Fang clan. At this moment, in Clarity City, was there anyone who did not know the Eastern Fang clan and the Qiu clan were going to have a marriage alliance? Was there anyone who did not know the second young master of the Eastern Fang clan, Dong Fangzhu, and the eldest miss of the Qiu clan, Qiu Muqing? However, today, Qiu Muqing had disregarded the most important thing for a woman and hooked up with a wild man in public. This was a great humiliation to the Eastern Fang clan. Dong Fangzhu and the two elders from the Eastern Fang clan were still furious when they heard the news from the Qiu clan. Qiu Muqing, the eldest miss of the Qiu clan, brought a purple-clad man back to the Qiu clan. She even allowed him to stay in her own mansion. The three elders from the Eastern Fang clan were furious when Qiu Muqing held another man's hand in public. They felt Qiu Muqing was humiliating the Eastern Fang clan and slapping the Eastern Fang clan's face. But now, when they heard this news, they were instantly enraged to the point that their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Slut. Slut. Dong Fangzhu continued to curse. His eyes shone viciously as he roared inwardly, "I, Dong Fangzhu, swear that even if I can't marry you, I'll make you beg for mercy under my crotch. I'll make you regret what you've done today." Qiu Muqing, the Qiu clan. Very good. Very good. At this moment, even the two elders from the Eastern Fang clan were furious. At the same time, they could clearly sense the strange gazes from the customers in the restaurant. They were so embarrassed that they wished they could dig a hole in the ground and hide. Naturally, they knew Qiu Muqing's actions had humiliated the Eastern Fang clan. As members of the Eastern Fang clan, it was only natural that they were humiliated as well. Second young master, let's return to the clan. This matter is no longer your personal matter, it's the Eastern Fang clan's matter. Qiu Muqing and the Qiu clan have gone too far. They've gone too far. Soon after, one of the elders from the Eastern Fang clan called out to Dong Fangzhu before he flew out of the restaurant. He did not want to stay in the restaurant any longer. Qiu clan, Qiu Muqing. Very good. Very good. The other elder of the Dongfang family was also enraged to the extreme. He once again said, "Very good," with a hint of sarcasm, then followed behind the elder of the Dongfang family and left. After the two elders of the Dongfang family left, Dong Fangzhu, whose face was twisted into a hideous expression, also left the restaurant in a dejected manner. Similarly, he could not stand the gazes from the customers in the restaurant. The Eastern Fang clan has really embarrassed themselves this time. After the three people from the Dongfang family left, the group of customers in the restaurant no longer had to suppress the thoughts in their hearts. One of them took the lead to sigh. Isn't that so? Everyone in Clarity City knows the Eastern Fang clan and the Qiu clan are going to have a marriage alliance. The Qiu clan's marriage partner is the young miss of the Qiu clan, Qiu Muqing. Today, Qiu Muqing's actions have completely ruined the marriage alliance. It's said that Qiu Muqing didn't want to agree to the marriage alliance in the first place. This is exactly what she wanted. Even so, her actions today are like a slap to the Eastern Fang clan's face. Her actions today are an unbearable humiliation to the Eastern Fang clan. That's right. If the Eastern Fang clan doesn't do anything to salvage the situation, they'll become the laughingstock of Clarity City. Initially, the customers in the restaurant were the only ones who were talking about the incident. It wasn't long before the entire Clarity City was filled with similar discussions. Chapter 2071. The three men from the Eastern Fang clan, including Dongfang Zhu, quickly returned to the Eastern Fang clan's mansion after they left the restaurant. They immediately went to look for the clan leader of the Eastern Fang clan, Dongfang Zhu's father. Dongfang Qian. Father! Dongfang Zhu was furious when he saw Dongfang Qian. He complained agitatedly, "Qiu Muqing, the young miss of the Qiu clan, and the Qiu clan have gone too far. They've gone too far." What happened? Dongfang Qian's expression darkened when he saw his son losing his composure. He could not help but frown. About half an hour ago, his son had come to look for him and asked for two of the Eastern Fang clan's powerhouses at the peak of the quintessential saint stage. They were the two Eastern Fang clan's elders who were standing behind Dongfang Zhu. However, he did not expect that his son would bring people back not long after he left with them. Moreover, he even said that Qiu Muqing and the Qiu clan had gone too far. "Father, I wanted to bring the two elders to teach that fellow a lesson. However, when we returned to the restaurant, that fellow had already left with Qiu Muqing." Dongfang Zhu's expression was unsightly as he continued to say, "Moreover, Qiu Muqing was the one who held that fellow's hand as they left. After that, we heard that Qiu Muqing brought that fellow back to the Qiu clan and arranged for him to stay in her mansion. As far as I know, her independent mansion has never accepted an outsider to live in since the beginning. That fellow was the first person she had ever accepted." Dongfang Zhu's eyes were bloodshot when he spoke. It was obvious he knew Qiu Muqing very well. It was exactly because of this that he was so furious. Qiu Muqing had always been his woman. However, she had taken the initiative to hold another man's hand and even brought him back to her mansion. Dongfang Zhu felt like he was going crazy when he thought about this. "What?" Dongfang Qian's expression darkened when he heard Dongfang Zhu's words. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Qiu Muqing actually did something so immoral? "Clan leader!" One of the Eastern Fang clan's elders who had returned with Dongfang Zhu said angrily, "Qiu Muqing and the Qiu clan have gone too far. Currently, there's no one in Clarity City who doesn't know Qiu Muqing from the Qiu clan is going to become your daughter-in-law. Her actions today are an insult to the Dongfang clan." "Yes, Patriarch." Another elder from the Dongfang clan said angrily, "If our Dongfang clan doesn't handle this matter well, I'm afraid our Dongfang clan won't be able to hold our heads high in Clarity City in the future. At that time, no one will put our Dongfang family in their eyes. This matter must be handled properly." Dongfang Qian's eyes flashed coldly as he looked at the two elders from the Eastern Fang clan and asked, "Elders, what do you think about this matter?" "Clan leader, I suggest you personally lead a team to the Qiu clan to denounce them. We must ask the Qiu clan and Qiu Muqing to give us an explanation for what happened today." One of the elders from the Eastern Fang clan said in a deep voice. "Apart from that, the Qiu clan must also hand over Qiu Muqing and the purple-clad young man to the Eastern Fang clan for punishment. Moreover, the Qiu clan must agree to the Eastern Fang clan's request to annul the engagement." "That's right." The other elder from the Eastern Fang clan nodded in agreement. News of Qiu Muqing's actions must have spread in Clarity City. If we accept her, we'll become the laughing stock of Clarity City. For this reason, the engagement must be annulled by the Eastern Fang clan. The Eastern Fang clan must tell everyone in Clarity City that it's us who rejected Qiu Muqing. It's not Qiu Muqing who looked down on us. As the Dongfang family elder spoke, his words fell to the ground with conviction. "I'll definitely lead a team to denounce the Qiu clan for this matter. Otherwise, do they really think there's no one in the Eastern Fang clan?" Dongfang Qian said coldly, "As for annulling the engagement, that's a must as well. There's no way the Eastern Fang clan will accept such a woman. It shouldn't be difficult for the Qiu clan to hand over the purple-clad young man. However, I'm afraid it won't be easy for the Qiu clan to hand over Qiu Muqing. That shameless girl is the lifeblood of the Qiu clan's patriarch, Qiu Enping. It's impossible for him to hand her over." Dongfang Qian frowned when he reached the end of his sentence. "Father, we must make the Qiu clan hand over that slut Qiu Muqing." Right at that moment, Dongfang Zhu interjected. Dong Fangzhu's eyes shone with a cold and lecherous gleam when he spoke. He could not wait to capture Qiu Muqing and bring her to the Eastern Fang clan for him to do whatever he wanted with her. He wanted to possess the woman he wanted even in his dreams, even if it was impossible for him to marry her. Zhu, I understand how you feel, but it's impossible for the Qiu clan to hand over Qiu Muqing, Dong Fangqian said to Dong Fangzhu. Second young master, the clan leader is right. At the same time, an elder from the Eastern Fang clan standing next to Dong Fangzhu said, Qiu Muqing is Qiu and Ping's only daughter. He's willing to risk his life for Qiu Muqing. For this reason, it's impossible for the Qiu clan to hand over Qiu Muqing. Second young master, we know you hate Qiu Muqing, but it's impossible for the Qiu clan to hand her over. Another elder from the Eastern Fang clan chimed in. Dong Fangzhu fell silent when he heard this. Actually, how could he not know this? However, he was still unwilling to accept this. Naturally, he knew it was impossible for him to change this fact even if he was unwilling to accept it. Zhu, I promise you, after this incident, I'll find an opportunity to secretly kidnap Qiu Muqing and bring her to you so you can do whatever you want with her. This time, you can vent your anger on that purple-clad young man first. Dong Fangqian felt sorry for his son, so he quickly comforted him. Dong Fangzhu's eyes lit up when he heard Dong Fangqian's words. He quickly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, father. The three of you wait in the front courtyard. I'll look for the Grand Elder and the Second Elder to tell them about this. Soon after, Dong Fangqian said, I believe they'll be as angry as we are about Qiu Muqing's actions and the Qiu clan's indulgence of her actions. I'll meet up with all of you after I've told them about this. As soon as Dong Fangqian finished speaking, he disappeared in front of Dong Fangzhu and the other two elders. As a powerhouse at the first form of the Saint Celestial stage, his speed was so fast that Dong Fangzhu and the other two elders could not even catch a glimpse of him. However, after Dong Fangqian left, they obediently waited in the front courtyard of the Eastern Fang clan's estate. Just as Dong Fangqian had said, the Grand Elder and the Second Elder of the Eastern Fang clan were furious when they heard about Qiu Muqing's actions. After all, Qiu Muqing's actions had crossed the line of the Eastern Fang clan. Dong Fangqian, the clan leader of the Eastern Fang clan, brought the Grand Elder, the Second Elder, and the generals of the Eastern Fang clan out of the Eastern Fang clan's estate after they met up with Dong Fangzhu and the other two elders. They flew in the direction of the Qiu clan's estate. Along the way, the group of people who were in a hurry naturally attracted the attention of many passers-by. Isn't that Dong Fangqian, the clan leader of the Eastern Fang clan? Many passers-by raised their heads and looked at the group of people flying across the sky. Their faces were full of surprise. The Grand Elder and Second Elder of the Eastern Fang clan, Dong Fangzhu, the second young master of the Eastern Fang clan, is here as well. They're flying in the direction of the Qiu clan's estate. It seems like they're going to the Qiu clan to denounce them. Many people had heard about Qiu Muqing's actions today. Therefore, they could guess why Dong Fangqian, the clan leader of the Eastern Fang clan, had brought the people from the Eastern Fang clan to the Eastern Fang clan. Come to think of it, the eldest young miss of the Qiu clan is really bold. Not only did she protect the person who humiliated the second young master of the Eastern Fang clan, but she even brought him back to the Qiu clan and allowed him to stay in her independent mansion. Isn't it obvious that she has a special relationship with that person? Qiu Muqing's actions are like a slap to the Eastern Fang clan's face. It's no wonder Dong Fangqian, the clan leader of the Eastern Fang clan, personally made a move. It seems like the power structure in Clarity City is going to change soon. After this incident, the Qiu clan and the Eastern Fang clan are no longer on the same side. This is going to give the Feng clan an opportunity to take advantage of this. From today onward, the Feng clan will be the sole ruler of Clarity City. A woman has destroyed 2 clans. She's really a femme fatale. The man Qiu Muqing brought back to the Qiu clan is going to lose a layer of skin even if he doesn't die. Many people could not help but discuss among themselves when they saw the people from the Eastern Fang clan making their way to the Qiu clan's estate. Based on their words, They felt Chiu Mu-ching was a femme fatale. At the same time, they felt Duan Lingtian, the purple-clad young man Chiu Mu-ching brought back to the Chiu clan, was going to suffer. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was unaware of the commotion outside. At this moment, Duan Lingtian and Chiu Mu-ching, the young miss of Chiu clan, had just returned from visiting the clan leader of Chiu clan, Chiu and Ping. They were sitting at a stone table in the pavilion in the front yard of Chiu Mu-ching's mansion. "Miss Chiu, you didn't tell your father my name, right?" Suddenly, Duan Lingtian seemed to have recalled something, and he could not help but ask. After Chiu Mu-ching left, Duan Lingtian realized his name was a burden to others as well. Chapter 2072. Although the high-ranking officials of Zoroastrianism whom he had offended were not very powerful, it would not be difficult for them to annihilate a third-rate force like the Chiu clan. For this reason, after he told Chiu Mu-ching his name, he regretted not reminding Chiu Mu-ching not to tell anyone else his name. This included her father, the clan leader of Chiu clan. No. Although Chiu Mu-ching did not know why Duan Lingtian asked this question, she shook her head immediately and said, "I just went to see my father. I just went to find my father and told him everything that happened today. He should be at the Great Elder's place now, discussing with the Great Elder how to deal with the Dongfang family. However, he promised me that he'll protect you. You can stay in the Chiu clan. You don't have to worry about the Eastern Fang clan." Chiu Mu-ching comforted Duan Lingtian when she reached the end of her sentence. "Miss Chiu, you don't have to worry about the Eastern Fang clan. I, Duan Lingtian, am not afraid of the Eastern Fang clan," Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly. However, his expression turned solemn as soon as he finished speaking. He quickly reminded Chiu Mu-ching, "However, from now on, please don't tell anyone my name, including your father, Miss Chiu." Naturally, Chiu Mu-ching did not take Duan Lingtian's words seriously. Although she had witnessed Duan Lingtian's strength, she knew Duan Lingtian was not weak. However, she did not think Duan Lingtian was strong enough to deal with the entire Eastern Fang clan. At the very least, she did not think Duan Lingtian was strong enough to deal with the entire Eastern Fang clan. However, Chiu Mu-ching was stunned when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. She could not figure out why Duan Lingtian was hiding his name. In the end, Chiu Mu-ching decided not to voice her doubts. After all, everyone had their own secrets. She believed Duan Lingtian must have his reasons for saying so. He must have some special circumstances that made it inconvenient for him to reveal his name for the time being. "All right." Chiu Mu-ching nodded and said, "Don't worry, I won't tell anyone your name without your permission." Upon hearing Chiu Mu-ching's words, Duan Lingtian nodded with a smile. He was not afraid no matter how much trouble he caused in Clarity City. However, he did not plan to reveal his name in Clarity City. This was because he was worried that once his name was exposed, the three high-ranking officials from the fire worship sect whom he had offended would know that he had come to Clarity City and had a relationship with the Chiu clan, one of the three major clans in Clarity City. Duan Lingtian, the Vice Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall, Dong Yuanjin, the Vice Hall Master. However, he was 100% certain about the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder Lian. If Lian found out he had a relationship with the Chiu clan in Clarity City, he would definitely make a move against the Chiu clan. At that time, Chiu Mu-ching would definitely be implicated. For this reason, Duan Lingtian asked Chiu Mu-ching not to tell anyone his name. This way, he would be able to avoid future troubles. No matter how high profile he was in Clarity City, no one would associate him with Duan Lingtian, the second most popular prodigy among the younger generation of the Zoroastrianism. You. After a moment of silence, Duan Lingtian and Chiu Mu-ching spoke at the same time, trying to break the silence. However, even though they spoke at the same time, when they looked at each other, they spoke in unison. However, since both of them spoke at the same time, they did not continue. You first. After a short moment, the two of them opened their mouths again and spoke in unison. Those who did not know might think that they had rehearsed this thousands of times. Otherwise, how could they be able to speak in unison twice in such a short period of time? Duan Lingtian was still in a daze when Chiu Muqing chuckled. Her beautiful cheeks were flushed red as she shyly smiled like a young girl. When Duan Lingtian was about to speak, a dark voice sounded from outside. A gloomy voice suddenly sounded from outside. It dispelled Duan Lingtian's intention to speak. Chiu Muqing. His gloomy voice was mixed with a bit of anger as it came from afar. Duan Lingtian could not help but frown. The smile on Chiu Muqing's face disappeared and was replaced by a displeased expression. At the same time, Duan Lingtian heard a series of heavy footsteps approaching. It was a tall and sturdy middle-aged man. He led a group of people into Chiu Muqing's independent residence in a menacing manner. It was obvious they did not come with good intentions. The group of people behind the middle-aged man consisted of old men, middle-aged men, and young men. Their expressions were grave when they saw Chiu Muqing. Many of them were glaring at Chiu Muqing as though Chiu Muqing had done something unforgivable. Second uncle, elders, what's the meaning of this? Isn't it rude for you to barge in without permission? At this moment, Chiu Muqing stood up and walked out of the pavilion. Her expression darkened when she saw the menacing group of people approaching the pavilion. This was Chiu Muqing's independent residence, and she was the owner. These people in front of her had trespassed into her residence without her permission. Not only were they being rude, they were also looking down on her. At this moment, the group of people who had barged into Chiu Muqing's residence was led by Chiu Gang-yi, the second master of Chiu clan. The people behind Chiu Gang-yi were the elders of Chiu clan. They were the people Chiu Gang-yi had gathered when he returned. These people were the elders of Chiu clan who wanted to force Chiu Muqing to marry Dongfang Zhu, the second young master of the Eastern Fang clan. When they learned about Chiu Muqing's actions and realized the marriage between the Chiu clan and the Eastern Fang clan had been ruined, they were furious. All of them followed Chiu Gang-yi to denounce Chiu Muqing. What? Chiu Muqing, you've already decided to destroy the Chiu clan. Are you going to stop us from barging into your residence? Chiu Gang-yi, the second master of Chiu clan, looked at Chiu Muqing with a dark expression on his face as he said coldly, "Without the Chiu clan, do you think you'll be able to have your own independent mansion? What a joke!" His tone was filled with mockery. Although Chiu Gang-yi was the second master of Chiu clan, he was also a lineal disciple of Chiu clan. Chiu Muqing had to address him as second uncle. However, the blood relationship between him and Chiu Muqing was extremely weak. His grandfather and the grandfather of Chiu and Ping, the clan leader of Chiu clan, were cousins. Chiu Gang-yi and Chiu and Ping were not related to each other by blood. Moreover, Chiu and Ping's daughter, Chiu Muqing, was the younger generation of Chiu and Ping. Naturally, it was not because he wanted to make things difficult for Chiu Muqing. In his heart, the Chiu clan's benefit was his priority. He did not care about Chiu Muqing's life or death. For this reason, he had instigated the elders of Chiu clan to force Chiu and Ping, the clan leader of Chiu clan, to persuade Chiu Muqing to marry into the Eastern Fang clan even though Chiu Muqing had made it clear she was unwilling to marry into the Eastern Fang clan. Destroy the Chiu clan? Chiu Muqing was stunned when she heard Chiu Gang-yi's words. Then, she asked coldly, "Second uncle, why do you say that?" "Why do I say that?" Chiu Gang-yi smirked. Then, he looked at the purple-clad young man standing next to Chiu Muqing who had just walked out of the pergola. He was none other than Duan Lingtian. He said mockingly, "Is this the wild man you found outside? He's quite good-looking. Unfortunately, he offended the Eastern Fang clan. He's destined to die." The sneer on Chiu Gang-yi's face deepened when he reached the end of his sentence. "Wild man?" Duan Lingtian frowned when he heard Chiu Gang-yi's words. However, he suppressed his anger and did not do anything. No matter what, the person before him was a member of the Chiu clan. If he acted rashly, he would put Chiu Muqing in a difficult position. For this reason, he could only endure it for now. Naturally, he did not have to endure it forever. If he could not endure it, there was no need for him to endure it anymore. Sush. Qiu Muqing's expression changed drastically when she heard Qiu Gangyi's words. She could tolerate it if Qiu Gangyi insulted her. However, she could not tolerate it if he insulted Duan Lingtian and her friend. Qiu Gang, you better watch your mouth. What wild man? He's my friend. Qiu Muqing glared at Qiu Gang. Her voice seemed to have come from an ice cave, causing the temperature in the surroundings to drop a few degrees. This was also the first time she had addressed Qiu Gangyi by his name. Qiu Gangyi was stunned when he heard Qiu Muqing calling him by his name. However, he was so angry that he laughed. Good. Very good. It seems like you've grown up. You actually dared to call me, your second uncle, by my name for a wild man. I'll say it again. He's my friend, not a wild man. Qiu Muqing's beautiful face was covered in a layer of frost. When she spoke again, her voice was even colder than before. It was so cold that it made one feel as though they had fallen into an ice cave. Based on Qiu Muqing's tone, one could tell she was furious. She was furious. You're Qiu Gangyi, right? When Duan Lingtian saw Qiu Muqing's anger, he knew there was no need for him to hold back anymore. He took a step forward and looked at Qiu Gangyi before he said in a deep voice, "You better listen to Miss Qiu and watch your mouth." Qiu Gangyi's attention was drawn to Duan Lingtian as soon as he took a step forward. Qiu Gangyi was stunned when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Then he burst out laughing. After laughing for a while, he finally stopped laughing and looked at Duan Lingtian with an ice-cold gaze as he said disdainfully, "You're right." He said disdainfully, "Brat, don't think you can do whatever you want in the Qiu clan just because Qiu Muqing likes you. You're still too inexperienced in front of me." Chapter 2073. You're still too naive in front of me. Qiu Gangyi, the second master of Qiu clan, said disdainfully. He looked at Duan Lingtian condescendingly as though he was a superior looking down on a subordinate. Duan Lingtian was displeased by this. You think I'm still too naive in front of you? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes as a cold glint flashed in his eyes. His tone was much deeper than before. If someone familiar with Duan Lingtian was here, they would be able to tell based on Duan Lingtian's reaction that Duan Lingtian was furious. Duan Lingtian was furious. What? Are you doubting my words? Qiu Gangyi sneered when he saw Duan Lingtian was displeased with his words. His eyes were filled with disdain as he looked at Duan Lingtian. A hint of arrogance could be seen in his eyes. Qiu Gang, that's enough. Qiu Muqing, who was standing behind Duan Lingtian, took a step forward and stood next to Duan Lingtian. She raised her beautiful eyebrows, and the coldness on her beautiful face intensified as she spoke in a low voice. Humph. Duan Lingtian snorted as the Sun Saint energy in his body surged. He was ready to teach Qiu Gangyi a lesson. Was it him or the Dongfang clan who was not to be trifled with? Duan Lingtian's robe fluttered as he prepared to attack. Second Master. At this moment, an anxious voice rang from outside Qiu Muqing's residence. Master, you're in the imperial residence. Based on the voice, it was obvious the person was not looking for Qiu Muqing. Instead, he was looking for Qiu Gangyi, the second master of Qiu clan. Qiu Muqing's eyes turned even colder when she heard this. Following that, a series of hurried footsteps rang in the air. Duan Lingtian saw a middle-aged man rushing into the residence. A middle-aged man barged in anxiously. He ignored Qiu Muqing, the owner of the mansion, and rushed to Qiu Gangyi's side. Dongfang Qian, the clan leader of the Dongfang clan, has brought his second son, Dongfang Zhu, and the grand elder and second elder of the Dongfang clan to the Qiu clan. They want an explanation from the Qiu clan. The middle-aged man, who was an elder of the Qiu clan, reported. The content of his report could also be summarized into one sentence. The Dongfang clan has come to the Qiu clan. The Dongfang clan? Qiu Gangyi's expression darkened when he heard the middle-aged man's words. His eyes flashed coldly as he looked at Duan Lingtian and Qiu Muqing. The elders of the Qiu family who followed Qiu Gangyi were shocked. The people from the Dongfang clan are here? Moreover, Dongfang Qian, the clan leader of the Dongfang clan, is personally leading the group? One of the Qiu clan's elders had a grave expression on his face. He glared at Qiu Muqing and said in a deep voice, "Big sister, look at what you've done. It's one thing if you don't want to marry into the Qiu clan, but you even took in someone who humiliated the second young master of the Dongfang clan. You're playing with fire. You're openly making an enemy out of the Dongfang clan." In Clarity City, who doesn't know that our Qiu clan's eldest sister is going to marry into the Dongfang clan? However, today, our Qiu clan's eldest sister openly held a wild man's hand in front of so many people in Clarity City and even brought him back to our Qiu clan. Another Qiu clan's elder said angrily. Not only did she bring him back to the Qiu clan, but she even placed him in her own residence. This is ridiculous. Another Qiu clan's elder said in a deep voice. We have to hand him over to appease the Dongfang clan. Another Qiu clan's elder looked at Duan Lingtian and said in a deep voice, "Otherwise, our Qiu clan will become enemies with the Dongfang clan. At that time, the Feng clan will be able to destroy our Qiu clan and the Dongfang clan one by one and remove both of our clans from Clarity City." Don't you think you're being too naive? Even if we hand him over, the Dongfang clan's anger might not be extinguished because of this. After all, this big sister of our Qiu clan gave the Dongfang clan a very resounding slap. The Dongfang clan won't let this matter rest. Some of the elders from the Qiu clan looked at Qiu Muqing angrily. It was obvious that they were blaming her. They were blaming Qiu Muqing for offending the Dongfang clan. "Then we'll hand both of them over," one of the Qiu clan's elders said. When the Qiu clan's elder who had sent a message to Qiu Gangyi, the second master of Qiu clan, arrived, an uproar broke out. The Qiu clan's elders who had remained silent earlier began to cause a commotion. All of them blamed Qiu Muqing as though she had committed a heinous crime. "Bring both of them to the main hall and apologize to the clan leader of the Dongfang clan. We have to give the Dongfang clan an explanation." At the same time, Qiu Gangyi ordered the elders from the Qiu clan to bring Duan Lingtian and Qiu Muqing to the Qiu clan's main hall to apologize to the clan leader of Dongfang clan. Ha! At this moment, a loud laugh suddenly rang out and spread out. The laughter easily drowned out the voices of the Qiu clan's elders. A few of the Qiu clan's elders who were about to invite Duan Lingtian and Qiu Muqing to the main hall stopped in their tracks when they heard Qiu Gangyi's words. For a moment, everyone's attention was on the person who had laughed loudly. The person who had laughed was none other than Duan Lingtian, who was standing next to Qiu Muqing. "What are you laughing at?" Qiu Gangyi asked coldly. His expression darkened when he saw Duan Lingtian bursting out in laughter. His voice faintly drowned out Duan Lingtian's unbridled laughter. Even Qiu Muqing looked at Duan Lingtian in confusion. She could not understand why Duan Lingtian was laughing at this moment. Although she had obtained the promise from her father, the clan leader of Qiu clan, Qiu Enping, that the Qiu clan would do its best to protect Duan Lingtian. However, based on the current situation, it was completely different from what she had expected. Qiu Gangyi and the Qiu clan's elders seemed to want to send Duan Lingtian away to appease the Eastern Fang clan. Moreover, some of the Qiu clan's elders even wanted to send her away. Naturally, she knew it was impossible for her to be sent away. Not only could the Qiu clan not afford to lose face, but even her father would not allow anyone in the Qiu clan to send her away. At this moment, she was more worried about Duan Lingtian's safety. Just when she was worried about Duan Lingtian's safety, she saw Duan Lingtian suddenly burst out laughing. His laughter was unbridled as though he was not afraid of anything. Qiu Muqing was puzzled. She did not know why Duan Lingtian could still laugh at such a time. Moreover, he laughed so brazenly. "What are you laughing at?" Duan Lingtian stopped laughing when he heard Qiu Gangyi's words. He looked at Qiu Gangyi and the Qiu clan's elders behind Qiu Gangyi and said, "I'm laughing at you. I'm laughing at you men for putting the responsibility of protecting the Qiu family on a woman. In my eyes, men like you who rely on women to such an extent are just a bunch of trash, a bunch of trash." Duan Ling Tian did not hold back when he spoke. He called Qiu Gang Yi and the Qiu clan's elders trash. Trash? Trash? Even a person made of clay would not be easily swayed, let alone Qiu Gang Yi and the Qiu clan's elders. When they heard Duan Ling Tian's humiliating words, they could not help but be stunned for a moment. They looked at each other and wondered if they had heard wrongly. However, they soon realized from each other's angry eyes that they had not misheard. They did not mishear. Duan Ling Tian was indeed insulting them. Qiu Gang Yi and the Qiu clan's elders glared at Duan Ling Tian coldly. "You're seeking death, brat. Who do you think you are? How dare you humiliate us by calling us trash? I think you're tired of living." At this moment, Qiu Gang Yi was not the only one who was glaring at Duan Ling Tian. Even the Qiu clan's elders were glaring at Duan Ling Tian fiercely. It was as though they were ready to attack Duan Ling Tian at any time to vent their anger. Swoosh! At this moment, Duan Ling Tian felt a gust of wind blowing past his eyes. It was Qiu Muqing. She had appeared in front of him and shielded him behind her after she heard Duan Ling Tian's words. Duan Ling Tian's heart was filled with warmth when he saw this. However, when Duan Ling Tian looked at Qiu Muqing's back and saw Qiu Gang Yi and the others, a hint of disdain could be seen in his eyes. "What's wrong? Are you angry because you're embarrassed?" Duan Ling Tian was not afraid when he saw Qiu Gang Yi and the others glaring at him. Instead, he sneered and said, "Or, do you think I'm wrong?" Although Qiu Gang Yi and the others were furious when they heard Duan Ling Tian's words, they could not refute him. Even if they did not want to admit it, they could not deny it. Duan Ling Tian was telling the truth. "I'm sure all of you can't wait to hand me and Sister Qiu over to the Dongfang clan." Duan Lingdan suddenly changed the topic and said bluntly, "If that's the case, Sister Qiu and I will cooperate with all of you." Duan. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Qiu Muqing immediately turned around. She wanted to stop Duan Ling Tian. However, as soon as she spoke, she was interrupted by Duan Ling Tian's overbearing voice. "Sister Qiu, let's follow them to the Qiu clan's main hall to meet the people from the Dongfang clan. Who knows, maybe the people from the Dongfang clan will be merciful and let us live when we arrive at the Qiu clan's main hall." In the end, a hint of mischief could be heard in Duan Ling Tian's tone. Naturally, Qiu Gang Yi and the others did not notice this. Chapter 2074. Let all of you live? Qiu Gang Yi, the second master of Qiu clan, and the elders from Qiu clan were stunned when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. They felt the purple-clad young man was too naive. Qiu Muqing was fine. Although Qiu Muqing had offended the Eastern Fang clan, she was the eldest sister of Qiu clan. Moreover, she had the protection of the clan leader of Qiu clan. Even if they wanted to hand her over to the Eastern Fang clan, it was impossible. However, who was this purple-clad young man? Perhaps Qiu Muqing would do her best to protect him. However, it was already good enough that Qiu Muqing was able to protect herself. How could she protect this purple-clad young man? Naive? What a joke! He humiliated the Eastern Fang clan's second young master, Dongfang Zhu, in front of so many people, and he still wants to show mercy to the Eastern Fang clan? Is there something wrong with his head? If he likes to dream, then let him dream on his own. That's right. Moreover, he's willing to meet the Eastern Fang clan in our Qiu clan's main hall anyway. Since he likes to talk, let him do as he pleases. The elders from Qiu clan discussed among themselves. Based on their words, they felt Duan Lingtian was dreaming. However, since Duan Lingtian was willing to meet the Eastern Fang clan in the Qiu clan's main hall, they did not say anything. No matter what, Duan Lingtian was not a member of Qiu clan. Although they were elders from Qiu clan, they had no right to criticize Duan Lingtian. As long as Duan Lingtian did not drag the Qiu clan down, they could not be bothered with Duan Lingtian. "Since you're so straightforward, then come with us," Qiu Gangyi said as he looked at Duan Lingtian mockingly. After he finished speaking, he glared at Duan Lingtian like a tiger eyeing its prey. It was as if as long as Duan Lingtian refused, he would capture Duan Lingtian and bring Duan Lingtian away. The other elders of the Chiu family also looked at Duan Lingtian. They were thinking the same thing as Chiu Gangyi. As long as the Duan Lingtian was willing to go to the main hall of the Chiu family to meet the people of the Eastern Fang family, and as long as the Chiu family and the Duan Lingtian were not related, they would not be implicated by the Duan Lingtian. And if Duan Lingtian was unwilling to go, the Dongfang family would definitely think that the Chiu family was protecting Duan Lingtian. In that case, the conflict between the Chiu clan and the Dongfang clan would definitely deepen. That was not in their interest, nor was it what they wanted to see. What? Are you worried that I'm just saying that? Duan Lingtian asked nonchalantly when he heard Chiu Gangyi's words and saw Chiu Gangyi glaring at him like a tiger looking at its prey. I hope you're not just saying that. Otherwise, I'll bring you there even if I have to. Chiu Gangyi sneered. You think you can do that? Duan Lingtian laughed when he heard Chiu Gangyi's words. Under Chiu Gangyi's furious gaze, he looked at Chiu Muqing and said, Sister Chiu, I don't know the way. Please bring me to the main hall of the Chiu clan. Duan Lingtian's tone changed when he spoke to Chiu Muqing. His tone was gentle and friendly. But Chiu Muqing hesitated when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. Initially, she thought her father could rely on the Chiu clan to protect Duan Lingtian. However, it seemed like Chiu Gangyi and the elders from the Chiu clan wanted to send Duan Lingtian away. It was as though they were afraid Duan Lingtian would be implicated. Although Chiu Gangyi did not have all the elders in the Chiu clan, they still made up 50% of the elders in the Chiu clan. With so many elders and Chiu Gangyi, the second master of the Chiu clan, refusing to protect Duan Lingtian. Even her father, the clan leader of the Chiu clan, could not represent the Chiu clan to protect Duan Lingtian. Don't worry. Duan Lingtian smiled when he saw Chiu Muqing's hesitation. His voice was calm, but it was filled with confidence. Chiu Muqing was affected by his confidence as well. Don't tell me you have a way to prevent the Dongfang clan from doing anything to you? Chiu Muqing could not help but ask Duan Lingtian through voice transmission. This was because until now, she was still in the dark about Duan Lingtian's origin. When she heard the confidence in Duan Lingtian's voice, she immediately thought of Duan Lingtian's background. At the very least, he was not afraid of the Dongfang clan, one of the 3 most powerful clans in Clarity City. You'll find out when the time comes. Duan Lingtian replied to Chiu Muqing through voice transmission. His tone was still confident, but he kept her guessing. Chiu Muqing was even more certain that Duan Lingtian's background was not simple. At the very least, he was strong enough to counterattack the Dongfang clan. Chiu Muqing was relieved when she heard this. She took the lead to leave her independent residence and brought Duan Lingtian to the Chiu clan's main hall. At this moment, she was extremely curious about Duan Lingtian's background. However, she did not expect Duan Lingtian to be so confident. Duan Lingtian's confidence did not come from his background. Instead, it came from his strength. As a third-rate force, the Dongfang clan might be quite strong. However, in Duan Lingtian's eyes, they were nothing. Let's go! When Chiu Gangyi saw Duan Lingtian leaving with Chiu Muqing to the Chiu clan's main hall, he called out to the Chiu clan's elders and brought them along. Big sister is too willful this time. If it's possible, I really hope the clan will hand her over to the Dongfang clan. That's right. It's fine if she messes around in the past, but she's really too willful this time. How can she be so intimate with a man in front of so many people in Clarity City? Everyone in Clarity City knows she's going to marry the second young master of the Dongfang clan. She's going to enter the Dongfang clan soon. Her actions are no different from giving the Dongfang clan a slap in the face. Now, I only hope that our Chiu clan will hand over the purple-clothed young man to a certain extent to extinguish the anger of the Dongfang clan. As for eldest sister's mistake, our Chiu clan will compensate in other ways. No matter what, we can't let the Dongfang clan fall out with the Chiu clan. I think the Dongfang clan won't fall out with the Chiu clan as long as we're willing to compensate them. After all, the members of the Dongfang clan are clearly aware that they can't go against the Feng clan without our Chiu clan. On the way to the Chiu clan's main hall, the Chiu clan's elders whispered among themselves. Duan Lingtian, naturally, heard the whispers. He shook his head inwardly. At the same time, Duan Lingtian looked at Qiu Muqing, the eldest daughter of the Qiu clan, with a pitiful expression on his face. He only felt that she was a little pitiful. She was actually used by her family as a tool to maintain the relationship with the Dongfang family. The Qiu clan's main hall is right in front of us. Are you really confident? If you're not, you can leave now. I'll stop them. Qiu Muqing suddenly slowed down and sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. At the same time, Duan Lingtian also saw the main hall that stood not far away from him. The main hall looked majestic from afar. It was as though a gigantic beast was crouching there. The door was wide open like the mouth of a gigantic beast. Stop them? Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard Qiu Muqing's voice transmission. Although he had asked Hua Lao to investigate earlier, he found out the group of people led by Qiu Gangyi, the second master of Qiu clan, were not at the Saint's celestial stage or above. Qiu Gangyi, the strongest among them, was only at the peak of the quintessential Saint stage. However, with Qiu Muqing's cultivation base at the exemplary Saint stage, it was impossible for her to stop Qiu Gangyi and the others. If I threaten to kill myself, I'll kill myself on the spot if anyone dares to chase after you. I'm sure even Qiu Gangyi won't dare to chase after you. He's worried my father won't let him go after I kill myself. Qiu Gangyi said to Duan Lingtian through voice transmission again when he saw the doubt in Duan Lingtian's eyes. Based on his words, it seemed as though he was not afraid of death at all. Although Duan Lingtian knew Qiu Muqing was certain Qiu Gangyi and the others would not dare to chase after him due to her threats, he still felt touched. Warmth rose in Duan Lingtian's heart when he heard Qiu Muqing's words. After all, he had only met Qiu Muqing today. Qiu Muqing only dared to threaten Qiu Gangyi and the others because she was certain Qiu Gangyi and the others would not dare to do anything to her. However, since she was willing to do this for him, it was clear she was a kind girl. She did not want him to be hurt because of her. But, don't you trust me, Sister Qiu? Duan Lingtian replied to Qiu Muqing after taking a deep breath. His voice was laced with a hint of mockery. No, I'm not. I'm just a little worried. Since you're so confident, let's go in. I want to see how the Eastern Fang family will react when they realize they don't dare to touch you. Qiu Muqing said to Duan Lingtian through voice transmission again. In the end, there was a hint of playfulness in her tone. However, based on her tone, it seemed like she was certain Duan Lingtian was not a simple person. At the very least, the Eastern Fang family would not dare to touch him. When they arrived outside the Qiu clan's main hall, Duan Lingtian saw 3 people walking over from another direction. They were a middle-aged man dressed in luxurious clothes and 2 white-haired old men. Father! At the same time, Qiu Muqing's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. Qiu Muqing took a few steps forward to greet the middle-aged man. He's the clan leader of Qiu clan? Duan Lingtian immediately realized the middle-aged man was a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man dressed in luxurious clothes was none other than the clan leader of Qiu clan, Qiu Enping. Qiu Enping was a tall and well-built middle-aged man. His face was chiseled, and he had a handsome appearance. One could tell he was a handsome man when he was young. Chapter 2075. Mu Qing. The clan leader of Qiu clan, Qiu Enping, smiled when he saw Qiu Muqing walking up to him. A doting expression could be seen in his eyes. However, he could not help but sigh inwardly. When he thought of the promise he had made to his daughter earlier, and the fact that he would most likely have to go back on his words, he felt a wave of sadness in his heart. One had to know that he had never disappointed his daughter in her entire life. However, this time, he was going to disappoint his daughter. Grand Elder, Second Elder. When Qiu Muqing arrived next to Qiu Enping, she greeted the 2 old men with a smile on her face. The 2 old men were none other than the Grand Elder and Second Elder of Qiu clan. The Grand Elder of Qiu clan was an old man with a medium build. He had an ordinary appearance. When he heard Chiu Mu-ching's greeting, he smiled and nodded. Ching, The second elder of Chiu clan was slightly taller than the grand elder of Chiu clan. He was about the same height as the clan leader of Chiu clan, Chiu En-ping. He only glanced at Chiu Mu-ching indifferently when she greeted him. Then he said in a slightly displeased tone, Mu-ching, you didn't think twice about what you did today. Chiu Mu-ching fell silent when she heard this. Today, she had held Duan Lingtian's hand in the restaurant and left while holding Duan Lingtian's hand. She had only done so out of desperation. When she thought about it, she was stunned. She felt she had been too bold. After all, although she had a good impression of Duan Lingtian, they had only met for the first time. However, what happened was what happened. To a certain extent, her actions had indeed given the Dongfang clan a resounding slap in the face. For this reason, she did not dare to refute the second elder of Chiu clan. Clan leader, grand elder, second elder. At the same time, Chiu Gang-yi, the second master of Chiu clan, walked past Duan Lingtian and arrived in front of Chiu En-ping and the others. He took the initiative to greet them. Seeing Chiu Gang-yi, Chiu En-ping frowned imperceptibly and then nodded. In the next moment, after Chiu Gang-yi, a group of Chiu family's elders followed and took the initiative to greet Chiu En-ping and the other two. Chiu Gang-yi said, "Everyone else, leave." Seeing so many Chiu family elders gathered together, the Chiu family great elder frowned and said indifferently. Although the Chiu clan's first elder spoke calmly, there was no room for doubt in his tone. It was extremely authoritative. There were 3 Saints Celestial stage powerhouses in the Chiu clan. Among them, the great elder of the Chiu family was the strongest. Therefore, the Chiu clan's elders did not dare to disobey the Chiu clan's first elder. When the Chiu clan's great elder finished speaking, the group of Chiu clan's elders glanced at Chiu Gang-yi and dispersed. Although they all wanted to enter the main hall to join in the fun, they knew that since the grand elder had spoken, it was impossible for them to enter the main hall even if they wanted to. However, although they did not have the chance to enter the main hall, they had someone to convey their wishes to the Chiu clan's first elder. Chiu Gang-yi, the second master of the Chiu clan, was the representative of all of them. Chiu Gang-yi was the only one left among the group of people who had gathered together. After a while, Duan Lingtian finally arrived near the clan leader of Chiu clan, Chiu En-ping, the grand elder, and the second elder of Chiu clan. "Father, this is the friend I mentioned to you before." Chiu Mu-ching introduced Duan Lingtian to Chiu En-ping when she saw him approaching. Due to the confidence Duan Lingtian had shown earlier, she did not feel too pressured at all. Although she knew her father might not be able to protect Duan Lingtian on behalf of the Chiu clan, she still felt pressured. Clan leader Chiu. Before Chiu En-ping could speak, Duan Lingtian took the initiative to greet him with a smile. "Hello." If we keep the clan leader and the 2 elders of the Eastern Fang clan waiting for too long, it'll seem like the Chiu clan isn't treating our guests well. Chiu Gang-yi's voice suddenly entered Duan Lingtian's ears. It sounded like he was reminding Chiu En-ping and the other 2 old men, but there was a hint of schadenfreude in his voice as well. Naturally, the schadenfreude was directed at Duan Lingtian. With Chiu Gang-yi's reminder, the clan leader of Chiu clan, Chiu En-ping, the grand elder, and the second elder of Chiu clan took the lead and made their way to the Chiu clan's main hall. Duan Lingtian and Chiu Mu-ching walked side by side as they followed the 3 old men. As for Chiu Gang-yi, he walked at the back of the group as though he was afraid Duan Lingtian would run away at a critical moment. When they entered the Chiu clan's main hall, Duan Lingtian saw everything in the Chiu clan's main hall. The Chiu clan's main hall was extremely spacious. Although the decorations were simple, they did not lose their grandeur. "Father, it's him. It's him." Duan Lingtian was still observing the Chiu clan's main hall when an exasperated voice rang in his ears. The voice sounded familiar as though he had heard it somewhere before. Duan Lingtian's attention was instantly attracted by the owner of the voice. With just a glance, he saw Dongfang Zhu, the second young master of the Eastern Fang clan, whom he had taught a lesson in the restaurant in Clarity City. At this moment, Dongfang Zhu was standing next to a middle-aged man. He was pointing at the middle-aged man as he spoke in an exasperated manner. Based on how Dongfang Zhu addressed the middle-aged man, it was obvious who the middle-aged man was. The middle-aged man was none other than the clan leader of the Eastern Fang clan, Dongfang Gan. When Dongfang Gan heard Dongfang Zhu's words, he turned to look at Duan Lingtian coldly. For a moment, Duan Lingtian felt as though he was being stared at by a venomous snake. However, Duan Lingtian merely glanced at Dongfang Gan indifferently before he shifted his attention to the two old men standing next to Dongfang Gan. These two old men were standing next to Dongfang Gan. It was obvious they had a high status in the Eastern Fang clan. Could they be the Grand Elder and Second Elder of the Eastern Fang clan? Earlier, when he was still in Chiu Muqing's independent mansion, he had heard an elder from the Chiu clan say, "The Eastern Fang clan's people are from the Eastern Fang clan." Apart from the clan leader of the Eastern Fang clan and his son, there were also the Grand Elder and Second Elder of the Eastern Fang clan. In the entire Eastern Fang clan, only these two old men were qualified to stand next to the clan leader of the Eastern Fang clan. Apart from Dongfang Gan, these two old men were the other two Saint Celestial stage powerhouses in the Eastern Fang clan. Similar to the Chiu clan, the Eastern Fang clan had three Saint Celestial stage powerhouses each. They were the clan leader, the Grand Elder, and the Second Elder. As for the two old men standing behind Dongfang Gan and the others, Duan Lingtian merely glanced at them indifferently and did not pay them any attention. It could be seen that their positions in the Dongfang family were ordinary. They should be ordinary elders. Clan leader of the Eastern Fang clan. At the same time, the clan leader of Chiu clan, Chiu and Ping, and the Grand Elder and Second Elder of Chiu clan walked side by side toward Dongfang Gan and the others. The Grand Elder and Second Elder of Chiu clan who were standing next to him also greeted the Grand Elder and Second Elder of the Eastern Fang clan. Slut. Slut. When Dongfang Zhu saw Duan Lingtian and Chiu Muqing standing next to each other, he was so angry that his eyes turned red. He cursed inwardly. Chapter 2076. Clan Leader Chiu, you have a good daughter. Dongfang Gan, the clan leader of the Eastern Fang family, mocked Chiu and Ping when he saw the clan leader of Chiu clan greeting him warmly. He was not polite at all. He had brought his men here to denounce Chiu and Ping. Naturally, it was impossible for him to be polite to Chiu and Ping. If he were to be polite at this moment, it would be equivalent to giving away the initiative. It would be difficult for him to obtain more benefits. As the clan leader of the Eastern Fang family, Dongfang Gan knew this very well. Humph. The Grand Elder and Second Elder of the Eastern Fang family snorted coldly when they were greeted by the Grand Elder and Second Elder of the Chiu clan. They did not even bother to look at the two of them. It was as though the two of them owed them money. The expressions of the Grand Elder and Second Elder of the Eastern Fang family darkened when they saw this. However, although their expressions were ugly, it was not good for them to flare up. After all, in their opinion, the Eastern Fang family was in the right, and the Chiu clan was in the wrong. Clan leader of the Eastern Fang family, what do you mean by that? The smile on Chiu and Ping's face disappeared when he heard Dongfang Gan's words. As the clan leader of the Chiu clan, he could be polite to Dongfang Gan for the sake of the Chiu clan. However, Dongfang Gan was now his daughter, and his daughter was more important to him as a father than his own life. For this reason, he could not accept anyone else talking about his daughter. He could do anything but not his daughter. Because of this, Chiu Anping's tone was completely gloomy when he spoke again. At the same time, it caused the atmosphere in the hall to be filled with a strong smell of gunpowder. A conflict could break out at any moment. What do I mean? Dongfang Gan sneered when he saw Chiu and Ping's expression had darkened. Chiu and Ping, don't you know what I mean? Don't tell me that you have no idea what your precious daughter has done today. In the end, Dongfang Gan shifted his gaze to Chiu Muqing, who was standing next to Duan Lingtian. His eyes gleamed coldly as though he was about to devour someone. Patriarch. At this moment, Chiu Gang-yi, the second master of Chiu clan, said to Chiu and Ping, "Indeed, the Chiu clan is in the wrong. I know you feel sorry for eldest sister, but eldest sister has gone too far this time. Qiu Anping didn't expect that Qiu Gangyi would step in at this time. For a moment, his face became increasingly gloomy. Even the great elder of the Qiu clan was frowning. He felt that Qiu Gangyi had gone too far. Only the second elder of the Qiu family didn't react. It was as if Qiu Gangyi's words were not inappropriate. Is Qiu Gangyi really from the Qiu clan? Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes when he looked at Qiu Gangyi again. He felt Qiu Gangyi, the second master of Qiu clan, did not look like a member of the Qiu clan. Instead, he looked more like a member of the Dongfang clan. At this time, it was fine if the people from the Eastern Fang family were gossiping. After all, they were on different sides. However, as a member of the Qiu clan, not only did Qiu Gangyi not help the Qiu clan, but he even helped the Dongfang family. Although Duan Ling Tian was an outsider to the Qiu clan, he felt Qiu Gangyi's words were ill-considered. What a lousy teammate! You're right, second master of Qiu clan. When Dongfang Gan heard Qiu Gangyi's words, he took advantage of the situation. He looked at Qiu Anping and sneered, "It's only because the second master of Qiu clan is less talented than you. Otherwise, you wouldn't be the one sitting in the clan leader's seat today." Dongfang Gan's words raised Qiu Gangyi's status and belittled Qiu Anping's status. Qiu Anping's expression darkened when he heard this. Haha. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian finally burst out laughing. It was as though he had heard the funniest joke in the world. "What are you laughing at?" Dongfang Gan asked coldly as he looked at Duan Ling Tian with killing intent in his eyes. His voice was not loud, but it was filled with saint origin. It drowned out Duan Ling Tian's laughter and clearly entered everyone's ears. If they were not in the Qiu clan's main hall, he would have killed this person who humiliated his son. "I'm laughing at your whimsical imagination." Duan Ling Tian stopped laughing. Facing Dongfang Gan's snake-like gaze, he was not afraid at all. He said sarcastically, "Qiu Gangyi is nothing but an ungrateful wretch. No matter how talented a person like him is, once he becomes the clan leader of Qiu clan, he's destined to lead the Qiu clan into decline. Fortunately, he didn't become the clan leader of Qiu clan. Otherwise, the Qiu clan would be under the Feng clan by now. As for your Eastern Fang clan, you'd better not be annihilated by the Qiu clan and the Feng clan." In the end, Duan Ling Tian became more and more unscrupulous. He said Qiu Gangyi was an ungrateful wretch. If Qiu Gangyi became the clan leader of Qiu clan, he would have surrendered to the Feng clan and led the Qiu clan to become the Feng clan's pawn. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, everyone was stunned. Whether it was the clan leader of Qiu clan, Qiu Anping, or the grand elder and second elder of Qiu clan, all of them looked at Duan Ling Tian in shock. It was as though Duan Ling Tian's words had touched a chord in their hearts. In the past, Qiu Gangyi had indeed suggested that the Qiu clan surrender to the Feng clan and join forces with the Feng clan to annihilate the Eastern Fang clan. He also thought that even if the Feng clan became the dominant clan, the Qiu clan would still be able to get a share of the pie. However, they rejected his suggestion in the end. "Li Feng, you're seeking death." Qiu Gangyi could not suppress his anger when he heard Duan Ling Tian's mocking words. As he roared furiously, the saint energy in his body stirred and was about to burst out. "What's wrong? Are you angry because I've guessed what you're thinking?" Duan Ling Tian shifted his gaze from Dongfang Gan to Qiu Gangyi. He could not help but mock Qiu Gangyi. Qiu Gangyi grew even angrier. It seemed like he was on the verge of breaking down. It was not hard to imagine. If Qiu Gangyi's emotions were to crumble, he would not hesitate to attack Duan Ling Tian as soon as he could. "How dare you!" At this moment, a loud roar resounded, echoing continuously in the Qiu family's main hall, lingering in the air. The person who shouted was none other than the second elder of the Qiu clan. The second elder of the Qiu clan looked at Duan Ling Tian and said coldly, "Li Feng, you're just a sectless cultivator. What right do you have to shout and humiliate the Qiu clan's main hall?" "A sectless cultivator." The clan leader of the Eastern Fang clan, Dongfang Gan, brightened when he heard the second elder of the Qiu clan's words. When they were on their way to the Chiu clan, they had been worried that the purple-clad young man who had humiliated Dongfang Zhu had an extraordinary background. If the purple-clad young man had a force that the Eastern Fang clan could not afford to offend, they would not be able to do anything to him no matter how angry they were. Unless they did not care about the safety of the Eastern Fang clan. However, when they heard the second elder of the Chiu clan said the purple-clad young man was just a sectless cultivator, they were relieved. In their opinion, they did not need to worry about a sectless cultivator. Humiliate the Chiu clan? Duan Lingtian looked at the second elder of Chiu clan and said coldly, "Senior, as the second elder of Chiu clan, do you think Chiu Gang did the right thing by undermining the Chiu clan's prestige and boosting the Dongfang clan's morale?" Moreover, the clan leader and the grand elder of the Chiu clan did not say anything. "Don't you think it's inappropriate for a mere second elder to say something?" Duan Lingtian questioned the second elder of the Chiu clan after he finished speaking. "You." The second elder of the Chiu clan was livid when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. However, he did not know how to refute Duan Lingtian's words. How could he refute Duan Lingtian's words? Should he admit that Chiu Gang did the right thing? Should he say that he did not overstep his authority? The second elder of the Chiu clan was one of the 3 Saints Celestial Stage powerhouses in the Chiu clan. He was the only one among the 3 Saints Celestial Stage powerhouses in the Chiu clan who agreed to force the eldest daughter of the Chiu clan, Chiu Muqing, to marry into the Eastern Fang clan. Duan Lingtian had learned about this from Chiu Muqing before he entered the Chiu clan's main hall. For this reason, Duan Lingtian did not have a good impression of the second elder of the Chiu clan. It would have been fine if the second elder of the Chiu clan did not speak up. However, now that the second elder of the Chiu clan had spoken up and targeted him, there was no reason for Duan Lingtian to hold back. "Clan leader, grand elder. I'm just stating the facts. I have no intention of diminishing the prestige of the Chiu clan to boost the morale of the Chiu clan." Chiu Gangyi's expression changed drastically when he was accused by Duan Lingtian. He hastily looked at the clan leader and grand elder of the Chiu clan as he tried to defend himself. It was as though he was afraid he would infuriate the clan leader and grand elder if he was too slow. At this moment, Dongfang Gon, who had remained silent for a long time, suddenly chuckled. He had a mocking expression on his face as he said, "It seems like the Chiu clan has really declined. I can't believe a sectless cultivator dares to cause a ruckus in the Chiu clan's main hall. If this was the Eastern Fang clan, a sectless cultivator like this would have died a few hundred times already." Dongfang Gon's eyes were filled with killing intent and disdain when he looked at Duan Lingtian. "Is that so?" Duan Lingtian met his gaze without the slightest bit of fear as he sneered and replied with a question. "Clan leader of Chiu clan." Duan Lingtian's fearless gaze further infuriated Dongfang Gon. Dongfang Gon's expression darkened as he looked at Chiu Ping, the clan leader of Chiu clan. "As long as you hand this sectless cultivator over to me and let me take him away from the Chiu clan, the Eastern Fang clan will let bygones be bygones." Chapter 2077. The meaning behind Dongfang Gon's words was very simple. As long as the Chiu clan handed Duan Lingtian over to the Dongfang clan would not pursue the matter. In fact, they would even join forces with the Chiu clan to fight against the strongest clan in Clarity City, the Feng clan. To the majority of the Chiu family members, this was definitely a profitable deal. After all, the purple-clad young man who called himself Li Feng was only a sectless cultivator. He was not a member of the Chiu clan. As long as the Chiu clan handed Li Feng over to the Dongfang clan, the Dongfang clan would not pursue the matter any further. "Clan leader." As soon as Dongfang Gon finished speaking, Chiu Gangyi, the second master of Chiu clan, looked at the clan leader of Chiu clan, Chiu Ping, with an eager expression on his face as he said, "Li Feng is not a member of the Chiu clan. There's no need to drag the Chiu clan down for an outsider like him. As long as we hand Li Feng over, not only will our eldest sister not have to marry into the Dongfang clan, but the Dongfang clan will not pursue the matter any further." To the Chiu clan, to Big Sister, and even to you, the clan leader, this is a business that will only benefit us. Qiu Gangyi's voice was filled with excitement. At this moment, he wished he was the clan leader of Qiu clan so he could agree to Dong Fanggon's condition. In his opinion, this condition was too tempting. Not only would it resolve the matter today, but it would also resolve the conflict between the Qiu clan and the Dong Fang clan. This was a win-win situation for the Qiu clan. At the same time, Qiu and Ping could not help but frown. Even if he did not want to admit it, he had to admit Dong Fanggon had made a concession when he proposed this condition. It was very tempting to him. If he cooperated, just like Qiu Gangyi said, it would be a win-win situation. However, when Qiu and Ping thought about how Li Feng was his daughter's friend, he could not help but feel conflicted. He looked at Qiu Muqing with a complicated expression on his face. Father. Qiu Muqing, naturally, knew what her father was thinking when she saw him looking at her. Without any hesitation, she immediately stated, although my actions today are somewhat abrupt, that is only relative to big brother Li Feng. As for the Dong Fang clan, I don't think my actions have anything to do with the Dong Fang clan. From the beginning until the end, I've never agreed to the engagement with Dong Fang Zhu. In other words, what does my actions have to do with the Dong Fang clan? Dong Fang clan has no right to threaten the Qiu clan. Qiu and Ping clan's clan leader, Qiu and Ping's clan, no matter what she did. Qiu and Ping clan's Qiu and Ping Qiu and Fang Qiu clan, Qiu Muqing. At this moment, Dong Fang Zhu, the second young master of Dong Fang clan, could not help but growl. Currently, everyone in Clarity City knows that your Qiu clan and my Dong Fang clan are going to unite by marriage. Moreover, you and I are the representatives of both parties. In the eyes of the people in Clarity City, it's only a matter of time before you marry into the Dong Fang clan. For this reason, your actions today have made the Dong Fang clan the laughingstock of Clarity City. How dare you say your actions have nothing to do with the Dong Fang clan? In the end, Dong Fang Zhu became somewhat hysterical. He was practically roaring at the top of his voice. Who else can you blame? If it wasn't for the Dong Fang clan's wishful thinking and spreading the news, the people in Clarity City wouldn't have misunderstood us. Qiu Muqing said calmly. Wishful thinking? Qiu Muqing's words were like a thorn in Dong Fang Zhu's heart, causing his face to turn pale. Now that he thought about it, Qiu Muqing was indeed his wishful thinking. Wishful thinking? When Dong Fang Qian, the clan leader of Dong Fang clan, heard Qiu Muqing's words, his expression darkened immediately. He looked at the second elder of Qiu clan and said in a deep voice, Elder Qiu Ji, if I'm not mistaken, you personally agreed to the marriage between our Dong Fang clan and your Qiu clan, right? It seems like your words don't count in the Qiu clan even though you're the second elder of the Qiu clan. If that's the case, then why did you agree to the marriage between our two families? Dong Fang Qian's voice turned colder as he spoke. At the same time, he told everyone one thing. The marriage between the Qiu clan and the Dong Fang clan was arranged by Qiu Ji, the second elder of Qiu clan. Qiu Muqing looked at Qiu Ji in disbelief when she heard Dong Fang Qian's words. She said agitatedly, Second elder? What right do you have to decide my marriage? All this while, Qiu Muqing had thought Qiu Gangyi, the second master of Qiu clan, had led a group of elders to pressure her father into marrying Dong Fang Zhu so the Qiu clan and the Dong Fang clan could form a marriage alliance. From the beginning until the end, even though the people in Clarity City had spread the news of the marriage alliance between the Qiu clan and the Dong Fang clan, she had thought the Dong Fang clan was the only one who spread the news. She did not expect Qiu Ji, the second elder of Qiu clan, would agree to the marriage alliance on behalf of the Qiu clan. As for her, she had been kept in the dark until just a moment ago. Father! Qiu Muqing looked at her father, Qiu and Ping, the clan leader of Qiu clan, as though she had just recalled something. When she looked at Qiu and Ping, a hint of uneasiness could be seen in the depths of her eyes. She could only hope her father did not know about this. Otherwise, she felt there was no one she could trust in this world. Qiu Ji! Qiu Muqing sighed in relief when she saw Qiu and Ping's expression had changed drastically. At the very least, she was certain her father did not know about this. As the clan leader of Qiu clan, Qiu and Ping was indeed unaware of this. When he heard Dongfang Qian's words, he looked at Qiu Ji angrily and roared, "What right do you have to decide my daughter's marriage? Moreover, he decided on my daughter's marriage without me, her father, knowing anything about it." Even the Grand Elder of Qiu clan frowned when he heard this. He had just found out about this as well. Even he could not stand the second elder of Qiu clan taking matters into his own hands. "What right do I have to decide your marriage?" Qiu Ji looked at Qiu Muqing and said indifferently, "You're a member of the Qiu clan, and I'm the second elder of Qiu clan. For the sake of the family, why can't you sacrifice me for the sake of the family? As for you..." Qiu Ji looked at Qiu and Ping and said indifferently, "If I had told you about this beforehand, would you have agreed to my request? Moreover, your daughter won't be at a disadvantage if she marries into the Dongfang clan." Moreover, your position as the clan leader will be even more secure. Otherwise, who knows when the Qiu clan will be destroyed by the Feng clan? At that time, you won't even be able to be the clan leader. Qiu Ji seemed to be concerned about Qiu and Ping when he spoke. "Do you think I want to be the clan leader?" Qiu and Ping laughed when he heard Qiu Ji's words. "In my eyes, the position of the clan leader is nothing compared to my daughter. Qiu Ji, you don't have the right to decide my daughter's marriage." "Humph." Qiu Ji snorted coldly and continued, "Now, even if I want to decide on your daughter's marriage, the Dongfang family won't let her marry into our family. I really don't know how you, Qiu and Ping, raised your daughter to be so fickle, shameless, and dissolute. You're seeking death." Qiu and Ping was enraged when he heard Qiu Ji insulted his daughter. Saint Origin surged out of his body as he attacked Qiu Ji at lightning speed. Although he and Qiu Ji were both powerhouses at the first form of the Saint Celestial stage, there was a huge difference in their strength. Bang! After the span of a breath, a loud noise rang in the air as Qiu and Ping was sent flying by Qiu Ji's punch. Barf! Barf! When Qiu and Ping was sent flying by Qiu Ji's punch, he threw up a mouthful of blood before he crashed heavily on the ground. "Father!" At this moment, Qiu Muqing finally regained her senses. She cried out worriedly before she flew to Qiu and Ping's side and helped him up. At the same time, a hint of hatred could be seen in Qiu Muqing's eyes when she looked at Qiu Ji. "Qiu Ji!" Duan Ling Tian's expression darkened. Just as he was about to make a move, a furious voice rang in the air. It slowed down the Sun Saint energy in Duan Ling Tian's body. The voice belonged to the Grand Elder of Qiu clan. He was looking at Qiu Ji coldly. "Grand Elder!" Qiu Ji's expression changed when he saw the Grand Elder of Qiu clan looking at him. Although he was much stronger than Qiu and Ping, the clan leader of Qiu clan, he was still inferior to the Grand Elder of Qiu clan. Although both of them were powerhouses at the first form of the Saint Celestial stage, Duan Ling Tian was stronger than Qiu and Ping and the Grand Elder of Qiu clan. Duan Ling Tian's strength was above average among powerhouses at the first form of the Saint Celestial stage. "Grand Elder, from the beginning until the end I, Qiu Ji, have done everything for the sake of the clan. If you think I'm in the wrong, you can kill me," Qiu Ji suddenly said to the Grand Elder of Qiu clan with a solemn expression on his face. His retreat in order to advance move made the Qiu clan's Grand Elder hesitate. As the Grand Elder of Qiu clan, it was only natural that he wanted the clan to prosper in the future. Thinking about it, although what Qiu Ji did was a little too much, from the perspective of the family's interests, it was understandable. What a good excuse. Duan Ling Tian took a step forward and looked at Qiu Ji with a mocking smile on his face. Chapter 2078. When Duan Ling Tian saw Qiu Ji, the second elder of Qiu clan, injuring Qiu and Ping, the clan leader of Qiu clan, he had already planned to make a move. However, he did not make a move because the Grand Elder of Qiu clan had spoken. Now that he saw the Grand Elder of Qiu clan had no intention of making a move on Qiu Ji, he could not help but sneer. Sister Chiu has her own thoughts. Moreover, her father is still alive. Even if her marriage is to be decided, it's her father's business. It's not up to a shameless and disrespectful old fart like you to decide, right? Duan Lingtian did not hold back as soon as he spoke. Not only did he scold Qiu Ji for being shameless and disrespectful, but he even called Qiu Ji an old fart. Li Feng, you're seeking death. Qiu Ji's expression changed when he heard Duan Lingtian's merciless words. He glared at Duan Lingtian angrily as he roared. The saint origin in his body began to surge and spread to the surface of his body. He was about to make a move on Duan Lingtian. Qiu Ji did not expect this at all. A mere sectless cultivator dared to scold him in front of so many people. Moreover, Qiu Ji did not hold back at all. At this moment he was completely enraged. Li Feng, who do you think you are? How dare you be disrespectful to the second elder? Today, I'll teach you a lesson and teach you how to behave. After that, I'll hand you over to the Dong Fang clan's clan leader. Just as Qiu Ji was about to make a move, a furious and cold roar resonated in the air. It was Qiu Gangyi, the second master of Qiu clan. At the same time, it was as though he had transformed into an arrow that had left the bow as he charged toward Duan Lingtian at lightning speed. His speed was terrifyingly fast. Saint energy at the peak of the quintessential saint stage continued to surge out of Qiu Gangyi's body. It was vast and majestic, setting off gusts of wind that swept out in all directions. Many people's robes fluttered noisily. In just a blink of an eye, Qiu Gangyi, who was charging toward Duan Lingtian, arrived. Devour! As soon as Qiu Gangyi charged toward Duan Lingtian quickly mobilized the Sun Saint energy in his body. The Sun Saint energy surged out of his body through his 99 saint veins in just a blink of an eye and formed a faint whirlpool on his body. The vortex was turbulent, as if it could swallow everything. It was the divine ability, devouring technique. After Duan Lingtian used the devouring technique, the heaven and earth spirit qi in the main hall of the Qiu family rushed into his body at a terrifying speed and mixed with the Sun Saint force in his body. Then, they fused and improved at an exaggerated speed. When Qiu Gangyi was only a few meters away from Duan Lingtian, the Sun Saint power in Duan Lingtian's body had reached its peak. It was comparable to the Mastery Quintessential Saint stage's Saint energy. Almost at the same time, Duan Lingtian's gaze turned cold and filled with killing intent. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian did not make any move, but the sound of a sword whistling in the air rang in the air. It sounded like the sound of a ghost appearing and disappearing. In the blink of an eye, it sounded and stopped abruptly. It was as though it had never appeared. At this moment, the main hall fell silent. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Qiu Gangyi, who was only a few meters away from Duan Lingtian, was sent flying by the momentum of his charge. When Duan Lingtian dodged, a circular bloody wound appeared on Qiu Gangyi's neck. The bloody wound continued to expand at an extremely fast speed. Flash, flash, flash. As the sound of water splashing reverberated in the air, blood splattered out of Qiu Gangyi's neck. Then, Qiu Gangyi's head was separated from his body from his neck. Blood splattered everywhere as the two halves of his body slammed into the wall of the main hall. Blood splattered everywhere as though it had opened up a bloody path. It was dazzling and eye-catching. At the same time, Qiu Gangyi's body that had been severed into two was no longer breathing. He could not be any more dead. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment. The entire scene was deathly silent. In the main hall, apart from Duan Lingtian and Qiu Gangyi who had been killed, everyone was looking at Qiu Gangyi's body that had been severed into two. In their eyes, other than fear, there was also a mixture of shock and disbelief. They did not expect this to happen even in their wildest dreams. Gasp, gasp, gasp. After a while, everyone present on the scene gasped when they regained their senses. The shock on their faces did not disappear for a long time. Even the 6 Saint Celestial stage powerhouses present on the scene were no exception. Following that, the 6 Saint Celestial stage powerhouses turned to look at Duan Lingtian one after another. At this moment, their gazes were completely different from before. He's so strong? Qiu Muqing stared at Duan Lingtian in shock and disbelief. She felt as though she was dreaming. Everything that was happening before her eyes was too surreal. From the moment she saw this purple-clad young man, she had thought he was extraordinary. She did not expect him to be so strong. He did not even make a move, but he had killed Qiu Gang-yi, the second master of Qiu clan. After all, Qiu Gang-yi was a powerhouse at the peak of the quintessential saint stage. Since this purple-clad young man was able to kill Qiu Gang-yi, it meant he was a saint celestial stage powerhouse just like her father. No. Impossible. Impossible. Qiu Muqing felt as though she was dreaming. Dong Fangzhu, the second young master of the Eastern Fang clan, was also looking at Duan Lingtian. How could he not feel like he was dreaming as well? He raised his hand and slapped himself in the face. Then he pinched his thigh. The pain on his face and leg reminded him that he was not dreaming. He wasn't dreaming. Everything that was happening before his eyes was real. This purple-clad young man who had taught him a lesson in the restaurant and caused him to hate him to the bone was indeed a Saint Celestial stage powerhouse. So what if he's a Saint Celestial stage powerhouse? My father and the two elders of the Eastern Fang clan are also Saint Celestial stage powerhouses. Dong Fangzhu thought about his father and the Grand Elder and Second Elder of the Eastern Fang clan. He felt much more confident. At the same time, under the watchful eyes of the others, Duan Lingtian slowly walked toward Qiu Ji, the second elder of Qiu clan. However, with every step he took, it felt as though he was stepping on Qiu Ji's chest. Horror dawned on Qiu Ji's face. In the end, Qiu Ji was on the verge of breaking down. At this moment, apart from Qiu Ji himself, only the other 5 people who were at the Saint Celestial stage like him could sense the changes in his emotions. They were the only ones who could sense how terrifying Duan Lingtian's attack was. When Duan Lingtian was halfway to Qiu Ji finally broke down. Qiu Ji could no longer endure the torment in his heart and broke down completely. Bang! At the same time, Qiu Ji, who had completely broken down, moved and fell to his knees. A loud sound rang in the air when his knees hit the ground. Bang! 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 In the next moment, a series of loud sounds rang in the air. Qiu Ji, who was kneeling on the ground, kept kowtowing to Duan Lingtian. He kowtowed again and again until his head was bleeding. However, it was as though he did not feel anything. He kept kowtowing as though he could not feel any pain or exhaustion. Many people were dumbfounded by this scene. Qiu Muqing, Dong Fangzhu, and the 2 ordinary elders of the Eastern Fang clan were dumbfounded by this scene. After all, they could not compare to the other 5 Saint Celestial stage powerhouses. Although they had seen Duan Lingtian kill Qiu Gang-yi, the second master of Qiu clan, they thought he was just an ordinary Saint Celestial stage powerhouse. He did not realize that Duan Lingtian was not an ordinary Saint Celestial stage powerhouse. His strength far surpassed the 6 Saint Celestial stage powerhouses present on the scene. The 6 Saint Celestial stage powerhouses, including the second elder of Qiu clan, Qiu Ji, who was kneeling on the ground and kowtowing to Duan Lingtian, could sense something from the sword strike Duan Lingtian had executed earlier. Based on Duan Lingtian's cultivation base, it was likely that he was not only at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage, he was at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage. In Clarity City, there were no powerhouses at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage, let alone the third form of the Saint Celestial stage. For this reason, the 6 Saint Celestial stage powerhouses present on the scene were terrified when they saw Duan Lingtian. This was especially true for Qiu Ji, the second elder of Qiu clan, who had wanted to attack Duan Lingtian earlier. When he saw Duan Lingtian's strength and saw Duan Lingtian walking toward him, he broke down in fear. After he broke down, he immediately knelt and kowtowed to Duan Lingtian in an attempt to appease Duan Lingtian's anger. Duan Lingtian could kill him as easily as killing a chicken. Sir, please spare my life. Please spare my life. Please spare my life. Qiu Ji finally mustered up his courage and begged Duan Lingtian for mercy after kowtowing more than 100 times. Qiu Muqing, Dong Fangzhu, and the two ordinary elders from the Eastern Fang clan who were standing nearby were stunned by Qiu Zhi's humble attitude. Was the old man kneeling on the ground really the second elder of Qiu clan? The arrogant second elder of Qiu clan actually had such a side to him? Qiu Muqing and the others could not understand Qiu Zhi's current state of mind. They were stunned for a long time before they regained their senses. If I'm not mistaken, Duan Lingtan, who had stopped moving when Qiu Zhi knelt on the ground and looked at Qiu Zhi coldly, finally spoke when Qiu Zhi begged for mercy. Chapter 2081. Dong Fangzhu did not suffer any injuries when he was sent flying because Dong Fangqian had held back. However, Dong Fangzhu was still dizzy from the fall. He did not know why his father would do this to him. However, he was stunned again in the next moment. At the same time that he was dumbfounded, the blood completely drained from his originally dumbfounded face. What replaced it was a deathly white sheet of paper. This was because a scene that he would never forget for the rest of his life had suddenly appeared before his eyes. Dong Fangqian, the clan leader of the Eastern Fang family, followed Qiu Zhi, the second elder of the Qiu clan, and knelt in front of Duan Lingtian as though he was a lowly servant bowing to his master. "My lord, my son is not sensible. Please forgive him." Dong Fangqian's voice trembled as he knelt in front of Duan Lingtian. His voice was filled with fear and dread. It was as though the person standing in front of him was not a person, but a god of death who could take his life at any time. "If I didn't hear wrongly, your son said you wanted to kill me by asking the Qiu clan to hand me over?" Duan Lingtian's tone was as calm as before as he looked at Dong Fanggan, who was kneeling on the ground. However, there was a hint of killing intent in his voice at this moment. No. There's no such thing." Dong Fangqian was so frightened that his body trembled violently when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. At the same time, he hurriedly denied it. "Since there's no such thing, then you'll have to swear on the lightning penalty oath that you've never thought of killing me from the beginning until the end." Duan Lingtian obviously did not believe Dong Fangqian's words. When he spoke again, he made a request. When Dong Fangqian heard Duan Lingtian's request, not only did Dong Fangqian's expression change drastically, but the expressions of the people from the Eastern Fang family, including Dong Fangzhu, changed drastically as well. Their purpose in coming to the Qiu family today was to force the Qiu family to hand over the purple-robed young man and kill him. In that case, how could Dong Fanggan dare to swear on the lightning penalty oath according to Duan Lingtian's request? Once he made such an oath, he would be killed by the lightning punishment in the blink of an eye. The patriarch of the Eastern Fang family, Dong Fanggan, is finished. Qiu Zhi, the second elder of Qiu clan, who was standing behind Qiu Muqing, was shocked when he heard Duan Lingtian's request. He knew Dong Fanggan was doomed. "I was confused for a moment. It was a moment of folly. Please forgive me. Please forgive me, my lord." Sensing that Duan Lingtian's calm gaze had become increasingly cold, Dong Fanggan also realized the danger. He immediately begged for mercy as he kowtowed. Bang, bang, bang. Once Dong Fanggan started kowtowing, there was no end to it. He had no intention of stopping for a long time. "Humph." Duan Lingtian snorted coldly. His expression gradually turned cold. He did not feel any better because of Dong Fanggan's kowtowing. "I have a principle. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian said coldly, as long as it's someone who wants to kill me, I won't let him live in this world. In just one sentence, Duan Ling Tian had stated his principle. He would not let anyone who tried to kill him go. Then you can go to hell. As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, Dong Fanggan realized Duan Ling Tian would not let him go. Not only did he stop kowtowing, but he even shot up like a cannonball toward Duan Ling Tian. Based on the surge of saint origin in his body, it was obvious he had been accumulating his strength for a long time. It was impossible for him to mobilize such a terrifying amount of saint origin in such a short time. Hua! However, the moment Dong Fanggan shot up, a turbulent vortex appeared with Duan Ling Tian as the center. It once again devoured all the heaven and earth spirit energy in the Chiu family's main hall. It also caused the sun saint energy in Duan Lingtian's body to rise rapidly to its peak. As the sun saint energy rose to its peak, Dong Fanggan had already arrived in front of Duan Lingtian. He was only a short distance away from Duan Lingtian. If you want to kill me, you have to have the strength to do so, Duan Lingtian said calmly when he felt the gusts of wind that were stirred up by Dong Fanggan's arrival. Almost at the moment he opened his mouth. Xiu! Just like before, the sound of the sword whistling could be heard once again. Then, everyone saw Duan Lingtian stomping on the ground and leaping 3 meters into the air. As soon as Duan Lingtian leaped up, Dong Fanggan, the clan leader of the Eastern Fang family, followed in the footsteps of the Chiu family's second master, Chiu Gangyi. His body was severed into 2 and he was sent flying by the inertia. He slammed hard against the wall of the Chiu family's main hall, leaving a trail of blood behind him. Boom! Boom! When the 2 halves of the body fell to the ground, the sound entered everyone's ears. Their hearts trembled in fear. After all, the person who was killed was not a quintessential saint stage martial cultivator like Chiu Gangyi. He was a true saint celestial stage powerhouse, one of the top powerhouses in Clarity City. However, such a powerhouse had been killed in just a blink of an eye. He had died in front of their eyes. The Chiu family's main hall fell silent again. So weak. Everyone only regained their senses when Duan Lingtian spoke again. Father! When Dong Fangzhu, the second young master of the Eastern Fang family, regained his senses, his face turned even paler. Fear could be seen in his eyes. Not even in his wildest dreams did he expect his father, who was like an invincible god of war, would die just like that. His father had died in the hands of this sectless cultivator who called himself Li Feng. At the same time, a sense of regret rose in his heart. He regretted that he had tried to seduce Chiu Muqing in the past. Why did he continue to pester her even after she had rejected him? If he did not do that, he would not have gone to the restaurant with Chiu Muqing. If he did not go to the restaurant, he would not have encountered this fiend. If he did not encounter this fiend, he would not have gotten into a conflict with this fiend and escalated the conflict to such an extent. Run! Dong Fangzhu's expression changed a few times when he saw Dong Fanggan's body. Then he moved like a bolt of lightning and charged out of the Chiu family's main hall. At this moment, he only wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. His father had kowtowed and begged for mercy, but he was still killed by Li Feng in the end. He didn't think that Li Feng would be merciful to him. However, would he be able to escape? Trying to escape? When Dong Fangzhu made his move, Duan Lingtian raised his brows. The sun saint energy in his body calmed down immediately. He did not make a move. He did not make a move because someone else had already made a move. A gust of wind whistled in the air. Before Dong Fangzhu could escape from the Chiu clan's main hall, he was caught by someone like an eagle catching a chicken. Grand Elder. But why? At the same time, Dong Fangzhu, who was being carried like a chicken by an eagle, was shocked when he saw the person who had grabbed him. At the same time, he asked in disbelief, "Who are you?" This was because the person who caught him was none other than the Grand Elder of the Eastern Fang family. The Grand Elder of the Eastern Fang family was a tall and sturdy old man. He was almost 2 meters tall. Now that he was holding Dong Fangzhu in his hand, It looked like he was an eagle catching a chicken. Lord Li Feng. The Grand Elder of the Eastern Fang family ignored Dong Fangzhu's question and brought Dong Fangzhu to Duan Lingtian. He asked Duan Lingtian respectfully, "This Dong Fangzhu, how does Lord Li Feng want to deal with him? How should I deal with him?" Duan Lingtian looked at the Grand Elder of the Eastern Fang family indifferently and asked, "Didn't you hear what I said earlier?" When the Grand Elder of the Eastern Fang family heard this, his heart skipped a beat. He looked at Dong Fangzhu sharply. When Dong Fangzhu sensed the Grand Elder of the Eastern Fang family's sharp gaze, he seemed to realize something. His expression changed drastically, and he cried out in panic, "Grand Elder, you can't kill me! You can't kill me!" In the end, the Grand Elder of the Eastern Fang family directly broke Dong Fangzhu's neck and killed him. He acted decisively and without any hesitation. When the people from the Chiu family saw this, their hearts skipped a beat. They felt that the Grand Elder of the Eastern Fang family was ruthless. "Lord Li Feng, I came here because I was misled by Dong Fanggan and his son. I didn't mean to offend Lord Li Feng. I hope Lord Li Feng can forgive me." After killing Dong Fangzhu, the Grand Elder of the Eastern Fang family looked at Duan Lingtian respectfully and apologized. "Lord Li Feng, just like the Grand Elder, I didn't mean to offend you." At the same time, the second elder of the Eastern Fang family also expressed his stance. Bang, bang. As for the two ordinary elders of the Eastern Fang family, they kneeled on the ground as they trembled. "Lord Li Feng, please spare our lives. Lord Li Feng, please spare our lives." Just like that, a shocking scene played out in the Chiu family's main hall. A purple-clad young man who looked extremely young stood there motionlessly. In front of him, two old men with extraordinary bearings bowed respectfully. Their faces were filled with fear and anxiety. They looked like criminals who were waiting to be judged. Two old men kneeled on the ground nearby as they trembled in fear. "Who is he?" Chiu Muqing's beautiful eyes were filled with excitement when she saw the scenes in front of her. She could not help but look at the scenes in front of her. At the same time, Chiu Muqing became even more curious about Duan Lingtian's origin. Duan Lingtian? He's Duan Lingtian. Chiu Muqing suddenly recalled something. Her eyes widened in shock. Don't tell me he's the prodigy from the Zoroastrianism called Duan Lingtian?" If he's really Duan Lingtian, then it makes sense why he asked me to conceal his real name. It's said that he has offended many people in Zoroastrianism, including high-ranking officials in Zoroastrianism. He must be worried the high-ranking officials in Zoroastrianism would harm him if they found out he's in Clarity City. Chiu Muqing was very smart. Based on the information she had gathered, she was able to guess Duan Lingtian's thoughts. She only guessed half of what Duan Lingtian was thinking. Duan Lingtian did not want the high-ranking officials in Zoroastrianism to know he was in Clarity City because he was worried the high-ranking officials in Zoroastrianism would harm the Chiu clan and Chiu Muqing after he left Clarity City. Duan Lingtian was not worried at all. After all, he had only stayed in Clarity City for a short time. By the time the high-ranking officials in Zoroastrianism learned he was in Clarity City, he would have left Clarity City. "All of you don't want to die?" When the four elders from Dongfang clan were waiting anxiously for Duan Lingtian's judgment, Duan Lingtian finally opened his mouth and asked the four of them if they did not want to die. The clan leader, Grand Elder, and Second Elder of Chiu clan were rendered speechless when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. If they did not want to die, would the four elders from the Eastern Fang clan be so cowardly? They felt Duan Lingtian's question was unnecessary. Naturally, they only thought about it in their hearts. They did not dare to say it out loud for fear of angering Duan Lingtian. Based on the strength displayed by this sectless cultivator who called himself Li Feng, it would be easy for him to kill all three of them, let alone a few Saint Celestial stage powerhouses from the Eastern Fang clan. "Lord, I don't want to die." the Grand Elder of the Eastern Fang clan, was the first to speak. He had a panicked expression on his face. If he did not want to die, he would not have worked so hard to capture Dongfang Zhu, the second young master of the Eastern Fang clan, and bring him to Duan Lingtian. With Duan Lingtian's strength, Dongfang Zhu would not have been able to escape. However, he had done this because he wanted to show off to Duan Lingtian. "Lord, I don't want to die as well." The second elder of the Eastern Fang clan chimed in a panic. "Lord Li Feng, I don't want to die. Lord Li Feng, I don't want to die." The other two elders from the Eastern Fang clan who were kneeling on the ground also expressed their stance. At the same time, they felt even more anxious. At this moment, their lives were in the hands of this purple-clad young man before them. If he wanted them to live, they would live. If he wanted them to die, they would die. "It's not difficult for all of you to live," Duan Lingtian said indifferently before he paused for a moment. The eyes of the four elders from the Eastern Fang clan lit up immediately. It was as though they had found a life-saving straw. "However, you'll have to show me your sincerity." Duan Lingtian paused for a moment before he continued to speak. At this moment, Duan Lingtian shifted his gaze from the four elders from the Eastern Fang clan to Qiu Muqing, the eldest daughter of the Qiu clan. He remained silent after that. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the four elders from the Eastern Fang clan were staring at Duan Lingtian. For this reason, they immediately noticed Duan Lingtian's gaze. They followed Duan Lingtian's gaze and saw Qiu Muqing standing in the distance. "I, Dongfang Pe, swear on my blood." The Grand Elder of the Eastern Fang clan immediately regained his senses. He quickly pricked his finger and squeezed out a drop of blood before he said in a loud voice, "From today onward, I'll become the eldest daughter of the Qiu Muqing. From today onward I, Dongfang Pe, will acknowledge Qiu Muqing as my master. I'll only obey Sister Muqing's orders and won't do anything to harm Sister Muqing. If I violate this oath, I'm willing to be struck to death by the 99 heavenly tribulation." Dongfeng Pe, the Grand Elder of the Eastern Fang clan, said. Boom, 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 boom. 9 claps of thunder descended from the sky in response to the lightning penalty oath that Dongfeng Pe had just sworn. Qiu Muqing was dumbfounded. Did she have another servant? Moreover, this servant was even stronger than Qiu Ji, the second elder of Qiu clan. His strength was comparable to the Grand Elder of Qiu clan. Qiu Muqing and the Grand Elder of Qiu clan were stunned. He did not expect Dongfeng Pe, the Grand Elder of the Eastern Fang clan, who was as powerful as him in Clarity City, would willingly acknowledge Qiu Muqing as his master and become her servant in order to survive. However, if he was in Dongfeng Pe's shoes, he might have made the same decision as well. After all, it was not easy for him to attain his current cultivation base. If he died, he would lose thousands of years of his life. In order to survive, it was not important for him to maintain his dignity. Qiu Ji, the second elder of Qiu clan, was not surprised when he saw this. It was as though he had expected this to happen. On the other hand, Qiu Ping, the clan leader of Qiu clan, was dumbfounded. Dongfeng Pe, the Grand Elder of the Eastern Fang clan, was as powerful as the Grand Elder of Qiu clan. In the past, Dongfeng Pe was someone whom Qiu Ping had to look up to. However, he had sworn on the lightning penalty oath to acknowledge his daughter as his master? I'm not dreaming, am I? Qiu Ping was initially stunned. Later on, after confirming that he wasn't dreaming, he couldn't help but be wild with joy. Dongfeng Pe had become his daughter's servant. This meant Dongfeng Pe was considered a member of the Qiu clan. If the strongest clan in Clarity City, the Feng clan, attacked the Qiu clan, Dongfeng Pe would not hesitate to help. Soon after, the overjoyed expression on Qiu Ping's face froze. This was because he heard Dongfeng Pe's words. Dongfeng Liang, the second elder of the Eastern Fang clan, had also sworn on the lightning penalty oath to acknowledge his daughter, Qiu Muqing, as his master. Qiu Ping was excited again. Qiu Ping was not the only one who was excited. Even the Grand Elder of Qiu clan was excited. In the past, the reason the Qiu clan was afraid of the strongest clan in Clarity City, the Feng clan, was because the Feng clan had 5 Saints Celestial Stage powerhouses. The 2 strongest Saints Celestial Stage powerhouses were on par with the Grand Elder of Qiu clan. The other 2 were on par with the Second Elder of Qiu clan. The Qiu clan had joined forces with the Eastern Fang clan in hopes that the Grand Elder and Second Elder of the Eastern Fang clan would help the Qiu clan fend off the Feng clan. The Eastern Fang clan was the same. They hoped the Grand Elder and Second Elder of Qiu clan would help them at a critical moment. He was not as optimistic as he thought. After witnessing the strength of the sectless cultivator who called himself Li Feng, he knew Duan Lingtian was not an ordinary person. Would his daughter be able to tie down such a person? Perhaps, even if Li Feng was really close to his daughter, he was just putting on an act. Patriarch Qiu, the fact that Lord Li Feng is willing to do this for Sister Qiu shows how much he values Sister Qiu. You'll be a grandfather soon, Dongfang said with a smile. The others nodded in agreement as well. Soon after, Dongfang changed the topic. He looked at Qiu and Ping and said, Patriarch Qiu, from now on, Dongfang Liang and I are Sister Muqing's servants. I've already discussed this with Dongfang Liang. From now on, as long as Sister Muqing is in the Qiu clan, and as long as we're in the Eastern Fang family, the Eastern Fang family will be the Qiu clan's subsidiary. After we return to the clan, we'll support an obedient person to become the new patriarch of the Qiu clan. From now on, both of our clans don't have to fear the Feng clan anymore. Qiu and Ping's eyes lit up when he heard Dongfang Po's words. Even the Grand Elder of Qiu clan was overjoyed. However, the Feng clan, the most powerful clan in Clarity City, did not expect this at all. On this day, the structure of Kongming City underwent a great change. In just a day, the Qiu clan had become a clan that could contend with the Feng clan, because the Dongfang family had become a subsidiary of the Qiu family. Of course, even in the future, no one would know that the Eastern Fang family had become a subsidiary of the Qiu family. They will only know, not only did the Eastern Fang family not fall out with the Qiu family, but their relationship with the Qiu family was getting better and better. They even formed an impregnable alliance, which made the Feng family fearful. For many years to come, the Feng family would not dare to think of annexing either of the 2 clans again. Of course, these were all matters for the future. The Qiu clan's main hall was quite a distance away from Qiu Muqing's residence. However, when Qiu Muqing followed Duan Lingtian back to the main hall, she felt the journey was too short. It felt like only a moment had passed. She did not even have the time to speak to Duan Lingtian before she returned to her residence. Naturally, she did not speak to Duan Lingtian because Duan Lingtian did not take the initiative to speak, and she could not muster up the courage to do so. The reason such a situation had occurred was because she had guessed and confirmed Duan Lingtian's identity. Duan Lingtian was one of the 8 great prodigies of the Zoroastrianism. She had to look up to him. In front of Duan Lingtian, she was just an insignificant woman. Why didn't you speak during the journey? After Duan Lingtian returned to Qiu Muqing's independent mansion, he walked to the pavilion in the front courtyard and sat in front of a stone table. He looked at Qiu Muqing, who followed him in, and asked with a smile on his face. After Qiu Muqing entered the pavilion, she stood on the other side of the stone table and did not sit down. However, a complicated expression could be seen in her beautiful eyes as she looked at Duan Lingtian. Sister Qiu, Duan Lingtian was slightly puzzled when he saw Qiu Muqing's expression. Could it be that Qiu Muqing was so frightened by the strength he had displayed earlier that she no longer dared to interact with him like before? The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, although he was slightly puzzled, he knew it was understandable. However, the smile on Duan Lingtian's face froze when he heard Qiu Muqing's words. You're Duan Lingtian, the prodigy of the Zoroastrianism, right? Qiu Muqing's question shocked Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was shocked. How did you know? Duan Lingtian took a deep breath to calm himself down. He did not deny it. He looked at Chiu Muqing in shock. Your strength and your name. Moreover, you didn't allow me to reveal your real name. Upon hearing Chiu Muqing's words, Duan Lingtian finally recalled something. Currently, he was no longer invisible when he had just entered the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Currently, not only had he made a name for himself in the Zoroastrianism, but he had also made a name for himself in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. He was one of the 1,000 powerhouses on the Supreme Saint ranking. It seems like I'm right. Duan Lingtian's reaction told Chiu Muqing that she had guessed correctly. At the same time, Duan Lingtian gestured for Chiu Muqing to sit down. After she sat down, she immediately thanked Duan Lingtian gratefully. Brother Lingtian, thank you. Naturally, she was thanking Duan Lingtian for helping her and the Chiu clan out of their predicament. It's nothing to me. You don't have to thank me for this since we're friends. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Perhaps, it's nothing to you, Brother Lingtian, but it's something very important to me and the Chiu clan. Chiu Muqing said solemnly. It doesn't matter. Since you've thanked me, there's no need to mention it anymore. Duan Lingtian shook his head again before he changed the topic. Sister Chiu, Before Duan Lingtian could finish his sentence, Chiu Muqing interrupted him. Brother Lingtian, you can just call me Muqing? Sister Chiu doesn't sound like a friend at all. In the end, Chiu Muqing's beautiful face flushed red again. She looked as shy as a young girl. Then I'll call you Muqing. Duan Lingtian readily agreed. Brother Lingtian, what were you thinking about earlier? Chiu Muqing asked apologetically. She was, naturally, apologetic because she had interrupted Duan Lingtian before he could finish his sentence. It was very rude of her to do so. It's nothing much. Duan Lingtian shook his head before he asked. I just wanted to ask you if you know where there are many villains in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land? For example, where is a large group of evil men gathered? This was the reason Duan Lingtian had come to Clarity City. He wanted to find a place where villains gathered so he could devour their innate spiritual roots to strengthen his own innate spiritual root. Chapter 2084. From the beginning until the end, Duan Lingtian had never forgotten the reason he left Zoroastrianism. He could devour other people's innate spiritual roots and improve his own innate spiritual roots so that he would possess a stronger innate talent and improve his strength in a short time. Only by improving his strength would he be able to save Kerr and their daughter from Zoroastrianism. Today, apart from the innate spiritual root of Dongfang Zhu, the second young master of the Eastern Fang family, who was killed by Dongfang Pe, the grand elder of the Fang family, Duan Lingtian had already devoured the innate spiritual root of Dongfang Zhu. However, he did not devour the innate spiritual roots of Chiu Gang Yi, the second master of Chiu clan, and Dongfang Qian, the clan leader of the Eastern Fang family. Naturally, there must be a reason for this. When he was in the Chiu clan's main hall, he had killed Chiu Gang Yi and Dongfang Qian to intimidate everyone. At that time, his actions were clean and efficient. His image was lofty and cold. At that time, if he were to devour their innate spiritual roots like how he devoured Dongfang Zhu's innate spiritual root in the restaurant today, it would undoubtedly affect his domineering aura. He would not be able to achieve his desired effect. If that happened, his lofty and cold image would have been damaged. Apart from that, Chiu Gang Yi and Dongfang Qian's innate spiritual roots were also useless. Even if he had devoured their innate spiritual roots, they would not be of much help to him. Their innate spiritual roots were green at most. In fact, Chiu Gang Yi's innate spiritual root might only be yellow. Even if he had devoured their innate spiritual roots, his dark blue innate spiritual root would not have any obvious improvement. For this reason, Duan Lingtian did not devour their innate spiritual roots after weighing the pros and cons naturally. This was because he had other concerns. Otherwise, Duan Lingtian would have devoured their innate spiritual roots. After all, a mosquito was still meat. A place where villains gather? Qiu Muqing was stunned when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. Immediately after, her pair of beautiful autumn eyes involuntarily revealed some fear, as if she had suddenly thought of something. What? Do you know where I can find it? Duan Lingtian, who had been looking at Qiu Muqing since the beginning, had noticed the change in Qiu Muqing's eyes. He could not help but ask anxiously. After all, he was eager to find a place where villains gathered so he could devour their innate spiritual roots without any restraint. As long as the person was weaker than him, he would be able to devour their innate spiritual root. Of course, he had his own principles and would not casually devour other people's innate spiritual roots. I don't know if that place can be considered as a place where villains gather. However, according to what I know, the people in that place are extremely terrifying. It's normal for them to injure and kill others because of a disagreement. Qiu Muqing's beautiful face stiffened slightly when she heard Duan Lingtian's question. She only replied after a while. Qiu Muqing's voice was filled with dread when she mentioned that place. Is it normal to hurt and kill people because of a disagreement? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes when he heard Qiu Muqing's words. He asked, "What kind of place is that?" That place is located in the central region. It's adjacent to one of the three great sects, the Xuanzi Buddhism. Naturally, that place has nothing to do with Xuanzi Buddhism. Even Xuanzi Buddhism's disciples might be killed if they enter that place without the accompaniment of a senior. Moreover, the Xuanzi Buddhism can't even find out who killed them. Qiu Muqing continued to speak. The fear in her eyes grew even more intense. Xuanzi Buddhism. However, when Duan Lingtian heard Qiu Muqing's words, he changed his opinion of her. The Xuanzi Buddhism was one of the three great sects in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was aware of this. However, the reason he became agitated when he heard the words Xuanzi Buddhism was because of the person who had come to the Debussy subterranean, intruded the Azure Cloud Mansion, killed Elder Ku, and snatched the Devil Seal tablet from him. He was Elder Xiezong of the Xuanzi Buddhism. He was also the only son of the Golden Lion King, one of the four kings of the Xuanzi Buddhism. Xiezong. In just a blink of an eye, a figure dressed in a long gray robe appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind. It was a middle-aged man with cross-eyed and a ferocious expression. This person was none other than Elder Xiezong of the Xuanzi Buddhism, who had intruded the Azure Cloud Mansion in the lower province. Duan Lingtian still remembered Xiezong's actions. At that time, Xiezong had not only snatched the Devil Seal tablet from Duan Lingtian, but he had also killed his father's right-hand man, Elder Ku. Not only that, but a group of black armored guards had also died in Xiezong's hands. Duan Lingtian and Xiezong had long formed an irreconcilable enmity between them. When Duan Lingtian heard the place Qiu Muqing mentioned was adjacent to the Xuanzi Buddhism where Xiezong was, he could not help but become agitated. Big brother Lingtian, what's wrong? Qiu Muqing, naturally, noticed the change in Duan Lingtian's emotions. It's nothing. Duan Lingtian shook his head when he regained his senses. Then, he said to Qiu Muqing, "Muqing, tell me more about the place you mentioned earlier." "All right." Qiu Muqing nodded obediently before she said slowly, "The place I mentioned is located in the central province. It's called Sin City." A hint of dread could be seen in the depths of Qiu Muqing's eyes when she heard the word Sin City. Although she had never been there before, However, just hearing others mention that place was enough to make her feel apprehensive. Sin City? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes. He did not interrupt Qiu Muqing and waited for her to continue. Sin City is a city that has existed since the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. It has a long history, Duan Lingtian explained. Qiu Muqing continued to say, "It said that Sin City was founded by a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. That powerhouse was a sectless cultivator. For this reason, most of the sectless cultivators in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land are gathered in Sin City. Many of the powerhouses among the sectless cultivators usually stay there. Apart from that, I also heard that many of the sectless cultivators in Sin City are on par with high-ranking officials from the three great sects. There are even sectless cultivators who are on par with the sect leaders of the three great sects in Sin City. I agree. There must be sectless cultivators who are on par with the sect leaders of the three great sects in Sin City. Otherwise, how could Sin City be located so close to the Xuanzа Buddhism's estate? All these years, the Xuanzà Buddhism hasn't done anything to Sin City at all. Qiu Muqing paused for a moment when she reached this point. She wanted to give Duan Lingtian some time to digest her words. Sin City? A city founded by a sectless cultivator at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage? It has existed since the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land? Moreover, Sin City is located so close to the Xuanzà Buddhism's estate. Even the Xuanzà Buddhism has never done anything to Sin City. If that's the case, there must be powerhouses on par with the sect leaders of the three great sects in Sin City. Otherwise, with the Xuanzà Buddhism's strength, how could they allow others to sleep beside them? Soon after, Duan Lingtian digested Qiu Muqing's words. Muqing, please continue. Duan Lingtian reminded her after he finished digesting Qiu Muqing's words. Qiu Muqing nodded before she continued to say, I'm sure Brother Lingtian can guess from my words that there are many sectless cultivators in Sin City. As for these rogue cultivators, they don't belong to any forces. Since they've gathered in Sin City, they naturally have all sorts of evil characters. It's because of their existence that the city of Sin is in chaos. That's how the name Sin City came about. A long time ago, Sin City didn't have this name. Due to the large number of sectless cultivators in Sin City, all sorts of conflicts are unavoidable. It's very common to injure and kill people. Moreover, in Sin City, those who aren't at the Saint Celestial stage or above don't dare to go out at night. Even if they want to go out, they have to be accompanied by a powerhouse at the Saint Celestial stage or above. This is all I know about Sin City, Qiu Muqing said as she looked at Duan Lingtian. After Qiu Muqing finished speaking, she looked at Duan Lingtian and said, although I don't know why you're looking for a place where villains gather, I'm sure Sin City is the place with the most villains in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Listen, there are many people who eat the flesh, bones, and blood of their own kind in that place. Qiu Muqing's face turned slightly pale when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. It was apparent she was shocked by the actions of these people. Humans ate the flesh, bones, and blood of their own kind. Normal people would not be able to accept this. Naturally, Duan Lingtian could not accept this as well. His expression turned grave when he heard Qiu Muqing's words. He knew this was the place where Sin City was located. Sin City was the place he was looking for after he left Zoroastrianism. I've decided. I'll go to Sin City. Soon after, Duan Lingtian made up his mind. He would go to Sin City to pick villains and devour their innate spiritual roots. If it was the same as Qiu Muqing, there was no lack of villains in Sin City. Muqing, have you been to Sin City before? Duan Lingtian asked Qiu Muqing after he took a deep breath and regained his senses. Qiu Muqing shook her head when she heard Duan Lingtian's question. She did not want to go to that place at all. Then why do I feel like you know Sin City so well? Duan Lingtian asked in surprise. Chapter 2086. At this moment, Wang Efo was shocked. The 100 inscriptions Saint Saber in his hand, the 100 inscriptions Saint Saber that had been infused with Saint Origin, had been broken into two. The cut was smooth and clean, as if it had been cut in two by some kind of sharp weapon. Wang Yifo felt his scalp tingle when he recalled the short-lived sword whistling sound. At the same time, Wang Yifo's eyes were filled with fear when he looked at the purple-clothed young man standing not too far away. Almost at the same time when the 100 inscriptions Saint Saber in Wang Yifo's hand was broken into 2 pieces, the 2 women beside Wang Yifo, as well as the dancers, were so frightened that they screamed. Their beautiful faces turned pale, and they looked very pitiful. "All of you can leave now. I have something to say to Alliance Leader Wang." At the same time, Duan Lingtian spoke. When his words fell into the ears of the 2 women and the dancers next to Wang Yifo, the fear in their eyes disappeared. However, although they had obtained Duan Lingtian's permission, they still did not dare to leave. Their pitiful eyes fell on Wang Yifo as though they had discussed this beforehand. Obviously, they were waiting for Wang Yifo's permission as a distinguished guest. Wang Yifo was so angry that he almost vomited blood when he sensed their gazes. Could these women not see that the purple-clad young man in front of them was more powerful than him? It was fine if they did not listen to the order given by such a person, but now they were looking at him and asking for his permission. Was this not harming him? "Sir asked you to leave, why aren't you leaving?" Instantly, Wang Yifo was enraged as well. He roared, scaring the group of women away. At this moment, only Duan Lingtian and Wang Yifo were left in the huge courtyard. "Sir, please have a seat." When Wang Yifo looked at Duan Lingtian, the anger on his face disappeared and was replaced by a flattering expression. He immediately asked Duan Lingtian to sit at the stone table in the pavilion. Duan Lingtian didn't stand on ceremony and walked into the pavilion in 2 or 3 steps. Just now, when Wang Yifo saw him for the first time, he was not at all polite, so he was not surprised. That was why he had immediately displayed his strength to intimidate Wang Yifo. With the help of the Sun Saint energy that had been enhanced by the divine power, the devouring technique, and the Jasper celestial sword, he was able to break Wang Yifo's 100 inscriptions Saint Saber that was infused with Saint energy into half with just 1 slash. Before the Jasper celestial sword, the 100 inscriptions Saint Saber was as weak as tofu. This could be seen from the scene just now. The Jasper celestial sword had cut through the 100 inscriptions Saint Saber as easily as cutting tofu. Under Wang Yifo's uneasy gaze, Duan Lingtian walked into the pavilion and sat down at the stone table. Then, Duan Lingtian plucked a grape from a bunch of grapes on the stone table and stuffed it into his mouth. After chewing a few times, he spat out the grape skin. "This grape is not bad. It tastes pretty good. Sir, if you like it, I'll ask them to prepare more later." Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Wang Yifo said with a flattering expression. Compared to the arrogant Wang Yifo from before, this flattering Wang Yifo seemed to be a completely different person. The reason why Wang Yifo changed so much was naturally because he had seen Duan Lingtian's strength. At first, he didn't know that Duan Lingtian was stronger than him. Now, he realized that Duan Lingtian was not only stronger than him, but he was so strong that he could kill him in the blink of an eye. Nothing else. Just like the sword just now, if it had not landed on the 100 inscriptions Saint Saber in his hand but on his head would have been cut open like a watermelon. Until now, Wang Yifo could not help but shudder when he recalled the sword just now. "Sit." Duan Lingtian looked at Wang Yifo and gestured for him to sit. However, after witnessing Duan Lingtian's terrifying strength, how could Wang Yifo have the courage to sit in front of Duan Lingtian? He quickly said politely, "Sir, I'm a wretched person, I like to stand. I'm used to it." Since Wang Yifo was unwilling to sit, Duan Lingtian naturally would not force him. He went straight to the point and said, "I'm here to ask you something." "Sir, please ask away." "As long as Wang Yifo, no, I won't hide it." After hearing the purpose of Duan Lingtian's visit, Wang Yifo could not help but heave a sigh of relief. Just now, he was worried that Duan Lingtian was deliberately looking for trouble with him. With Duan Lingtian's strength, it would only take him a blink of an eye to kill him. "I heard that you spent some time in Sin City?" Duan Lingtian asked. Although Wang Yifo was curious why Duan Lingtian would ask this, he still answered truthfully. This was not a secret to many people in Clarity City. Sometimes, he would even use this matter as his capital to brag about himself. After all, not everyone had the guts to go to Sin City. Even a Saint's celestial stage powerhouse would have to be careful in Sin City. Otherwise, if he accidentally offended someone he should not offend, he would be doomed eternally. Tell me about the city of Sin. Duan Lingtian said. Could it be that you want to go to Sin City? Wang Yifo asked in surprise. His eyes shone brightly. He could tell the purple-clad young man did not ask him this because he was bored. He must have wanted to go to Sin City. Didn't you hear what I said? However, Duan Lingtian ignored Wang Yifo's question. Instead, he asked coldly with a grave expression on his face. Wang Yifo shuddered when he saw Duan Lingtian's sudden change in attitude. He no longer dared to ask any questions and hastily said, "I'll tell you about Sin City." Then, Wang Yifo began to explain Sin City to Duan Lingtian. From the origin of Sin City to the current situation of Sin City. Wang Yifo had stayed in Sin City for some time after all. His understanding of Sin City was not something that Qiu Muqing, who was just a passerby, could compare to. As time passed, Duan Lingtian learned a lot of useful information from Wang Yifo. Alliance leader Wang, why did you leave the city of Sin and come to Clarity City? Don't tell me it's just for fun? After Wang Yifo told Duan Lingtian everything he knew about Sin City, Duan Lingtian asked Wang Yifo about it. Wang Yifo did not mention anything about himself when he told Duan Lingtian about Sin City. With Wang Yifo's strength at the peak of the first form of the Saint's celestial stage, he was only an ordinary martial cultivator in Sin City. He was not as carefree in Sin City as he was in Clarity City. As the saying went, one would rather be the head of a lion than the tail of a phoenix. The current Wang Yifo was similar to this. Naturally, Duan Lingtian knew very well. Since the city of Sin was able to attract so many independent cultivators to gather there, it must have had its own charm. Otherwise, who would not want to be the king of a mountain? And Wang Yifo definitely didn't leave just to enjoy life in the city. Of course not. Wang Yifo sighed when he heard Duan Lingtian's question. He said reluctantly, "It's because I offended someone in Sin City. That person has a powerful background, so I had no choice but to leave Sin City. Although the entertainment in Clarity City is great, it can't help me improve my cultivation base." According to what you said, the cultivation environment in the city of Sin is very good? Duan Lingtian could not help but feel curious when he heard Wang Yifo's words. It's not just the cultivation environment. Wang Yifo shook his head. After a flash of light passed through his eyes, he said, "There are many benefits in Sin City that I don't know how to explain. Sir, if you really intend to go to Sin City, you'll know when you get there." Although Duan Lingtian felt Wang Yifo was keeping him in suspense, he did not continue to ask. After all, he was about to depart to Sin City. "Thank you, Alliance leader Wang." After obtaining the information he wanted from Wang Yifo, Duan Lingtian stood up and was ready to leave. Before he left, he did not forget to thank Wang Yifo. "You're too kind, Lord." Wang Yifo was flattered by Duan Lingtian's gratitude. Then, under Wang Yifo's respectful gaze, Duan Lingtian left, leaving Wang Yifo with a suave silhouette. Who is he? Wang Yifo only regained his senses when Duan Lingtian's silhouette disappeared. However, deep in his eyes, there was a hint of confusion. He had been in Clarity City for many years, but it was his first time seeing such a powerhouse in Clarity City. After all, Clarity City was only an inconspicuous city at the edge of the western region. Even if there were powerhouses who passed by this area, they would rarely stay here. After leaving the Emerald Cloud Pavilion, Duan Lingtian did not stop and left Clarity City immediately. After leaving Clarity City, Duan Lingtian turned to look at Clarity City again. His eyes flashed, but no one knew what he was thinking. Golden Crow's wings. After a while, a pair of flaming wings appeared on his back. He had cast the high-grade movement divine ability, the Golden Crow's wings. Without warning, the golden crow's wings flapped. In the next moment, boom, 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 boom. Chapter 2087. The upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land was divided into a few regions. The North Region, South Region, West Region, East Region, and Central Region. The North Region was covered in snow all year round. Due to the lack of saint stones, the cultivation environment there was extremely bad. It was a remote place where even birds would not shit. Therefore, there were not many powerful forces stationed there. Currently, the Seven Absolutes sect's temporary base was located in the North Region. The South Region was also known as the Wildlands. Based on the name alone, one could guess that the people there were tough. The Heaven Divination sect, one of the three great sects in the Dao Martial Saint Land, was located in the South Region. The Heaven Divination sect was also the religion of most people in the South Region, just like how Zoroastrianism was the religion of most people in the West Region. However, there was no need to mention the West Region. The Eastern Region was also a place that lacked holy stone mineral resources, but it was much better than the Northern Region. There were many first-rate powers stationed in that area, and the Dragon Clan was also in that area. The Central Region was the most prosperous place in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. It was rich in saint stones. In the Central Region, apart from the Zhuangzi Buddhism, one of the three great sects, there was also an ancient city called Sin City. Even the Black Kshetra sect had to be wary of the existence of Sin City. Sin City was not a force. It was just a place where sectless cultivators gathered. However, if any forces were to make a move on Sin City, the sectless cultivators in Sin City would band together to fend off the enemy. Sin City? What's so attractive about it that so many sectless cultivators in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land are flocking to it? While Duan Ling Tian was making his way to Sin City in the Central Region, his heart was filled with curiosity about the city. Just what kind of city was it? It actually attracted so many rogue cultivators to gather there. Along the way, Duan Ling Tian flew past many towering mountains and lofty ridges, many vast lakes, plains, and deserts before he finally entered the Central Region of the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. The city of Sin is located at the center of the Central Region. This was what Duan Ling Tian had learned from Qiu Muqing, the eldest daughter of the Qiu clan in Clarity City. For this reason, after he entered the Central Region, he quickly decided on a direction and traveled at full speed. Duan Ling Tian entered the Central Region of the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land and made his way to Sin City. Debussy Subterranean, Azure Cloud Mansion. A swift figure streaked across the sky and entered the Crouching Dragon Lake in the outer area of the Azure Cloud Mansion. Boom, boom, boom. When the newcomer entered the Crouching Dragon Lake, the calm surface of the Crouching Dragon Lake shook. Then, 10 figures shot out and surrounded the newcomer. Who are you? How dare you trespass into the Azure Cloud Mansion? The 10 people who flew out of the Crouching Dragon Lake were clad in black armor and looked majestic. The person who was surrounded by them was a woman who was dressed in a tight-fitting outfit. Apart from her beautiful figure, she also had a beautiful face. It was as though the Creator had given her the best. She had the face of an angel and the body of a devil. These words were enough to describe this woman's perfection. Azure Cloud Mansion's black armored army? The woman muttered to herself as she faced the 10 people who surrounded her. Then, she did not beat around the bush as she said, "I'm a friend of Duan Lingtun, the young mansion master of your Azure Cloud Mansion." My name is Wang Fei Xian, and I'm from the Mystical Sky Mansion. Based on her words, she was none other than Wang Fei Xian, whom Duan Lingtian had met in the Mystical Sky Mansion. She was also one of Duan Lingtian's few friends in the Mystical Sky Mansion. A friend of the young mansion master? Upon hearing Wang Fei Xian's words, the fierce gazes of the 10 black armored guards softened a little. At the same time, one of them immediately went to the Azure Cloud Mansion's main mansion to report this matter. Wang Fei Xian? In the Azure Cloud Mansion's main mansion, Duan Ruffing, the mansion master, quickly learned about the woman who claimed to be his son's friend. However, he was unfamiliar with the name Wang Fei Xian. He had not even heard of it before. Naturally, it was impossible for him to know all of his son's friends. Fei, did you hear Tian mention a woman called Wang Fei Xian? Soon after, Duan Ruffing found his daughter-in-law, Li Fei. Li Fei was accompanying his wife, Li Rou, with her and Duan Lingtian's son, Li Fei. Wang Fei Xian? She seems to be Scoundrel's friend in the mystical sky mansion. Li Fei was startled at first, but then she came back to her senses. However, after a while, a complicated expression appeared in the depths of her beautiful autumn eyes. She had heard her man mention Wang Fei Xian before. Although her man did not say much, with her sharp woman's intuition, she could tell this mystical sky mansion's disciple called Wang Fei Xian might have fallen in love with her man. She's really Tiana's friend? Since you know her, come with me to greet her. Duan Ruffing said. Grandfather, I want to go as well. At this moment, Duan Ruffing, who was standing nearby, also ran over. He blinked his big, innocent eyes as he said to Duan Ruffing, Grandma will go as well. Then, Duan Yentian looked at Li Rou and held her hand as he said with a pout on his face. Grandma will go as well. Li Rou patted her grandson's head affectionately and agreed immediately. Listen to Yentian. Let's go together. Duan Ruffing agreed as he looked at Duan Yentian affectionately. Following that, Duan Ruffing raised his hand, and an invisible force shrouded Li Rou, Li Fei, and Duan Yentian before it brought them away from the main mansion of Azure Cloud Mansion. After a while, Duan Ruffing brought them to a stop. They were already at the side of the Crouching Dragon Lake. Lord Mansion Master. Madam. Young Madam. When Duan Ruffing brought Li Rou and Li Fei to the 9 black armored guards, the 9 black armored guards quickly bowed at Duan Ruffing, Li Rou and Li Fei. Since Li Rou was the wife of their mansion master, they addressed her as Madam. As for Li Fei, since she was the wife of their young mansion master, they addressed her as Young Madam. Mansion Master? Madam? Young Madam? Upon hearing the 9 black armored guards' greetings, Wang Fei Xian shifted her gaze to Duan Ruffing and the others before she quickly bowed at Duan Ruffing and Li Rou, who were standing side by side. Junior Wang Fei Xian greets Mansion Master Duan and Madam. When Wang Fei Xian bowed at Duan Ruffing and his wife, she could not help but look at Li Fei, who was standing next to Li Rou, from the corner of her eyes. At this moment, Li Fei was holding her son's hand. Duan Yentian was looking at Wang Fei Xian with his big, watery eyes. It was as though he was curious about this auntie whom he had never met before. Miss Fei Xian, there's no need to be so courteous. Duan Ruffing smiled faintly. Listen to my daughter-in-law. You're my son's friend in the mystical sky mansion. This is not the place to talk. Why don't you follow us to the main mansion of the Azure Cloud Mansion? In the end, Duan Ruffing even asked for Wang Fei Xian's opinion out of courtesy. All right. Wang Fei Xian was a valiant woman, so she agreed immediately. When Wang Fei Xian agreed, Duan Ruffing raised his hand again and brought the few of them with him as they disappeared from the side of the Crouching Dragon Lake. However, this time, Wang Fei Xian was among the people he brought away. When Duan Ruffing and the others appeared again, they were already in the main hall of the Azure Cloud Mansion's main mansion. The majestic main hall took Wang Fei Xian a while to regain her senses. After Wang Fei Xian regained her senses, Duan Ruffing introduced the 3 people next to him. His wife, his son. Although Wang Fei Xian was mentally prepared, she could not help but feel a sense of loss when Duan Ruffing introduced Li Fei and her son. However, it was not obvious on her face. She even took the initiative to greet Li Fei politely. Li Fei, naturally, returned the greeting as well. She did not neglect Wang Fei Xian at all. To her, her man's friend was her friend as well. It seems like this girl's heart is also with Tian. Or is really too much. He still hasn't settled by Yao and Lan, or at home, but why is he fooling around outside and even attracted such a good girl? Li Rou was a woman. Naturally, She could sense Wang Feixian's emotions fluctuating when she heard Li Fei was her son's wife. As a woman, she was certain. This woman called Wang Feixian also had her heart set on her son. Due to this reason, she sighed inwardly. If it was in the past, Li Ro would have been eager to have as many daughters-in-law as possible. Otherwise, she would not have brought Xiaolan and Princess Bai Yao out of the mortal continent. But now, she didn't think so anymore. She even regretted bringing Xiaolan and Princess Bai Yao out of the mortal continent because she felt she had let them down. Based on the current situation, it was still a question whether her son would accept them in the future. Currently, the matter between Xiaolan and Princess Bai Yao had yet to be resolved, and now, Wang Feixian was here as well. She was puzzled. Sister Feilian, if you're here to look for my son, Duan Lingtian, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. He's no longer in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Duan Ruffing said to Wang Feixian. I know that. Wang Feixian nodded and continued to say, I'm not here to look for him. I'm here to inform you, Mansion Master Duan. When Wang Feixian reached this part of the sentence, she paused for a moment. Fear rose in her eyes as though she had just recalled something terrifying. Leak information? Duan Ruffing was stunned. The mystical sky mansion is gone. My home, the fourth-rate force, the tyrannical saber mansion, is gone as well. Wang Feixian's tone instantly turned gloomy. Subsequently, the fear in her eyes grew even more intense. Monster. A monster with an ox head and a human body. Chapter 2088. The Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion was killed in just one move? Hearing Wang Feixian's words, Li Ro and Li Fei couldn't help but be shocked. Especially Li Ro. As the wife of Duan Ruffing, the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion, she often spent time with Duan Ruffing. Naturally, she had learned a lot about the Debussy subterranean from Duan Ruffing. This also included an in-depth understanding of the major forces in the Debussy subterranean. As far as she knew, although the Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion was not as strong as her husband, even her husband would not dare to kill the Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion in just one blow before he had broken through to the quintessential saint stage. But now, Wang Feixian, there was a monster who killed the Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion in just one blow. If it's true, just how powerful was that monster? Due to Duan Yentian's age, he did not know what Wang Feixian was talking about. As for Duan Ruffing, he was not surprised by Wang Feixian's words. Instead, his face darkened as he muttered, It seems like more than one bull demon has come to the Debussy subterranean. What Duan Ruffing was worried about still happened. Previously, when the bull devil had barged into the Azure Cloud Mansion, although he had killed it, he did not feel relieved at all. Instead, he felt extremely gloomy. After all, the bull devil's appearance in the Dao Martial Saint Land was a bad sign. After all, the ox demon was a creature that only existed in the land of exile. Now that it had appeared in the Dao Martial Saint Land, there was no doubt that there was something wrong with the space barrier between the Dao Martial Saint Land and the land of exile. If there was a problem with the space barrier, it might have been discovered by one ox devil, and that ox devil might have come to the Dao Martial Saint Land. However, it could also be discovered by many ox devils, and that was why many ox devils came to the Dao Martial Saint Land. It was even more likely that they would be discovered by the devil clans in the land of exile. The ox devil from the ox devil clan was only the vanguard of the devil clans in the Dao Martial Saint Land. If it was the latter, there was no doubt the Dao Martial Saint Land would fall back into the human devil era, and the people would be plunged into misery and suffering. Ox demon? Although Duan Ruffing's voice wasn't loud, it was still heard by Li Ro and the others. They immediately looked at Duan Ruffing. This was the first time in their lives that they had heard the term bull demon. Grandpa, what is an ox demon? Duan Yentian asked as he blinked his eyes innocently when he heard Duan Ruffing's mutterings. Fair, take Yentian and leave first. There are some things that I want you to know. However, I will tell her about that matter first. She will tell you later. At this moment, Duan Ruffing sent a voice transmission to Li Fei, asking Li Fei to bring Duan Yen Tian away. Unknowingly, it also revealed a message. It was not convenient for Duan Yen Tian to know what he was going to do next. Although Li Fei did not know what was going on, she could hear the seriousness in Duan Rufeng's voice. Since she was curious, she did not ask any questions. After some persuasion, she finally convinced Duan Yen Tian to leave. At this moment, only Duan Ruffing, Li Ro, and Wang Fei Xian were left in the spacious main hall. "Brother Feng, did you ask Feier to bring Yen Tian away?" Li Ro asked. As Duan Rufeng's wife and Li Fei's unusual behavior earlier, it was not difficult for her to figure out what was going on. It seemed like it was not suitable for her grandson to hear what her husband was going to say next. Duan Ruffing nodded. Then, he said solemnly, "Yen Tian is still alive. There are some things I don't want him to know so soon." I don't want him to live in fear from now on. The ox demon was related to the demon race in the land of exile, and it was also related to the human devil era many years ago. It was not hard to imagine. If his grandson knew that the human race had such a dark history, his grandson would definitely have a shadow in his heart. It would be detrimental to his grandson's growth, and it would do him no good. Upon hearing Duan Rufeng's words, Li Ro knew she had guessed correctly. She could not help but gasp before she asked, "Brother Feng, don't scare me. What's the matter?" Li Ro knew her husband very well. He was cautious and would not speak without thinking. For this reason, she could not help but feel chills running up her spine when she heard her husband's words. "The ox devil is from the land of exile," Duan Ruffing explained. Faced with Li Ro's question and Wang Fei Xian's curious gaze, Duan Ruffing finally told them about the ox devil's origin. He also mentioned the human devil era that happened hundreds of thousands of years ago. At this moment, both Li Ro and Wang Fei Xian were so frightened that their faces turned pale. During the human devil era, humans and devils fought against each other. Countless humans were killed and devoured into dried corpses. Apart from the powerhouses, most of the humans who survived were at death's door. Many of them were demonized and became devil cultivators. All in all, during that era, there was chaos everywhere. Nobody could live a peaceful life, not even the people on the mortal continent. The devil clans? The land of exile? When Li Ro and Wang Fei Xian learned about the existence of the land of exile and the strength of the devil clans in the land of exile, both of them were terrified. "Miss Fei Xian, how tall was the ox devil that entered the mystical sky mansion that day?" Duan Ruffing suddenly asked as he looked at Wang Fei Xian. Wang Fei Xian regained her senses when she heard his question. After she mustered her courage, her pale face regained some color. Then, she fell silent for a moment as she thought about it. "I think it was more than 4 meters tall. I think it was less than 5 meters tall, but I'm certain it was more than 4 meters tall." Wang Fei Xian replied to Duan Ruffing after she recalled everything that had happened. "If that's the case, the strength of the ox devil that entered the mystical sky mansion is about the same as the ox devil that entered the azure cloud mansion that day." Duan Rufeng nodded. Although he sounded nonchalant, his expression was tense and did not relax at all. "Entered the azure cloud mansion?" Li Ro's expression changed when she heard Duan Rufeng's words. A worried expression appeared on her face as she asked anxiously, "When? Brother Feng, why didn't you mention this before?" It was obvious Li Ro was unaware that the ox devil had entered the azure cloud mansion. "I didn't mention it because I didn't want you to worry." Duan Ruffing sighed before he continued to say, "Moreover, I've already killed it." "You've already killed it?" Li Ro and Wang Fei Xian were stunned when they heard Duan Rufeng's words. That was a powerful devil that could kill the mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion with just a blow. However, it was killed by Duan Ruffing even though it had entered the Azure Cloud Mansion. In the Ox Devil clan, in terms of strength, there are many Ox Devils who are much stronger than the Ox Devils who invaded the Mystical Sky Mansion and the Azure Cloud Mansion. Duan Ruffing continued to speak in a solemn tone. Initially, I was wondering if there was only one ox devil that entered the Debussy subterranean and entered the Azure Cloud Mansion. However, it seems like there's more than one ox devil. Duan Ruffing said with a hint of dread on his face, "I've killed one, and another one has appeared in the mystical Sky Mansion. I'm afraid there are more in other places as well." In the end, a hint of dread appeared on Duan Rufeng's face. While Duan Rufeng, Li Rou, and Wang Fei Xian were discussing the Human Devil era, the Land of Exile, the Devil Clans, and the Ox Devil Clan, Duan Rufeng continued to speculate. In the western region of the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, not many people knew that apart from the top force in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, Zoroastrianism, there was another powerful force in the western region that even Zoroastrianism was wary of. This force was the Phoenix Clan. The Phoenix Clan was a very mysterious clan. It was even more mysterious than the dragons. The reason the Phoenix Clan was so mysterious was due to a rule set by the Phoenix Clan's ancestor many years ago. The members of the Phoenix Clan were not allowed to leave the Phoenix Clan. Those who left without permission would be chased out of the Phoenix Clan and would be hunted down by the Phoenix Clan. Due to this reason, the members of the Phoenix Clan were not allowed to leave the Phoenix Clan no matter how much they longed to explore the outside world. As the saying went, a phoenix would not land in a place without treasures. The Phoenix Clan's estate was located in the northern part of the western region. It was like a paradise that was completely isolated from the outside world. The reason the Phoenix Clan chose this place as their estate was similar to the Zoroastrianism's estate. There was also a quasi-celestial grade Saint Stone reserve underground. Naturally, it was much better than the quasi-celestial grade Saint Stone reserve in the Zoroastrianism's estate. In the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, it was widely spread that there were only 3 quasi-celestial grade Saint Stone reserves in the world that were in the possession of the 3 great sections. In fact, to a certain extent, the 3 great sects had deliberately spread this news. They wanted to use this to show how different they were. The Phoenix Clan's estate was isolated from the outside world through a formation. This formation was a gigantic hybrid formation that was a mixture of offensive formations and illusory formations. Without a cultivation base at the Saint Celestial stage or above, one would not be able to see through the illusory formations that were mixed with the formation. Without a cultivation base at the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage or above, one would not be able to resist the offensive formations that were mixed with the formation. Today, an uninvited guest appeared outside the Phoenix Clan's estate. A gust of wind suddenly blew past. In the next moment, an old figure appeared out of thin air outside the gigantic formation that enveloped the Phoenix Clan's estate. It was a white-haired old man with a sage-like demeanor. As he hovered in the air, he looked like an old celestial from afar. If Han Xuanai was here, she would definitely recognize him. This old man was none other than her senior uncle, the Prophet. He was also the previous successor of the Prophet progeny, the second absolute of the 7 absolute sect. Chapter 2089. The Phoenix Clan's encampment was shrouded by a gigantic hybrid formation. Even if someone passed by, they would not be able to discover the Phoenix Clan's encampment. The Phoenix Clan's encampment was located in a place surrounded by mountains. It was a real paradise. Not only was this place isolated from the rest of the world, but there were also mountains, rivers, lush flowers, and green trees. It formed a picturesque scenery that gave people a strong sense of belonging. Of course, this was only most of the scenery in the Phoenix Clan's encampment. In the west of the Phoenix Clan's encampment, the air was filled with an extremely hot aura. The temperature was so high that it would not take long for an ordinary person to be roasted. The deeper one went, the higher the temperature. In the deepest part of the west of the Phoenix Clan's encampment, there was a vast altar. On the high platform in the middle of the altar, there was an extremely huge statue sitting there. If Duan Lingtian was here, he would definitely be stunned when he saw this statue. Moreover, a paragraph of words recorded in the ancient book, Classic of Mountains and Seas, that was passed down from ancient times in his previous life on Earth, would definitely appear in his mind. There was a bird in the world that looked like a chicken. It was called the Phoenix King. The Phoenix King was the earliest name for the phoenix. It was also the king of birds in Duan Lingtian's previous life on Earth. Generally speaking, the male was called the phoenix while the female was called the phoenix. Collectively, they were called the phoenix. The phoenix was as famous as the divine dragon in his previous life. Just like the divine dragon, they were legendary existences. In Duan Lingtian's previous life's hometown on Earth, ever since the Qin and Han dynasties of ancient times, the dragon had gradually become the symbol of the emperor. The emperors, empresses, and concubines had begun to refer to themselves as phoenixes. The image of the phoenixes had gradually become androgynous. The statue on the high platform in the middle of the altar was a lifelike phoenix. It was completely fiery red. No one knew what material it was made of, but it was constantly emitting waves of hot aura. That old man is here so early? In front of the altar, a beautiful woman sitting cross-legged in the air suddenly opened her eyes. The beautiful woman's eyes were different from the black pupils of ordinary humans. Instead, they were fiery red. With just a glance, it might be enough to make a person feel as though he had fallen into a pit of fire. When the beautiful woman stood up, her voluptuous figure hidden under the loose robe was also exposed. Furthermore, although her face could not be considered to be exceedingly beautiful, it was still beautiful beyond compare. It was very pleasing to the eye. She stood there. Although her clothes were simple and plain, she still gave off a graceful and luxurious feeling. If only I had met that girl earlier. Thinking that she's about to leave, I'm really reluctant to part with her. As the beautiful woman muttered, there was a hint of reluctance in her eyes. It was as if the girl she spoke of was about to leave her. Lord Prophet. Suddenly, a respectful female voice came from outside the altar. Hearing the voice coming from outside, the beautiful woman's figure flashed and disappeared into thin air. When she reappeared, she was already outside the altar in front of a young woman dressed in green. She asked indifferently, "What's the matter?" The green-clad young woman was very respectful when she faced the beautiful woman. "Lord Prophet, Senior Prophet is here. He's waiting outside the Phoenix clan's estate." The beautiful woman's head had an "I already know" look on her face. "I already know. Tell him to wait outside. I'll bring him out in a moment." The green-clad young woman was not surprised when she heard the beautiful woman already knew. It was as though she was used to it. After all, the beautiful woman before her was the Phoenix clan's prophet. She could predict the future and destroy all living beings' dharma characteristics. In the eyes of the Phoenix clan, she was omnipotent. Even the patriarch of the Phoenix clan had to be respectful when she saw this Lord Prophet. After the green-clad young woman left, the beautiful woman disappeared again in a flash. When he reappeared, he was already back at the altar. Furthermore, he was behind the altar, behind the incomparably huge Phoenix statue. All of a sudden, the beautiful woman raised her hand. As the beautiful woman raised her hand, a ferocious crack appeared in the air as though she had torn the space apart. Then she flew into the ferocious crack in a flash, and the crack disappeared as well. If there was another person here, he or she would be dumbfounded when they saw this. It was as though the beautiful woman was swallowed by the crack in the air. Naturally, the beautiful woman who flew into the crack was not swallowed by the crack. Currently, she had entered the Phoenix clan's Saint Land that had been passed down since ancient times. The Phoenix clan's Saint Land was similar to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. It was also a pseudo-realm. However, it could not be compared to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land since it was only a pseudo-realm. It was also the Phoenix clan's rebirth ground. Any Phoenix clan's clansman with extraordinary innate talent would be able to undergo rebirth ground. Not only would they be reborn, but they would also gain more strength. Their cultivation base would also be improved compared to before they were reborn. For example, A Phoenix Clan's clansmen who were limited by their innate talent and could not improve their cultivation base after reaching the third form of the Saint Celestial stage would be able to break through to the fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage if they underwent rebirth ground. In the Phoenix Clan's rebirth ground, apart from the fiery red sky, there was only a fiery red ocean in the Phoenix Clan's rebirth ground. The temperature here was much higher than the temperature outside. Even those with a weaker cultivation base would be vaporized in just a blink of an eye, let alone ordinary people. The beautiful woman hovered in the air as though nothing had happened. It was as though the environment here did not affect her at all. If one looked closely, they would discover that the fiery red ocean was filled with lava. There was a large fiery red ocean in this place. It was the fiery red magma. The magma was constantly rolling and boiling. It was enough to see that its temperature was very high. It made people feel a chill down their spines when they saw it. The temperature in this place was due to the lava. At this moment, the beautiful woman hovered in the air and looked down at the ocean of lava beneath her feet. It was as though there was something in it. Girl. Suddenly, the beautiful woman opened her mouth. She was actually speaking to the sea of magma beneath her feet. Her voice was not loud, but it seemed to have a terrifying penetrating force. It was as though it could penetrate all obstacles and reach the ears of the person she was speaking to. Based on her words, it seemed like there was someone under the boiling lava. Gulp, 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 gulp. Moments after the beautiful woman spoke, the magma that was originally boiling but still considered calm began to churn and boil even more violently. In the next moment, accompanied by a loud bang, one of the magma exploded, and a fiery red figure rushed out. From afar, it seemed to have merged with the magma. The person who emerged from the ocean of lava was a woman dressed in a fiery red robe. She exuded a scorching aura and the pressure of a powerhouse. Senior Prophet. After she emerged, she appeared near the beautiful woman and bowed respectfully. Her voice was soft and pleasant to the ears. It seemed to contain endless charm. Her figure was graceful and perfect. It gave people the urge to go up and hug her. The woman dressed in red had beautiful long hair that fell on her shoulders and behind her back like a waterfall. Under the long hair was a beautiful face that could captivate even birds and beasts. Her eyebrows were as beautiful as a painting. Her eyes were as clear as water in autumn. Her nose, red lips, and white teeth formed a perfect outline. She was so beautiful that it took one's breath away. She was like a fairy that had fallen to the mortal world. If Duan Lingtian was here, he would definitely recognize her with just a glance. This woman dressed in red who looked like a fire elf was none other than Feng Tianwu. Girl, you've completed your rebirth in our Phoenix Clan's place of rebirth. I'm sure you've realized you're leaving soon, right? The beautiful woman sighed softly. Senior Prophet, is Senior Uncle Prophet here? Upon hearing the beautiful woman's words, Feng Tianwu immediately figured it out. The old man who had sent her here had passed by. He would come to take her away after she had completed her rebirth in the Phoenix Clan's place of rebirth. Yes. When the beautiful woman saw how smart Feng Tianwu was, the reluctance in her eyes intensified. It was as though she did not want Feng Tianwu to leave. Senior Prophet, if I have time in the future, I'll come back to visit you. Feng Tianwu saw the reluctance in the beautiful woman's eyes, and she immediately consoled her. You won't have the chance. However, when the beautiful woman heard Feng Tianwu's words, a hint of relief flashed in her eyes. She shook her head and said, The reason we allowed you to enter the Phoenix Clan was to follow our ancestors' instructions. We wanted to repay the favor we owed to Feng Qingyang, the sect leader of the Seven Absolute Sect. We allowed you to enter the Phoenix Clan's place of rebirth because you have a trace of the Phoenix Clan's prophet's bloodline in your body. Now that the Phoenix Clan has repaid the favor it owed to the Seven Absolute Sect, it's impossible for us to let you in. The beautiful woman added, Senior Prophet, didn't you say I have the same bloodline as you? Can't you treat me as a member of the Phoenix Clan? Feng Tianwu asked. If you want to be a member of the Phoenix Clan, you can't leave the Phoenix Clan. The beautiful woman looked at Feng Tianwu and said, However, Are you willing to stay in the Phoenix clan until you die of old age or ascend to the immortal world? Feng Tianwu fell silent. Stay in the Phoenix clan until she died of old age or ascend to the immortal world. In that case, would she not be able to see the man she was so fond of? Naturally, she could not accept this. Therefore, she shook her head. The beautiful woman was not surprised when she saw this. Things that you thought were impossible might happen all of a sudden. It was impossible for the human devil era to descend again in the current era? To the current lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, the Phoenix clan's prophet's words were undoubtedly a huge joke. However, it could be seen from this that, although the Phoenix clan's prophet could foresee the future and calculate all the phenomena in the world, it did not mean that she could foresee everything. The old man, the prophet, is waiting for you outside. I'll send you out. With a wave of her hand, the Phoenix clan's prophet brought Feng Tianwu out of the Phoenix clan's Saint Land, the land of rebirth, and back to the Phoenix clan's altar. Then, she brought Feng Tianwu out of the Phoenix clan's estate. Naturally, even though she was a prophet with a high status in the Phoenix clan, she could not violate the clan's rules and leave the Phoenix clan's estate. She could only send Feng Tianwu to the edge of the Phoenix clan's estate. Along the way, Feng Tianwu left with the Phoenix clan's prophet. When she thought about how she would be able to see the old man who called himself her senior uncle prophet, she felt as though she was dreaming. Previously, after she left the Greenwave Han Mansion, a fifth-rate force in the Wuxia subterranean, she continued to search for the man she missed, Duan Lingtian. At that time, the old man who called himself her senior uncle prophet appeared in front of her and revealed that she had obtained the Blazing Phoenix progeny's inheritance from her master. He even mentioned the 7 Absolutes sect that her master had mentioned to her before. For this reason, she believed the old man's words. Naturally, even if she did not believe him, she did not have the ability to resist when the old man wanted to take her away. Initially, she refused because of Duan Lingtian. However, the old man told her that if she wanted to meet Duan Lingtian, she would have to go to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Moreover, the old man promised that she would be able to meet Duan Lingtian in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. In order to meet Duan Lingtian, she finally left the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land with the old man and came to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. She followed the old man's arrangement and came to the Phoenix clan. I can't believe that great-grandmother and I both inherited the Phoenix clan's prophet's bloodline. However, the bloodline great-grandmother inherited from the Phoenix clan's prophet's bloodline is much purer than mine. After arriving at the Phoenix clan, Feng Tianwu learned about the Phoenix clan's prophet's bloodline. She had inherited the Phoenix clan's prophet's bloodline. In the Phoenix clan, there would be a prophet in every generation. The prophet's bloodline was also a very noble bloodline in the Phoenix clan. Every prophet in the Phoenix clan was respected by everyone in the Phoenix clan. A prophet in the Phoenix clan could foresee the future and predict everything in the world. Back then, great-grandmother was a prophet. She divined the fate between me and elder brother Duan. If it wasn't for that, I wouldn't have met elder brother Duan back then. The moment Feng Tianwu thought of this, a blissful smile appeared on her face. Back then, it was because of her great-grandmother's reminder. That was why her father had brought her to that city at the border of the Darkstone Empire and had renamed that city as Phoenix Nest City. It was also because of her great-grandmother's reminder that her father had arranged the spouse selection martial competition for her, allowing her to meet Duan Lingtian and resolve the crisis of her fire spirit body. It's a good thing great-grandmother has the Phoenix clan's prophet's bloodline. Otherwise, I'm afraid I wouldn't have met elder brother Duan in this lifetime. The moment Feng Tianwu thought of this, she felt a wave of lingering fear. However, no matter what, meeting that elder brother Duan was the happiest thing in her life. That elder brother Duan was also the man she had set her mind on in this lifetime. However, Senior Uncle Prophet is really amazing. He actually managed to predict that I have the Phoenix Clan's prophet's bloodline in me. In terms of divination, his ability seems to be even stronger than Senior Prophet. Feng Tianwu thought to herself as she inadvertently glanced at the Phoenix Clan's prophet beside her from the corner of her eyes. Naturally, she did not dare to say this out loud. "We're here." As the Phoenix Clan's prophet stopped moving, they had also arrived at the border of the Phoenix Clan's encampment. Senior Prophet. Since they were about to part, Feng Tianwu was naturally very reluctant to part. In her heart, she had already treated the Phoenix Clan's prophet before her as her mother. "Go on." Faced with Feng Tianwu's reluctance, the Phoenix Clan's prophet only felt a wave of panic in her heart. In order to hide her panic, she raised her hand and directly sent Feng Tianwu out of the Phoenix Clan's encampment. After Feng Tianwu disappeared from her sight, she took a deep breath and closed her eyes. She could not calm the restless emotions in her heart for a long time. After interacting with each other for a period of time, Feng Tianwu treated her like a mother, so how could she not treat Feng Tianwu as her daughter? A gigantic hybrid formation seemed to have separated the Phoenix Clan's encampment from the outside world into two different worlds. As the Phoenix Clan's prophet made her move, Feng Tianwu only felt her vision turn dark. When her eyes lit up again, she realized that she had already left the Phoenix Clan's encampment and appeared in the sky above a mountain range. Senior Uncle Prophet. After returning to her senses, Feng Tianwu saw the old man who was walking in the air not far away and greeted him respectfully. The old man was the oracle man who had come from the northern region to pick up Feng Tianwu. The oracle man had come to bring Feng Tianwu back so that he could activate the six absolutes heaven-defying fate-changing grand formation left behind by the seven absolutes sects prodigy sword saint to help the current descendants of the six absolutes, including Feng Tianwu, to defy the heavens and change their fates. "Little Tianwu, you've successfully undergone rebirth?" When he arrived near Feng Tianwu, the oracle man could also sense the change in her aura. He was instantly shocked. After all, when he brought Feng Tianwu to the Phoenix Clan back then, he had the intention of treating a dead horse as a living one. It just so happened that the Phoenix Clan owed the seven absolutes sect a favor. Feng Tianwu, the current descendant of the seven absolutes sect's blazing phoenix progeny, had the Phoenix Clan's prophet's bloodline. For this reason, he had tried to send Feng Tianwu to the Phoenix Clan to ask the Phoenix Clan to let Feng Tianwu enter the Phoenix Clan's Saint Land, the land of rebirth. If the rebirth was successful, Feng Tianwu's innate talent and strength would be greatly improved. Yes. Feng Tianwu nodded in the face of the oracle man's question. Her face was filled with reluctance. If it wasn't for Senior Prophet sacrificing his cultivation base to help me, with the faint Phoenix Clan's bloodline in my body, I wouldn't have successfully undergone rebirth. It seems like the Phoenix Clan's prophet is really good to you. The oracle man nodded and said excitedly, "Now that you've successfully undergone rebirth, when you undergo the baptism of the six absolutes heaven-defying fate-changing grand formation, in the future, you might become the most powerful person after the first absolute of the seven absolutes sect, the Fog Rain progeny." You're tuning in to the Wandering Hero YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.